Recently, a very hot game has appeared. The characters in the game each have unique skills, but there's one character nobody bothers to pick. That character has a teleportation skill with an extremely high mastery difficulty. But our protagonist is a masochist and has leveled this character to maximum mastery. After defeating the game's boss, he is isekai'd into the game, becoming that cursed character who only possesses the teleport skill. Teleport is an uncontrollable skill, yet he can use it at will. One blink, one kill, dodging smoothly like Faker. No more preamble, let's begin. The game Mythic World was released 10 years ago as a dating sim targeting female players, but ended up with a surprising spike in male players. The game allows players to choose a wide range of characters, from easy and highly effective to extremely difficult but impractical. Among the roster, one character was discarded because they're especially hard to level and the mechanics are the worst, and a masochist had mastered this character, Baek, for 10 years. A character clasps their hands and says, "Shall we start?" It's me, the player Baek. The story begins on a new day. The male lead was drinking when his gaze landed on something on his computer. Oh, a new post on the forum, an update, a stream of rude comments, mockery. The game glitched and that stupid dragon suddenly appeared out of nowhere and wiped my game data. Dark Devil Dragon, it says my character died and I can't log in anymore. What the hell is happening? My character was deleted. Baek gaped and realized, the final boss in a dating sim. I thought the game would end if two characters got together. One message read, "Guys, this boss can't be defeated. This damn Dark Devil Dragon has 99% magic resistance, no cooldown, and keeps screwing me over with magic absorb skills and some projectile spells." Baek realized, wait, this is that famous rancor. The male lead's cup slowly lowered as he muttered, the final boss. A magic immune monster in a world full of magic doesn't make much sense. Is the game broken? People are saying their characters were deleted. It seems so. The Dark Devil Dragon Black Knight 13th Moon had appeared. Baek gradually deduced. So the story is that in the mythic world there's a cult called the Dark Devil Followers. Their goal is to assist another world called the Persona Gate in conquering the realm. When they achieve their goal, the Dark Devil Dragon appears. Our main seriously analyzes 90% of the continent has been occupied by the Persona Gate. I only do PvP and ignore the game story. But this is too chaotic, is it okay? Or am I avoiding fighting it? I should give it a try. Baek hand moved the mouse and hovered over yes to fight the Dark Devil Dragon. Baek hand moved the mouse and hovered over yes to fight the Dark Devil Dragon. Our main gathers all his confidence and declares, I will showcase the skills I've honed over the past 10 years. A fierce battle with the Dark Devil Dragon truly begins. The male lead's narration appears, briefly describing the character Baek. He is the only character who cannot use magic, even though everyone else in the game can. For that reason, even experienced players choose not to play him. Put simply, this character is even crappier than a side character. Of course, he can use a bit of magic, only one single spell. The purple magic slowly began to surge back to full strength. It flared and swallowed everything around it. Even our main's gaze was stunned by what unfolded before him. Only a single smile tugged at his lips. Our main dashed through the air at high speed. That ability was teleportation. After a while, he landed back on the ground, his face cold and thoughtful as he stared ahead. Baek's teleport allows him to shift to another spot quickly, covering distances of 3 to 10 meters. The teleport destination is random, so if he can't control the distance well, he'll die instantly from speed and impact. The protagonist began to get a bit distracted considering that the cooldown and mana cost are ridiculous. There's also a 2-second immobilization penalty after using this skill, so anyone can learn it but no one ever uses it. However, Baek had mastered teleportation. He can control both the direction and the distance of the shift, and he knows how to resist the penalty. It costs no mana if this character has no mana stat. Unlike other spells, teleport is basically just a movement skill. But I became obsessed with this character once everything depended on skill level. So for 10 years, I played only a non-magic using character in combat. That power was something our main trusted and used steadfastly. The fierce fighting posture ultimately stood proudly waiting. The protagonist always carried a confident air about what he could do. In the end, he defeated the final boss, Black Knight 13th Moon. Even the main couldn't believe it. What? Did I really kill it? I know I was geared head to toe with rare artifacts, but this is still a trash character. Anyway, that was awesome. He boasted to the community that he'd just slain the Dark Devil Dragon. However, the protagonist received a glaring red notification for reaching a wrong ending. 90% of the mythic world was destroyed. However, you were very close to the true ending. Our main went completely rigid, asking, what is happening? The system kept prompting, proceed to the true ending. The room suddenly was lit only by the computer screen, and our main had disappeared. Elsewhere, the protagonist's eyes snapped open. He was lying sprawled on a dirt floor, his body aching as he sat up. What on earth happened? And where is this? A sound startled the protagonist's attention. A mirror gleamed before his eyes. Our main curiously stepped closer to inspect it. His eyes froze in surprise. Is this appearance Baek's? The strangeness did not stop there. Something bizarre was gradually materializing before our main. The information displayed read, Episode 1, Escape from the Pursuit. The male lead quickly recognized something familiar. This is Baek Yuseol's opening quest. And now the one facing that quest is the male lead himself. He couldn't believe his eyes. His hands plunged straight into his pockets. The feeling in his hand quickly found something inside. It was the Stellar Academy acceptance certificate. Unbelievable, but this was definitely the mythic world. And our main was now Baek Yuseol. He was shocked to the point of panic, his mind heavy with thought. I need to think logically. That voice told me to reach the true ending. But with my knowledge, this game doesn't have a single true ending. It has countless endings. Wait, could it be that nobody has ever unlocked the true ending in the past 10 years? Damn, there's no time left to think. If I remember correctly, right after Baek Yuseol wakes up, the pursuers will burst into the house. Those people were frantically searching. Where the hell did that bastard run off to? Our main struggled to find a hiding place, not daring to breathe heavily. The thought kept echoing in his head, they're here. One of the thugs suddenly scanned around oddly. He spotted a house over there and barked orders aggressively. Search the place quick. Bao-sun worried, hesitating. What do we do now? There's a limit to how long I can avoid being hit, and I can't fight back anymore. What should I do? While our main was still bewildered, the system appeared again. You can use teleport. The male lead suddenly realized, I can use teleport. The teleport skill spawned with a mana-leak syndrome mechanic. Baek Yuseol is someone who cannot accumulate mana. He can only rely on one thing, the spell he had spent his life training. Back in the present, the system reminded our main, you can use the teleport skill. Teleport was described, maximum distance 9 meters, charge count 1 per use, cooldown 3 seconds. Our main hesitated, it tells me to use teleport, but I'm not playing with a keyboard and mouse. Thudding footsteps were rushing closer. The thugs were hot on our main's trail. The male lead smelled the approaching footsteps. His face showed fear, sweat pouring down. Damn it, they're here. There's no time left. He had to take a desperate gamble. The thugs quickly closed in on the house, peered closely and then shouted, I found that bastard, chase him. Don't let him escape, stop. Our main did his best to break free. The first part of the tutorial was to use teleport to shake off pursuers. The spacious forest quickly became deserted and silent. Baek Yuseol realized they wore enchanted boots and ran faster than him. So the only way to escape was to use teleport. Calm down, I've used teleport countless times. I surely know how to aim it right. The thugs shouted, you bastard, won't you stop? The protagonist glanced back, they had already caught up. Strategic thoughts emerged. The weakness of teleport is that if the user misjudges distance, they'll hit an obstacle and die instantly. However, an interrupting voice from our main's thoughts rang out. I'll send you to hell, die already. Baek Yuseol sensed that if it were him, things would be different. Teleport was used instantly, and the distance between the protagonist and those guys stretched in a flash. Surprise flickered across Baek Yuseol's face, unable to believe he had finally succeeded. They froze when they saw him use the technique, shouting, what the teleport, is he a mage? The leader ordered his men, don't be stupid. After activating teleport, the user is paralyzed for about 2 seconds, so this is our chance to. However, when the leader looked again, he was surprised. Wait, how is that bastard still moving? Not only could our main move, but he moved astonishingly fast. He streaked through the snow. As he ran, Baek Yuseol reassured himself, be careful, be even more careful. I must use the rough terrain to my advantage. Players who don't learn to use teleport here won't get through the next episode. In fact, 99% of players who choose Baek Yuseol fail the tutorial. Of the remaining 1%, though they pass the tutorial, they still can't master distance control and chain teleports. A countdown began 3, 2, 1. Our main teleported again. The pursuers wondered aloud in disbelief. Using teleport on terrain like this, is that guy insane? Anyone who can cast magic, get to the front and attack him from afar. The thugs quickly reorganized and prepared to attack. Baek Yuseol was a bit curious. Are they really going to use magic? According to the second part of the tutorial, you must use teleport to dodge magic projectiles. The protagonist recalled that when playing the game he could see behind via the screen, so dodging wasn't hard. Suddenly, a blue system glow began to appear. With a message, Mana-Leak Syndrome skill activated. Mana-Leak Syndrome disables the Sixth Sense skill and accelerates perception. The protagonist's gaze turned in surprise to the side. His legs still running, the attack closing in faster and faster. Baek Yuseol took the hits, his face contorted in grim acceptance. This was the moment. Teleport had to be used. The move succeeded, bringing the protagonist out of the danger zone. A cluster of dark remnants appeared right next to Baek Yuseol. He exhaled in relief, that was close. But events were far from over. Our main's legs kept pushing him forward. The final part, the male lead's eyes widened in surprise once more. The third part of the tutorial used teleport to cross the abyss. In front of Baek Yuseol was a bottomless chasm. He thought to himself, the only way to get to the other side is to precisely judge the teleport distance. Then I'll meet a few passing mages and escape. That would also be the end of the tutorial. To pass this, I must cancel the teleport at exactly 0.1 seconds. Failure even once means death. About 20 floating rocks hovered here. In 0.1 seconds, easier said than done. I really don't know which bastard wrote the script for this tutorial. However, it's not actually impossible. The problem was a noise that suddenly erupted right ahead. there he is. The male lead sensed his pursuers were closer than he'd imagined. The distance between him and them was about 100 meters. Teleport's cooldown is 3 seconds, so I won't have enough time to reach the other side. So the most practical way to survive is to kill them all. The rock slabs were coated in ice, and the weather grew increasingly harsh. Our main landed safely, regained his composure, and felt around. In his head, Baek Yuseol thought, this is crazy. Why did I think I could handle this right after a fight? If this were the game, the system wouldn't allow this pack to tail me. But this is reality. There's no rule forcing me to blindly follow the game system, killing one who's not worth my worry. The reason isn't that these guys are the enemies of my parents, as the plot says. Our main's gaze was a dangerous sideways glare. They're here, come over and I'll deal with all of you. The tailing group had indeed arrived, facing Baek Yuseol. They began to grimace and call out, it's him, catch that brat. The henchman behind obeyed and rushed forward. Yet our main remained calm, his eyes gazing ahead in a trance. The tailing bastard smirked inwardly, mocking the male lead. You dare fight us alone? Stupid, you're done for. Our main soberly calculated everything. The target distance was 8.7 meters. Teleport began. The tail cop's eyes flared red in disbelief. He gaped and shouted, huh. The sudden sound still rang out with no sign of stopping. The male lead decisively struck his opponent, his gaze cold. The opponent truly fell into a pitiful state, his body seeming to dissolve. Fresh blood splattered, spraying across Baek Yuseol's face. Drops of blood ran down his face. Blood trickled on each fingertip, but our main felt no guilt. Killing them was for survival, and for survival, the male lead carried out everything with determination. After dealing with that tail cop, the male lead kicked hard, flinging him away. His accomplices recoiled in fear, stumbling and bewildered. These cops seemed to have their nerves shredded, their eyes and mouths twisted into ravenous irritation. Shouts rang out, he's escaping. At all costs, don't let him get away. The protagonist tried to flee, thinking to himself, one down, but next time won't be this easy. What should I do? Why is it silent behind me? Are they not chasing anymore? Baek Yuseol's bad feeling proved correct. He looked up and saw the pursuers right in front of him. Aren't they going to use magic again? If I try to dodge my feet balanced on this rock ledge, will get into trouble. The commander shouted to his men, do it. Magic was cast swiftly, a dazzling light erupting intensely, so violent that even a single arm expelled a furious beam. Our main's eyes took in the danger before him and realized many things. The important thing now was to escape the center of the blast. Running, Baek Yuseol cursed under his breath. Damn it, that bastard's magic. Suddenly, he glanced at the cliff ahead and noticed something strange. That moment made him decide to act, to teleport precisely and escape the incinerating explosion. The explosion was large enough to plunge an entire scree of rocks into the ground. Immediately, the cops appeared behind him as well. A satisfied voice said, serves that brat right. However, when he peered into the black pit, he couldn't see the protagonist anywhere. Startled, he wiped the smile off his face. Where did he go? At that moment, our main seized the opportunity and lunged toward where the cop stood. It took the old man several seconds to realize the protagonist had appeared above him. In that instant, our main exploited his teleport mastery, a technique that requires equal momentum before and after use. This teleport was so fast that, in a flash, the protagonist felled his opponent. The henchman behind froze dead. What the hell, what's happening? Our main had made the enemy bleed profusely, their fear leaving them speechless. The protagonist acted swiftly and with deadly coldness. The moment of decisive killing was breathtaking. He calculated, 2 down now, must move quickly before they recover. The others behind feared and whispered about the protagonist. A freak, his reaction speed is too strange for a mage. Lucky who's that weirdo. The protagonist glanced and probed, surely my reaction speed must surpass all other players. But that's only in this game. I can't dodge their attacks forever. Especially at this range, I must finish them all quickly. One cop gradually threatened the protagonist. I've figured out how you move. He only uses teleport with daggers. Just defend your face and neck, he can't reach you. The man assumed a defensive stance, sword raised fiercely forward. He shouted, come here you brat. Responding with a flurry of techniques, our main executed a precise teleport. The cop acted with utter confidence, each sword swing bold and powerful. Got you now, let's see how you writhe in pain. But his eyes widened in terror. As our main subdued him, the teleport strike swiftly pierced his throat. The other cop's gaze began to focus more intently on the protagonist's every move. He shouted, bastard, before you just hid away. Like a little rat, and now you dare. The protagonist replied, that was before. Thanks for helping me grow stronger each day. The bastard yelled angrily, you son of a bitch. Only because we went easy on you. Give up your life. The protagonist's feet rose slowly. His posture set with determination as he lunged forward. The spear in Baek Yuseol's hand was driven forward decisively by his arm. The cop guessed the protagonist's move. Teleport aimed at an unguarded spot. He planned to throw the spear so I'd have to block it and they'd attack from behind. No way, just turn and give him a strike now. He confidently turned around, intending to stab our main, but no one was there. His eyes sank into fear. There was no one behind him. He had planned to attack from the front all along. Thus our main unleashed a killing blow on the opponent. A system notification appeared with a string of messages. You gained additional experience and received a reward from the Constellatio project for developing a unique storyline. That was all our main received after fighting until he was bloodied. Heavy breathing rose without cease. His hands slowly moved toward the sharp knife, his gaze gently sweeping the surroundings. The very sight of the blood convinced him further. That's right, this isn't a dream. My first teleport, my first battle, was also my first killing. I killed a person to survive. My hands still ache, my body stained with the opponent's blood. Our main tried his hardest to pull himself together. But Jesper looked around and told himself, I must get out of here quickly. As he prepared to move, his eyes landed on something. Wait, his eyes fixed on the bloodied body of the opponent. The protagonist frowned in thought. Although it's a bit grim, I have to be practical. I have no money left. Let's see, this is about 2 million won, better than nothing. After taking the money, our main still felt a little saddened and thought, now the problem is the harsh weather and the obstacles right in front of me. My feet must directly face. I have to cross this cliff. At that moment a call rang out. Is anyone here? The protagonist saw a noisy group in the distance. This way, Jesper, curious, hadn't realized that it was the group of mages that appeared during the tutorial, isn't it? The protagonist immediately waved and shouted, I'm here. The mages replied with interest, there's no bridge nearby, can you cross? Yusiel calmly answered, yes, I'm on my way. The female mage relayed the protagonist's message to the others. Let's wait because he says he can cross. Another person said anxiously, but to cross this cliff he'd have to be at least a 3rd rank knight. Can that young man do such a thing? I'm not sure. Yet the female mage began to be surprised. When our main used teleport to move quickly, everyone was astonished by Yusiel's action. He confidently crossed each ice slab, thanks to the teleport technique. The mages asked each other in confusion, what was that just now? Some kind of jump magic, precisely, teleport. Within the group a figure stood still, listening intently. The red-haired female mage objected, that's teleport, but teleport can't control direction and distance. So how could that be possible? Even so, our main was teleporting with great precision. The red-haired mage remained amazed, mouth agape and speechless. Some curiosity arose, are those two with that boy? The red-haired mage was fearful, sweating. The other mage suddenly cast a spell. A blazing red light erupted. The spell shot straight toward our main's position. A shout went up, hey, watch out. The protagonist quickly sensed something was wrong. Damn, this is dangerous. He was forced to use teleport to dodge. Escaping the danger zone, Yusiel turned his head to look back and saw the remnants of dust and other things crushed. He thought in fear, those were the mercenaries from before, that was dangerous. Teleport's cooldown had 3 seconds left. It's impossible to dodge all those spells. I must find another floating rock to stand on. Everything's developments were unpredictable, reflected in the protagonist's eyes. The mercenary was gathering magic into horrifying black-purple orbs. The protagonist's legs felt frozen, he couldn't move much. His face and whole body tried to evade the magic, and at the same time the rock beneath cracked in two. Yusiel felt his body about to fall. Everything was slipping out of the protagonist's control. Damn it. All the floating stones are too far from me. I hope I only fall onto one. The perfect teleport moment arrived. The protagonist's arm reached to grab a rock and finally held on. I've survived. However, that powerful magic light still hurtled toward Yusiel's position. The distance closing more than ever. I'm going to die. Suddenly, in that critical moment, a contrasting blue light appeared from somewhere. The two streams of power collided directly, causing considerable destruction. The cracked slabs tumbled down, rattling on the ground. The protagonist's gaze fixed, watching to see who had appeared this time. What was that magic just now? An ice spear wrapped in lightning. Who can combine 2 elements into one strike like that? Moreover, it calculated the projectile path precisely, wasting no mana at all. Who could execute such a perfect move? The figure who had appeared unexpectedly was one of the mages, a mysterious blue-haired female mage. The mercenaries stood frozen, unable to believe it. Pitiful screams rose up. These 2 mercenaries finally met their deserved end. Our main exhaled in relief. After all, it seemed he was still alive. The protagonist landed and quickly moved toward the mage's position. His eyes looked as if searching for a benefactor, and he called out, thanks for helping me earlier. The blue-haired mage replied coldly, I didn't do it for thanks, so don't worry about it. The protagonist felt a bit let down. All right then. He still pondered in his head. She has the nicest voice I've ever heard, but she seems rather aloof. Anyway, they were bandits who had ravaged and plundered the villagers. In fact, most such activities were carried out by the Black Demon cult. But even so, it ended here. Once I cross this cliff, I'll be entering the mage's territory and the cult's people won't follow. Not to mention they don't know who I am. At that moment, a system message suddenly appeared before our main. Chapter 2, enrolled in Stella Academy. This made Yusiel wonder in surprise. Chapter 2, well not bad, Stella Academy. The protagonist worried about how he'd have to go to school at his age. The scene darkened, a carriage moved quietly through the night. With dim lantern light, our main exhausted sank into sleep. After so many events he was drained, his breathing ragged and non-stop. In his dream, old images returned. The young main called out, Mother. When "When I grow up, I'll become a mage," the mother replied happily. I believe in you." Yusial felt everything. According to the records, his parents had struggled greatly to raise him. "I'll study hard to make my parents proud." There were days the protagonist studied so hard he fell asleep at the table, and his mother gently came to cover him with a blanket. However, an unexpected matter made his mother worry. "Doctor, did you just say my son has mana leakage syndrome?" The protagonist shook his head in despair. "Impossible. Is this Baek Yusial's memory? Or is it truly my own memory?" A child burst into painful sobs. The protagonist woke up in panic, head aching, arms wrapped tightly around himself. Baek Yusial's gaze looked outside. The sky had truly brightened. The red-haired mage spoke. "You're awake. I was just about to call you. We're departing for Leswicha, Arcanium's satellite city." The carriage still rolled over the thick snow. "Everyone disembark. We'll take a break here." After a long time in the carriage, the protagonist stretched and relaxed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he saw the blue-haired female mage appear. Her appearance froze the protagonist, leaving him unable to move. The blue-haired mage always looked very cold. She simply turned her back and said nothing. That coldness made our main remember her more and feel intrigued. For a moment, Baek Yusial pondered, then told himself everything was fine. Considering earlier worries, he's glad this timeline is closer to modern times than the Middle Ages. Magic exists in this mythical world, but in safe cities, trains, airships, and skyways have been built to make long-distance travel easier. We'll go to Leswicha immediately to board another airship. Leswicha lies on the route to Arcanium. In Arcanium, the city of magic, everything truly begins. The magic towers, mages' councils, and 5 renowned academies are all in Arcanium. Here sits the academy attended by the most powerful mages and the finest students, Stella Academy. Our main remained full of thoughts since Stella is filled with geniuses and nobles from around the world. He still didn't understand why Baek Yusial was accepted there. The protagonist grimaced a little. "I haven't even checked my own skills." The system described mana leakage syndrome, the sixth sense, which consumes the user's spirit power to activate mana sensing within a radius. Our main fully understood the sixth sense and the acceleration wave. I'd have died without those two. A cursed physique prevented him from concentrating mana into his body. Mana leakage syndrome is an innate curse that Baek Yusial carries. However, it allows him to sense surrounding mana using the sixth sense. It also lets him detect any attack ahead, even without looking in that direction. The acceleration wave lets him perceive everything as if time had slowed. If a threat or attack appears, his reaction speed surpasses what normal human perception can register. The protagonist's gaze darkened, deeply thoughtful. That skill is necessary for Baek Yusial because he can't use mana, but he also can't maintain the sixth sense for long. It consumes a lot of spirit power, so the aftermath of using it is considerable. Next are the stats. Actually, my starting stats aren't bad. Originally, Baek Yusial had very low agility, which I need to improve further. In this world, there isn't just one type of rank, but levels for each stat. Skills are in level form, stats are in stars. The maximum star level is 9 stars, but it's nearly unattainable. I've played this game for over 10 years, but the highest I've reached is 8 stars for both stable stamina and sensitivity. I should invest in sensitivity to boost the sixth sense and reaction speed. I can raise stable stamina and agility in various ways. Looking at the stats, I'm genuinely scared. It's done now. The issue now is mana leakage syndrome. If I don't train this, I won't survive long. I need to upgrade it to quickly reach the true body's secret. Stella Academy is the only way to suppress this syndrome. The protagonist hesitated, having no choice but to go to Stella if he wanted to prevent the world's ending and cure this disease. Honestly, I don't want to go there either. I wish something would save me from this situation. System notice, you have missed some notifications. I haven't looked at this. Just then, someone urged the protagonist to hurry up. The protagonist complied. "Okay, let's go. We'll handle it later." The blue-haired mage's gaze turned strange as she observed our main. Above, an airship hovered, and an announcement rang out. "We are approaching Arcanum. Please remain seated." One character glanced back and said, "Hey, look at that guy gawking like a child who's never been on an airship. Did he just come from the countryside?" "Tusk, I don't know why Stella lets people like this in." The protagonist began to hear the gossip. A few arrogant airs taunted the protagonist verbally. "This will spread everywhere. Trash like this will taint everything." The protagonist paused, thinking for a moment. Then he passed by with a sigh, secretly scoffing. "Brats are everywhere, but they just get ignored by our main." The air went mad and yelled, "You dare look at us like that? You brats stand right there and watch." Another person warned, "Hey, what's all the noise about?" At that moment, the air's gaze caught sight of a beautiful girl appearing, Princess Bion. This made the protagonist curious as well. Bion, princess of the kingdom of Adalbit, Bion Adalit. Her beauty made everyone stare in admiration. The purple-haired heir stepped forward and said, "Ya Highness." Princess Bion glanced over briefly, then walked on without responding. Her coldness left the crowd frozen as they watched her retreating figure. The princess, Bion, quickly passed by where our main stood. The protagonist felt and thought, she is the enemy of the world. Hong Bion is one of the main characters in the game. She and the heroine are always at odds, but in the end she dies. No matter which route is chosen, she is brutally murdered in most endings, or forced to commit suicide after being bullied by the entire academy. This time, she must endure the most shameful things before everyone, as if the developer hated her and wanted her to suffer it all. The protagonist hesitated, recalling she'd been famed among male players. She really is beautiful. He felt he'd die if he dared speak to her. The protagonist's stomach growled loudly. He decided to get something to eat. A visually appealing pastry stall appeared, but Buck Yespel had to grit his teeth. Why is it so expensive? Eating in Arcanium is always like this. An announcement sounded. A notice to all passengers. We will arrive in Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please be present on the ground floor. Repeat, we will arrive in Arcanum in 10 minutes. Please be present. The protagonist smiled inwardly. It's finally starting. After all, this is my reality. Let's fight. Armaine stood thinking in a corner. A sigh mingled with thought. I'm glad I've sorted things out. But can I survive at Stella Academy? No, more precisely, can I survive in this world? Baek Yuseol's eyes were full of longing. I wish there was something useful in this situation. Thinking that, he hadn't yet checked the notification. The system information displayed that the Stellar project grants you a special reward. In-game weapons at a reduced level, in-game skills with reduced power, and some experience. Armaine read it and nodded approvingly. Seems this system has some scruples. Now, what should I take? Should I take Refraction or the Prius Lightning? According to the search results, items of too high a rank will be downgraded. What about the Hyperspace Blink? That skill is an upgraded blink and cannot be obtained. However, you can use the reward to enhance the blink skill. The protagonist grimaced in annoyance. Do I really have to downgrade? The system continuously updated. Due to a lack of narrative energy, it cannot fully materialize. The force that affects the story's progression is called narrative energy. If you continue to explore storylines, it will accumulate. Armaine asked the system, so in the short term, you won't let me have too powerful items because I'm still a novice. Armaine's eyes narrowed as he observed something, then asked further, what about the Larkless? The system was silent, giving no answer. Only later did it reply, based on system results, we conclude it can be provided. The protagonist didn't hesitate. All right, I'll take it. Holding the glasses, Baek Yuseol hesitated. I never thought I'd have to wear this. The Larkless is an item that stores all information gathered while playing the game. In the mythical world, you can't recall or read information about monsters you've hunted or knowledge you've acquired, so players developed numerous information storage items. The protagonist was the same. The Larkless quickly took effect when the protagonist put it on. The system opened information on the Larkless with special features sealed by the Lark Archive. Baek Yuseol curiously opened the Lark Archive, listing materials for creators, alchemy, hunting logs, dungeons, monsters, and characters. Looking at the catalog, Armaine nodded. Okay, that's enough. Looking at the catalog, Armaine nodded. Okay, that's enough. Since this place is identical to the real world, I have no choice but to use the system. But with these glasses, I can recover about half of the data I've used. As the protagonist concentrated, he was distracted by voices around him. Hey, who's that? Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of the traitor Moffel. Oh, how dare she show her face here? PFFD, she'll hear about this. The protagonist began paying more attention to the name Azel. Thinking to himself, speaking of which, one of the Larkless's functions lets me register or check information about characters in the storyline. Immediately, information on Azel was checked by Armaine. She is a false heroine and Ice and Thunder mage. Her father's death led to her family's downfall. The protagonist was surprised. So she's a false heroine? To talk about Azel, a false heroine, there's one point I must mention even though where I am is inside the Mythical World game. The truth is Mythical World is a game based on the romance novel Don't Love the Princess. That novel follows the heroine Isan, who lost her entire family. She grows up confronting the villain Hong Byun's schemes and ends up with the male lead. The protagonist pondered. In the ending, her revenge plot is almost gone and other male characters protect her. It ended sadly after receiving mixed reactions from readers. But the problem is that, although the game is based on the novel, the plot differs. In the game, a character named Flame was added to replace the heroine's role. Moreover, Flame has her own storyline. She was an ordinary woman in the modern world who loved reading Don't Love the Princess and was reincarnated into this world. Thus, Armaine realized that, unlike the novel, Azel becomes the false heroine in the game while Flame is the true hero. No matter how hard players try, Azel cannot survive in any branch. This is the result of her being pushed out of the hero position. After thinking it over, the protagonist felt it had nothing to do with him. But am I imagining things? I have the feeling I've met her somewhere before. In the end, Baek Yuseol reassured himself. It must be my imagination. I should be better prepared. The scene of Stella Academy appeared. Students were gradually gathered on the school grounds. A figure stood high and announced, as you know, the Dark Magi are wizards who gained power from another world and turned into monsters. Even now, those Dark Magi continue their invasion, opening Persona gates or unleashing ancient dungeons to conquer the magical world. Our responsibility as mages is to protect the world from these evil forces. Other students began to whisper, finding the opening speech boring. so dull. And now we will hold the oath ceremony for the 4 students with the highest scores, who will represent the new students. Please step up to the podium. Thus the exemplary students stepped forward, each place they reached shining with splendor and magnificence. Baek Yuseol also sensed their faces radiating like protagonists, but the brightest among them was the freshman representative Ma Yuspung, who had the highest entrance score. Everyone wondered, how can he be both brilliant and that handsome? The protagonist couldn't take his eyes off him. So this is the famed Ma Yuseong. To be precise, he embodied the phrase above heaven and earth, only I am supreme, with 9-star mana, near divine potential, a genius of geniuses, able to command all the elements. The protagonist realized, even if I can't last to the final ending, I must avoid bad outcomes by bringing Ma to the righteous side. However, there remained hesitation. That must be Flame, but it depends on how she will act since she also comes from the real world like me. Perhaps accompanying her is a good idea. But things will get complicated if she sees me as an enemy and rejects me. Since I have an information advantage, it's best not to ruin anything. Flame is a reader of romantic fantasy novels, while I'm a player of romantic fantasy games. I swear I'll do that, even if my importance in the plot can't compare to a shop NPC in a village. Baek Yuseol's gaze was steady. Moreover, the heroine has a special ability to purify the dark magi, but it also brings a curse to those close to her. Being near her will certainly affect me. My role is to support the protagonist from a distance, and limit contact with them as much as possible. After some speeches, the entrance ceremony ended. The students applauded enthusiastically. Chapter 2, the protagonist's mission to attend Stella Academy, was completed. The scene shifted inside the academy. Our main sat in class, eyes looking around in confusion. I graduated from university long ago, so being a high school student feels very strange. But there was something that calmed me down. The Stella watch. This watch is proof that you are a student at the prestigious Stella Academy. If you own it, you receive privileges and better services than other mages. The protagonist cleverly used it as an excuse to step outside. The classroom door suddenly opened. The teacher entered with a command. Everyone stay seated in class. I will begin the test now. Aside from writing tools, put away other items. Anyone wearing glasses must let me inspect them first. The protagonist was surprised by the school culture, a test right after the opening ceremony. Indeed, Stella Academy's curriculum is harsher than other Korean universities. Students must take a test on the first day called the placement test. That is, to evaluate and sort students into classes. The teacher shouted to begin the test. The protagonist quickly received the exam paper. He was dismayed because it was too difficult and he didn't know what to write. The placement test had nothing to do with the famously brutal entrance exam. Students were ranked from F to A and S based on the results. Of course, most playable characters belonged to Class S. Conversely, Baek Yuseol ranked last among 1,141 students. I've been admitted, so I might as well submit a blank paper. I won't be expelled, I'll just be automatically placed in F. However, our main glanced to notice something. The exemplary student who shone today was also relaxing. Ma Yuseong sat in a daze. In fact, he was playing a game, but unexpectedly had already finished the test. The protagonist sighed, no wonder he's bored of life. Ma Yuseong's personality is one of ennui, born into the strongest family on the continent with a genius mind and top talent. Everything comes easily to him. Depending on the heroine's actions, Ma Yuseong will join the side of good or evil. Those in the occult sect who want to exterminate humanity would certainly be interested in him. From the very beginning, the biggest issue is his family. Suddenly, our main looked back at his exam paper. Watching a genius makes me reevaluate myself. Wait, can I use the bun glasses? I used to use them to accumulate skills in the library. Great, let's try. He began to take the glasses out. The teacher noticed. Hold on, what are those glasses of yours? I said, if you intend to use glasses, you must let me inspect them first. Show me. The protagonist didn't hesitate and handed them to the teacher for inspection. The teacher examined them carefully. Baek Yuseol's gaze was anxious. If they discover these are magic glasses, I'll be expelled. A light suddenly shone directly on the protagonist's face. The system asked, a missing component of the bun glasses has been detected. Do you want to summon it? The protagonist panicked. No, stay still, system. The teacher observed for a while but found nothing unusual. I don't detect any mana, next time ask first. This protagonist happily took them back. Yes, he thought to himself in relief. If the original feature had activated, he'd be in big trouble, thank goodness. He put the glasses back on. As soon as he wore them, all the answers appeared. Our main was ecstatic, he'd hit the jackpot. Maybe I'll get first place. At this rate, I'll definitely escape F rank, maybe even reach A. Just as he was fired up, the teacher signaled, the test is over, hand in your papers. His exam paper flew away and didn't return. He was stunned, he'd only answered 3 questions. The teacher collected the papers and checked the count. His expression suddenly turned strange. He took off the glasses and silently reproached himself. I thought I'd finally escape forced ranks. Maybe Yasun was just beyond me. The protagonist's sighs kept escaping. Suddenly the teacher shouted, hey, give me those glasses right now, hurry. The teacher strained to examine them closely, his head shaking non-stop. Someone called Dr. Gran to help me. A student obeyed, yes, sir. The protagonist had no idea what was happening. Why was the teacher acting like this? He'd been careful to avoid suspicion of cheating. Could he still have been discovered? The teacher took the glasses to the doctor's office. What do you think, doctor? The arcane professor, Dr. Gran, examined the protagonist's glasses cautiously, then said it's suspicious that the boy solved that question. The teacher asked, so did he cheat? Dr. Gran quickly denied it. No, he did not cheat. I sense no artifact energy from the glasses or any other items. I'm certain he accomplished it by his own ability. Hey, how interesting. I never thought I'd encounter a case like this. In any case, Professor Lee Hanwha remembered to apologize and guide him. Professor Lee Hanwha lowered his voice. I misunderstood you, my apologies. The protagonist replied, it's nothing, sir. Inwardly he thought, actually I did cheat. If the original feature had activated, I'd be done for. It's lucky I wasn't detected. The story continued at Stella Academy. Inside Professor Luan's office, he and a female professor were carefully reading each test. Question 1 on a paper was marked. Professor Lee Hanwha's eyes were focused. The female teacher beside him spoke up. Professor Lee Hanwha, is this the exam of the first-year students? I've heard there are many outstanding students this year. She was the senior counselor, Professor Edel Taemin. Professor Lee Hanwha answered, yes, ma'am. Notable students such as Princess Hong Byeon of the Fire Kingdom Adalbit, the most prestigious family in fire magic. The Crown Prince of the Scalvan Empire, Jeremy Scalvan, who surpassed his brothers in the Succession War at age 12. And the heir to the master of the world's grandest magic tower, the Full Moon Tower, Hwyeon. Professor Edel smiled. I've heard this year's elite exam was very difficult. There will surely be many good questions. Professor Lee Hanwha bowed his head. As long as the elder is satisfied, I'm at ease. He still had many thoughts on his mind. But Professor Edel continued, this year's placement test used a new format. The first 3 questions are very difficult, testing quickness. If they can't solve them, can students move on to the next question? Second, it tests how students handle a problem they've never seen in books. The era of theoretical university study is over. Now is the age of real combat and creative thinking. Yet those 3 questions didn't require specific answers. Over 1,000 out of 1,141 students left their papers blank. About 100 tried to answer, but were all wrong. Only 3 people answered correctly. Ma Yuseong, a once-in-a-century genius appearing like a comet. Flame, recommended by the headmaster despite common origins. And finally Baek Yuseol. Although Yuseol's entrance score was very low, he solved all 3 questions correctly while leaving the rest blank. Professor Edel asked curiously, why are you paying attention to the kids' scores? Professor Lee Hanwha replied, because I cannot explain one student's score. Edel nodded, that's true, those formulas don't solve anything. People can solve it even without knowing them. Professor Lee Hanwha asked further, do you think this child is a genius? Edel only answered, it could also be a coincidence. Professor Lee Hanwha hadn't given up yet. He examined the protagonist's file carefully. Baek Yuseol had been specially admitted because his ability to control blink speed was rated highly, and it was personally approved by the headmaster. Combat magic but specialized in blink speed, huh? He thought to himself, we'll soon know if this was coincidence or if the child is truly special. Outside, students were whispering. I heard the placement results are posted on the bulletin board. I'm so worried. My mom said if I don't get into Class A, don't even come home. The protagonist smirked tiredly. He hadn't expected to have to check the placement results himself. In the game, you just click and everything is clear. The class placement information had been announced. A blue-haired student noticed him. Are you Baek Yuseol? I heard you scored 0 on the practical magic section of the entrance exam. I don't understand how someone like you got into Stella. The protagonist brushed those comments aside and walked straight in. Whatever, let them gossip. I'm just going to check the class and leave. His gaze studied intently. In the forced class, his name was nowhere to be found. His heart tightened. Could they really have failed me, just because I only answered 3 questions? Those around him were also curious. Where is Baek Yuseol? Is there some mistake? Strange. He hesitated, wondering whether he should go check. Finally, the protagonist stepped closer. His eyes widened when he saw the name Baek Yuseol listed in the special class. Impossible Class S. Class S, where the Academy's most exceptional students gather. Only 41 students, just 1 class exists. Baek Yuseol scratched his head in confusion. There must be a mistake and now I'll have to run into the main characters all the time. Being involved with them will only shorten my lifespan. I can't change classes. Then I'll have to live hidden. There must be a way. Just then, a girl noticed the protagonist's appearance. The scene shifted to a large mansion. In a dim room, the mother struck her daughter forcefully, demanding angrily, you got 3 questions wrong. Even the princess of that fallen duchy got 2 right. She was Professor Hongjo, an elemental fire expert. Her stern demeanor and rapid-fire questions left her daughter Byeon unable to answer. Even the questions she called something even insects could do stumped her. That means you're even worse than an insect. You should consider yourself an insect and start over. Do you understand? Byeon replied wearily, yes, mother. The woman's gaze was venomous as she stared at her daughter. She sighed in exasperation. Listen, Byeon, you must not become like me. Someone who is expelled from the kingdom, and now holds this foolish professorship. You must not become a disgrace to the kingdom. She sat down slowly and whispered her instructions. You must become someone even better than your sister. Her eyes and smile were full of malice. Do you understand my meaning? Bion's face flushed. She replied slowly, of course, mother. In truth, she didn't understand at all. She just lived by what she was taught and handled things the same way, even magic or formulas she had never studied. She was terrified and burst into tears, wondering, why? Why does my mother treat me like this? Cut to classroom S. The students had taken their seats. The protagonist sat at a desk, his mind in turmoil. I'm doomed. They've put me among all the oddballs and I'm not trying to befriend them. Whispers about him rose. Why is he here? That's what I'm saying. I don't know either. Did you know my family protested and asked why he's in class S, but he said Buck Yuspel is qualified to be here. Rulla, that's strange. The protagonist clearly felt like an outsider, someone to be discarded. That made sense. They'd worked hard since childhood and would be disappointed to learn someone like him was in their class. Class placements change with performance, so this was normal. Class S was no exception. Some would even be demoted to lower classes. Thinking back, some students had moved from Class A to Class S. He'll look into it later. In any case, this was truly remarkable. Thinking of the game characters before him, the protagonist quietly realized that in a few years, most of the students in this class would be famous across the continent, and 5 of them might betray the Arcane Council. Ma Yuxiang was one of them. The main's gaze shifted to the side. If Flame could prevent that from the start, it would be wonderful. Teacher Lei appeared and instructed, settle into your seats. The protagonist was a little surprised at the teacher's appearance. Lei Hanwen introduced himself. I am Professor Lei Hanwen of Class S. Students whispered among themselves, so that's the famous Professor Lei Han. The number of dark mages he's defeated is nearly in the quadruple digits, right? They call him a level 7 magic warrior. He's truly on another level. The teacher corrected them, settle down. There are many talented students here, and even one specially admitted student. As you know, this is where we train combat mages, also known as magic warriors. You will undergo a strict educational environment for 3 years. I don't expect all of you to keep up. I want you to perform to the best of your abilities during that time. Any questions? The class fell silent. Then let's begin the lesson. At that moment, Bion appeared at the classroom door and entered. The protagonist was a little surprised, thinking of Hung Bion, someone who always follows the rules more than anyone, arriving late. She walked toward the professor. The protagonist curiously, did something happen? Try using the inspection visor. The system displayed some information about Bion, notably the detail that her cruel mother was fated to die. The protagonist nodded, not much has changed. Fated to die is a detail to pay attention to. Our main thought, if Bayan dies because of Flame, Hung Bayan will die as well. That could be considered the unavoidable fate of a villain. I'll try to save her if I can, but right now I'm in no position to save anyone. The teacher instructed, Bion B, you should find a seat. The protagonist reassured himself, feel pretty bad, but I can only keep my distance. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. Bayan was walking over to sit near the protagonist. Her expression had a hint of indifference. The main went from one surprise to another. When he saw she actually intended to sit down beside him, Bion took her seat right next to Bayak Yusial. The main was stunned. What is this? Does it feel like everything was warped from the start? Professor Lei Hanwon instructed. So before we begin class, we'll have an inheritance ceremony to give you your wands. Class S and Class A will hold the ceremony together. The protagonist was quite curious about the inheritance ceremony. This ceremony is troublesome, but I'm really looking forward to it. Stella Academy has 2 major events, the Soulmate Covenant and the Inheritance Ceremony. At a place like Stella, the Inheritance Ceremony holds a special position. Professor Lee Hanwal asked, is everyone present? We have prepared many wands here, from the lowest ranks to the mid-level ones. Your task is to choose the wand you like. Changing a wand after choosing it is very complicated, so I expect you to choose carefully. The protagonist reasoned, even if the teacher says that, it's not really us choosing the wand, but the wand choosing us. In this world, wands only react to those they recognize, creating a resonance effect. That means you can't use a higher rank wand just because you want to. The protagonist's gaze looked up to observe. Hesitating which to choose, which should I pick anyway? If it were before, I'd choose an F rank wand, but now I'm in Class S. Need to think more carefully, the wand that best fits your current position. Wands are divided into 2 types, wands, thin, and staves. Thin wands are usually for knights who cast quickly. Staves are typically used by bishops, focusing on a single, powerful strike with a longer casting time. Whispers rose again. Hey, which one do you think he'll choose? He's in Class S, so resonance probably won't be an issue, right? Our main brushed off the comments around him. Whatever, say what you want. Suddenly a voice called out. Our main turned around in surprise. Who are you? The protagonist asked. The student replied, me, I'm Uslek. The unfamiliar name made the protagonist hesitate. Who is he? It's the first time I've heard that name. Uslek asked curiously, which wand are you going to choose? The The protagonist answered casually, I'll pick whatever. Aslek sneered, hinting, you should pick a wand appropriate to your commoner status. Don't do anything excessive or cause trouble for the professor. The protagonist left in annoyance, warning, you better not cause trouble either. Aslek flushed with anger. He shouted, bastard, you looking for a fight? The protagonist was tired of this troublesome kid. Looking closely, Buck Yesbol realized he was the son of Marquis Band, a follower of Prince Jeremy, classic subtle bullying status. The protagonist was a bit disappointed. Is that all the information there is? Does he have anything special? Aslek pointed ahead and said, anyway, I'm going to choose that one, watch closely. The protagonist's eyes immediately recognized that the staff was Admiri, surely the highest ranked staff here, a high-tier mid-grade staff. Normally used only by professional mages. Even for talented individuals, a low mid-grade staff is the limit for students. Professional mages rarely use low mid-grade staves, and a high mid-grade staff like this is almost unattainable except for showing off. The teacher instructed, stand before the staff you like. The other students obeyed, gazing intently at the staff they wanted to take. Bion had also chosen an appropriate staff for herself. A brilliant beam of light suddenly flared up in front of the protagonist. The other students all exclaimed in surprise, wow, isn't the staff Hyun chose the hat in Amikoten? That's a mid-grade staff. Prince Galvin also got a mid-grade staff. Princess Hong Bion chose Suavitor Lahavan, that's a common grade staff too. How many people can pick common grade staves? This year is crazy. Aslek ran forward eagerly. Just wait, I can do it too. Everyone watched in bewilderment. Isn't that Aslek? Can he resonate with a high mid-grade staff? Aslek was smug, thinking, watch closely, I'll show you what class S's talent really is. His arm strained to grasp the staff, but the light only flared up and then went out. The protagonist narrowed his eyes to watch, just as he predicted. He had failed. Aslek lay sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily, unable to get up. The other students panicked. Oh no, it looks like he's badly hurt. Someone called the professor quickly. A high mid-grade staff is impossible for him. That's right, you should just give up. Ma Yuseong stepped forward toward the magical staff. Despite the objections, he still calmly walked up to it. Everyone murmured, the owner of that staff has already been decided. The owner of that staff has already been decided. Ma Yuseong, is he trying to take the staff? I don't think he can handle it. Ma Yuseong looked extremely determined. His hands touched the staff, and rays of light burst forth violently, engulfing everything around them. The protagonist, affected by the light, also knitted his brows. Ma Yuseong smiled with satisfaction. This time the staff truly rested firmly in his hand. The other trainees were stunned. Impossible. A first-year trainee got the mid-high grade staff. Could this be real? Our main thought, I already guessed it. Now even more people will know how talented he is. Ma Yuseong's gaze flicked toward the protagonist, causing Baek Yuseol to freeze under that stare. Surprisingly, Ma Yuseong beamed with smiling eyes at the protagonist, leaving our main bewildered. What the hell is this? Are you crazy? Suddenly, he remembered that Flame also owned another mid-high grade staff, Teravalon. But this was the point where their paths diverged. If Flame successfully took Teravan, Mao Xiang would be interested in her for her talent, opening a path to Ma Yu Xiang. But if she chose a different staff, Mao Xiang would take a completely different route. I have to use Flame to draw Mao Xiang in. Baek Yuseol calculated in his head. Ah, got it. The protagonist's eyes turned toward Flame's position. She calmly stepped forward. Teravan lay right in front of her. The protagonist curious, what are you going to do? Flame continued to move silently, her contemplative gaze unwavering. Our main thought urged she must take Teravan. Then Ma Yuseong would be curious about Flame, and everything would go the right way. But things went against the protagonist's prediction. What, she doesn't like Teravan? What's going on? Does she not know, or she doesn't have enough information? Either way, this is bad. Flame can resonate with any staff because she's the protagonist. But what if she chooses some random, weird staff? That's another good option lost. At this point, our main resolved to act. He had to push Teravan toward Flame. Flame advanced very quickly. Our main immediately used a blink to get closer. Flame quickly realized someone had come beside her and looked back. She was surprised to see the protagonist appear. He even greeted her cheerfully. Baek Yuseol started a conversation. I'm just curious which staff you're going to choose. Flame retorted, why are you asking that? Our main offered kindly, I just want to help because you seemed a bit confused. Flame coldly brushed him off. It's none of your business. I'm leaving. She walked too fast for the protagonist to stop her. He tried calling out. Wait. Baek Yuseol was full of doubt. Something feels off. Flame should be friendly with everyone. She's sociable, so why is she so cold? He refused to give up. My life depends on this. The protagonist tried to call after her. Hey, wait. I really just want to help you. Flame snapped back. Mind your own business. The protagonist protested, but I feel there's a staff that suits you perfectly. Flame was truly angry. What do you know about staffs? Our main recoiled in fear, thinking, what the hell? What did I do wrong? Why won't she pay attention to a supporting character like me? I've heard a lot about you. You don't think you could take that staff? The protagonist said as he pointed at Teravan. Yes, that's it. At that moment, Baek Yuseol suddenly noticed something strange. What was that? A sound rang out extremely loudly. A purple light flooded everywhere. The light was so intense that our main couldn't even open his eyes. He involuntarily shouted, what is this? The staff was now snugly in Baek Yuseol's hand. Shock spread throughout the auditorium. No one could have predicted what had just happened. The protagonist was terrified, wondering why the staff was in his hand. Flame should have been the one to take it. This paradoxical development left him at an inexplicable dead end. Flame glared angrily. A murderous aura emanated, making the atmosphere tense. The story continued at Stella Academy. Flame walked slowly across the campus. Murmurs rose up everywhere. Hey, did you hear? 2 students got mid-high grade staffs this year. Really? There used to be only 5 people who did that, and now there are 2 more. But it's strange, one of them only used Blink during the magic test. Blink is a basic spell, how could that be? My parents said Blink is a rare spell. What's going on? Those whispers reached Flame and made her ponder. Cut to the study room. Sunlight poured through each window pane. Flame walked down the corridor muttering. Finally, it's quiet. All day long, wherever she went, she heard people talking about 2 students getting mid-high grade staffs. But she still couldn't understand. Impossible, he took Teravan, who is he? I read the original novel 3 times before coming here, but this character Yusial never appeared. Flame kept thinking, they said no one could take Tarav, yet he resonated with it easily. Is he trying to show off to me? Thinking about it was useless now. Just then, a voice rang out. Flame, are you planning to study by yourself too? Hearing that, Flame turned her head and gave a pleasant smile. You kids, do you think I'm a bookworm? Her friend replied. Not at all, it's just that you always say you have nothing to do and then sit down to study. Flame shook her head. Not true. Her friend continued, but Flame, why do you call us kids? We're the same age. Flame awkwardly explained, it's just a habit. Where I used to live, people often treated me like an adult. In truth, Flame thought, because I lived in a novel, I'm not used to acting like a child. Her friend asked again, are you going to study alone today? Looking at the girl in front of her, Flame hesitated. Is this girl Jackie? Why does her style resemble mine so much? I even thought we were twins. Then she answered, no, there's a meeting soon, so I'll attend. Well, I'm off then. Sure, let's grab tea next time. Flame waved goodbye. She sighed wearily. It's really hard being a student at this age again. A dizzying collision occurred. Flame clutched her head in pain after the impact. Someone's voice rang out, Flame. She looked up in bewilderment and realized it was Gunriang. Gunriang asked with concern, are you okay? Flame replied, trying to steady herself. I'm fine. Gunriang, still worried, stared at her intently. You don't look well, what's wrong? Flame thought shyly, is he really worried about me? Gunriang asked further, going to study on your own? Flame nodded, yes, you also go to the private S-rank training room. They exchanged words, smiling gently at each other. How could you be lazy about daily training? You're too dedicated. You shouldn't say that. Oh, is that so? Gunriang smiled. He reached his arm lightly near Flame's face, then quickly left with the reminder, see you later. Flame stood a little stunned, watching him go. Then she realized again. Jackie was still standing there. She intended to raise her hand in greeting, but Jackie immediately ran off. Flame could only stand and watch, reassuring herself. It's fine, right? She continued on, since this wasn't the time to worry about that. Scene shifts to the study room, where a special supplemental meeting was taking place. According to the original novel, Aiscle and Hong Byun would attend this meeting. I want to see how the heroine and the villainess of the novel confront each other. That's why I hurried here to watch. The door opened. Flame stepped in and observed. The male lead Mao Xian and Aiscle were both present. Flame noted all the important characters have appeared. The meeting was chaired by an A-rank student who looked quite surprised. This was a supplemental meeting for students seeking promotion. Many famous S-rank trainees attended, so it was no surprise. Flame scrutinized each person carefully. She hadn't expected Mao Xiang to be here, smiling brightly at the male lead. Mao, the protagonist of this world, seemed interested in Baek Yuseol, which was certainly not a coincidence. Meanwhile, Byun couldn't solve any questions except the 3 hellish ones. Perhaps Baek Yuseol knew from the start that if he solved those 3 questions, he would be ranked S. Flame pondered. If Baek Yuseol truly knew the future, then his actions back then were terrifying. The male lead suddenly sighed, and sadly thought, I wish someone would check this name and throw me out of sight. Ma Yuseong struck up a conversation. Baek Yuseol, why are you sitting here? With your level, you don't need to attend this class at all. Do you have some embarrassing reason? The male lead forced a smile and replied, ha ha, there's no reason. I was forced into this class, who's to blame for my low score? After saying that, our main nervously broke into a sweat, still unable to understand why he was being singled out like this. At that moment, a voice rang out to regain order. Hey everyone, stop the chit-chat. Today we'll discuss issues from the ranking exam. As you all know, this ranking exam is highly probing, to the point that seniors call it the 3 hellish questions. I will explain it clearly for everyone. The woman presiding observed the students, thinking anxiously, damn, why are those people here? I only wanted to boost my reputation by helping a few idiots in this class. Her gaze landed on one character. Who was the male lead? No, perhaps this is my chance. I heard Yuseol scored the lowest on the entrance ranking exam. She smiled with satisfaction. Just make him realize I'm better than him, she announced loudly. Everyone pay attention, this is how I solve the first question. This is actually a kind of trap question. It tries to lead people into a dead end. As that girl lectured, the students took notes attentively, except Ma Yuseong, who kept staring at the male lead. He even asked, what do you mean? Do you think that viewpoint is correct? After asking, Ma Yuspung grinned with pleasure. The male lead froze, thinking, what the hell, asking me if I find that guy's view correct? I don't even understand what's being explained up there, much less what the three hellish questions are. After a moment, Baek Yuseol reassured himself that honesty is a virtue, and said aloud, "No, I don't know." That confession rang out so the whole class heard. People murmured, "What? It's Baek Yuseol. He says Kai is wrong." Those words reached Kai, making her angry. She gripped the chalk tightly in her hand. The male lead was bewildered. Why is everyone looking at me like that? The chalk in Kai's hand snapped in two. She said, "Did I do something wrong? So Baek Yuseol, why don't you come down here and help everyone solve this part?" The remark left the male lead stunned and motionless. What the hell is he saying? The male lead looked to his friend beside him. Ma Yuseong reassured him, "You can do it." Our main finally realized this was certainly intentional by Yuang. But in any case, he still had to go up to the board. "I can do it." Byeon's gaze also watched to see what Yuseol would do next. The male lead quickly picked up the chalk, put on his glasses, and examined the three hellish questions. They looked more like wordplay than serious problems. A mage chanted, Mother Earth, please shed tears, and from them measure the dust, even double the original amount." The male lead thought, why like that? The answer is simple. Are we saying the dirt is crying? It's actually just a state of separation. He held his head in thought, finding it absurd, yet here it was a major issue. Who had the time to come up with these damn questions? Anyway, Keitel didn't solve it like a normal math problem. He went into making dust cry out dust, which is hard to call right or wrong. His method was wrong, but he still arrived at the correct answer, mostly by luck. Faced with a similar question, he wouldn't pass. The male lead turned to Kai and said, "I really can't teach you how to solve this question, but I can tell you where you're wrong." Kai cried out in surprise. "What?" The male lead explained, "It's an issue about the Earth's substrate, but what if it's water or wind? Do you think your method can handle that? If so, I'll use a different approach. But then you'd need multiple different methods to solve the same type of question. Just because you got the right answer by luck doesn't mean your solution matches the question author's intent." Kai was at a loss for words, not knowing how to rebut. She eventually conceded, "You're right." The male lead trembled, thinking he disappointed her a bit too much. Still, his explanation made Kai take careful notes. The other students did the same, each writing diligently. Flame hadn't expected such an effect. She thought it impossible, since everyone else was copying down the male lead's words. Aizel and Hong Byeon, who were supposed to debate, were instead engrossed in analyzing his solution. Could this really be happening? The scene gradually dimmed. Ma Yuseong waved and said, "See you tomorrow, Yuseol." He said it with a bright smile at the male lead, his comical face departing. Armaine helplessly waved back, truly thinking, damn, if I keep getting involved with Mao, there's no tomorrow. I never want to see him again in my life. Suddenly, the male lead realized something. He thought it might be because of the phone. It's unusable now, but it made Ma Yuseong notice him. For some reason, Ma kept running into him. Previously, aside from Flame, no character had used it. While pondering, the male lead spotted Bayan. Her face was sad as she walked slowly. The male lead realized, isn't that Hung Bayan? Who is she waiting for? Anyway, it's none of my business, I'll just pass by. He was about to walk past when a voice called out, Yuseol. Bayan stepped closer to where Armaine stood. I have something to ask you. Yuseol was truly taken aback. He hadn't expected Byeon to make the first move. What's up? Byeon asked curiously, why didn't you explain your answer earlier? The male lead stammered, it's not that I didn't explain, I don't know how to explain it. How do you explain a question that has no answer? Maybe she misunderstood. Armaine had to say, I'm not hiding anything. Byeon's eyes brightened and she nodded. I see, you didn't want to reveal it there, right? The truth was the male lead hadn't meant that, but Byeon kept insisting, then I'll compensate you. I'll compensate you properly, so whatever's in your head, just explain it to me. The male lead's mind was truly in turmoil. He kept grimacing. The scene shifted to the study room. The male lead sat opposite Byeon in silence. The questions from the previous test were laid out on the table. Armaine, curious, I don't understand why you're paying me to solve 3 questions from the placement test. Byeon replied coldly, I have my reasons, just say it. Yes, yes, m'lady. Baek Yuseol asked, but you only got those 3 wrong while I got all the rest wrong. Yet you come to me, aren't you ashamed? Bayan done at it? Nah, the only thing I'm ashamed of is that I still don't understand the answers to those questions. If I find the answers, I'm willing to do anything. This made the male lead even more certain that she was a model student. But why ask me? You're a princess, aren't you likely to have many friends to ask? Bayan explained sadly, among 1,141 first-year students, if you count those who answered the 3 hellish questions correctly, there are only 3 people, and you're one of them. The male lead was stunned. What did you say? Byeon acknowledged, those trick questions have no real answers, but Mao Xian, Flame, and you all solved them. That's why I feel so ashamed. The male lead asked confusedly, wait, those 3 were traps? No one could really solve them. Byeon nodded, yes, didn't you notice when you solved them? The male lead breathed heavily, that's crazy. Now I understand why they put us in Class S. And why Flame opposed me. I don't know the world's setup in detail, nor those trick questions. But Flame is different. She read the entire novel, and even if she didn't know the game's plot, she must know the novel's setup. For example, those 3 trick questions. But because a secondary character who wasn't in the original novel appeared, Flame had to acknowledge Yuseol's existence. Damn, no wonder she acted that way. The male lead sat stunned, making Bion curious. What's wrong with you? He composed himself and replied, don't worry. Don't forget you promised to do me a favor if I explain the answers. I only have one small request. Turn my staff into a demon sword. In your kingdom, the blacksmiths can surely do that. Bion wondered, but only low-rank mercenaries use that kind of weapon. Why would a mage like you? The male lead explained gently that it was just his taste. He really didn't want to say it was because of a flaw. So can you do it? Bion pondered with a thoughtful look. Finally, she decided, of course that's too easy. With the deal made, our main continued. All right, then I'll tell you how to solve this question first. The method was to change the perspective. This change of perspective was something Bion seemingly had never considered. Hong Bion's weakness was that she used magic very mechanically, and she had become mired in it. Hong Bion only realized that when she became a second-year student, after losing to Flame. I don't think I can fully help her now, but at least I can steer her in the right direction. The male lead asked, do you know riddles, trick puzzles? Bion froze once more when she heard the unfamiliar term. Trick puzzles, I think I've heard of them. The male lead immediately tried a quick-wit riddle as an example. What is between knee and knee? Bion hesitated, thought for a while, then answered, the inner surface of the knee. The male lead shook his head and replied, wrong, the answer is and. Bion was still blank, not understanding why. Our main patiently pointed out the trick in the question. I meant which letter stands between the words knee and knee. Do you see what I mean? Bion's gaze turned angry. She reacted as if being teased. Our main reassured her, come on, don't glare at me like that. Calm down, just sit down and look at this question. It has its own formulas and tricks that you don't know yet. So being able to solve it with only your own creativity is essential. But can you do it with only your own creativity? The male lead's words sounded like a wake-up call inside Bion. She said sadly, no. The male lead smiled. Of course, therefore, while understanding many types of spells and how to apply them is important. For a mage, the most important thing is your perspective on the world. Through your viewpoint, magic will transform even with the smallest changes. But you only think about what you see. Magic isn't just about memorizing and casting spells. Yuseol pointed out all of Bion's shortcomings and she fell into a strange silence. The male lead continued to pinpoint. You may be better than me at analysis and evaluation, but you lack the most important thing for a mage, creativity. Bion's hands trembled more and more. The sky around seemed to darken. The male lead was a little afraid. Her expression was too serious. Yuseol awkwardly scratched his head. You understand what I mean, right? Even if it sounds a bit complicated. Bion nodded, of course I understand. Our main chuckled inwardly. Interesting, I don't even fully know what I'm saying. But I'm glad you can understand, so let's begin. What does a man say to a horse when he puts it to bed? Bion paused to think. The male lead deliberately repeated the question, what does a man say to a horse when he puts it to bed? Bion couldn't answer, I don't know. The male lead explained, the answer is time to go to sleep. Next question, why don't they work harder? Bion answered, I don't know, because they always lie down when they work. Yuseol persistently asked, what happens when scissors, rock, and paper enter a race together? Bion still shook her head, I don't know. Our main cheerfully explained, then rock will roll while scissors and paper can't move. Their shapes don't allow it, they can only stand still. The male lead was excited, while Bion was sorrowful to the point of aching. Her face was drooping. Her eyes were reddened and teary, as if holding back a lot. Our main could also sense she looked like she might lose her mind at any moment. One more question that Yuseol asked was, so what would the cloud say to the sea when it rains? The question made Bion think earnestly. The male lead was very hopeful for Bion's answer. In the end she answered, I'm falling into the sea. The male lead was completely surprised. You're right. Just one correct answer made Bion joyous, her face lighting up. Our main was happy too. It was the first time he'd seen her smile, whether in the game or in real life. Yuseol praised, just as I expected from a princess. Your creativity is on a completely different level. Bion waved it off, all right, forget it, give me the next question. Our main continued. The next question was, the sky grew dim. Students moved back and forth, and at the same time, our main was wandering forward in a daze. He seemed very tired. Breathing heavily, it had taken me a full 3 hours just to use those trick questions to challenge Hong Bion. I really hoped she wouldn't memorize what I said. Sincerely, the male lead wanted that too. Bion was certainly a brilliant witch with an excellent mind, but her weakness was overly rigid thinking. But if I wanted to exploit that weakness, even though she's an antagonist, it felt too wrong. I need to quickly forge Terravan into a magic sword, so I must do even more. Thoughts like that were enough. I should hurry and find the books needed for class. They should be around here, I didn't remember wrong. After moving around a bit, the male lead realized the thing he was looking for was right here. A dim scene appeared. Inside an old room, cobwebs stretching across the corners. Our main felt this place was terribly dilapidated, but I knew. The shopkeeper of this bookstore had a strange habit of pretending to sleep while secretly watching customers. In this shabby, nameless bookstore, the notes of Mela, the top graduate of Stella Academy 10 years ago, were hidden somewhere. On the screen, you could view them with a single click, but in real life, you needed the book to read. Moreover, what you study affects your leveling. At first, I bought books from famous shops, but then discovered the good ones were hidden in unmarked stores. Studying magic engineering with Mela's notes in hand would surely earn a perfect grade. Actually, wearing the bun glasses would be fine for grades, but you might discover secret formulas, so it's worth trying. With a quick glance, the male lead realized it was here. Without hesitation, he approached and took the book. At that moment, another hand appeared intending to grab the book. Our main suddenly looked to see who it was. It turned out to be Yahello. She asked curiously, "Do you know me?" The male lead replied, "Of course you're famous." She gradually remembered and said, "I recall, you were in the supplement group. Your name is Yahello, right?" The male lead felt a bit curious. Hadn't she remembered meeting him before coming to the academy? She even complimented him. "I really liked that debate. It's a pity you couldn't explain the entire answer." Our main suddenly remembered that Yahello also couldn't solve that question. After that, she left, saying it was nice to meet him anyway. The male lead's gaze followed her footsteps. He even breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the book hadn't been taken. Why was she here? Yahello picked up the book and looked at the prices, but she put it down with a sigh. Somehow, the male lead figured out the reason. The truth was this shop usually sold used books, so most customers were poor students like him. Coming from a fallen noble family like Yahello's, having lost everything, she could only come here. Her father had likely been killed by agents of the Dark Mage. It's sad such a princess had to buy used books and even check the prices because she had no money. Moreover, Yahello had a tragic end in the original novel. She even died before Flame, who became the protagonist in that world. You could say the unluckiest character in the game was Yahello. He placed a large pile of books on the counter. "Please ring these up for me." The shopkeeper was surprised. "All of these? Alright, this kid's stronger than he looks." The male lead cast a glance at Yahello. She looked back over here as well. Yahello asked, "What's up?" She murmured, you pick all the good books." The male lead thought she was about to scold him, but her reply was different, not at all. She was curious, "All of those? Why are you reading books on high-level ceiling theory?" Ceiling theory is an ancient art that requires items, so nowadays, with alchemists and magic engineers advanced, that skill is rarely used. The male lead continued, "This book, it's true it's not very useful, so you knew about it." Because Yahello knew about it, that's why he decided to take it. Yahello's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh." The male lead beamed with pride. "Everyone thinks like you, so it's easier to get high marks in this class." "Well, I'll head off first." As Yahello said, few wanted to take ceiling theory, but precisely for that reason, he'd spend less time and more easily get higher grades than other classes. With these few volumes, this semester would be simple. Yahello seemed to view our main differently. Cut to the next day. Yahello walked along deep in thought. The first period was on nihility theory. Anyway, this subject was easy to score in, so it shouldn't be bad. She moved into the classroom and took a look around. Everyone was chatting excitedly. "You're studying nihility theory too?" But I think I'm in trouble. I signed up because people said this class is easy. Seems the rumor spread. All the smart kids enrolled in this class. "It's over." Everyone who heard that tried to reassure her. "Oh well, I'll try my best in another class." The final period finally ended. Everyone went outside. "I'm starving, haven't eaten anything yet." They decided to head to the cafeteria. Yahello moved along with a sad expression. She sighed wearily. "What should I do? If many people take the class I registered for, it'll be hard to get a scholarship." She worried so much that her steps faltered. "Maybe I should just eat first. Let's see, I only have 60 meal tickets left this term, so today I'll have bread." Suddenly on the way, she bumped into a scene. A character sitting attentively in class. "Isn't that Yahello?" Someone curious asked, "What's he doing here?" There's even a professor on the podium. But so few students, everyone there had poor performance records. This professor is probably about to lose his job. Yahello suddenly reasoned. "If I enroll in this class, I could get high marks without spending much time. I could save my energy for other subjects and earn a scholarship." Yahello felt somewhat regretful. Yahello, did he know this subject would be easy in advance? Had he already planned which subjects to take to make things go smoothly? Unbelievable, she began to see the male lead differently. No way, it's probably just a coincidence. The scene gradually shifted to the academy. The male lead listened attentively. "Surely you all know the roots of magic. The prime mages, the white-robed mages, spread magic across the world. Humans and other races learned to use magic. This professor was Ladian. He taught the elves natural magic, taught the dwarves material magic, and taught humans elemental magic. After that, he ascended to heaven." After listening a while, the male lead felt a headache. "How did I get through these 3 years? At this age, having to study again is crazy. I could have skipped all this knowledge with one click in the game. But this lesson is actually quite important. It might hint to me what the true ending is." Well, it's just speculation anyway. Our main suddenly noticed something strange. "Has Yahello always taken this class? I don't recall any protagonist registering for this class." He reassured himself. Anyway, it didn't concern him. The professor continued tirelessly about humanity's curiosity, not stopping at elemental magic. Mages had traveled the world and learned magic from other races. Yet they remained unsatisfied, but could learn no more. The prime mage left behind the 12 divine moons and then vanished. "Does anyone know about the 12 divine moons?" Yahello answered the professor. "They say they are guardian deities that protect the balance of power on the continent. It said they were placed across the continent and carried that mission until 1,000 years ago. The professor nodded. That's right, they possess a special power that safeguards the continent. For example, the seasonal guardian representing summer, the sixth moon, the red summer, bears a blazing red flame. And people say that flame will never be extinguished. If you go to the depths of the Alamanca Sea, you'll still see the red fire. So anyone curious can go and see. The male lead smiled wryly. Is he joking? If a living creature intrudes into the realm of the Sea Lord Alamanca, they will die instantly. The professor pointed out that this was the Levian coast. A massive whirlpool in the ocean had been frozen by the 12th moon, the east blue. Each divine moon has its own power, but miracles occur when they combine. A student asked, what is that miracle? The professor replied, no one knows. They fell asleep 100 years ago. The male lead acknowledged that the teacher was correct. At least I encountered a few divine moons while playing the game, but I only met 5 during limited time events. I gathered that information from other players. No gamer has met more divine pages than I have. If my guess is right, then the 12 divine moons are somehow related to the true ending. No one has been able to find the true ending in the past 10 years. The answer must lie in what no one knows. I only managed to meet 5 moons after risking my life many times. But if I want to witness the true ending, so be it. I'll just start over. A blazing red light appeared. The female professor said loudly, power isn't everything. No matter how strong an attack is, if it doesn't hit the enemy, it's useless. The fire class professor Hong Jae said. She was guiding the students in practice. Her eyes watched every gesture intently. A technique was unleashed swiftly, heading straight for the dummy. The light's impact was tremendous. Professor Jae evaluated it carefully. She stared with wide eyes. The dummy remained, black smoke slowly drifting out. But nothing changed. The dummy was not split apart. The other trainees also paid attention. The professor harshly criticized, terrible. Bion was the one who executed the technique. She hadn't done anything perfectly. Bion sat sadly thinking, I must have disappointed Mother again. Mother will be so disappointed. Just then someone spoke up, Princess. A red-haired little girl stood right in front of Bion and asked, are you okay? She then sat down beside Bion, repeatedly praising her. You look amazing, Your Highness. Bion didn't understand what she meant. The red-haired girl said, you just used magic like mine, but it's much stronger. Bion replied coldly, so what? I didn't even hit the target. The red-haired girl persisted in praising her, insisting that Bion's magic was truly wonderful and so cool. Honestly, I've known of you since I was a child. Bion suddenly realized, oh right, this person is also a fire mage like me. It seems her name is Oing, I've heard that. A prodigious fire mage has appeared, but even so she can't compare to my magic. Bion continued, it's impressive that your accuracy is that high. Ikang modestly replied, if you practiced more, how could I compare? Bion stood up dejectedly, it's only enough to deal with weaklings. But talking with you makes me feel much better. With that she left, goodbye. Ikang felt a bit stunned. Her gaze seemed full of thought. The scene shifted to the manor. A room appeared. Bion trudged in, breathing heavily. A greeting rang out, Your Highness. The greeting came from the female guard in the house. Welcome back. She was Hong Bion's personal guard, Ian. She also told Bion that tea and sweets had been prepared. Thanks. Ian reported on the task of adjusting the appearance of the staff that Bion had assigned earlier. Because that staff is very good, they said they could forge a high-grade sword from it. However, there are some questions. Bion was also curious to know. Ian explained, I heard it continuously drains mana from its wielder. Bion sprang to her feet. What? Isn't that a dark artifact? The guard explained, not the same. It resonates with the energy of nature. Bion remained skeptical. Impossible. A thing that drains its owner's mana yet resonates with the power of nature. Then why is that staff only mid-grade? The guard confirmed this was the reason it remained at that level. What do you think about that? Its intrinsic ability still boosts the user's mana strongly and makes it more powerful or upgrades it. But because it only absorbs and doesn't release, it's only mid-grade. Bion suddenly shouted, high grade. How could a student use it? The guard was also surprised by that. Bion frowned and continued. I knew from the start it wouldn't resonate with everyone, but I didn't think anyone would use it unless they had enormous mana or nothing at all. I don't understand. I'm sure ordinary people know that. Anyway, he is certainly a special person. A few days after the new term began, the male lead continued attending the professor's class. The lecture resounded. Offensive magic requires more detailed understanding than any other type of magic. That is why this mana conduction class is mandatory. From now on, in your duel matches, you will learn conduction with a focus on casting and aiming accurately. After that, we will move on to orbital formulas. On the board, the professor wrote each chalk line while explaining. From about 760 m to the north, Chensu is moving south at 12.6 ms. What is the appropriate trajectory and the estimated distance Yanghai needs to use water magic? A hush fell over the classroom, and the students began to whisper. For attributes, if it's water then, someone interrupted, if you're not a water specialist, you'd better not answer this. Is the teacher trying to make it hard for us? The male lead sighed, finding everything boring. Why does this take longer than classes back in Korea? Suddenly the teacher called, Yuseol, please stand up and answer this question. The male lead grew more annoyed. Damn, me again. A few minutes later, the male lead had finished presenting on the board. The teacher was surprised. Excellent, you can solve that so easily. Very simple. Was your original attribute water? The male lead denied it. No, sir. Then let's move on to the next question. Class ended and our main went to leave. Just then someone spoke up. Excuse me. Azel appeared, causing the male lead to turn his head. She said, I have a question I'd like to ask you. The male lead was surprised by Azel's request. What do you want to ask? Azel thought for a moment. I've been wondering something about Yusial while watching him. It's not about his rank. He's very smart, even compared to the top literature students. The problem was solved in an instant. That seems impossible. The level of that question is at least university level, even professor level. Even though Stella gathers geniuses, what exactly is Yuspal's identity? At first I thought not, but now I'm sure he has a course registration strategy. If that's the case, what are your next classes? Azel wanted to collect information. The male lead hesitated and couldn't answer the question immediately. Why are you asking that? Do you like me? Azel reacted. What? Gross. The male lead added, I'm the one who's grossed out here, right? The male lead scratched his head awkwardly. I'm an adult, why am I acting like this? He asked again, why are you asking? Azel explained, I've studied the classes you take and it seems they're classes where you can easily get high grades. I'll ask directly, where did you learn that strategy? Because this is very important to me. The male lead thought, wondering what she intended to ask. He replied, what do you mean? Those classes, it's just coincidence. If that's all, then I'll be going. Azel didn't give up. She called, wait. Her eyes were full of expectation. She tried to keep looking after him, summoning all her courage. She shouted, please wait just a moment. The male lead, curious, what's up? Why are you following me? Go learn that stuff from someone else. There are plenty of good people here. Or just copy me. You said you've studied me after all. Is explained, anyone who studies Divine Page gets an A+, so it doesn't matter much, but if I enroll in the same class as you, it could negatively affect your grade. The male lead suddenly thought that if she didn't get a scholarship, she'd be the biggest loser. Yet even in that situation, she worried about someone else's grades. Although it's a bit troublesome, the heroine is still the heroine. Azel asked earnestly, could you suggest a class where it's easy to get high marks? The male lead replied firmly, you think that look will convince me? Azul replied innocently, Strungula, when I look at my face, my stress just melts away. This male lead, surprised, are you serious? The girl burst out laughing, just kidding, I knew you'd react like that, so I brought a few things to make up for it. The male lead was curious, why do kids like to compensate like that? Where did they pick up this joke? AI suddenly asked, do you know about the 7th magic? The male lead froze. Yes, I know, the girl was surprised, really, not many people know about it. Because it's a wild tower that disappeared. There are many barriers preventing people from approaching where the tower once stood. The male lead fell silent, which startled AI. What's wrong? Are you okay? Our main quietly thought with a headache that he must be going mad. This is important information, because with this flame can increase its influence over the male lead. Moreover, flame knowing that means it's part of the original storyline. IO also knows and has only shared this information with the male lead, not secondary characters like me. Our main brushed it off, that's a scary story, right? I don't want to hear it, it's not interesting at all. They chatted nonstop, it's not that scary. Are you afraid of ghosts at your age? Fine, I'll tell you. Azel hesitated, you pretended you wouldn't tell me and now you changed your mind. Bayok Yusial nodded, okay, I changed my mind. Furthermore, the male lead hesitated about whether giving her something would be enough. He answered as his questions, anyway, this isn't related to grades, but it's extremely useful for you. Enroll in the Void Meditation Journey as a cultural class. AI was stunned. Meditation, register that as a culture class. Moon God and meditation are prioritized. You like cultivation. B. Yuan was at a loss for how to explain. My master is also a bishop like you, and through meditation you can raise your magical level. Really, just through meditation? In fact, this hasn't been fully explored, but for a bishop, the wielder of large-scale destructive magic, meditation is crucial to casting precisely based on formulas and equations, but above all it's the mind that controls mana. I haven't told anyone, but you're an exception because you're cute, AI said suddenly. You just called me ugly earlier. Still, she was very grateful and smiled brightly. Thank you, even though it's not a class that will boost my grades, I'll still register for it. So AI smiled and walked away. Her smile left the male lead frozen. He was actually a bit afraid. I've told her, and it scares me to think how the future might change. But if I leave her like that, Azel will face tragedy in this world again. If meditation can help her, then that will be a good thing. Suddenly, Yusial's eyes widened as he thought, wait, just remembered, I am a mage, right? Why haven't I thought about training until now? In the game, Bayok Yusial trained very strictly, awakening a delayed mana constitution and developing rapidly. Our main reason that in the game he could gain experience by pressing a button, now he has to do it himself. It's quite late, there are no segments or hunting quests, so he can't earn extra experience. I should thank Azel. Returning to his resting place, the male lead had to admit one thing, the dormitory is really big. At Stella, all students live in the dormitories. The dorm system is a game subfaya where players can freely decorate their rooms. But for Yuspal, this is his only home because his village was burned down. Dorms are divided by rank, the rooms are all the same size, but the number of occupants per room is allocated by rank. Of course, S-class students occupy the highest floors. Yusial felt a bit lonely but eventually learned to make use of it. He let out a long breath. Then let's begin. Stats aren't the most important thing since this is reality, so I have to get used to using this body. In the game, Yusial was a genius who could control the aura sword by using an endlessly circulating amount of mana inside and outside his body. No one paid attention to him, so no one knew, but Yusial was a swordsmanship prodigy who had reached the pinnacle of the way of the sword. I have to follow that path once more. My breath controls the flow of mana in my body. If I can gradually increase the mana intake with each inhale, I can gather enough mana in a single breath. Skills don't level up just by collecting exp. You must continuously use the skills to rank them up, which means training. Time passed quickly. Dawn had broken through the window. The male lead was still calmly training when suddenly a light burst into his eyes. He was certain this was the sensation Baek Yusial had experienced. Having accepted suffering from mana leakage since childhood, he could sense it, faint though it was. The mana leakage syndrome skill leveled up, and the blink skill also leveled up. Our main was pleased. I've taken another step toward my goal. I'll find the true ending at all costs. A picturesque scene appeared. Someone's feet were walking toward it. Flame sensed artificial grass and wind, but the sensation felt too real. Stella's dormitory is a pocket space constructed within the school grounds, allowing people to freely manipulate its space and properties. All sports events and other activities like dungeons, gates and monster training are held here. For that reason, students gradually gathered in crowds. Flame's gaze watched the surroundings intently. There were 141 people in total. 50 from A1 and A2, 40 from S class. In the novel, it was 39 from S class. I thought including myself it'd be 40, but unexpectedly another person was added. Where did Yusial come from? In the novel, there are only 1,140 first years. Adding me makes 1,141. Or is Baek Yusial also part of the original novel? I'll slowly look into everything. It's fine, I can do this. I'm the only person in the world who knows about that novel. The lesson will start soon. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Prince Urami, have you finished registering for classes? Urami answered, of course I have. Others chimed in excitedly. We registered for soft magic studies too because we heard you signed up. Really? Then let's help each other out. Flame realized the person receiving attention was Prince Jeremy. In the novel, he developed feelings for Aiscle but was rejected, eventually becoming a villain. He seems gentle, but all his actions were carefully calculated. I should observe him to avoid getting involved. Yet Jeremy suddenly looked toward Flame, raised a hand in greeting with a radiant smile. Flame couldn't help but respond, thinking to himself that he really was handsome. Now I understand why so many people flatter him. His faction is the most famous in the school, and I'll have to gather them because from now on this world is my reality. I must prepare for the future. Jeremy's gaze remained fixed. Clearly he'd noticed Flame. Just then, the professor signaled for everyone's attention. Today we'll begin basic training before class. I need to gauge your abilities to teach appropriately. I will be instructing personally. If you don't like it, don't voice it. Remember that I have the authority to deduct or add points, and failure to meet the required score may result in expulsion. The professor continued, we'll train in a simulated dungeon. I'll recreate scenarios from real dungeons, including traps and monsters, to test you. Defeating a level 1 monster yields 4 points, level 2 yields 8 points, and obtaining the point staff grants 20 points. The top 5 students will receive small rewards and shopping privileges. Students who don't reach the score will be deducted points. If you're afraid to go alone, you can form a group, but points will be divided evenly. Also, if you eliminate another student, you take their points. That's all, good luck. Immediately after, the ground shook violently. Students screamed in panic as everything around descended into chaos. Everyone lost their balance. Flame was also startled. They realized this was the dungeon map along with the magic bean. The scene quickly grew dense, with thick foliage covering everywhere. The students began to disperse in different directions, some walking alone, others forming groups. In the distance, Flame walked alone, holding her staff, thinking to herself that she was ready to join this game. Suddenly, a voice called out, Flame. She turned and saw Jackie, her red-headed friend. Jackie asked, are you going to go alone during the exercise? Flame replied, oh, Jackie. She thought that although going in a group had advantages, if she wanted more points, it was better to go alone. So she said coldly, sorry, this time I want to test myself, so I'll go alone. The red-headed girl grinned, yeah, I know, splitting points with teammates really hurts. Flame answered, yeah, that's right. But inwardly she wondered if she was overthinking things or if Jackie was mocking her. She brushed it off, said goodbye, and left, promising to team up next time. Jackie said nothing further and turned her back to walk away. Flame watched that departing figure, feeling slightly annoyed, wondering if she was imagining it that Jackie was imitating her. She sighed and turned away. An hour after the dungeon opened, a green light suddenly shone from a corner. It seemed Flame had just finished a battle. Tired, she muttered, I'm exhausted. When will this training end? At that moment, she sensed something unusual. A giant vine lunged straight at her. Quick as lightning, Flame raised her staff to block it. A surge of green power exploded from the staff and struck the vine, causing it to shrink and collapse. She looked around and thought that not only monsters but plants could attack too. Stella really couldn't be underestimated, even in training. She currently had 18 points, not bad, but just one more point would close the gap. She pressed deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly, Flame's eyes widened when she saw a faint figure in the distance. Because of the glaring light, she couldn't see clearly. A monster. No, a human, but how could a student be concealed like that? She thought to herself that with her special abilities, control, defense, destruction, and healing, ambushing an opponent now would be a good option. She moved closer quietly. As she got a clearer look, Flame froze and realized it was Beak Yusial. Was he alone? I remember many students wanted to team up with Yusial. Could he have refused them all? Strange. What surprised Flame even more was the point bar on Yusial's hand. A bold idea flashed through her mind. This was the perfect chance to test him. Yusial remained unaware and kept walking forward. Flame raised her staff, creating a large beam of light. At 15 meters, she believed he wouldn't be able to defend. A strange formation appeared, orange energy flaring around her. Flame looked straight at Yusial and shouted, "Light shot." The bolt sped forward at terrifying velocity. As it was about to hit Yusial, he suddenly realized he was being ambushed and immediately used the teleportation spell. When the dust cleared, Flame was so shocked she couldn't understand what had just happened. Yusial had vanished. Her hand trembled with anger. Damn, how could he dodge a level 2 spell from that distance? Meanwhile, Yusial kept using Blink, circling around behind Flame, and finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Holy shit, does she want to kill me or what by suddenly firing light shot? Thank goodness the level of my monolith syndrome has increased, otherwise I'd be in big trouble. My blink has increased to level 1 with a maximum range of 12 meters. I still have 2 blinks left. If I use the terrain I can handle him, but avoiding him is best. With that in mind, he used Blink twice in succession to put distance between himself and Flame. He looked back thinking this should be enough. My goal is 5th place, so there's no need to risk too much. The 5th place reward is Athletic Medicine, which can significantly boost stamina and strength. As for the top 4, they're the protagonists anyway. Given the situation, they only need 3 more point bars. Suddenly, a mocking laugh rang out. "Hey, you guys, come see who's here." Before him now stood a group of students. One of them sneered and added, "Oh, it's Yusial from Class S." At that moment, he also recognized the leader, Juddle, someone who's been quite famous at the academy lately. Looking at the guys beside him, Yusial thought to himself that even members of US Leak, Jeremy's weak crew, were there. What a bunch of trash. But then he noticed another problem. They already had 3 point bars. How could such weak people have gathered so many points? At that moment, another guy spoke up. "I heard he's a failure. He must have cheated to get into Class S." Raiden laughed and jeered, getting into Class S just by answering those 3 dumb questions. Stella must have been duped. Yusial thought, do they really keep chewing on this one thing endlessly? Seeing Yusial not respond, the other guy grew more smug and continued, "Hey, Beak Yusial. Since we've met here, hand over the point staff to us." He replied coldly and curtly, "Fuck off." The blonde guy found it even more amusing and grinned slyly. "Oh, you want to resist, do you? You think you alone can take on us?" As he spoke, he pointed his staff at Yusial provocatively. "Haha, you still plan to use that mid-tier high-level staff? Ridiculous. If you can't even cast spells properly, what use is a staff?" Faced with those taunts, Yusial still didn't know how to respond. With only low-level Blink, he couldn't confront Jeddle directly, a scion of a prestigious family. Besides, this place is a dungeon, a huge advantage for them. But then he thought of a way he could use the point staff in his hand. Besides, this place is a dungeon, a huge advantage. Thinking that, Yusial held the point staff out and said, "Here, take it." Raiden, seeing that he finally submitted, looked pleased. "Good job, kid, that's what I wanted. But don't get cocky, retribution often comes quickly." Sure enough, Yusial smirked. Seeing the opponent let down their guard, he darted forward like lightning. Raiden's eyes widened in surprise, unable to react in time, when Yusial snatched a point staff from his hand, grinning ferociously, then used it as a weapon to strike the formation. The formation immediately developed a crack. The man gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, you worthless commoner." Moments later, he was hurled backward, slamming hard into the base of a tree. Raiden went mad with rage, roaring, "You bastard." But the whole group was stunned to discover Yusial had disappeared. Before they could recover, a familiar voice rang out, "Oh my." Following the voice, Raiden turned and saw Yusial grinning. That was dangerous. But thanks, at this point, Yusial already had 2 point bars in his hand. Raiden went berserk, shouting, "You bastard, give it back." Yusial replied nonchalantly, "Nah, I don't like it." Yusial was quite pleased with his scheme, thinking the point staff really was effective. Earlier, while playing a game, he had accidentally learned that point staffs were actually glitch items with little intrinsic value. But thanks to their absurd durability, they couldn't be destroyed by students' magic and possessed power comparable to many other magical tools. Though more useful to mages, for Beak Yusial, a physical attacker, a weapon with high attack stats could be fully exploited. On the other side, Raiden ground his teeth in fury. "That damn bastard, how dare he steal my point staff." Then he turned and yelled at his cronies, "What the hell are you standing there for? Charge and attack." At that moment, the dungeon began to shake violently. Raiden could only think, damn, why does the dungeon change now? He shouted, "Everyone gather and prepare magic. Don't lose sight of that bastard." But that very moment was the best opportunity for Yusial to act. He sprinted away, but his unusual movement was spotted by one of Jeddle's followers. He gasped and shouted, "Beak Yusial is running away." No sooner had he spoken than they all raised their staffs, unleashing blasts of green energy straight at Yusial, screaming, "You bastard, where do you think you're going?" Yusial only thought that these guys were better than he expected, but still inexperienced and green. As the blasts threatened to engulf him, Yusial immediately used Blink to escape. Raiden's men were furious but helpless. Damn it, he blinked again. But he moved so fast I lost sight of him. While they were still looking ahead, Yusial had already darted around to the rear. Confident from 10 years of gaming experience, he thought using the terrain to gain the advantage was easy as flipping his hand. Raiden was furious. Damn it, just hit him once. Suddenly the dungeon shook violently again. Seeing everyone panic, Raiden tried to calm them. Stay calm, he's still around here. Wait for the quake to stop, then if you spot him, attack together. But if our magic fails, it will backfire, so act very carefully. Having said that, he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes met Yusial's. He was standing right in front of them. Before they could react, Yusial was faster by a beat, using the point staff to strike the group's formation. The force made the formation unable to withstand it and begin to crack. At the same time, it started to retaliate against Jettle's cronies. One of them cried out in panic, "Damn it." Immediately, a series of explosions rang out, the formation shattered, and the backlash struck the entire group. This was the unwanted side effect, magic counterattack. Yusial sprinted away quickly, and stood watching the group be turned back on by their own formation. He thought with glee that it was all over. After the dust from the explosion cleared, Raiden looked up and cursed it out loud. Damn it, that beak Yusial. Meanwhile, he held up 3-point staffs and smugly said, "I'll take these." Then grinned mockingly, "If I ever get a girlfriend, I'll give her one of these." "Bye-bye, darlings." Raiden was stunned. "When did you take them?" "Give them back." Yusial looked at their current state with great satisfaction, thinking, hee, that's enough. Taking their last one would only be troublesome. He added, "That was fun. I've played enough. I'm off now." With that, he blinked away, leaving Jettle's gang trembling with rage. He went berserk, roaring, "You bastard." And the whole scene was accidentally witnessed from start to finish by some female student. By now, Yusial had put distance between himself and them, cheerfully exclaiming, hee, I'm lucky. "If I'd fought normally, I'd have been robbed, but since this is a dungeon, things are different." That's the experience of a veteran. Still, he felt something strange, as if something unusual was approaching. By the time he realized it, it was too late. An enormous fire was hurtling straight toward him. Seeing this, Yusial cried in horror, "What the hell is this?" Where did a rain of fire come from? Flames kept plunging down where he stood. One fire after another fell like rain, reducing everything to ash. A horrific explosion occurred, and he could only use blink magic to dodge. At that moment, he fled for his life, his face devoid of calm. Holy crap, what kind of magic is this? Ridiculous. Standing and watching the forest burn to ash, he still hadn't recovered, thinking he'd nearly had a catastrophe. But what kind of magic was that? Who wants to kill me? From beyond the smoke, a figure was approaching. She stood before him and shouted, "Hey, you commoner. Why didn't you take another staff from them?" And the girl wielding fire magic was none other than Princess Hongbion. Yusial wondered in surprise why she was here. Thinking that, he scratched his head awkwardly and stammered, aren't you a bit mistaken? It's not like I can take whatever I want. And what does me taking those staffs have to do with you?" She heard that and felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she might have been a little rude. "But Yuspel, do you mean you wanted me to take them and then you take them back from me? What crazy idea is that? Don't forget I already taught you before." Hongbion put a hand to her chest and explained, "I'm royalty, but if you understood my meaning then let's fight. As royalty, I don't want to seize commoners' belongings, but in this battle I have no choice. I'll defeat you and take whatever I want." Hearing that, Yusial felt faint with fear and replied, Hey, what are you planning? Why are you bullying someone weaker than you?" She immediately countered, "You call yourself weak." Hongbion continued, "But I saw you fighting and messing with them earlier, didn't I? You even used magic and beat them, right?" Saying that, she recalled the past. At the time, she was strolling through the dungeon, thinking she had to level up quickly. If she didn't want her mother to scold her, she needed to get a high score. Suddenly, Hongbion sensed noises approaching. It turned out to be Riedel's cronies chasing here. One shouted loudly, "Bion, where did he run off to? Damn it, that bastard is too fierce." Princess Bion also recognized the group. "Over here." Yusial began to flee as well. Seeing his exhausted face, she silently thought, is that Beak Yusial and Ren? She hesitated, unsure how to handle it. Should she attack them? But right now, no matter how strong she was, she couldn't take on 6 people at once. "That's right, I need to wait until their magic wanes. Only then will I have a chance to act." Suddenly, she was shocked by the scene before her. At that moment, Beak Yusial couldn't just wait to die. He began attacking Jaiden from behind, and then used magic to strike straight at their formation. Hongbion watched from afar, surprised that the commoner could use more than blink. He could use other magic too. Of course, those guys were weaker than her, but they were all capable fighters. Compared to that country bumpkin, they should have been much better, right? Seeing this, she pressed her lips together and made up her mind. Immediately, a formation formed around her, a source of fiery power enveloping her. she thought to herself that it was time to use fire magic. With that thought finished, an extremely powerful stream of magic shot forward. Over here, Yuseol also sensed that terrible magic. Behind Hong Bion rose a sea of blazing fire. Her face lit with determination. "You'll die here," she vowed inwardly. "Today I will crush you." With that thought, she directed the flames straight toward Bion. Yuseol at this point could no longer stay calm. He frantically dodged, leaning to the left. Having just evaded one strike, he was again astonished by the scene before him. A streak of fire grazed his head, forcing him to collapse quickly. He almost died. But now was not the time to rest. He was shocked by what he saw. Yuseol sprang to his feet and stared at the enormous flames ahead. He thought to himself, "Damn it, even if I dodge with blink, her attack range is too wide. What should I do?" Suddenly, he heard a sound and turned to look behind him. He saw something sprouting up. At that moment, a bold idea sprang into his head. Immediately after, he showcased his blink skill, leaping upward like a lightning bolt to a higher position. From that spot, the fire hadn't yet reached. Yuseol looked back. The flames were growing larger and spreading further. He crouched behind a rock and thought, "This time I luckily avoided it, but it's still too tough." Looking down, he thought that even if he could approach Hong Bion, the flames around her would erupt to protect her when he got close. "I understand well because I've fought many fire mages before, but her rank is much higher than I suspected. If this were the plains, I'd have lost in under a minute, and the fight might not have even happened." Over here, Bion once again unleashed magic toward him. Yuseol watched the sparks shooting out like rain. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. "Will you exploit the power of those staffs in my hands?" His gaze hardened. It was unclear yet who would be defeated here. With that thought, he boldly charged straight into the raging flames. An explosion instantly occurred, and countless sparks tore toward him. At this moment, the mana leakage syndrome activated. He gained a sixth sense and accelerated perception. Time for him seemed to stop. He calmly assessed each one, then easily sliced away Hong Bion's magic. Seeing his powerful sparks deflected by a commoner, Hong Bion couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, "Impossible. How can he use a weapon to counter magic? How is this possible?" Yuseol was still struggling in the brutal fight, feeling the sensations grow clearer as time passed. This wasn't a keyboard and mouse game, but moving his body directly to face a mage. Clearly, the surrounding mana grew stronger daily. The sixth sense became as vivid as sight and hearing. Meanwhile, Hong Bion remained baffled. "How can this be?" she thought. Inwardly, this mountainous terrain should favor my fire magic. HMPH, if so then, she bit her lip slightly, and had no choice but to increase her magical power. Acting on it, she poured all her strength into her staff. On his side, Yuseol continued frantically slashing away each spell, fighting for his life. Then he ran behind a tree to catch his breath for a moment, thinking, "I can't just keep defending. That's right, I have to break Bizun's magic barrier with this staff." After that, he plunged through the flames toward Hong Bion's position. He ran at full speed, despite the fires clawing at his heels. His steps grew nearer and more frantic. When he was not far from Hong Bion, he used his blink skill to rapidly close the distance to her position. To Hong Bion's great astonishment, she gritted her teeth, turning toward him with resentment. At that moment, Yuseol stepped into her fire formation. The two locked eyes, sparks flying. Yuseol calculated internally. When approaching fire mages, explosion magic will repel enemies within a 2-meter radius. Thinking that, he laughed. What might be difficult for others was different for someone with 10 years experience like him. Having gone through this many times, he immediately blinked backward, leaving the girl gaping in horror. Unfazed, Yuseol quickly gathered momentum to advance again, and decisively used the point staffs to strike at her protective membrane. The move created cracks in the barrier. Bion was bewildered, unable to believe it. Holy shit, how can he do that? Yuseol still wouldn't stop, crazily launching a relentless barrage at it. The shield couldn't hold and shattered. That also gravely wounded Hong Bion, sending her sprawling backward. She whimpered and groaned. Yuseol stepped closer. He broke into a bright smile, sat down and said, "I've won." Hong Bi felt utterly ashamed. She was a princess yet had been humiliated like this. She said indignantly, "Who are you after all?" Yuseol slowly stood and replied, "Ah, I'm just an ordinary student." Then he said something with a hint of meaning. "But can the person hiding over there come out now?" Realizing she had been discovered, Flame timidly stepped out. Flame approached the two of them and, quite surprised, began to say, "You didn't have to hide there, did you? But how did you know I was there?" You didn't know how to explain, so he forced a smile and replied, "Well, just call it a hunch." But in truth, he knew the reason was simple, an instinctive sense of mana. Even so, how could Flame believe such a silly reason? She blankly responded, "Oh, a hunch." "Then how did you break the magic shield with an ordinary staff?" Yan was stunned by the question. Flame added, "Explain yourself. Or are you also going to say that was a hunch too?" Hearing this, Yuseol thought that indeed, things like this couldn't happen in a romantic novel like the original. Curiosity was understandable, but he couldn't tell the truth. Thinking that, he quickly pointed to the staff in his hand and cheerfully said, "Ah, well this staff is really sturdy." Flame, annoyed, snapped, "What does that have to do with anything? Sturdy so what? Do you think just waving it can break a magic shield?" If that were true, then knights in this world would have already smashed all of us mages. Yuseol had to admit she was right and said, "You're absolutely right." Yuseol's evasive answers made Flame even more puzzled. Flame blurted out, "I've always found you strange, but never had the chance to ask you this. Yusial, who are you really?" Hong Bion, standing beside them and being ignored as if invisible, had been eavesdropping and couldn't help feeling surprised. Meanwhile, faced with Flame's rapid-fire questions, Yusial was sweating profusely. He tried to think of a way out. Could it finally be this moment? In less than a month, he'd already been suspected of his identity. Or should he reveal his true identity? No, Flame had no goodwill toward him. That would be too dangerous. Thinking this, Yusial said, "Even if you suspect me, I'm not a bad person." Hearing that, Flame replied, bewildered, What do you mean?" Yusial awkwardly smiled and continued, Like I said, I only want to help you." This made Flame even more confused. "Help me? Help with what? What exactly are you talking about? Stop being so vague, it's irritating." But Yusial didn't explain further and turned to leave. He waved his hand. I'd tell you more, but there's no time." "Well then, I'm off." This left Flame so disappointed she fumed in anger. It was precisely Yusbal's actions today that made Hung Bayan view him differently. She seemed to be plotting something quite crazy. Yusial thought to himself, "Looks fine, just leave and hope these two let me go." Suddenly, someone hurled the point staffs at him, thudding one after another. The action came from Bion. After throwing them, she stood frozen in surprise. After taking the full combo, Yusial clutched his head in pain and turned around, snapping, "Damn, just say it straight, why be so cowardly?" Bion retorted, "I thought you'd catch them. You can easily dodge all magic and traps, yet you couldn't catch these." Hearing such nonsense, Yusbal was speechless. He thought to himself, "I had no other choice. The mana leakage sensing has limits. You can't sustain that hunch forever." With that thought, he held his head in pain. Ouch, it hurts. The duration of detecting mana leakage depends on his mental energy. Since his mental energy was depleted, he lost his sharpness and now had a headache. Yusial asked, puzzled, "So why did you throw these at me?" Hong Bion answered without hesitation, "You won, so take them." Although these point staffs were fairly important, Yusial thought inwardly, "Is she being petty? If I take them all, my score would skyrocket, and besides, these things aren't useful to me." With that in mind, he bent down, picked up one point staff, and stood up, cheerfully saying, "All right then, thanks, but I'll just take this one, keep the rest." "Well, I'm off then." With that, he turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. As he walked, he indulged in fantasies of his own greatness, smiling to himself and thinking they must be amazed by his actions. Such a kind man, merciful to the defeated, so cool. He hoped they thought the same. But the truth was the opposite. Flame exclaimed, "What the? Is that guy insane? Totally unstable." Bion, annoyed, said, "Must be a commoner, his head's a bit scrambled." Still, she wondered inwardly, what is Yusial's true identity after all? Meanwhile, outside the chamber, the professors were watching every move of the candidates intently. The footage being projected was vivid and lifelike. Someone exclaimed, "Oh ho ho, this year's S-class freshmen are truly rare talents." Following the voice, a bearded man stroked his beard and said, "This was well worth watching." That man was Elder Telex, a veteran of the Magic Council. The woman beside him agreed, "Indeed, very interesting." She smiled with her eyes crinkling, thinking, "I was much more skilled in my youth." That woman was Jarina Eon, a member of the Blue Tower Council. At their appearance, Professor Li Han was quite surprised, thinking that it was just a student practicum review, yet so many prominent figures had gathered. But on second thought, it made sense. Recruiting talent requires this, and surely other professors were also watching the practicum. Suddenly, those around them gasped and shouted, "Look, look!" Professor Li Han turned his face toward the screen. On the screen before them were two male students preparing to duel. Quickly, people recognized the two and exclaimed, "He Wenryong and Ma Yusiang are facing off." Immediately, He Wenryong struck first. He used his staff to unleash an extremely powerful spell straight at his opponent. On the other side, Ma Yusiang showed no fear and calmly stood observing. As the spell rushed closer, he channeled energy and leapt high into the air, even performing 3 consecutive jumps to evade the opponent's mana. The scene left everyone astonished. Jarina Eon said, "Oh, unbelievable, he can activate 3 consecutive level 3 mana jumps." Elder Telex was equally surprised. Really, at only 17 he can do that. Professor Li Han couldn't take his eyes off the screen, thinking that normally a mage reaching level 3 would be at least over 25. Yet Ma Yusiang, at only 17, could use level 3 magic proficiently. Unbelievable. Suddenly, an excited voice shouted, "Look, both of them are proficient in 3 elemental attributes." The match grew increasingly intense and dramatic between 2 evenly matched rivals. Seeing this, Li Han was also amazed, since a normal mage can only wield 1 attribute and mastering 2 requires long, hard training. Indeed, controlling 3 attributes is evidence of innate talent, something they are gifted with from birth. While watching, Professor Li suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, is that the final boss monster?" At that moment, a gigantic hawk appeared, its gaze full of killing intent and a sharp aura radiating all around. That caused Ma Yusiang and He Wenryong to flinch and stop their actions. But before they could react, the bird suddenly flew open its beak and screamed in pain. The wailing cry echoed throughout the dungeon, and immediately after, its massive body slowly fell down. The sight left both of them horrified and speechless. Even they themselves didn't understand what on earth was happening. The bird fell right in front of them, lying flattened on the ground. Then a gentle voice rang out, "Oh my, are you two fighting?" The voice came from Azul, who was standing above. She sounded a little embarrassed and continued, "Sorry for bothering you." Seeing this, Professor Lee pondered thoughtfully, "Oh, who is that girl?" Hidden monsters only appear when certain conditions are met. They are not only hard to find, but extremely difficult to defeat. And yet that girl was able to hunt it by herself. At that achievement, the professors behind, though not overly expectant, couldn't help but feel pity for the unfortunate girl. One remarked, "HMPH, the eldest daughter of that traitor M. It's a shame. If her father hadn't caused such a scandal, her talent would have flourished even more." Saying that, he suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, What's this? Could that be the princess of the Adalbit kingdom? But who is that girl's opponent?" The face of that teenage boy was so unfamiliar that he couldn't contain himself. What? Could that magic be Blink teleportation? Over the past centuries, many scholars tried to study and control Blink, but all either died or were disabled, forced to give up. It truly is a spell not easily mastered. Yet that child could manipulate Blink as deftly as his own limbs. Elder Telix of the Magic Council thought to himself. In the hush, someone couldn't help but ask, "Who exactly is that youth?" Professor Lee immediately replied, "The student's name is Beek Yusial. He is a very special student who can use Blink as his signature spell." Hearing this, everyone was astonished. Another person blurted, "No way, Blink as a signature spell?" This was an entirely different case from Hei Wenryang's innate talent. Elder Telix also said bewilderedly, "Oh really? But why doesn't he use other spells and instead seem to be toying around? If he used real magic, the duel would have ended already. I still can't understand it." No sooner had he finished than someone entered and said, "No, he's fighting for real." At that voice, everyone turned their heads. The newcomer's sudden appearance surprised them greatly. Are you Eltman Eltwin?" The man continued, "From the start he has been fighting for real. People just didn't realize it." "How fascinating. I mean, watching that student fight reminds me of the chivalric code that existed in ancient times." Hearing that, someone was so shocked they exclaimed, "Chivalric code? How could that be possible? Unbelievable." Even Elder Telix was stunned. "You mean the chivalric code vanished along with the era of sword and sorcery? But how could such a young student do that? It's miraculous." Professor Lee still couldn't take his eyes off the screen and finally realized the issue, thinking, "Yes, the knightly spirit." The knightly spirit is the combat ethos of sword wielders in the magical world, heroes who once fought evil to protect the world in ancient times. Knighthood always fights with a sword. In a world saturated with magic, fighting with a sword is normally impossible. Yet this student was wielding his point staff like a true sword. If Eltman Eltwin's hypothesis is correct, then that kid truly is a rare talent. Eltman Eltwin is the headmaster of Stellar Academy, the magic school famed as the best in the world. He is also a 9th level archmage and one of only 10 great sages on the entire continent. If such are the thoughts of a great sage, then the first dungeon training exercise can be considered concluded. At that moment, in the training yard reserved for S-class students, Hei Wenryang was diligently practicing. He used his staff to generate mana and strike a dummy. After a stretch of training, he grew exhausted and stood panting. Suddenly, he noticed the mana in his staff was nearly depleted. Yet he remained unsatisfied with his power, thinking, "Damn, this still isn't enough, far from it." Of the 141 participants in this dungeon training, 39 failed to meet the standard and were eliminated. Azel defeated the final boss and ranked first. Hei Wenryang came second. Ma Yuxiang placed 6th, but he did not feel victorious. He recalled the moments of combat in the dungeon. When the final boss appeared, if I hadn't intervened, I might have learned Ma Yang's true strength. Thinking that, Wanang clenched his teeth in bitter resentment, unwilling to accept it. Perhaps from their first meeting, he had felt irritated by that Ma spun. Everything he did seemed effortless, yet the results always far exceeded expectations. In this training, I set magic arrays everywhere and calculated every movement precisely. Yet Mao Xian still easily took every attack and neutralized them. No matter what I tried, I couldn't defeat that brat. Is his talent as thick and tall as a fortress wall? He fell silent for a moment. No, this is not the time for self-blame. I must work harder. Just then, Hong Bion entered the training room. Before her stood the sight of Hei Wenryang using his staff to form a swirling vortex of raw power. Looking closely, she couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, "Oh, Hei Wenryang, that kid is always so composed. Yet today he's training like he's possessed." Well, I shouldn't say this aloud. With that thought, Hong Bion cast magic, unleashing a fire spell. Her body glowed with blazing orange light. She then aimed directly ahead and launched a spark. A huge explosion rang out, bang, bang. She seemed to be in a bad mood today. Could she be training madly out of some grievance? Flames continued to blaze. The loud blast drew Hei Wenryang's attention. He stopped and turned to see who could produce such a powerful flow of magic. Meanwhile, Hong Bion remained extremely irritated. She thought to herself, "Damn it, I can't believe I only placed 3rd even after bonus points. The headmistress may be somewhat pleased, but if I don't regain my standing quickly, I'll still be punished. Bloody hell, that commoner keeps acting high and mighty, what rotten luck." With that thought finished, she unleashed a powerful strike. A blinding light erupted from the explosion before her. Hong Bion was exhausted, standing and panting heavily. Gunring standing beside her also froze. In his head he kept wondering, well, what's wrong with the princess today? What can he do to mood or not? The princess's magic was far more precise than before. Unbeloved, Princess Hong Bion's flame magic has such destructive power, and she can control it so well in such a short time, or is it just a fluke? Hong Bion was also quite surprised by her own results, inwardly cursing, damn it. Although she didn't want to admit it, Beak Yusial's special lessons were indeed not useless. By applying those strange wordplay puzzles, her magic had improved greatly. Even though he was just a commoner with poor scores and manners, it couldn't be denied that Beak Yusial was the only one who knew how to fix her weaknesses. Yet why did she still feel so irritated? Oh my goodness. Suddenly someone called out to the princess. Hong Bion looked up and replied, Zetin, what's the matter? Zetin answered, Your Highness, the telephone wand you requested earlier has been repaired. Should I inform Beak Yusial right now? Looking at the wand before her, Hong Bion said, Yes, do that. Zetin bowed, Yes, I understand, then I'll take my leave. She turned to go, but the princess suddenly thought of something and patted her shoulder, calling back, Wait. Zetin asked nervously, What is it, Your Highness? Hong Bion's face had flushed red. A while later, at the second auxiliary tower, Hong Bion held Beak Yusial's wand in her hands, her expression full of hesitation. She had come because she heard Yusial was here. This was where the professor's research rooms were located, but what would he be doing here? Could it be to see a professor? Suddenly, Hong Bion jolted, her eyes wide. She turned her face away, hesitating. Wait, why am I even here? I could just give it to him at the training yard. Achumpauch, wouldn't coming here be like deliberately seeking out that commoner? No, it's better if I just go back. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Oh my, what is the princess doing here? Hong Bion, startled, looked up and stammered. Professor Hammerl, yes, hello, it's been a while. Humkard smiled, touching the princess feels like it was just yesterday, and now you've grown so much time flies. But why has the princess come here? Hong Bion replied awkwardly. I had business, so I came, but something urgent came up, so I was going to return later. Seeing the princess's embarrassment, Hammerl said casually, That's understandable. It's a bit chaotic inside right now, so it's better to come back later. Hearing that, Hong Bion was astonished and speechless. Chaotic? Hammerl explained, At the moment, because of the student Beak Yusial, magic officials have all come here, so it's a bit noisy. This made Hong Bion even more surprised. She asked curiously, but why are they looking for that commoner? Hammerl answered, Surely the princess knows that the student doesn't use magic, right? Hong Bion answered timidly, Yes. A surge of sadness and shame welled up inside her. So the professor had watched that duel. Why did I expose such a pathetic side before the person I respect most? How humiliating. Noticing the princess's expression change, Hammerl gently comforted her. Your Highness, you needn't blame yourself. Your opponent also did his best. Hong Bion said softly, but he didn't even bother using magic. Hammerl chuckled. It's not that, it's because of his faith. Faith? Hong Bion asked in astonishment. Hammerl nodded, yes. After watching the training, the headmaster believed this student is trying to restore the knighthood that disappeared in the past. The explanation left Hong Bion incredulous. Professor, what are you saying? Buck Yuspel is pursuing knighthood. How is that possible? She stood still for a few seconds. Remembering how Yusial had fought her, it truly seemed unbelievable. But the fact that Yusial used a point staff like a sword was true. With that staff alone, he shattered my protective shield. That magic staff as well. At that thought, Hong Bion was left speechless. She stammered, but if you don't use magic at a magic academy, you'll be severely punished, right? You can even lose marks during practicals, Hammerl replied in a low voice. Yes, that student knows this well but still chose that path. But isn't it wonderful? Even though he achieved very high results thanks to teleportation, he still strove to that extent. I cannot help but believe that faith is real. Having said that, the professor bid farewell and left, leaving Hong Bion standing there, lost in thought. She thought that in this age anyone who said they wanted to pursue knighthood would be mocked. It was nothing but a ridiculous joke. And yet Beak Yusial was seriously following that path. And I got angry and told him to stop joking. Thinking that, she felt turmoil in her heart. Just then, Beak Yusial suddenly appeared, cutting off her thoughts. What are you doing here? Not only that, he was munching on the 5th place prize in his mouth. Hong Bion was so flustered her cheeks flushed bright red. She quickly regained her composure and replied, I'm not here to see you, you know. Before she could finish, she had already admitted it, making Buck Yuspel laugh. Come on, who said anything about you? Faced with his teasing, Hong Bion glared at him with murderous intent, causing Yusial to clamp his mouth shut and not dare say another word. Then Hong Bion presented the box to Yusial and said coldly, Fine, here, take it. Seeing the box, Yusial brightened up as if a festival had begun, his eyes shining. He said gratefully, Oh, it's Terrapone, thank you so much. He opened the box to inspect it and immediately gasped, eyes wide. Looking at the gleaming sword inside, he thought, well, this is the invisible sword. Indeed, Adon Lit's workmanship was masterful. Without the princess's help, he probably would never have touched such a treasure in his life. Thinking that, he said, Can I keep the box too? Though he said it, his intent was obvious on his face. If he sold it, it would fetch a high price. Hong Byun replied wearily, up to you. Hearing that, Yuspel felt jubilant. Yes, I made money and big money too. Fussed with his excitement, Hong Byun could only shake her head in exasperation. Typical commoner, always thinking that way. Still, she had a question in her heart, but didn't dare ask directly. After a moment's thought, she mustered the courage and spoke. Hey, Yuseol, yes, what is it? Yuseol answered. Hong Byun continued. You really don't use any other magic, do you? Taken aback by the sudden question, Yuseol froze for 5 seconds, unsure how to answer. Hong Byun, after asking, also felt a bit awkward and blushed deeply with embarrassment. She turned away in shame. It's nothing, I'm going. Yuseol stood dazed, watching her retreating figure grow distant. And then he also turned and left. As he walked, he thought, other magic. Come to think of it, Professor Lee Han said something similar earlier. Although he spoke with understanding and respect for my beliefs, I still didn't understand any of it. In the end, Yuseol shook his head and dismissed the thought. Take it as it comes. Just having this magic sword in hand gave him some peace of mind. Thinking that, he muttered, by the way, I should see how powerful this sword really is. Soon after, he arrived at the practice yard reserved for Class S. Holding the sword, he murmured, let's see. Do I just need to channel mana into it? As he finished speaking, a stream of fiery light spread around his hand. Immediately, a sharp sword gradually formed. Looking at the sword in his hand, he exclaimed, wow, it's beautiful. It's even better than I expected. Then he fell silent, thinking that if Flame held it, it would surely look completely different, probably far more radiant. Flame was an extraordinarily special being. Though human, she could handle elf magic. That wand alone no one could use because it constantly drained the user's mana. Yet Flame could restore mana from natural energy and use that wand as a special technique. And me? I have no mana at all. Even when I continuously absorb, mana can't accumulate in my body due to the leakage phenomenon and is expelled outward. In other words, the mana concentration in my breath becomes the input for Terrapone. At that moment, Yuseol remembered he hadn't checked that damned system in a long time. He opened the system and muttered, I should check my status, shouldn't I? Immediately, the status screen appeared. Yuseol. Muscle 77%. Senses 29%. Agility 87%. Stamina 55%. Endurance 97%. Mental power 43%. Mana 0. Skills. Blink LV1. Trait delayed due to mana leakage LV2. Mana leakage LV2. Effects. Muscle plus 5%. Agility plus 8%. Senses plus 15%. Sixth Sense consumes mental power to detect mana phenomena within an 18 m radius. Accelerated Perception automatically activates when the user is in danger. Blood circulation speed plus 1%. After reading the status screen, Yuseol cheerfully thought, great. The herbal reward for 5th place had slightly increased his muscles. With a weapon, he'll likely gain experience more directly in the future. Thinking that, he vowed to practice swordplay until proficient. He'd certainly be very busy later on. The next morning at the academy, in a classroom, a mage's voice rang out. Starting today, we'll practice magic exercises. Everyone disperse and take your wands. The speaker was Professor Baron, instructor of defensive magic. After some explanation, the professor moved down to observe the students practicing. Everyone was deeply focused, voices chanting across the class, magic barrier, magic barrier. At a glance, the professor was quite pleased, smiling with narrowed eyes and thinking, there are many capable students this year. Sorting classes by rank was indeed the right choice. Suddenly, he froze in surprise. While all the students were enthusiastically practicing, Yuseol just stood still doing nothing. The professor wondered, could that student be the rumored Class S member? A Class S student from a commoner background who can resonate with a mid-grade wand and ranked 5th in the recent dungeon training, really. Damn, it was an eyesore to watch. Thinking that, Professor Baron stepped closer and with a fake smile asked, hey, you there, you're Yuseol, right? Why aren't you practicing at all? Not knowing how to explain, Yuspel forced a smile and replied, it's because I'm learning a different defensive method, so I don't need to practice the basic magic. After hearing that, the professor said, oh, is that so? I'm very curious about this so-called different defensive method of yours. But inwardly he cursed, damn arrogant brat. If it were the princess who inherited Adon Lit's magic, that'd be understandable, but a commoner. What right does he have to look down on my class? Good for you, kid. Anyway, I heard that besides Blink, Yuseol doesn't use any other magic. Oh, well then, there's some fun in store for you. Thinking that, the professor forced a friendly smile and continued, if so, why don't you demonstrate that wonderful defensive method for the others? Let everyone broaden their horizons. As he said this, he paused for a few seconds and glanced backward. Then he added, your opponent will be Musa. Class B, how does that sound? By his look, a student standing at a distance appeared excited, grinning cockily. In his mind, the professor thought that, as the defensive magic instructor, personal connections were extremely important. More so, Doran was from the Scalvan Empire. Currying favor with him wouldn't hurt, and if he could show good magic in front of a Class S student, even better. After some thought, Yuseol replied, alright sir, if you want I'll comply. The teacher enthused said, then step onto the arena. Shortly after, the two stepped onto the arena. While Morso stood there smiling smugly, Yusial appeared rather indifferent about the match. Musa's friends cheered nonstop. Come on Musa, crush that kid. Humiliate him for us. I know you can do it, go for it. Musa answered confidently, of course, just watch. The noise caught Yusial's attention. He quickly recognized the group and sighed, thinking to himself, damn, it's Elake and Reden's cronies, what nasty kids. But whatever, this class is mandatory. The thing is I can't use magic, so there's nothing for me to do. If you lot want to act like that, I'll play along fully. Come to think of it, Professor Barron's bad reputation had spread since freshman year. Ridiculous. Yusial suddenly smiled smugly, thinking, well then, since I'm at it, I might as well check the results of my training too. Not a bad idea. The professor announced this match will be conducted in an attack and defend format. No other magic may be used. Then he declared that Morso would attack first. At that, Morso assumed a ready stance. The students below whispered among themselves, if he attacks, Morso should win, right? He's not only good at defense but also very skilled with earth attack magic. It's not easy to block his strikes. Meanwhile, Prince Jeremy Scalvin watched very calmly. The professor's voice rang out, Ulrut, prepare to begin. Show your best skills. Immediately, Morso used his wand to form a magic formation in front of him, and a huge boulder materialized. Seeing that, the students below gasped, are you kidding? That's a second rank spell. Dung basic magic practice. The unspoken rule is to use only first rank spells. Would Yusial be okay? On the contrary, Yusial remained calm, focusing on observing every movement of his opponent, showing no fear. Morso angrily thought, damn it, that class S brat is really arrogant. Take my gift. Finishing his thought, he shouted, pierce through earth and stone, door and stone pierce. Immediately, the boulder hurtled forward, a powerful force radiating all around. Yusial began to act as well. He channeled mana into the wand in his hand. In an instant, a sword appeared. Without hesitation, he slashed forward. The slash looked effortless, but the force within was not to be underestimated. The giant boulder was instantly cut to pieces and dissolved into a cloud of dust. Even the teacher froze for 5 seconds speechless. Prince Jeremy Scalvin didn't seem overly surprised. Morso, however, trembled and shouted in panic, what the no way? Has my magic disappeared? The truth was that Yusial had sliced it away. The students below murmured in astonishment. One said, it looks like he used a sword to cut the spell. Another replied in confusion, but did the spell actually disappear? That's impossible. The one most distressed at that moment was none other than the professor. He thought, you can't simply cut a spell once and have it vanish. Yet clearly Yusial had nullified Morso's magic barrier. Every spell contains traces of mana. If the mana is separated, the spell will dissipate. Could that be how Yusial did it? Meanwhile, Yuspel raised the sword to inspect it, smiling with satisfaction. It's better than I thought. Although he had only dispelled a third-rank spell, just a few days on the practice field had produced such good results. Wonderful. This is worth trying further. This is truly my playground. He immediately took a stance, waiting for the next attack. Morso ground his teeth in bitterness and muttered, damn it, how dare a commoner block my magic. The professor began to calculate, if Musa loses here, it's hard to explain. I can't just stand and watch. Thinking that, he said, Yusial, I acknowledge that your defensive method is effective. However, this method can only stop spells one by one, so it has limits. What about when attacked in large numbers? Those words were essentially a hint to Morso. He quickly understood, and a sly smile crept to his lips. Yusial thought to himself, this uncle really likes to say pointless things. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. On the other side, Morso had already acted quickly, creating more stones. Indeed, he was a formidable opponent. At once, he commanded all the stones to charge toward Yuspel. A massive surge of magical power erupted. Seeing this, the students panicked. Isn't this a bit too much? He could get hurt. Why isn't the professor calling it off? Morso grinned smugly, thinking this is the end. He shouted, meteor shower, cover them. The situation grew extremely tense. Yuspel's eyes widened. As he stood motionless watching the assortment of large and small rocks hurtle toward him, he quickly calculated there were 11 stones in total. If he couldn't blink and slice each one, there was only one option left, stop them all. As the stones bore down on him, Yusial remained unflinching. He lightly swung the sword in his hand and halted the entire attack. All the stones exploded at once. Watching his strongest magic be blocked so easily, Morso's astonishment turned into extreme rage. He gritted his teeth thinking, my strongest spell was stop this simply. By what method, by what power could a detestable commoner do this? Meanwhile, Professor Barron was sweating with worry, angrily thinking, damn it, what the hell is this? What is Morso doing? This is bad. If he loses, I'll be in trouble. What should I do? Yusial was a bit surprised by his own magic, thinking, I only tried to replicate what I saw in another game. I didn't expect it to work so well. This is the technique called sword sweep. However, it has a major drawback. The mental power required to maintain its form is far higher than ordinary power. Therefore, stamina will drop rapidly after use. Moreover, its defensive capability is weaker than when blocking a single object, so it's actually very difficult to use. Yusial thought to himself. Luckily, this is only a practice match. Otherwise, who knows where things would have led. Below, the students buzzed. Wow, I've never seen that before. It looks almost like a magic shield, right? Oh, so that kind of magic exists too? Incredible. At this rate, Morso will lose quickly. Hearing that, Morso was not pleased at all. He was furious and spat, damn it. Could it be that I, a nobleman, am humiliated by a commoner like this? How can I not accept this truth? With that thought, he began pouring mana into his wand, a powerful aura enveloping his whole body. At Morso's reckless action, the students below panicked and huddled behind the teacher. Huh? Look, he's using magic again. Didn't Morso's attack turn already end? Meanwhile, the teacher remained fully focused on watching the match, paying no attention to the reactions around him. He smiled smugly inwardly. That's right, keep pressing the attack, bury that commoner kid. Morso shouted, Die, beak Yusial. This time I won't go easy. I won't endure such humiliation. Suddenly a voice called out, Sir. Startled from his smug smile, the teacher turned and asked, Huh? What's the matter, Jeremy? Prince Jeremy Scalvin smiled with narrowed eyes and said, Why not give beak Yusial the attacking turn? Struck to the heart, the professor froze for 5 seconds, then forced a smile and stammered, that. At the same time, the students began to flood in with criticism. Isn't this the basic first-year match? If he's careless, he could be seriously injured. Hasn't the match already ended? How can such an irresponsible professor be worthy of teaching? He has no right to be an instructor. Brian gradually lost face before the students. He worried inwardly, damn it, I was so focused on the match I ignored the students' reactions. How could I be so careless? What should I do now? Seeing the teacher silent, Jeremy Scalvin spoke up, Sir, will you switch the attacking turn to Yusial? Cornered with no way out, the teacher had to call to switch the attacking turn to Yusial. Immediately, all eyes turned to the arena. At that point, Yusial had gained the dominant position, his sword pressed at his opponent's throat. By now, the outcome was clear. Yusial was the victor, and the defeat left a considerable humiliation for Morso. In the end, he was forced to accept that he had lost. The students below exclaimed in surprise, Wow, Yusial finally won, he's better than I thought. It seemed Yusial had caught the eye of Prince Jeremy Scalvin. He offered a dangerous smile, bringing a bad premonition for the future. Cut to the royal palace, luxurious and splendid. Suddenly a pitiful moan rang out, gasp. Please spare me, a strange woman appeared there, seemingly unable to intervene. It appeared that Morso, after losing to a commoner like Yusial, was being tortured by someone until blood spattered everywhere. The one responsible for this was none other than Prince Jeremy Scalvin. After a bit of merciless torment, the prince walked while wiping blood from his hands, then turned to the woman and asked, Dean? The woman replied, Yes, sir, do you have any orders? Jeremy glanced at Morso lying battered on the floor and said, That classmate is badly hurt, aren't you going to take care of him? If anything happens, I will be very distressed. Those words were nothing but a threat, clearly meaning that if she didn't handle it well and stay silent, the outcome would be grim. Dean replied, Yes, I understand, rest assured. Jeremy added, Good, I'm counting on you. Watching Jeremy's departing back, Dean couldn't help but worry, thinking, Isn't that a classmate rather than a loyal retainer? In the Scalvin Empire, where power is decided by magical strength, Crown Prince Jeremy Scalvin surpassed all his royal brothers at the age of 12 to seize the position of Crown Prince. Not being Jeremy's loyal retainer meant the Dorn family would be permanently expelled from the political arena. The political sphere is the elite of power, and in reality, it's not just Morso who matters. Once he caught Crown Prince Jeremy's eye, Yusial's ordinary life would no longer be peaceful. Cut to the next day at Stella Academy, where everything proceeded along its usual course. In a magic classroom, a practical lab session was underway. At the same time, many had heard about Beak Yusial's dramatic match. Conversations buzzed. Hey, did you hear? Beak Yusial from Class S is pursuing the Knight Path. What, really? A knight studying at a magic school? Is he trying to get famous? I heard he beat Morso of the Dordan family. That proves he's got skill. Isn't the Dordan family very influential in the Scalvin Empire? Interesting. Flame overheard this and thought under her breath, his name is everywhere. I don't care, but for some reason it bugs me. Who is that kid anyway? Just then, a stern voice from the professor rang out, Ulrut, focus. What are you all making so much noise about? He then held up a vial of liquid and continued. Alchemy requires absolutely precise timing and perfect temperature control. That professor was Mason Tyrn, the alchemy instructor. He added, Today we'll practice the Tyrn restorative potion I researched. Concentrate on the exercise. Flame worked while thinking irritably. Damn, it's annoying, one small mistake and everything's ruined. In fact, alchemy is extremely difficult and complex, so she always wanted to avoid it. Just then, the professor's anxious voice thundered, Antharissa, what the hell are you doing? How do you expect to become an alchemist doing that? The blonde girl stammered, I'm sorry. Flame watched from a distance, recalling Professor Muzun saying she'd become a notorious dark mage someday. To prepare, she had no choice but to study hard. She believed she could do it. Suddenly, a smug laugh caught Flame's attention. Heh. Beak Yusial stood there grinning with satisfaction. He marvelous. Yes, this is it. Flame thought bitterly, it's him again. Is he crazy? Laughing like a maniac. At first I thought he's here to get close to Azel, but looking closely he's just a pervert. What the hell am I witnessing? She sighed, deciding it didn't concern her and went to fetch more materials. A while later, the experiment's successful result appeared. Exhausted after the tense efforts, Flame wiped sweat from her brow. She breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally done. Good thing my grades are high, so I finished quickly. Thinking it over, she suddenly wondered, where's Azel? She looked around for her friend. Across the room, Azel was still busy practicing. Flame relaxed. Luckily, he seems to be doing well. But then she froze. Wait, doing well? Flame recalled that, if she wasn't mistaken, in the original story, Azel happened upon Mela's magic notebook, and even created a restorative potion more advanced than Professor Tyron's. So why is he only producing an ordinary potion now? Lost in thought, she was snapped back as the professor angrily shouted, "Beak Usial, who allowed you to change the experiment's ingredients on your own?" Usial calmly replied, "Sir, doing it this way yields a better result." Hearing that, the professor, slightly bewildered, added, "But the problem is this product is different from the restorative potion for fatigue that I instructed." When Flame saw the vial, she couldn't believe her eyes. She widened her eyes in surprise and thought, this high-grade potion should have been made by Azel. How could it have been made by Usial? The professor tried to keep calm, raised a hand to his forehead, and said wearily, "No, this attitude is really improper. That's why I say commoner origins can't achieve anything of worth." Hearing that, Flame recalled the plot and thought, those words were the very reason Azel's family was annihilated. Those words became a haunting obsession for Azel until the end of the story. If Usial knew this truth beforehand, could he have deliberately drawn Professor Mason Tyron's criticism to protect Azel? Professor Tyron holds great influence within Stella. If she set her sights on him, his academic standing would surely suffer seriously. Flame thought to herself, damn, why would that kid go this far for someone else? Dying for a girl is such a painful way to go. At the same time, Muzantun flew into a rage and shouted, "Buck Yuspel, what is that insolent attitude of yours? Didn't your parents teach you manners? Fetch your guardians here at once." Only then did Usial realize the seriousness of the trouble he'd caused. He thought, oh no, I got so absorbed in alchemy I forgot about this hassle. Usial timidly said, I have no parents and no relatives." Hearing that, the professor grew even angrier, his face flushing as he barked. "How dare you say that to me?" Usial thought, well, I'm already targeted, what's there to fear now? He resolved, fine, tomorrow I'll try making kimchi potion with cola. Surely the result will be even more wonderful than today. From then on, for weeks the arguments between teacher and student showed no sign of ending. "How many times have I told you, don't use ingredients I haven't taught?" The professor snapped. "Are you deaf?" Usial replied. Yet after Usial tweaked the professor's method a bit, the results improved greatly. This made the professor so furious he might blow a fuse. Not bad. At that moment, Usial opened his analysis lens and looked at the professor. An info panel appeared. Mason Tyron, dark corruption level, 21%, emotional state, insecure, jealous, title, dark magic contractee, alchemy professor boss, status, confirmed darkening, chapter 8. After reading it and seeing the professor trembling with rage, Usial thought, good, everything is progressing according to my plan. Mason Tyron is one of those villains who cannot overcome his emotions and eventually becomes a dark fiend. When corruption exceeds 90%, he fully transforms. Below 50%, he cannot be detected by magic. Currently, her corruption level is only 21%. Since it's impossible to prove she's a dark fiend now, the only way is to provoke the corruption above 50% and then alert the dark slaying squad. However, Mason Tyron is a contract dark fiend. She voluntarily signed a pact with darkness of her own will, so she cannot be turned back like ordinary cases. Even though it's only chapter 4, Usial knew he had to prepare early, because this is a very strong boss. Otherwise, other students could also be corrupted, threatening all of Stella. The professor continued to threaten, if you don't change your attitude, don't expect good results in alchemy. Usial sighed and thought, even better, let her pay attention to me. While doing assignments, maybe I should train my muscles too. Haha, I have to make her furious. A while later, Professor Mason Tyron divided the class into groups. Standing before his group, Usial held his head in despair and thought, I didn't expect the practical test to be a group exercise, damn it. The students in his group all looked unhappy, their faces as doleful as at a funeral. Azel also wore a pensive expression. Faced with that tense atmosphere, Usial awkwardly thought, my goodness, what a gloomy vibe, it's suffocating just to look at. He forced a smile and said, hello, I'm Beak Usial. The group members introduced themselves in turn. I'm Kasahun, I'm Maluan, and I'm Azel. Maluan covered her face and wailed, wah, our group is doomed. Why did I end up here? Professor Mason Tyron gives very low marks to students she dislikes, no matter how well they do. Hearing that, Usial fell silent and thought, oh no, it's all my fault. I'm so sorry, everyone. Just then Azel spoke up, come on, everyone, cheer up. Are we really going to give up like this? When someone faltered, Azel continued. In the practical exam, at least 3 alchemists from the Alchemy Guild will come to assess compatibility. Then Professor Mason Tyrn won't be able to tamper with our scores. Hearing this, Kasahun and Maluan immediately brightened, their eyes lighting up. The two looked at each other and beamed, a spark of hope kindling in their hearts. One of them said, "Oh, then we must give it our best. Lucky, this is also a potion I've wanted to try making for a long time." Suddenly, Yusial turned to look at Azel with admiration as if he'd found a savior. Azel was a little surprised, but paid him no mind and just turned away. Azul continued, "Unpwa, the de-enhancement potion assigned this time isn't too difficult if you combine the knowledge we've learned. However, the ingredients are a bit hard to obtain. So who will go gather the ingredients? Specifically, the tail of a fire lizard." Without hesitation, Yusial raised his hand. "I'll do it, I'll go get that. You all know monster corpses are the most important materials in alchemy. You must choose the freshest ones for the best results." The whole group understood this. Azel nodded and said, "Good, that's decided. Yusial, you'll take this task." Azel thought to herself that seeing him so confident, she could probably trust him. Yusial smiled smugly, thinking, "The tail of a fire lizard. I'll go straight to the mountain to get it myself." Cut to the alchemy professor's office, where a student entered. "Professor, you called for me." The professor handed him a paper. "Deliver this to the first-year students in the Con Alchemy group, but exclude Group 12. The student replied, "Yes, sir, understood. The alchemy practical exam will take place in front of professional alchemists. If you perform poorly before them, your path to becoming an alchemist will be blocked." Mason Tyrn smiled wickedly and thought, "Beak Yusial, I'll show you the price of defying a professor." Cut to Class S's private training ground, where Flame was practicing magic. Cut to Class S's private training ground, where Flame was practicing magic. Then a male student handed her a paper. "They told me to give this to you. It's an announcement about alchemy class." Flame took it and replied, "Ah, thanks." The boy added, "And absolutely don't tell anyone." Apparently the teacher instructed that. Flame watched his retreating back and sighed, thinking, so she doesn't want Group 12 to be told, huh? She opened the paper and was surprised by its contents. The notice read, "The practical exam topic will be changed from the de-enhancement potion to the 10 supplement potion. Students, please take note." Flame thought, does she think I'll obey? Suddenly she realized something, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wait, if Beak Yusial knows this principle, he'll thwart the professor's scheme. Instead of preparing a fire lizard's tail for the de-enhancement potion, he'll need to prepare a Atalic turtle shell for the 10 supplement. That's right, Flame thought excitedly as she crumpled the paper in her hand. This is the perfect chance to test that brat. A few days later, to prepare the main ingredients for the practical exercise, Yusial arrived at the Dribbly Grand Arena through the teleport gate. As soon as he stepped out, he put his hand to his head, winced, and exclaimed, "Teleport gates are convenient, but I feel dizzy the moment I come out. Oh, my head." A strange voice rang out, "Welcome, Mage Yusial. It is our pleasure to receive you at Darival." That was a warm welcome from the staff there. Yusial replied bashfully, "I'm not an official mage yet, just a student." The staff member cheerfully continued, "Being a Stella student gets you the same benefits as an official mage." Hearing Stella Academy mentioned, the nearby students started to stir. "Hey, look, that's a Stella student." "Really? It's the first time I've seen the Stella uniform. So jealous, and he's kind of handsome too." The staff added, "If you need any assistance, just tell me." Yusial answered, "Oh, thanks a lot." He then stepped inside. Walking and thinking, as long as you have the pass and a Stella pocket watch, you're treated like an official mage anywhere. Stella Academy is really great, plus free use of the teleport gate, normally costs 100,000 credits, so lucky for me. Because of that, I always took the weekends to visit nearby cities, so what I know about this world is little different from a native's. With that in mind, Yusial went deeper into the forest. He glanced around and muttered, "I think this is the place." Today's target is the fire lizard, a level 2 monster. Although their strength and physique are only slightly above normal beasts, they have magic resistance and are extremely agile. You need level 2 magic or higher to defeat them. Earlier I tried hunting level 1 monsters and it wasn't too hard, so level 2 shouldn't be a problem. He stood still and observed, and quickly sensed the arrival of the pack of monsters. Immediately, he channeled mana to turn his staff into a sharp sword. Yusial thought to himself, it's time. He focused his senses and stood proudly alone in the forest. A pair of blood-red eyes watched him, as if wanting to devour him alive. Suddenly, a fire lizard lunged straight at Yusial. But he wasn't easy prey. Thanks to his keen instincts, Yusial quickly detected the incoming attack. With no wasted motion, he spun around and drove in a critical strike, killing the fire lizard instantly. Perhaps the death was so quick the creature didn't even understand what happened before it collapsed, blood gushing from its mouth. Yusial looked at the result coldly and thought, not bad at all. In the blink of an eye, one was already down. He stood tall and called out loudly, "One down. Now which one wants to join my team? Come on out, I'll take them all by myself." Suddenly he turned around. Surprised at the sight before him, a swarm of fire lizards crawling over, each one fresh and lively. Yusial smirked and said, "Now let's start gathering ingredients." With that, he charged forward to attack. The outcome was predictable. Everything exceeded Yusial's expectations. Finally, the practical exam day arrived. Azel's eyes widened in astonishment. And she exclaimed, "So fresh." Beak Usiel replied nonchalantly, "Of course, who do you think I am, heh heh." Azel continued, "All right, at least you know how to choose ingredients." Usiel responded, "If you know, then shut up." Azel beamed and said, "Good, now just combine them and we're done. Let's go." At that moment, everyone in the group looked at the upcoming result with eager anticipation. Just then, alchemy professor Mason Tyrn spoke. "Has everyone gathered?" Standing beside her were 3 other alchemists, who would also be the ones grading the students today. Professor Mason Tyrn continued, "As announced, today's exam will be conducted under the observation of alchemists from the Alchemy Association. If you perform well before them, your alchemical path will open up considerably. So what are we waiting for? Let's begin." Today's assignment is Tyrn Supplement Type B. At this, Usiel's group gaped in shock, unable to speak. What? Is she trying to sabotage us?" Professor Mason Tyrn continued. "Have you all prepared your ingredients?" Azel blurted out in panic, "Sorry, Professor, we thought the assignment was strengthening potion D." Mason Tyrn replied with a faint smile, "It was originally that, but I announced the change. The assignment was switched to the Tyrn supplement, correct everyone." The truth was that all the other groups had received this information. Only Usiel's group was completely unaware. Usiel thought to himself that she was playing dirty. "It's fine for me, but if the others fail the exam, it'll be a big problem." Is this in the original storyline? At the same time, Flame glanced toward Usiel's group, and the look on his face showed a brief twinge of guilt before he quickly looked away. That embarrassed attitude made Usiel even more puzzled. Flame thought to himself, what's going on? Could it be that Beak Usiel didn't know the original assignment beforehand? Why didn't he stop this? At that moment, Professor Mason Tyrn said, "Student Azel, did you perhaps prepare the wrong ingredients?" Azel nervously stammered, unsure how to reply. Mason Tyrn said irritably, "An alchemist who pursues truth yet mistakes ingredients and loses focus. That is unacceptable." She then put on a deceitful smile. "It seems there's no choice. Group 12 will be disqualified." At that, Usiel raised his hand. "Wait, creating the Tyrn supplement isn't that difficult." Hearing this, Mason Tyrn froze. "Wah, what?" Usiel replied confidently, "I will make it. Using different ingredients, even with effects better than yours, Professor. It's my usual style after all." That mix of confidence and arrogance infuriated Mason Tyrn, but she forced herself to remain composed. In her mind, she thought, the primary ingredient for the Tyrn supplement is the Atalic shell, which contains immense nutrients for reproduction. This medicine is made from that very ingredient, and this kid intends to use a fire lizard tail. Crazy. But good, taking this opportunity, I will end his alchemical career in front of everyone. Thinking that, Mason Tyrn loudly announced, "Fine, you have 1 hour. Complete the Tyrn supplement within the allotted time." Looking at the fire lizard tail before them, someone exclaimed in alarm, "Usiel, are you crazy? What can you possibly make from that?" Usiel forced a smile and replied, "At this point we have to take a risk. Trust me, trying is better than being disqualified. Who knows, luck might smile on us." Hearing that, the group's morale was instantly lifted and everyone brightened up. "Okay, I'll do it. I want to try too. We have to make them see." Pleased by their spirit, Usiel said, "All right, listen to my explanation. Speaking of alchemy, throughout my journey conquering this world, this has always been the field I cherish most. I have meticulously recorded every formula, down to the smallest details. And the Tyrn supplement type B formula is no exception." Usiel continued, "At first I didn't intend to use this formula, because it was something Professor Mason Tyrn of the future would painstakingly research and invent. The reason the Atalic spider contains so many nutrients is that they are needed for reproduction. The fire lizard's tail has a similar organ." With that, Usiel pointed to a spot on the lizard's tail. "It's this blood vessel. Can you all see it? I've heard the Alakar tribe in the southern desert often use the fire lizard's blood vessel to bolster their chieftain's health. They live very long lives, so this vessel can certainly substitute for the Atalic shell." Hearing that, Malouin raised her hand. I know a bit about this. I studied the Alakar tribe's material processing techniques. May I handle this part?" Usiel replied cheerfully, "Sure, that's great. And this mistletoe needs to be dried using a special desert method. Does anyone know it?" Kasahan answered, "The sun energy drying method, right? I learned it following my father. With this amount of blood vessel, I can finish in 5 minutes." Before Usiel could speak, Azel raised her hand. "Leave the rest to me." Usiel smiled, "Thanks, I appreciate it." Immediately, the group set to work earnestly. Each person had a task and gave their all because this practical exam was their only hope. No one was allowed to fail. Watching everyone so focused, Usiel smiled and thought, "Good, they're doing even better than I expected. Done, Yusiel announced. Now begin brewing exactly as I instructed. Let's go. A moment later, Professor Tyron stood frozen, eyes unblinking. What horrified her was the vial of supplement the group had completed. Yusiel said confidently, Professor, this is the Tyron supplement type B. Please, professors, examine it. The three alchemists behind her couldn't believe their eyes, whispering, unbelievable, did these kids really make it? Meanwhile, though the exact result was not yet clear, Tyron was seething with rage. Ridiculous, this is something that took me years to research, and those kids claim they made it. At that moment, a curious alchemist said, let me test it first. She then took the vial and absorbed it into her body. In an instant, a powerful energy spread through her, making her eyes widen in astonishment. Another professor spoke, what are you doing? The professor added, although there are some minor flaws and the ingredients are somewhat wasteful, its effectiveness is even better than my own. At that, everyone became extremely excited. The other professors tested it one by one and praised it continuously. Excellent, young people like you truly bring many novel insights. In contrast to that atmosphere, one person was so furious he trembled. At this point, Tyron must have been at the height of bitterness but could do nothing. Even she could not accept this truth. Professor Tyron immediately shouted, give it here so I can verify it myself. Saying that, she took up Yusiel's group's supplement vial. In moments, she was so shocked that her eyes bulged and her mouth fell open in astonishment. Tyron's mind could not accept this reality. Still, she secretly thought it couldn't be wrong. This potion uses a technique that converts monster nutrients into human energy, clearly my research. This is the perfect Tyron supplement. No, it can't be. How could they produce a superior finished product in such a short time? But then another thought occurred to her. After all, I am the one grading. HMPH, don't think this will get you anywhere. Blame them for lacking ingredients and disqualify them right here. Thinking that, alchemy professor Tyron announced, testing complete. But life isn't a dream, things didn't go according to Tyron's plans. Unexpectedly, an alchemy professor standing behind spoke up, isn't giving group 12 only an A plus a bit stingy? That professor turned and asked, what do you think, Professor Tyron? Hearing that, Tyron seethed inwardly, damn these old people. In the end, she gritted her teeth, forced herself to accept the truth and said, group 12 all pass. Yusiel went from anxious anticipation to overwhelming joy when he learned the whole group had passed. We did it. And so Yusiel's group successfully passed this practical exam. Everyone crowded around, marveling. Meanwhile, one person must have been so furious he felt like having a heart attack. Professor Tyron's face was extremely scowling and displeased. Pity or not, whatever, haha. Inwardly she cursed, I'll deal with you later, beak Yusiel, just wait. At that moment, Tyron's dark corruption rate rose again. A few days later, at the S-class students' specialized training ground, everyone was training enthusiastically. After a while, Flame wearily exclaimed, ah, finally done. We went out and still have to come to class, so exhausting. Suddenly, she widened her eyes when she heard a conversation from afar. It's okay, Xuang, you did very well. You're still better than the princess right now, so stop crying. From Flame's viewpoint, a group of students was approaching to comfort Xuang, the red-haired girl in the middle. Flame thought to herself that this girl seemed to be known as a prodigy in fire magic. Xuang stammered, but I feel the princess's rate of progress is terrifying. I've trained for so many years, yet sooner or later she'll surpass my control. Hearing that, Flame was shocked beyond belief. Hong Bion's control should only start developing in second year. How can she do this in first year? Could it also be because of Yusiel? Thinking back to the alchemy practical exam, Flame felt increasingly that something was off. The Type B elemental supplement formula was originally discovered by future Azel and then stolen and perfected by Tyron. Yet Yusiel knew a formula that never appeared in the original story. Wait, he knows future information but doesn't know the exact developments of the original story. Could it be that Yusiel didn't travel through time but rather experienced a regression? If so, everything makes sense. If Yusiel comes from the future, he would only possess future knowledge and couldn't remember every minor detail related to Azel. In the original, Ma Yuxiang also experienced a regression once. The 11th Moon Seal, the only one of its kind in this world, is said to hold the power to control time. If that is its power, it's truly terrifying. Lost in those thoughts, a voice rang out, what's going on? Flame startled and turned, hey Wenryang. Seeing him, Flame ran over and asked, perfect timing. You know Yusiel, right? Did he leave any impression on you? Hey Wenryang replied in surprise. What do you mean? I just thought he was a slightly unusual student. Flame pressed, nothing else, you don't feel anything more? Hey Wenryang casually answered, no. Flame disappointedly put her hand to her forehead. Ah, I see. Wenryang curiously asked again, Flame, do you have feelings for Beak Yusiel? Flame responded frankly, I think so. Flame thought to herself that, after all, Yusiel was like her, both knew the contents of the original story in advance. Then she muttered, but no, this can't go on. Staying put here doesn't suit me at all. Wenryang asked in confusion, what do you mean? Flame continued, speaking of Beak Yusiel, maybe I should go see him and confess. Confess. Wenryong froze, not understanding what Flame meant. Confess her feelings. Immediately after, Flame turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Thanks for listening to me, I'm off. Leaving Wenryong standing there with 1,000 questions in his head. Wenryong's gaze was vague, with a hint of melancholy as he watched Flame's retreating figure. Her words kept echoing in his mind. Confess what? Could Flame already have special feelings for Yuseol? At the thought, he felt like going crazy. A long day passed. The next morning, Yuseol sat alone, staring blankly, sipping bitter coffee. He sighed sadly, thinking, what should I do now? Mazen Tyron's dark invasion rate had risen to 37%, meaning there are less than 3 months left until that event occurs. Mazen Tyron's corruption could randomly affect a student. It could be Flame's friend, Jackie, could be one of Hong Bion's subordinates, or even the heir of the Munchido Tower, Wenryong. If Wenryong were corrupted, it would be a disaster. Although the probability is very low, it's the worst case scenario, so extra caution is needed. Among those three, the most likely is, thinking that, Yuseol's eyes widened as he realized who was standing right in front of him. It was Flame, and she looked quite irritated. Flame spoke first. What are you doing? Yuseol replied awkwardly. Doing what? Flame continued. Last time you didn't answer my question about your identity clearly. Hearing that, Yuseol thought, that question again, you're putting me on the spot. But how should I tell Flame? Yuseol glanced at her, puzzled. It's a very long story. Maybe I should tell the truth to Flame. Perhaps it will yield clues to a better outcome. All or nothing, might as well try. With that in mind, Yuseol said, I am. But before he could finish, a flood of system warnings appeared. Warning, story power insufficient. Warning, do not reveal your time traveler identity to this character. Warning, do not share knowledge and information you possess with this character. The simultaneous warnings made Yuseol jump. He thought wearily, oh my god, I really want to lose it. What the hell is this? Then he said, let's do this. Everyone has their secrets, so we'll only tell half the truth. How about that? Flame replied, fine, I agree. Hearing that, Yuseol felt relieved. Luckily, Flame agreed. If she kept pressing, he wouldn't know how to answer. Flame continued, then I'll ask first. You know the future, right? Just as he breathed a little easier, Yuseol winced, thinking, oh no, I said only half, so why ask so directly? He replied, you ask that so you're the same, right? What's your purpose in coming to this school? Flame answered plainly, of course to prevent this world from being destroyed. The world is in danger. Yuseol sighed inwardly, thinking that was fortunate. Whether it's entirely true or not, he certainly didn't want the world destroyed. Flame added, now it's my turn to ask. Why are you acting the way you are? Yuseol was momentarily taken aback. Acting how? He didn't really understand what Flame meant, but decided to answer to get it over with. With that in mind, Yuseol said, for no particular reason, I just do what I think is right. The answer surprised Flame. Yuseol thought to himself, is that enough? But suddenly Flame snapped angrily, don't lie, how can someone be that kind? You must have an agenda, something you want to achieve, right? Yuseol awkwardly explained, no, it's not like that. Then he slowly added, if there's something I want to achieve, honestly, I'm not sure. Flame shot back angrily, what did you say? You're not sure? Yuseol nodded, I just want to survive. Upon hearing that, Flame froze in shock. Survive? She suddenly felt she'd been too abrupt and stammered, maybe sorry, I spoke out of turn. Yuseol was dumbfounded. What the, is that it? Suddenly Flame's eyes welled with tears. She turned and left, murmuring, I'll go now, see you later. Yuseol was utterly bewildered. I haven't even asked anything. What the hell, is she crying? I didn't do anything. Abruptly, an angry voice rang out, Beak Yuseol. Yuseol felt a chill down his spine. He had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Wenryong was staring at him with eyes as cold and sharp as a bullet, murderous intent radiating from him. Without beating around the bush, Wenryong barked, answer me now, why is Flame crying? If you're lying, I won't forgive you. Seeing Wenryong's enraged face, Yuseol thought in horror, good heavens, being glared at like that by the rival of the strongest character is terrifying. He suddenly remembered that in the plot Wenryong supposedly had unrequited feelings for Flame. This is bad, I'm doomed, but he still thought I didn't do anything. Not wanting the misunderstanding to continue, Yuseol said, there's nothing shady between Flame and me. Why would you ask that? Wenryong frowned and replied, do you think I'd believe you? Yuseol hurriedly said, believe it or not, you have to trust me. What you're thinking isn't true, relax. Wenryong pondered for a moment, then unexpectedly bowed his head and said, is that so? I asked unnecessarily. Sorry, the way he apologized made Yuseol's skin crawl. He stammered, it's fine. I'll be going then. Wenryong turned and left. Yuseol breathed a sigh of relief, awkwardly thinking, strange, it's not like him at all. Wenryong is usually cold and rational, yet he showed such instability. I'm a little uneasy. Scene shifts to evening. Someone closed a book. It was Azel, she thought wearily. Phew, why can't I focus at all today? In her mind, she suddenly recalled the conversation with Yuseol in the practice room. Beak Yuseol, I have something to ask you. What is it? Did you come up with the formula just now on the spot? After thinking a bit, Yuseol replied, let's say yes. At that moment, Azel was truly shocked. I always considered myself a genius, believing that with that I could defeat anyone. But apparently that's not the case. Thinking that, Azel was jolted. If things continue like this, how will she avenge her father? Those who framed him turned him into a traitor and drove him to his death. The Adon Levitt family is filthy and cowardly. She would never forgive them. She couldn't remain at this level. Azel slapped her own face, trying to steady herself. No, I can't give up. I have to try harder. One day, I'll definitely succeed. I must be stronger. Her room was the only one still lit in the entire dormitory wing of the academy. The next morning, warm rays of sunlight streamed through the window onto Flame's bed. She was awake but too lazy to get up. Flame thought, I chose a 4-person room because I like the noise. If I'd known this, I should have picked a single room for S-class students. She recalled the conversation with Yuseol. He had said he wasn't sure of his purpose. There was no doubt that was proof he had reverted. Flame remembered the ending of the original story. When N th letter 1 bf th letter 1 adp nh letter 1 a5t ngu y letter 1 ec7t told Ma Yuseong, I can give you a chance to turn back time, but the price is that you will lose nearly all memories and recollections from the time you return. After completing the mission, you will completely vanish from this world. No one will remember that you saved the world, not even your loved ones or those close to you. Would you accept trading everything to turn back time and start over? At that time, Ma Yuseong answered, if that is my fate, then I will accept my fate. But then the one who stopped Mao was Azel. She rushed over in a panic and urgently cried, wait, I'd rather witness this world perish than live in a world without you. Let's go together, okay? Thanks to her persuasion, Mao's icy heart was moved, causing IU to abandon the idea of reverting. In the end, the world was destroyed and the story closed on a tragic ending. Thinking that, Flame slowly sat up. If this world differs from the original and Yuseol reverted thanks to the power of An th letter 1 ebf, th letter 1 eadp, nh letter 1 ea5t, ngu y letter 1 ec7t rather than Ma Yuseong, then after completing his mission, he would immediately vanish from this world and no one would know of his existence. But having lost most of his memories and left only a sense of duty, he simply says he wants to survive. As someone who reverted, courage would have to be the only motive keeping him from fearing being erased when his mission is done. If so, I shouldn't doubt him anymore. He and I seem to share the same goal, so I'll try to help him save this world. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Jackie burst through the door, ran in, and urgently said, Flame, Lord Wenryong is looking for you. He said he'll wait for you on the first floor of the dormitory. Immediately, Flame lay back down, pretended to be tired, and continued sleeping, weakly replying, tell him to go back, say I'm not here, okay? Jackie stammered in confusion, but before she could finish, Flame cut her off irritably. Just say that. I want to sleep, don't bother me. Jackie had no choice but to comply, though a pang of jealousy toward Flame flashed through her. Someone who can't keep what's theirs will miss out. With that, Jackie hurried down to the first floor. Outside the dormitory, Hei Wenryong stood dazed below, his gaze tinged with the melancholy of a lovesick man. Jackie ran up and called, Lord Wenryong. Hearing someone call him, Hei Wenryong was secretly pleased, but when he turned to look, his expression fell. The person he had longed for day and night did not appear. Instead, it was another girl. Wenryong's cold expression made Jackie awkwardly embarrassed. Hei Wenryong asked, who are you? The cold words were like a bucket of cold water thrown in Jackie's face, bringing her back to reality. Her young heart felt shattered. When she said nothing, Hei Wenryong continued, where is Flame? Jackie replied. She said she was tired and went to sleep. Hei Wenryong thought maybe he confessed and was rejected by some inferior, which put him in a bad mood. What does that guy have that I don't? With that, he said coldly, I understand. I'll come back later. Having said that, Hei Wenryong left, leaving Jackie standing there, staring after his retreating figure in bewilderment. Jackie muttered in disappointment, why is this happening? I clearly love him so much, yet he can't even remember my name. It's always like this everywhere. Everyone only pays attention to Flame, her extraordinary talent, the care she receives. She always has all the good things. Even Lord Wenryong's affections belong to her. Why is the world so unfair to me? With him gone, half my soul is lost, and the other half just stands stunned. Thinking that, the jealousy bottled up deep inside, Jackie clenched her fist and bitterly blurted, damn it, I'm so pissed off. Cut to the next morning at the main tower, one of Stella Academy. In the room, a man said, I hear Professor Mean Tyrn was humiliated by the students this time. Hearing this, Menentran bit his lip and replied, I'm sorry, I'm useless, I have no excuse. He turned his face and continued, you know I've placed great expectations on you, right? And this gentleman is the vice principal of Stella Academy, Aki Hipton. By the way, how is that progressing? Is the research on the random spatial exchange calculation that you're conducting with the professors of the Moonshido sect going well? Professor Mason Tyrn smiled confidently and answered, of course it's going well. I won't let you down. Aki Hipton stepped forward, patted her shoulder, and said softly, good, I trust only you. Yes, please entrust it to me, I'll take my leave now. After speaking, the alchemy professor Menentyrn also departed. Once the professor left, Vice Principal Hidden sneered, "Stupid fool, short-sighted and pathetic. She doesn't even know she's being used and likely doesn't care. Even if she realized it, all she craves is status and honor. It's laughable that a mage who researches against the dark demons would do research for them. Despicable. Ha ha ha, I eagerly await the day the fake Kim Ma Gong study is completed." Cut to somewhere else where a towering stack of documents comes into view. A slender figure was shakily carrying the tall pile of papers. Those around her remained indifferent. No one offered to help the girl. Finally, unexpectedly, someone kind stepped forward to help. None other than our handsome Yusial. He cheerfully said, "Teaching assistant, are you all right? Let me carry that for you." Thanks to Yusial's help, the stack of documents was quickly moved to Professor Menentyrn's office. After placing the papers on the desk, the teaching assistant said, "Thank you. If you weren't here, Professor Menentyrn would have scolded me again." Yusial replied, "It's nothing, really, no big deal." Taking the opportunity, Yusial looked around the room and saw scraps of paper crumpled and scattered everywhere from the desk to the floor, thinking, what a mess, so chaotic. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He stared at a board and asked, "Oh, what's that?" The teaching assistant explained, "Oh, it's the formula Professor Menentyrn is researching with other doctors. I think it's called the random spatial exchange calculation." Hearing that, Yusial was startled. He wondered, could this really be the random spatial exchange calculation? The formula combining alchemical demoncraft technique is the first formula of pseudo-demon alchemy. In Men's Darkening chapter, the dark demons will complete this formula together with her. The resulting technological gap caused catastrophic damage. It was enough to drown the world in a sea of fire. A flower of hope blooming on the barren, ruined land was Antir Azalea. What if she acted first and decoded this formula before the dark demons? At that thought, an idea flashed through Yusial's mind. He spoke. "Assistant Antir Azalea." She jumped and replied, "Do you want some coffee?" Yusial continued, "No, I didn't mean that. Is Professor Menentyrn bothering you so much that you're upset?" Antir Azalea suddenly asked. "Why are you asking that out of the blue?" Yusial asked directly, "If there were a way to get truly satisfying revenge, what would you do? Would you like to try a little?" Antir Azalea answered flustered, "I'm just a small assistant. What's the point of revenge? If I'm not careful, I could be fired and kicked out onto the street, become a homeless child. Is that what you want?" Yusial went on, "So what? You could become an alchemist far greater than Professor Menentyrn." Hearing that, Antir Azalea was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "What?" Yusial continued, "Then no one will be able to look down on you anymore." Yusial's words seemed to give Antir Azalea new motivation. A small spark of hope began to kindle in her heart. After thinking it over, Antir Azalea secretly murmured with joy, "If that's the case, how wonderful." As Yusial predicted, Antir Azalea was tired of her current work. She could not be content caring for Menentyrn and working in such a dusty room. For a long time, Antir Azalea had dreamed of becoming an alchemist and inventing more creations than anyone else. She also had enough talent to achieve that. Because in the future she would become a great alchemist with genius intellect and creative ideas, inventing numerous remarkable products, becoming the greatest alchemist of this era. It's just that for now, Antir Azalea has temporarily given up that dream because reality is too harsh. But Yusial decided he would help her realize that dream soon. After Stella's first preliminary exam ended, Yusial continued to visit Antir Azalea. With just a few simple hints from Yusial, Antir Azalea quickly understood and cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh, you thought of that too? I was thinking of adding a color change button feature to the magic pen." Yusial suggested further, "And an eraser too." Antir Azalea replied happily, "Yes, like a mechanical pencil would probably be very convenient." Yusial watched from a distance, fairly pleased, thinking, "Wonderful, Antir Azalea's inventions are progressing very well. But the solution still has gaps. I need to guide her to find the solution before Menentyrn does. It's really not easy." Thinking that, Yusial slowly walked away. Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out, "Hey, how do you walk like that? If you're that absent-minded, you'll bump into someone." Flame happened to be passing by. Yusial crossed his arms and asked confusedly, "What? Who are you calling that?" Flame continued, "Who else would it be besides your great-grandfather? Do you not understand, or are you pretending not to?" Hearing that, Yusial was at a loss for words, thinking helplessly, "Damn, this is really tiring. After all, I never told anyone my real age, but at least she's talking to me more than before." With that in mind, Yusial said, "Anyway, you arrived at the perfect time. I have something important to tell you. Do you remember your roommate, that girl Jackie?" At the mention of that name, Flame immediately showed extreme displeasure. Her expression turned haughty mixed with anger. She instinctively turned away and blurted, "That's illegal." Yusial's hair stood on end in horror. He jumped back, stammering, "Oh, what are you thinking? I haven't even said anything. I mean, please keep an eye on her and take good care of her. Right now, she doesn't seem to be in a good state." Yusial thought that if Jackie were affected by dark demon corruption, it would be very dangerous. Flame replied indifferently, I'm not sure, but we've already planned a hunt for this weekend. I'll check then. Okay, thanks, Yusial said, but inwardly thought, a hunt. The hunting season is coming and the target needs no mention. That is the starting point of Chapter 4, the Meve Azel Cemetery, where protagonists like Ma Yusiang, Azel, and Flame will participate. There will be a large-scale battle with a level 5 Death Warden. Though I'm not directly involved in the plot, securing the hidden reward there would be very useful for contracting with Familia. Cut to a few hours later, acting on impulse, Yusial went to Professor Li's office to request permission to leave the academy. Lihan took Yusial's leave request, skimmed it, and said, training, however, you probably won't be able to study swordsmanship or knighthood at Stella. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on another piece of paper. It was Ma Yusiang's leave request. Yusial thought to himself, as expected, they've already started hunting. Seeing that, Yusial tried to persuade him. Sir, recently quite a few people have been going out hunting, right? Li replied. It seems people are going to the Mate Azel Cemetery for club activities, probably treasure hunting. Yusial nodded, yes, sir. Ma Yusiang and He Wenryang are both very diligent and have high scores, but Professor Li cut in. However, Ma Yusiang said he's returning to his clan. It seems he's moving with Flame. Hearing that, Beak Yusial was startled. What? Without Ma Yusiang, how can they face a level 5 Death Warden? It's unclear what happened that forced Ma Yusiang to go home, but with the current lineup, they definitely can't defeat the Death Warden. What should I do? I can't request aid without concrete evidence, and because of the plot, I can't tell the whole truth. But you can't let things play out that way. Yusial clenched his fist. There was no other choice. He had to handle it himself. A few days later, at the Mate Azel Cemetery, a male student had just slain a giant fish. Its body lay gasping on the ground. That was second-year student Doc Chialquang. He cheered joyfully, level 2 danger, these predator fish are a joke. Suddenly, a grumbling voice came from behind. Hey you stupid bastard, don't ruin things like that. If you destroy everything, what's left? Aren't you following the captain's orders? The one nagging was second-year student Kashif Derek. Doc Chialquang scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Heh, sorry. Kashif Derek shouted angrily, damn it you blockhead, how can you still be laughing? A girl called from a distance, cut it out, talking won't help. That girl was second-year student Bandione. Then she turned to Azel to reassure her, you don't need to pay them any mind, just ignore them. Azel replied, yes. Kashif Derek called back, hey, I heard everything, you know. So what, is there a problem? Keep it down, watch what you say in front of freshmen. Not going to come. Azel watched the bickering crowd and thought, I only joined because I heard the club had an opening. Still, fortunately, they aren't bad people. Lost in thought, the team captain's voice rang out, all right, let's go. Yes, Senior Bandione. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the distance. The group jumped, staring bewildered toward the source of the blast. Someone muttered, what was that? Could there be a fight nearby? Bandione turned and said, if our hunting areas overlap, we should go greet them a bit, right, Captain? What do you think? Kashif Derek, still dazed, replied, yeah. As soon as she finished, the whole team marched toward the explosion, their steps spirited and strong. Suddenly, Azel's eyes widened abruptly, and she realized in the distance it was Hong Bion and Flame, the two of them standing face to face, scowling in annoyance. Faintly heard was an argument. I clearly killed the giant fish first. Nonsense, it's in our hunting zone, so it's ours. What? Before Azel lay a giant fish, its death throes contorting its jaws. She was a bit surprised, thinking, that's a giant fish. I heard that's a level 3 monster and extremely rare. They must be fighting over the spoils, but getting involved would only add trouble. I don't want to be dragged into this. Besides, Azel glanced at Hong Bion, thinking, I don't want to face the sister of the man who killed my father at all. No, it's best to leave here immediately. Suddenly someone spoke up, come on, juniors, talk to your seniors, it's such a pleasant atmosphere. Second-year Kashif Derek stepped closer, cheerfully speaking. Both of them shouted in unison, shut up and get lost. Kashif Derek retorted angrily, how dare you speak to seniors like that? Hong Bion replied, if you're a senior, you should behave properly. This shook the self-confident captain, who stammered, what? Suddenly, a loud rumble thundered out and the ground shook violently. A mysterious energy spread around. Everyone felt uneasy. This energy gives me a bad premonition. A skeletal hand shot up forcefully from the ground. Everyone was utterly surprised. No one had anticipated this. Their eyes widened as if they'd pop out of their sockets. Flame was utterly shocked, exclaiming, impossible, skeletons are appearing. Before them, numerous desiccated corpses rushed forward, jaws wide, screaming terrifyingly. Meanwhile, at another spot in the cemetery where a warning sign reads, caution, do not enter alone. The system updated, skills increased, stats rose, and a familiar figure appeared. Beak Yusial sighed and said, sigh, I wish I could use magic. Why is it just blink instead? In fact, Yusial had slain quite a few giant fish too. Their bodies lay scattered on the ground. Suddenly, Yusial gazed around in a daze and murmured, Maybe it's time, huh? In the distance, Toombs peeked out. Yusial quickly spotted what he was looking for and said, "Ah, I found it." Yusial's face briefly clouded. "I don't have an overpowered skill to sweep an army of skeletons like Ma Yu Zong, nor overwhelming strength. The only way to survive here is to fight like a player." System display, Chapter 4, The Death Warden's Assault begins. The ground trembled violently as something rapidly rose up from beneath the earth. It was the Bone General, commander of hundreds of skeletons, with blood-red eyes radiating fierce fire. It bared its horrible teeth toward Beak Yusial. Yusial thought, "This is the Bone General, one of the 3 bosses. With my current power, a direct confrontation would mean certain death. Of course, I have no intention of facing it in the usual way." Thinking that, Yusial grabbed its head and punched it hard, shouting, "Go back in." The unwritten rule in comics is that when someone transforms or summons, you have to stand still and watch, but I'm not that type. Being captured isn't an option for me. Spinal invocation complete. Now the command of the Bone General belonged to me. So what are we waiting for? The whole world is yours now, let's begin. Meanwhile, skeletons appeared in increasing numbers. Very quickly they rushed in to surround the group, a cold aura spreading without cease. Part of the thought, I let my guard down. This is the Death Warden chapter, but something's off. If I remember correctly, Ma Yu Zong should be the one handling this chapter. So why am I here with these people? Where is Ma Yu Xiang? Do I really have to face a level 5 Death Warden with this group? Seeing Flame a bit unsettled, Wen Ryong spoke to reassure her. I've sent a distress signal to Stella Academy with the pocket watch. Just hold on until they arrive. John Wang, red-haired second-year student, added, yes, just wait a little longer and Stella's professors will arrive. Even if they can't defeat the Death Warden, at least we can escape. At that, Hong Byun also spoke up. Now is not the time for such reassurances. This is a cemetery. The longer we delay, the more skeletons will appear. We must quickly return to base. Jackie looked terrified as the grotesque skeleton approached her, whispering, don't come near me. The skeleton opened its jaws wide, as if wanting to devour her alive. Suddenly, a powerful force struck the skeleton from behind, preventing it from lunging at Jackie. She appeared to have been saved. The one who acted was none other than Azel, who asked, Jackie, are you okay? Jackie, still trembling, stammered in reply, I'm okay. John Wang praised, oh, the freshman's pretty good. Someone else said, it seems this Death Warden prepared thoroughly. Most likely he created an energy reservoir. An energy reservoir is a technique Death Wardens use to store their mana. Even a Death Warden has limited mana. If summoning skeletons normally, a level 3 or 4 Death Warden can summon at most 15, yet he can control such a wide area, definitely no small matter. Kashif Derek continued. The number of skeletons converging here shows this was planned long ago. They probably want to kill us to create a necromancer's skeleton. Cassie Derrick forced a smile, thinking, as captain I have to show nerve here, I'll wipe them out with a powerful spell. But life isn't as you dream, and reality is always far from imagination. Suddenly, a skeleton leaped up and grabbed Kashif Derrick's leg. He turned deathly pale with fear. Shivering and unable to react in time, CH was quicker by a beat. He rushed in and struck the skeleton decisively and forcefully. While fighting, he confidently shouted, damn it, don't think you can escape. But at that moment, a hand suddenly thrust out in front of the captain, pushing Derek aside. Deputy Chan Wang quickly realized something was wrong, thinking, damn it, are they chanting? They're counterattacking. He immediately shouted, duck down. An overwhelmingly terrifying power was gradually forming, its pressure so intense it felt fragile, as if it could explode at any moment. Everyone flinched, their eyes filled with panic. Hong Byun screamed in terror, no, if it explodes, we'll be in danger too. Before she could finish, there was a sudden, massive explosion that rocked the entire cemetery. After the blast lay a gigantic crater, many were injured. Thankfully, Flame was unharmed, but the Bone soldiers continued advancing slowly with fierce momentum. Flame thought, this is bad, this is the limit, I'm exhausted. The situation is dire. Mana is nearly depleted and there's no time to recover. Everyone has fallen. Most importantly, the enemy is too numerous. At the same time, the gaping-jawed skeletons screamed as they closed in. A mere glance was enough to make the faint-hearted lose their nerve. Flame tightened her grip on the staff, trying to assess the situation. Ahead, a skeleton lunged to attack. She worried, am I going to die here? But unexpectedly, the charging skeleton suddenly stopped, as if restrained by someone. She couldn't believe her eyes when it actually happened. Flame's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, what is this? The Death Warden stopped. What the hell is going on? In the distance, a familiar figure was approaching. It was none other than Baek Yusial, appearing like a savior before everyone. Even Flame hadn't expected Yusial to appear at that moment. She regained her composure, wondering, why is he here? Only then did Flame notice the skull Yusial was holding. Wasn't that the Death Warden General's skull? The Death Warden General was far stronger than the Bone General and escorted by elite Bone soldiers. And yet he faced it alone and managed to capture it. Unbelievable, but thanks to him, everyone was able to survive. After a while, people gradually recovered. Senior Chan Wang spoke up to thank him. You saved our lives. Yusial replied politely, "It's nothing." Aizel asked, "But how did you get the Death Warden General's skull?" Yusial answered confidently, "Oh, this, pulled it from the bone stew pot." He thought to himself that there was no need to say he had ambushed the summoning spot. Faced with his half-joking answer, everyone was speechless. Yusial continued seriously, "We need to quickly come up with a new plan. If the Death Warden begins directly controlling the Death Wardens, ignoring the general, it'll be troublesome." Chan Wang asked, "Hey Junior, do you have a plan?" Yusial replied, "On the way here I saw the Death Wardens have nearly seized control of the entire base. There's no way to break out of this encirclement. So there's only one way, strike directly at their core." Hearing that, everyone was alarmed at Yusial's audacity. Someone exclaimed in panic, "Wait, are you sane?" Yusial answered calmly, "Didn't you learn this in school? Although Death Wardens can strongly control bone soldiers, their true form isn't that terrifying." Bandione added worriedly, "But he'll certainly have a guard force around him." Yusial continued, "The Death Warden's control range is too vast. If we don't attack the core directly, we can't escape." He thought, right now his guard consists of 1 Death Warden General, 6 elite Bone Generals, and 50 regular Bone Generals. That number will grow. The chance is only now. While he was thinking, Flame spoke up, "We can do it." He may seem a bit stupid, but in combat and tactics, he's more experienced than we are. Hongbion added, "I agree. To be honest, in this situation, there's no other way to break the siege. The Death Warden won't expect us to attack his true form." The two upperclassmen looked at each other and nodded. It was probably the only way to survive. "I don't know what you're basing that on, but we can't just split off on our own. I'll help." "All right, try it," Bandione said cheerfully. "Before the Death Warden notices, we still have a chance." At the same time, at another spot in the cemetery, a figure appeared. He smiled softly and said, "Finding Stella's chicks here, how fortunate. If I turn them into dry bone mages, even the Black Demon Alliance won't dare underestimate me." This man was Sabe Hugh, a level 5 Death Warden of the Dark Demon Tower. 7 years of accumulating mana, and there are 700 resting dry bones here. "No one can look down on me anymore." Suddenly he froze, unable to believe his own senses. "What is this? Did I lose the connection? Could my general have been defeated?" Immediately after, a cracking sound rang out. A terrifying power struck directly at the shield behind him. The stacked skeletons trembled violently. He thought in horror, a 4th-tier magic shield cracked. "How is that possible?" He roared angrily. "Bastard, I won't let you escape." Then with a boom, a horrific explosion erupted. The piled dry bones were completely destroyed. That blaze was the result of Yusial's group's coordination, a power not to be underestimated. When the smoke cleared, Zapiu stood stunned, unable to move. A bitter feeling flooded his body. "Damn, I was too complacent. I didn't expect them to dare attack my true form directly. Even if they're just chicks, Stella is Stella, you can't underestimate them. I didn't want to use this method, but the situation became too dangerous." Thinking that, he bit his fingertip until it bled, spread his arms, and bellowed, "You unlucky ones, obey my command." The ground split open violently. Terrifying dry bone warriors appeared, each barring a grim grin. Quickly, a legion of dry bones formed, surrounding the sorcerer. But every coin has 2 sides. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body had been badly injured. He wiped the blood away and thought bitterly, "Although summoning the bone soldiers wounded me, that was enough. Hold them back for me, kill them for me." Given the order, the dry bones roared and charged forward. He stood back watching with a triumphant smile, exclaiming, "Good, fight well. Now I can relax, but there's that damn kid." Yusial quickly used Blink in an instant, moving to the Death Warden's rear. He realized someone was behind him, turned around in panic and shouted, "Damn it, who are you?" On this side, Yusial gave a cold smile and refused to answer. At that moment, the Death Warden thought in fear, "I clearly know the positions of all Stella Academy students through my bone soldier's vision. So how the hell did this kid get so close to me without me noticing?" Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes 1,000 times over when he saw what Yusial was holding. Sa said in confusion, "No way, isn't that my bone general? Damn it, why is it in your hands?" But unexpectedly, Yusial relaxed his grip, and the skull dropped with a thud to the ground. Not stopping there, Yusial swung his blade hard at it. With the bone general destroyed, Sa's injuries worsened. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his face turning pale. Clutching his wounds, he felt bitter and thought, "Damn, I was too complacent." So this is the true power of Stella Academy students. Meanwhile, Yusial was sweating, thinking, "Oh, this wasn't how my plan was supposed to go. Joe Wang and Bandione were supposed to handle the Bone General and come support me by now, right? But they're trapped by those elite bone soldiers. Do I have to fight alone? I'm the weakest among them. Or should I run away?" Yusial suddenly felt this move was wrong. Suddenly, the Death Warden coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, jolting Yusial awake. Now he noticed the Warden's condition. It seemed he was injured too. So that's it, he strained himself summoning elite bone soldiers and suffered internal injuries. It looked like I could do it. Thinking that, he couldn't help but smile confidently. At the same time, as Hongbion's flames flared, the team delivered finishing strikes to eliminate the elite bone soldiers. Thus, they succeeded in wiping out 3 of the elite soldiers the Death Warden had sent after them. Princess Hong Bion was growing exhausted as the remaining elite bone soldiers kept attacking. She thought tiredly, "This is bad, everyone is drained. The situation is critical since the Death Warden's power suddenly surged. I must deal with them quickly and get to Yuseol." Suddenly, Jackie ran over in a panic. "Princess, we're in trouble." The Death Warden was dueling one-on-one with Yuseol. Hong Bion gasped, "What?" She looked ahead at Yuseol and the Death Warden fighting. A powerful energy radiated around them and the battle was intense. Hong Bion muttered, "This is bad. Yuseol is only a level 1 mage and his opponent is level 5. How can he fight back?" Hong Bion gritted her teeth. "If you die, I won't forgive you. Be Yuseol, you have to hang on." Meanwhile, a giant skeleton rose from the ground and attacked Yuseol. He kept using his blink skill, moving with agile precision, his eyes wide as he observed to devise a sensible plan. Thanks to accurate judgment and blink, Yuseol temporarily avoided the enemy's attacks. Knowing he couldn't dodge forever, Yuseol resorted to a risk-for-reward tactic like in a game. He suddenly blinked close to the Death Warden. Seeing Yuseol act so recklessly, the level 5 Death Warden ground his teeth and threatened, "HMPH, you won't take me down that easily, don't dream." With that, a cage of bone enveloped him. Yuseol smiled coldly thinking, "Is that all you've got? I prepared the anti-bone elixir, Ko-La. Haha, now this arena is mine." Thinking that, Yuseol tossed 2 vials of Ko-La toward him. Immediately, the skeletons corroded rapidly. The Death Warden's eyes widened in disbelief. As the protective magic he prided himself on began to disintegrate, he screamed in fury, "You damned rat, how dare you destroy my bone shield? Destroy him immediately." He ordered, and many sharp bones sped toward Yuseol. But that damned kid, Yuseol, had already blinked behind the Death Warden long ago. He smugly held the sword in his hand, thinking, "This is the moment." He expected a single strike would finish it, but unexpectedly the man turned, wearing a devilish smile as if everything had gone according to his plan. Yuseol then realized, "Damn, I've been the one tricked." Suddenly, a sharp bone erupted from the ground and brutally pierced Yuseol's leg, fresh blood spraying everywhere. Yuseol cried out in pain, thinking bitterly, "Damn, I got hit." Suppressing the pain, Yuseol tried to stagger backward. He laughed awkwardly and said, "Ha, you bastard, caused chaos and now take your deserved end. Go on, crow some more, haha." Feeling the sharp agony in his leg, Yuseol panted and thought, "Maybe I was too complacent. Even wounded, he's still a true level 5 mage. But I can't die here." He grabbed his staff. Convinced the Warden was also exhausted, constant spellcasting had further weakened his body. In other words, that's as far as he could go, even as a level 5. "If he lands one more blow from me, I can kill him." But the pain made concentration impossible. Even blink wouldn't work. What to do? Suddenly an idea flashed through Yuseol's mind. "That's it, that's the one." As Yuseol bowed his head thinking, the Death Warden stepped in front of him, preparing to strike with a confident look. "Die." Yuseol quickly realized it too. Without another word, he ran desperately forward. But from his earlier wound, he fell and landed face down on the ground. Seeing Yuseol's pitiful state, the man burst into manic laughter. "Haha, look at you running half dead, how pathetic." But Yuseol paid no mind to the taunts. He told himself just a bit more. He forced himself to drag each step forward. The Death Warden continued to jeer. "Haha, struggling is useless. I will kill you right here." But Yuseol thought otherwise. He curled a slight smile and said, "I've won." He calculated the distance between them at 13 meters, meaning he didn't need to use blink. The Death Warden was still baffled, not understanding what trick Yuseol was playing. Then suddenly his eyes turned to absolute terror, bulging wide. In less than a second, Yuseol had blinked right in front of him. Yuseol tensed, enduring the fierce pain in his leg, poured all his remaining strength into the sword and delivered a fatal strike. The blade pierced the Death Warden's heart, blood spraying everywhere. At the same time, on Yuseol's side, when the Death Warden died, all the attacking bone soldiers suddenly stopped, much to everyone's astonishment. The legion of bone soldiers simultaneously dissolved and blew away like the wind. Seeing that scene, Senior Chan Wang exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be that Yuseol has defeated the Death Warden?" Like someone waking from a nightmare, Jackie sank to the ground, eyes full of disbelief, murmuring, "I can't believe it, Yuseol really defeated a level 5 Death Warden." Those words were like a signal horn. Everyone's emotions exploded as if returned from the dead. The group shouted in unison, "We're alive, we're alive!" Although no one understood how a freshman could defeat a Death Warden that no longer mattered. The only thing they felt was that they were still alive. Cut to Yuseol. After taking down the Death Warden, he was completely exhausted and collapsed to the ground with only one thought in his head, "I'm so tired, I want to go home quickly." Shortly after, Stella Academy's Magic Knights immediately arrived at the cemetery, secured the scene, and escorted all the students back to the academy. Once back, Yuseol was called out and reprimanded by Professor Lee. "Yuseol, you said you were going to train in the Green Hills with fresh air, yet you ended up at a cemetery. I suppose the air there is pretty fresh too, huh?" Yuseol had no defense against that sarcasm and simply bowed his head to apologize. "I'm sorry, I went down there because I thought something might happen. Professor Lee nodded. I understand your intent, but rules are rules. You'll still be punished, no exceptions. However, your willingness to rush into battle to protect your friends, even at the expense of breaking Stella Academy's regulations, is highly commendable. You did very well. The school will give you a reward and appropriate merit points. Wait for that. Yes, thank you, Professor. After saying that, Professor Lee left, leaving Yuseol standing alone. He sighed, thinking he should go rest. The doctor had said it would take several days for his thigh wound to heal, so he needed to rest well. As he walked in thought, Yuseol heard soft footsteps behind him. Turning around, he recognized Azel. Seeing Yuseol look at her, Azel said, I really want to thank you for today. Yuseol smiled lightly. Next time, treat me to a meal. But Azel's expression seemed off, as if she carried many worries. Suddenly she spoke, Can I be like you? Yuseol froze, not understanding her meaning. Azel continued, If I try, could I become like you? The question surprised Yuseol. He thought to himself that if it were the old Azel, she wouldn't ask that. Perhaps it was because of him. In the original story, Azel had to face countless trials as a protagonist and miraculously overcame them all. But due to his interference, Azel had only faced challenges without truly overcoming adversity. Now she still relied on others, leaving her spirit fragile. Yuseol didn't want to say empty words, so he decided to speak honestly. You don't need to ask me. You've done things others deemed impossible. That is your own miracle. Azel asked in surprise, How do you know that? Yuseol replied softly, Because I've always been watching you. The answer embarrassed Azel, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Seeing that reaction, Yuseol was startled and thought, Wait, doesn't that sound like I'm stalking her? What the hell did I just say? He hurriedly bid farewell and left. Well, I'll be off then. Only after putting some distance did Yuseol breathe a sigh of relief. Oh man, that was nearly a huge problem. Behind him, Azel pondered the words she had just heard. Always watching me. No one had ever truly cared about the child of a traitor like her. If anyone did, it was only to scrutinize and criticize. But that person had always been watching her. Yuseol's words pierced the ice around Azel's heart, engraving themselves in her mind. Her heart raced, a flame gradually kindling. Her passion for magic and her lost goals awakened once more. Before Azel even realized it, the sun had risen on the horizon. A new day began at Stella Academy. Students bustled across the campus, and the professors were busy preparing for a major event. Everyone was abuzz about how Stella Academy students had slain a level 5 death warden. Hearing the rumors, Beak Yuseol thought it's just an award ceremony, yet there are reporters and nobles watching. This is over the top. Wait a second. Why does Princess Hong Bion look so excited? Over there, Hong Bion wore a happy expression, joy evident on her face. Sensing bitch Yuseol's gaze, Hong Bion turned back, her face cold as before, and said, What are you looking at? Yuseol replied awkwardly, Nothing. Then Professor Lee looked down at everyone and shouted, Everyone be quiet. Today we will present awards to the 13 brave students who fought the Dark Mage. Immediately after those words, Principal Eltem and Eltuin appeared beside the professor. Professor Lee continued, These awards will be presented to you personally by the principal. The 13 students were stunned to hear the principal would present the awards himself. Yuseol himself didn't expect the pinnacle of humanity, level 9 mage Eltem and Eltuin, to be the one handing out the prizes. He frequently appeared in the game, rumored to be 300 years old yet looking about 18 or 19. Always wearing a gentle smile. Still, he was the world's strongest mage, known by the epithet Annihilation Slayer. While everyone was still in awe, Eltem and Eltuin walked past each student, patting their shoulders in turn and encouraging them. You did very well, keep striving and be brave in the future. The principal's steps eventually stopped in front of Yuseol. His eyes were as clear as a child's, making it hard to believe he was a 300-year-old principal. His face looked even more youthful than the students here. But standing before the principal, Yuseol felt immense pressure and swallowed hard. He thought to himself that just looking into the man's eyes conveyed terrifying pressure. This was true level 9, a rank only 10 people in the world possessed. Yet he couldn't turn away now. Oh man, this is as tense as a drawn bowstring. The principal seemed puzzled by Yuseol's tension, and offered a bright smile, saying, Still diligent as ever, just as I expected. Having said that, he turned and left, leaving Yuseol with many questions. What did he mean by that? A while later, the loudspeaker announced the end of the award ceremony. Back at the dormitory, Yuseol looked at the check in his hand, attached to a certificate. He exclaimed in surprise, Wow, they awarded me 5 million credits. How generous. With that sum, he probably wouldn't worry about money for a while. Even in his dreams, Yuseol hadn't imagined the Academy would give such a large amount. Additionally, the final prize in the reward lineup for this event was the container of the Death Mage. Essentially the Death Warden's heart. He was quietly pleased, although it's still difficult now. With Antonica, it won't be long before he can create a personal space, making carrying items easier. However, to do that he must first solve the formula RIST of the chaos algorithm. Fortunately, the other students happily yielded the prize, a great relief. Next came the system reward. Chapter 4, The Death Warden's Assault is complete. you receive a large amount of experience for progressing the story in a unique way. You will receive additional rewards from the Constella.io project. 1. A downgraded version of an item used in the game. 2. A downgraded version of a skill acquired in the game. 3. Experience points. After reading the notification, he was quite surprised that this was the choice. He really had to think it over. But the most important thing right now is skills, so add the experience to the blink skill. From the recent battle, I realized how weak I am. Trying to be like everyone else is pointless. I have to get ahead using the knowledge I have. After making his choice, the system announced the reward had been granted. The blink skill's experience was sufficient, and the skill leveled up. Blink level 2, maximum range 12 meters, maximum charges 3, cooldown 3 seconds. Yusial could also feel the change in himself. Yusial clenched his fist in joy. Finally, the blink skill's charges increased to 3. Now I can use blink more freely. With a bit of free time, he considered the next issue and decided to go see Azel. At the dark meditation class, Azel was there as well. She seemed to be swimming in a dreamlike world, floating in midair, and it felt nice. She was startled by someone's call, "Student." She hurriedly looked around and saw other students sitting cross-legged in meditation like her. AI thought, "Oh no, did I accidentally fall asleep?" A transparent butterfly flew past Azel, conveying the professor's voice. "Why are you using magic during meditation? Look above you." She looked up, eyes wide with astonishment. Sure enough, a solitary pillar of ice was hovering in the air not far from her. She had used magic without realizing it. AI wondered in shock, "Wait, when did I create this? I didn't perform any formula or calculations." Could it be that the other students didn't notice either? Even if it's only level 1 magic, you should still sense the flow of mana. If this really is the effect of the meditation Yusial introduced, did he account for this as well? After a while, the meditation session ended and the students rushed off to eat. Instead of going to the canteen, Azel chose a red bean pastry for herself. While eating, she happily thought that thanks to the reward money, she could enjoy a cream-filled red bean pastry costing 1,500 credits. So blissful. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside her. "Hello, Azel." She looked up to see Prince Jeremy Scalvin, smiling lightly as if very pleased. Jeremy Scalvin continued, "Have you joined any clubs yet?" Azel replied a little surprised, "No, I haven't joined any club." Jeremy Scalvin added, "Really? Then why not join our club?" Of course, Azel wasn't foolish enough to accept such a sudden appealing offer. There was surely something shady behind this generosity. The terms needed to be clarified first. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "What are the conditions?" Jeremy Scalvin smiled, "Conditions? There are no conditions, it's simply that I like you." But this answer made Azel think even more. The label child of a traitor still clung to her, so no one wanted to keep her close. Prince Jeremy Scalvin was different. He certainly wanted to use her as a title to flaunt. Seeing Azel hesitate, Jeremy added, "Oh come on, you don't trust me. I'm really not imposing any conditions. You just need to join my club and always stay by my side. I'll do everything for you, you know who I am." More than anyone, Azel was a smart girl and knew very well. The Scalvin Empire is currently clashing with the kingdom of Adelovit, and with Crown Prince Jeremy's power, my difficult life could come to an end. I wouldn't have to be happy over a single red bean pastry, nor endure the humiliation of being called the traitor's daughter. Although she knew she shouldn't, thinking this made Azel stammer something with hollow eyes. Before Azel could answer, Jeremy Scalvin unconsciously smiled, sensing that his aim was about to be achieved. At that moment, a hand suddenly shot up. Flame, without hesitation, stepped forward and slapped Azel hard across the face. This left both Azel and Prince Jeremy stunned and bewildered. Flame panted as if she'd just run from afar, staring at Jeremy with angry eyes. Harsh words struck like a slap. "You said you wanted to be by my side but secretly flirt with others. You clearly said you liked me and now you want to throw me away." Before Azel could comprehend, Flame grabbed her wrist and pulled her away. "Follow me, we need to talk." Then Flame quickly dragged Azel out of there. The scene left the prince puzzled, but also a little intrigued by this strong-willed girl. A while later, behind the school grounds, Flame breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, that was almost a big deal." Azel was still utterly confused and replied, "What do you mean? What were you going to say to me?" Flame continued, "Anyway, you should thank me. If you refuse without a reason, that guy will harass you for life. Sorry for hitting you, I'm off now." With that, Flame waved and left, leaving Azel standing dazed, not understanding what had happened. As Flame walked away, she thought, did I do the right thing? If everything had followed the original plot and Azel joined the club, Jeremy would have ruined her completely. I tried not to interfere with the story, but looking at Yusial, I think sometimes intervening isn't so bad. Then she suddenly stopped. Flame glanced back a little fearful inside, hoping her lie wouldn't be discovered. Cut to Jeremy's room. He was sitting enjoying a fragrant cup of tea. Lost in thought, murmuring, "Flame, she's really cute." To the point of inventing a silly lie just to snatch Azel away from me in front of me. Interesting, even more than Azel herself. I want her. Thus, the prince shifted his attention to someone else. Scene changes to the next day when the sun has risen high and a new day begins. Inside the classroom, Lee Hanwal's voice rang out. Starting today, we will conduct a combat simulation practice against monsters. In this test, your targets are no longer weak level 1 or level 2 monsters, but instead mid-level level 3 monsters that are extremely dangerous and much tougher. The teacher knows that an ordinary student cannot defeat such strong monsters alone, so this time the goal is to form groups, identify their weaknesses, and defeat them using each team's strategy. Specific regulations have been announced. From now on, you can move around and choose a mid-level monster as your target. Moreover, you will have enough time to practice with it. Head to the Stella Dome. To the north is the Fiery Valley, to the south the Ice Sea, to the west the Barren Desert, and to the east the swamp covered in grass. Find the terrain that best suits your group and hunt a mid-sized monster that matches your group's fighting style, then eliminate it. Next, Class A and Class Sham will practice. The evaluation test will take place in 4 days. At that time, you will demonstrate a battle with the monster you have trained against. Form groups of up to 6 people and submit your list to me. Hearing this, Azel stood alone as no one wanted to team up with her. She felt a little disappointed and thought to herself, I hate group work the most. This ability evaluation is very important. If I don't do well, I won't get a scholarship. Without a scholarship, I would have to study while working part-time on weekends or during vacations. The consequence was reduced study time. The path to a scholarship grew more distant, progress in magic slowed down, and a bleak future awaited, requiring even greater effort. Suddenly, a voice ahead caught her attention. "Princess, will you form a team with me?" The train of thought was interrupted. Azel unconsciously looked up and saw countless students surrounding Princess Bion. They kept giving reasons why they were better than others. Truly worthy of the royal Princess Bion, who had the right to choose anyone she wished. But in stark contrast to that scene, Azel was completely alone, with no one approaching her. Her eyes glanced at Bion with a hint of admiration, quietly thinking that before Adalevit destroyed her family, there had been only flattering words around her. Both had started from the same point, when her family with the ice attribute was still at its peak, and the Adalevit royal family with the fire attribute fiercely competed to dominate the magical world. The two sides constantly restrained each other, neither was superior. Because of this, Bion and Azel were 2 children born with innate talent. The whole world once focused their gaze on them, believing they were the chosen ones, born into noble magical families with peak talent. Azel once believed that one day she would become a great magician. Until the Adalevit royal family destroyed the ancient clan. Thinking of this, she clenched her fist tightly, telling herself there was no need to be angry. At that time, she thought she was the chosen one. Now she could take revenge on Adalevit. Azel stood dazed with her own thoughts, and just as the seed of worry was about to sprout in her heart, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Hey, are you all alone?" The person arriving was none other than Yusial. Seeing his radiant face, Azel sighed, "Is something wrong?" Hearing this, Yusial knew he had come at the right moment. Azel's confidence had not yet been overshadowed by darkness, and this was his chance to help her regain her light. Before the mages at Stella Academy, Yusial smiled brightly and pointed at himself, saying, "Let's form a team together." Over here, Bion quickly noticed that Yusial had arrived. She felt a little disappointed. "What do you mean, Yusial?" She wondered why he chose Azel as a teammate when there were countless other options. Azel was also surprised and asked again, "You just said form a team?" Yusial calmly explained, "You know there's no minimum number of members required, right? The 2 of us can form a team and get bonus points for having few members." Azel was startled. "Are you crazy? How can just 2 people handle a mid-level rank 3 monster?" But after saying that, her mind unconsciously became persuaded. A thought flashed. For some reason, if it was with Yusial, she believed she could do it. Seeing that she didn't refuse, Yusial smiled confidently. "So do you agree?" Azel froze for a few seconds, lost in thought, then nodded, "I agree. Anyway, I don't really have anyone to form a team with." Yusial replied with a smile, "Ha, that's the right decision. Let me go submit the list." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Azel watching his back. Just then, the sound of footsteps approaching. Azel was surprised by Bion's appearance. She crossed her arms in annoyance. Azel was startled. "What's wrong?" "If you're trying to compete with me, mind your own business. You're a pig in human disguise with no shame." Hearing the contemptuous words from Bion, Azel's heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. Then Bion turned and walked away. Now, Azel understood that Bion approached not out of fear of her potential, but because Yusial had been taken by her. Realizing the truth, Azel clenched her fists and let out a bitter laugh. It turned out, in Bion's eyes, I didn't exist at all. Bion continued walking, thinking to herself how frustrating it was. Could it be that I lose to a loser and a civilian? Even though I could form a team with anyone, I at least need the strongest knight for an advantage. She looked around, focusing her attention on Ma Yuxiang, who was hesitating between joining a team or going alone. Without hesitation, Bion approached. Seeing the princess approach, Ma Yuxiang asked, "Hello, princess, what's the matter?" Bion replied, "Have you formed a team yet?" Ma Yuxiang was surprised. "Not yet, I was planning to go alone." Bion was a bit surprised but composed himself, then said, "So you form a team with me?" Ma Yuxiang curled his lips. Is that necessary? That was clearly a refusal, but Bion was not one to give up easily. She was resolute. Yuxiao and Azel have already formed a team. You know, the fewer people in the team, the more bonus points you get, right? Bion glanced toward Yuxiao's team. Ma Yuxiang also looked over and saw the two chatting happily. Bion continued, I think they're not targeting normal mid-sized monsters, but special mid to large-sized monsters. I'll say it again, you form a team with me, okay? Ma Yuxiang pondered. Although aware that Bion was provoking him, the challenge to compete against Yuxiao's team awakened his fierce fighting spirit. Finally, he smiled. All right, sounds interesting. I also want to compete with Yuxiao once. Let's defeat them together. Bion exhaled in relief. Great, I'm counting on you then. She cast a sharp glance towards Azel, muttering to herself, just wait and see. This time I will defeat both of them. Time passed. After 4 days of preparation, the simulated battle with monsters officially began. Li Hanwell's voice rang out. All right, we will start the evaluation test for Class S and Class A. Each team has the right to choose the monster they want to face, ranging from easy to hard. While Flame was starting up, the surrounding chatter kept rising. Oh, Team 16 chose Mugreka. That mid-sized monster looks easy to deal with. Flame made up her mind, thinking silently, it's okay, I've trained very thoroughly. Although she couldn't hunt special monsters for attribute bonus points or big special monsters, defeating this level 3 mid-tier monster alone was enough to get the maximum score. Normally, it takes 5 level 1 mages to handle a level 1 mid-tier monster. If you exploit attribute weaknesses, rich experience, and a favorable environment, defeating higher level monsters is also feasible. Flame told herself that using light magic, which doesn't counter any attribute, she just had to accept it. She decided to keep away from the level 2 special monsters and focus on achieving a high score with her own ability. While waiting for her turn, Flame suddenly saw Azel. She recalled that in the original novel, Azel was pressured by Bion and his faction, unable to train or form a group, forced to compete alone and received poor results. Azel lacked the points for a scholarship, had to work part-time to make ends meet, enduring humiliation and oppression from other trainees. That situation caused her magic skills not to improve and her spirit gradually collapsed. But now everything has changed. Flame and Yuxiao, people who traveled through time from the future, have appeared and altered the original storyline. Yuxiao chose to form a group with Azel even though he remembered nothing about the past. Thanks to love and patience, Azel's future has become brighter. Just then, a loud explosion echoed, startling Flame to turn back and look at the arena. She saw the monster had been defeated. Li Hanwell declared that Team 16 had completed their round. You all worked hard. The audience cheered. Flame understood her turn was coming, her heart racing with a mix of nervousness and determination. After congratulating the team that just finished, the instructor announced that Team 17 should prepare to begin their test. Flame immediately replied loudly, yes, I'm coming right now. She quickly moved toward the testing platform, headed to where Yuxiao and Azel were standing. Flame coldly stepped past both of them, but unfortunately, as she walked by, she accidentally stepped on her shoelace, lost her balance and fell forward. At that critical moment, a hand from behind grabbed the collar of her shirt, helping her avoid a painful fall. The sight of a small girl hanging suspended in someone else's arms made the audience laugh. Haha, so cute, this girl is even shorter than my little sister. The person holding Flame's collar was Yuxiao. The male lead looked a bit embarrassed, asking if she was okay. Flame was flustered from being held like a child, unable to speak. Yuxiao let go. Flame awkwardly turned around to thank him, but Yuxiao pointed to her foot, saying it was nothing, just tie your shoelace. Looking down, Flame saw one shoelace was tangled. She silently recalled that Jackie had tied it securely earlier. Seeing Flame fumbling, Yuxiao offered to help, but she quickly refused and fixed it herself, thinking how lucky she was to notice it in time, or else she would have failed the test. After tying it up, Flame stepped onto the testing platform. With a confident demeanor, seeing her alone, the audience started whispering. Is he alone? It seems so. Impossible. Is she planning to defeat a mid-level monster all by herself? Flame's test started with an opponent that was a giant mid-level monster. Compared to it, Flame was like a tiny ant. The pressure difference was obvious. The endless chatter was that the monster had no special attribute, so it couldn't be countered. Li Hanwell's voice rang out, Group 17, the test begins. Upon receiving the signal, the monster charged at Flame with terrifying speed, but Flame stood still, focusing on chanting the spell despite the audience's worry. Look at that frantic figure, how could he possibly handle it alone? Upon completing the spell, she whispered, petals followed the wind, and beneath her appeared a golden magic circle. With determined eyes, Flame believed she could do it. Strong vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping tightly around the monster's body, rendering it unable to move. Next, she cast a material transformation spell, hardening the vines like stone, causing the monster to gradually weaken, its body trembling with frustration. But Flame knew it wasn't enough to finish it off. She summoned 3 halos above her head, condensing power for the finishing blow. At that moment, the beast went mad, straining to break the vines. And within a second, all the vines snapped. With fierce bloodshot eyes, it charged forward, opening its jaws as if to swallow Flame. At the same time, Flame's magic activated. A huge beam of light shot forth, piercing straight through the monster, leaving a fatal wound, a large hole in its body. Flame was exhausted after using nearly all her mana, panting. The giant monster finally crashed down to the ground, causing the earth to shake. The students watched in astonishment. The teachers and guests took off their glasses, put them back on, unable to believe their eyes. Those who had mocked Flame were now silent. Wow, our group of 5 couldn't even defeat a mid-level monster. Who is he? Lee Hanwol declared that Team 17's test was completed and praised Flame. She bowed her head in thanks, left the stage, thinking to herself, finally, it's over. When returning to her seat, she was suddenly surprised to see someone, eyes wide with amazement, wondering if she had mistaken her sight. Above, the next group of trainees stepped onto the arena. Lee Hanwol's voice rang out, now we will begin the test for Group 31. The next thrilling battle between the Academy's 2 strongest rivals was about to take place. All eyes turned toward them, especially those of the first-year trainees. They seemed to see idols continuously shouting, "That's Princess Bion of the Adalbit royal family, and her teammate is Ma Yuseong, who has the highest entrance score. He's really handsome." How could anyone be both handsome and a top student? This will be a perfect performance to watch. Go Princess, go Ma Yuseong. On this side, Flame leaned her back against the wall, thinking to herself, Bion, who was supposed to form a group of 6 people within her faction, was now teaming up with Ma Yuseong. Yet in the original novel, these 2 characters had nothing to do with each other, but now they were in the same group. The more she thought about it, the more headache-inducing it became. What kind of crazy combination was this? While Flame was confused, a monster summoned by Bion's group appeared. Its body was covered with diamond-hard scales coated in slime, with 2 wing-like fins that allowed it to soar through the sky. It had arms, legs, and a head resembling a carp, creating a bizarre appearance. The students in the stands gasped in astonishment. Wait, was this real? Unbelievable, the illusory fish of gods and demons. It was a special mid to large monster. Who would have thought they'd dare to challenge such an impossible different type monster? Were they out of their minds? According to the original novel, Bion used the fire attribute, while Ma Yuseong wielded 3 attributes, earth, lightning, and fire. But those were just his true hidden attributes that couldn't be revealed. The illusory fish was a water-type monster with a tough scaled body that once dominated the seas thanks to its intelligence and numbers. But due to a curse from centuries ago, they lost all their intellect and became mere monsters. Yet they still retained the ability to fly in the air and were immune to lightning, which was the critical weakness of flying creatures, and countered the attribute Ma Yuseong commonly used. The 2 not only targeted the special medium and large monsters that everyone failed to defeat, they also gave up attribute advantages, clearly aiming to score full marks on this test. But that score is only theirs if they succeed. While everyone was still buzzing, Lee Hanwol gave the start signal. The phantom fish soared high, roaring, its foul breath spreading across the stands. Seeing it approach, Bion raised his staff and began, as planned originally. Ma Yuseong nodded, understood, Princess. He spun his wand and stepped back to observe from a distance. A trainee wondered, what are they planning to do? The person beside him was confused. I thought they were going to attack. Why is the knight stepping back? What kind of mage is this? While the audience was focused on watching, Ma Yuseong suddenly blinked, jumping into the air to confront the phantom fish directly. Doc Cholkwang, seeing his confident posture, stroked his chin. Oh, for a first-year trainee, his blink is quite impressive. Bandian nodded, that's right, this kid is pretty good, but at that level he can't reach the monster. Blink can't be used midair, so what exactly is he planning? Amid suspicion, Ma Yuseong used his wand to summon a square stone platform beneath his feet. Then, the fireball cast by Bion exploded right at Ma Yuseong's position after his blink. The shockwave propelled him forward like a missile, heading straight for the phantom fish. The audience gasped at this coordination, the 2 of them working together so perfectly, it was unbelievable. When approaching the phantom fish, Ma Yuseong formed a giant fist of stone in the air, striking directly into its body, causing the monster to fall to the ground at a terrifying speed. When the dust settled, the phantom fish lay motionless. The extreme physical force cracked and shattered its hard scales. Not missing the opportunity, Ma Yuseong cast a spell. A blue magical circle appeared on the ground. Countless stones rose up, locking the phantom fish tightly. But he was not skilled at controlling magic, so it was quickly broken. Ma Yuseong landed without anger. His purpose was merely to buy time, because Bion's destructive magic had been completed. A giant fireball, like a miniature sun, descended upon the phantom fish, causing it to scream in agony. The terrifying explosion engulfed the area. The audience could hardly believe it, shouting, oh my god. It's in pain. The phantom fish is known for its high fire resistance. After that, Ma Yuseong continued wielding his wand. He smiled smugly, finishing it off. Just then, a force of lightning struck straight into the monster while it was still reeling from Bion's previous attack. Finally, the phantom fish was defeated, reduced to ashes and dust. The crowd's emotions erupted. They applauded enthusiastically. The phantom fish was defeated without a chance to resist. It was crazy. This year's freshmen are incredibly strong, especially the first-year girl who managed the mid-level monster so well. Their skills rival those of the senior S-class students already. After the performance, Bion and Ma Yuseong returned to their seats, sensing eyes filled with envy and admiration. Bion was confident. The feeling of victory with overwhelming power made her imagine herself as the main character of the episode. Glancing at the group of Yuseol and Azel, she thought, could you really beat me? No matter which monster you and Azel choose, you can't possibly put on a better show than us. That was what Bion thought to herself. But when Yuseol stepped onto the stands, his next words silenced the entire audience. Please summon 5 monsters for me. Everyone was taken aback, surprised expressions clearly visible on Princess Bion's face. Contrary to her calm demeanor, the other trainees buzzed with chatter. I just heard what? Aside from Princess Bion's group and Flame, didn't all other groups need 5 people to barely handle a mid-sized monster? Yet now these two intend to fight 5 at once. I've heard rumors about Yuseol, but is he out of his mind? All attention focused on the male lead. A series of blue lights surrounded the two of them. The summoning completed, the mid-sized monsters appeared in the arena. Yuseol and Azel were surrounded by the monsters, looking like 2 tiny ants among them. At the special observation corner, 2 teachers were somewhat surprised, and the monsterology researcher Vichin spoke up. The monsters Yuseol's team summoned included the poisonous Frogheimer Raydon, the Black Sand Bison, Cardin Nami Slime, and the Falling Monster. Princess Bion, standing nearby, questioned Ma Yuseong, hey, did you notice something? Ma Yuseong looked at her somewhat surprised, then turned his gaze to the stands and smiled, actually, no. I'm just curious about what Yuseol is planning. I'm also looking forward to his performance. Facing the appearance of the monsters, Lee Hanwal, the host, raised a skeptical question. I just want to ask one thing, who decided on this monster lineup? Innocently and carefreely, Yuseol replied, it's me. Knowing who picked the lineup, Lee Hanwal continued, although you're a knight who can easily earn points in this situation, it's not the same for a bishop. I think this strategy is a bit too much for the bishop. 5 monsters had now surrounded the two of them. Contrary to everyone's worry and doubt, Yuseol smiled confidently, no, not at all. The strategy I chose this time was designed specifically for the bishop, said Azel standing next to him, surprised. Hearing the answer, Lee Hanwal realized something and said, alright then, let's get started. At the signal, the monsters surrounded Yuseol and Azel. Azel was worried. Yuseol whispered, can you do it? Azel replied, of course. Yuseol said confidently, just believe in me. But she silently thought, how can I trust that? That line is so cliché. To motivate, Yuseol said something that made Azel slightly uncomfortable. I believe in you. A quality cheer up from a teammate. Azel sighed, a few thoughts reflecting that Yuseol really is a hard person to understand. Cut to one night, Azel walks behind Yuseol, carrying many doubts in her heart. She decided to ask, hey, Yuseol suddenly turned around. Seizing the moment when it was just the two of them, she asked, why me? Honestly, you're a skilled knight who could have chosen anyone else to form the team. Facing the difficult question, Yuseol scratched his head, considering a reasonable answer. Finally, you spoke up. Indeed, our class has many talented people. For example, in controlling fire magic, no one compares to Princess Bion. In controlling flame, unmatched first-year magic user Yuseong is known as the strongest. No one disputes it. Hei Wenryong is also very suitable to form a team with me because of her single-target attack ability. Yuseol understands himself and our classmates well. Azel is even more suspicious. So why did Yuseol turn his back and remain calm? I still feel you are the most suitable person to be my teammate, that's all. You turned around and gave a radiant smile. Alright, let's continue. Just as expected, Azel looked at your back, her face slightly flushed. This was the first time she saw you serious yet still smiling. Since you spoke sincerely, my responsibility has increased again. Back to the present, Azel clenched the mystical staff tightly. Thoughts gradually appeared. Although I don't understand his intentions yet, he surely has a reason to choose me, so I will show him. Azel condensed magic around her feet. The mystical staff floated before her, focusing on releasing mana. She closed her eyes to sense the surroundings. Within danger, opportunity will arise, and only in opportunity can she fully demonstrate her talent. The trainees observing noticed the change. Wait, isn't that the supernatural resonance skill? One added, no way, that is a special ability that only occurs when a mage of 6th level or higher enters an unconscious state. But if you lose focus, the mana flow will reverse, which could cripple you. After all, he is just a first-year student. While everyone was discussing, Azel became enveloped in a stream of mana, blooming like a flower on the battlefield, surprising everyone. Yuseol looked at her, a series of evaluations appearing in his mind. Indeed, he was right, she was a strong contender for the Winter Queen title. He smiled then said, then let's get started. This was a battle between 2 first-year students against 5 mid-level monsters. The only thing he could rely on at this moment was himself. Immediately after, Yusial dashed straight forward. Blink activated, the sword glowing with a radiant aura. He swung the blade, aiming at the belly of the poisonous Frogheimer Raiden. His eyes focused intensely, sharpness evident. A long crack appeared on the poisonous frog's belly, as if it were sensing pain. It screamed pitifully, and Yusial glanced to the side. The first step to attacking the poisonous frog was complete. Next was the black sand bison, he thought to himself. Suddenly, the bison looked toward the screaming frog. Blood-red eyes appeared. Its target was the poisonous frog, not Yusial. The bison took a deep breath and pulled back its front legs. Predicting this, Yusial smiled and continued running. Very good, just as I expected. The way to handle 5 mid-level monsters at once was to create a special atmosphere, making them enemies of each other. The match grew increasingly intense and dramatic. Witnessing this, all the students in the stands were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. In front of them, 5 monsters were fighting amongst themselves. They muttered, "Oh my god, what is happening? I can no longer believe my own eyes. Are they really tearing each other apart?" Seeing the plan succeed, Yusial smiled victoriously. Just as predicted, the plan to make them hostile and slaughter each other has been successful, or in other words, this is the strategy of using others' hands to kill, a dirty trick often used, exploiting the power of others to eliminate opponents without getting involved. Yusial continued explaining. The professional gamers of Ether World once racked their brains wondering how a bunch of newbies could deal with a pack of powerful monsters. After countless experiments, they found a solution by exploiting the characteristics and attributes of the monsters. He analyzed, first, when I attack and wound the toxic Frogheimer Raiden, it emits a red light. This light stimulates the berserk attack instinct of the black sand bison. Then the bison sprays sand around as it moves. When the sand sticks to the Nami slime, it feels uncomfortable, producing a massive amount of water to keep moist. He smiled. Well done, the plan is still on track thanks to the barrier on the simulator pedestal. The water level rises very quickly. As if remembering something, Yusial looked at the Carden bird and gave a sly smile. Next is your turn. He continued explaining, a special trait of the Carden bird is that when it senses moisture, it emits a piercing scream spanning over 7 octaves. When the water rises, it gets irritated and screams. The scream stimulates the falling monsters, the sound-sensitive species, driving them insane and causing them to attack enemies. Just as predicted, the shout caused the falling monster to rush in and punch and kick the Carden bird. A supersonic kick distorted the Carden bird's face, sending it backward into Nami slime. Nami slime was angry and splashed water into the Carden bird's face. Everyone thought it would counterattack, but it did. The Carden bird stared at the falling monster with eyes full of murderous intent. The falling monster glared back as if to say, "There's a lot of blood here. If you like it, then come at me." The two charged at each other and fought hundreds of rounds. Other monsters also began searching for opponents and attacking one another. In the stands, scholars and professors were surprised. One scholar exclaimed, "It's unbelievable that the student named Yusial knows all the characteristics and weaknesses of the 5 monsters like this. Even I, a scholar specialized in monster studies, hadn't thought of this plan. They are reckless and thoughtless but admirable." A female professor spoke up, "I agree, they are reckless and crazy. But what surprises me is Azel's concentration." The girl maintained the mana flow steadily while the monsters fiercely fought, truly extraordinary. She certainly poured her heart and trust into her knight. On the simulation stage, the monsters still enthusiastically attacked each other. No longer paying attention to anyone, sand swirled, water rose, the red light grew brighter amidst the chaos. Yusial perfectly fulfilled the role of the knight. The knight is responsible for protecting and suppressing the enemy until the mage finishes preparing magic. Whenever a monster blindly attacked Azel, Yusial immediately blinked over, using a sharp sword blade to slash at the ankle, causing it to fall backward. As the Carden bird just stood up, it was attacked by other monsters and couldn't stay alert. Yusial realized the danger when his attack enraged the monsters. He quickly returned to his position and continued his work as a knight. Suddenly, his 6th sense signaled danger, and Yusial widened his eyes. He saw a huge boulder hurtling toward Azel, who was still in a state of mana resonance and unable to move. Without hesitation, Yusial blinked over to protect her with skillful precision. He slashed the boulder into 2 pieces. The demon Yusiang chuckled and said, "Hey Princess Bion, do you think Yusial resembles the ideal knight? He's like the knight who protects the princess in fairy tales." Hearing this, Bion widened her eyes, her ruby-red eyes sparkling. Looking toward Yusial in the battlefield, he danced like a warrior of light. His sword and the afterimages of his blink captivated everyone's gaze. Moving east then west, it wasn't a performance but a protection of Azel from all directions. Under absolute protection, she didn't have a single scratch. As the tense battle wore on, the monsters gradually grew exhausted and badly wounded. Suddenly, magical circles appeared on Azel's body like shooting stars or droplets of light, falling through the silent space. Her eyes as beautiful as jasper opened. She gripped her crystal flower staff tightly. As soon as she finished, the water accumulated on the ground froze. A giant ice flower appeared in the sky, radiating a cool light from its petals. Witnessing the dazzling magic, the audience couldn't take their eyes off the pale green flower. So brilliantly beautiful it made them forget the purpose of the test, wondering if any artwork could be more exquisite. No one evaluated the magic of the students anymore. they only admired the magic of a true sorcerer. Azel's magic was simple but on a different level, unmatched by any other sorcerer. Time passed, water rose to the monsters' bodies, frozen by Azel's magic into ice, leaving them motionless. Though exhausted from the chaotic battle, they couldn't break the ice immediately, but who knew they would soon shatter it and attack frantically. Thinking this, Azel cast shattering magic. The radiant flower shattered into pieces, turning into thousands of sharp ice spears like giant javelins. Piercing through the bodies of 5 monsters, their skin was ripped, frozen, and necrotized. When they tried to move, the wounds attached to their flesh made them howl in pain. The audience whispered, "What now? I don't know either. Hey, do you think they really defeated 5 mid-level monsters with just 2 people?" Suddenly, someone panicked. Impossible. Look over there. Everyone looked toward the melting ice on the carden bird. Its eyes widened, steam rising from its body. An innate trait, when sensing cold and high humidity, it emits a terrifying heat, enabling all 5 monsters to simultaneously break the ice, their murderous gaze fixed on Yusial's group, the ones responsible for their plight. The teachers showed signs of disappointment, sighed. In the end, those 2 still didn't succeed, their strategy perfect, the battle magnificent, but man proposes, God disposes. They hadn't anticipated the hidden traits of the mid-level monster. A pity it was so close. Even so, with this performance, the UCL group could still receive very high marks. As everyone agreed, Azel suddenly raised her hand to the sky. A golden orb of lightning magic appeared, the audience's eyes widened. Impossible. That flow of mana, could it be? Without hesitation, Azel declared, "The thunder god descends." Immediately, tens of thousands of electrical currents exploded, transforming into countless lightning bolts that surged into the bodies of the 5 monsters, causing them to roar in pain as the electricity ravaged their insides. Witnessing the combined magic of lightning and ice that she created, Azel was stunned by the magnificent sight. Her eyes showed disbelief. Is this really my magic? So it turns out I can do it too. Just as he said, memories flooded back. She recalled the first time she heard the crazy plan from Yusial. She was shocked and asked, "Are you crazy?" expecting him to be upset. But Yusial just gave a sincere smile, saying, "You can do it, and I believe in you. So please believe me, someone who always puts all faith in you." Hearing Yusial's heartfelt words from the bottom of his heart, Azel clenched her fists, telling herself. Yusial still smiled, but the seriousness in his expression and tone was genuine, not a joke. She felt a weight pressing on her chest. Before, she had nothing but faith in the path she chose. No friend had ever told her that her path was right. Her whole life was lived in fear and anxiety, clinging to a fragile hope. Just as that hope was about to fade, Yusial appeared. He was the first to reach out and save her. Can I really do this? Now she felt as if drifting in an endless ocean. Although she tried to overcome the storms, she still hesitated, wondering if she was going the right way, but that question no longer mattered. Far at the horizon, Yusial had gone ahead, leaving behind footprints of light across the vast ocean like stars guiding sailors. Like a lighthouse guiding ships safely away from danger, Azel sensed the light whispering, "Follow me, I will lead you." Then Lee Hanwal declared, "The test for Group 32 ends here. Congratulations on your outstanding performance." Standing in the center, Azel smiled happily. Her insecurity and inferiority vanished, leaving only bright confidence, though her face remained lost in hopeless thoughts. On the south main side, Yusial hung suspended in the air, thinking inwardly, "That was close. I almost got swept away. At least they should warn before using such dangerous magic." The scene shifts to the next day. The results of the combat simulation test against monsters were announced. First place Group 32, 199 points, Yusial and Azel. Second place Group 31, 127 points, Ma Yusiang and Bion, followed by third and fourth places. Looking at the scoreboard on the notice board, Ma Yusiang felt bitter. "We lost." Bion stared at the board, nodding. The point gap between the 2 groups is huge. Surpassing 100 points is remarkable. Not to mention we faced special mid-level monsters while at a disadvantageous element, something no one has done, but seeing Yusial's group's 199 points, we have to admit we lost. Ma Yusiang did not expect the proud, cold princess to admit defeat. He smiled teasingly. "Oh, I didn't expect you to accept it so quickly," Bion haughtily retorted. "Shut up." Ma Yusiang continued, "Though I don't want to admit it, Yusial is a more talented vanguard knight than me. As for Azel, she takes on the role of a skilled long-range mage better than her." Hearing that, although Bion partially agreed, she could not accept losing to Azel. Looking at the handsome face of Ma Yusiang, the image of Yusial appeared before her eyes. Bion comforted herself, wishing that Yusial were her knight, then everything would have been different. In the test, he always protected Azel from start to finish. Not only was he a knight, but he also devised strategies for positioning the long-range mage and even arranged the stage for Azel to shine. She thought she knew Ma Yusiang was very talented, but Yusial was truly the most outstanding knight at Stella Academy. If he supported her, she could cast magic as well as Azel. But why would that ordinary person be wholeheartedly devoted to Azel? If such a perfect knight existed in this world, that knight should belong to her, the perfect queen. The more she thought about it, the less Bion could accept the fact that someone so perfect would care for someone else. Her face turned an ominous gray. The inner struggle was intense. Admitting defeat would be a lie. She could not accept it. This was really strange. She had to thoroughly investigate Yuseol. After thinking it through, she took her leave of Ma Yuseong and walked away. However, on the way, Bion's eyes widened in surprise when she spotted a woman with black hair. With an icy cold expression and eyes clear and unblemished, almost as tall as her, wearing a third-year student ID. This person was Saorin Orkin, the Duke's heir and close friend of the current queen of the Adalbit Empire. Passing by, Bion felt irritated. Did she come because she heard that Bion lost to the commoner group and the traitor? So annoying, Saorin Orkin sneered, immature and naive. Does the kid not realize that all his petty actions are ridiculous and weak? The kid is still very inexperienced. The princess's silhouette gradually faded away, and Saorin Orkin looked on with disdain. Flame was recording daily life in her journal, writing and thinking at the same time, unable to believe that crystal flower magic could be cast so quickly. That has become her trump card signature after overcoming many difficulties. Unexpectedly, she perfected it and performed it in front of everyone. According to the original storyline, Azel should be devastated from the shock of the simulated battle, trapped in Prince Jeremy's cage, gradually withering away over time. But that dark future has changed, probably thanks to Yuseol. She kept thinking in the original romance novel, Ma Yuseong and Azel faced the apocalypse together. But what if there was an extra episode written by the author that she didn't know about? What if an unknown character loved Azel for life without reciprocation until the world's end? That sounds too far-fetched. After reading many romance novels, strange thoughts circled in Flame's mind. One answer emerged: to rewind time to find love and protect the world where the one she loves lives happily forever. Even if the price is being forgotten to exist. In that last moment, did Yuseol feel any regret? Flame's heart tightened, emotions choked her, unable to believe she was witnessing a tragic story from real life, not a movie or book. What does it feel like to trade existence to turn back time? The scene shifts to Yuseol's room. He stares intently at the system board. Episode 5, the battle simulation with monsters ends. Congratulations to the host for gaining a large amount of experience by leading the story in a positive direction. The Constellatio project grants an additional reward. Yuseol exclaimed, "What should I choose this time? I had thought about it before but hadn't decided yet." Blink was enhanced from the previous episode. It's best to prepare for the next episode. The more he thought, the more headache he got. Then suddenly an idea flashed. He smiled with satisfaction. "Yes, that's it. How could I forget?" He said to the system, "I want to choose Leaf Hainel's Leaf Key item." The system responded, evaluating the host. "Please wait. Ding ding ding. Check complete." Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yifinel's Leaf Key. Seeing the key appear, Yuseol jumped with joy. Wonderful. Although not as classic as the old equipment I used, this is a rare item only available to advanced players. It opens communication with special spirits but only functions to open a specific dungeon. To use it, you have to go outside. But after the cemetery incident, Stella Academy tightened regulations. What should I do now? While thinking, Yuseol remembered how to leave Stella when he used to play the game. Back then, the Academy also restricted going outside like now. What did I do? After a while, his eyes lit up. Right, the club. I need to join a club. Outside, the sun had risen high, casting warm rays. Yuseol began writing his coming-of-age journal. My family had been poor since I was little, rarely eating out like others. Whenever my mother went to work, I stayed home alone, only knowing how to cook instant noodles. When I got tired of noodles, I insisted on having something delicious. My mother used her savings to buy me a bowl of jajang noodles. I was very happy. Even though my mother ate with me, I didn't understand why she didn't pick up her chopsticks. She said she didn't like jajang noodles. After asking around, I finally understood. After finishing writing, he rested his head down, crossed his arms in front of him, his eyes stinging from the long note-taking. He smiled to himself, thinking, all right, I've completed the assignment. Now I should find a club to join. Yuseol stepped up to the school bulletin board, where countless club advertisements were posted. He observed carefully, cautiously resting his chin on his hand, murmuring which club would be the best. The announcements made him hesitate. A literature club for university entrance exams, a chess club, the elite sport of mages, a cooking club, the inspiration for young chefs. Looking at the information on the board, he thought, there seem to be many clubs here, but few allow activities outside. I need to think carefully. Just then he noticed something, his gaze shifting aside. He murmured to himself, still haven't registered for any club. It turned out someone was standing next to him. Yuseol asked, who is that? The other person glanced over. What? So what? Seeing the other didn't like the question. You changed the subject. You should actually be pursued by many clubs. Azel questioned back, don't you know who I am? Hearing the strange question, Yuseol calmly replied, of course you're Azel. You've been quite famous lately. Azel didn't deny it. Well, that's true. Seeing her slightly sad expression, Yuseol thought quietly, after the test, Azel's reputation changed significantly. She probably feels the same way I do. Wait for you to choose. Azel closed her eyes, looking like Yuseol when he first arrived here. You have to choose your club carefully. Suddenly from a afar, Ma Yuxiang approached, patting Yuxiao on the shoulder, smiling, "So you're Yuxiao." The friendly appearance surprised Yuxiao. He thought Ma Yuxiang. "Yeah, why is he?" Yuxiao brushed his hand away. "All right, let go first." But Ma Yuxiang kept smiling. "You're amazing, I've seen your test results. I heard you even commanded the lower soul mages, that's impressive." Yuxiao was puzzled. "Well, it was just luck." As expected, Ma Yuxiang looked at him intently. "Sure enough, you're very different." Ma Yuxiang's cold expression transformed 180 degrees. Yuxiao swallowed in surprise, stammering, "You know, I'm just a commoner, always having to think of ways to do better than others." Hearing the smart answer, Ma Yuxiang smiled. "Then you manage your time far more effectively than I do." Suddenly, Yuxiao asked, "What do you plan to do this weekend?" Ma Yuxiang was surprised. "Me." Then he answered briefly, "Study." Both of them were stunned. Yuxiao smiled. "I asked casually and he answered casually too." "Thanks." Ma Yuxiang waved his hand. "Want more? I'm really studying." "Studying and practicing as well." Yuxiao stammered. "Don't you usually not do things like this? Why are you laughing so much?" Ma Yuxiang continued, "Ah, well, yes. Lately I've liked doing this, don't know why." One person laughs easily, another is suspicious. Yuxiao thought that his gaze was always handsome, so he should be a bit more normal. Ma Yuxiang went on, "Practice comes later, what's the reason this time?" Azel suddenly spoke up, "It's about practicing the dungeon, right?" Ma Yuxiang added, "Yes, if you hadn't interfered then, miss, I might have been in danger." Hearing that, Azel got angry. "Don't call me miss." Yuxiao summarized the situation, "Right. In the original story, Ma Yuxiang cooperates with Flame and easily defeats He Wenriang. But this time, because I intervened, Flame got stuck where I was. Ma Yuxiang had to face He Wenriang alone. Could that be the reason why He Wenriang is acting strangely? Anyway, everything is still good. Thanks to that, both will train themselves, which is completely different from me. Their growth will certainly bring a positive outcome." Ma Yuxiang returned to the main topic. "Hey Yuxiao, you still haven't joined any club, have you? It's been a long time since you enrolled." His tone was a bit abrupt because I've been busy. Ma Yuxiang smiled as if offering a tonic, pointing at himself. "Then join the club with me." Yuxiao looked away. "Let's see. If you meet my requirements, I'll consider it." Ma Yuxiang asked, "What kind of club do you want?" Yuxiao began a speech. "It must be quiet, few people, no private gatherings, with the 4 major insurances. Lunch includes cheese and pork chop, free to operate outside, respect individual activities, allowed to go outside." Azel was confused. What club in the world is like that? Yuxiao knew well, smiled. "Of course there isn't such a thing, I was just kidding." Ma Yuxiang suddenly said, "That's interesting. If I create a club like that, would you join?" The two of them stared blankly for a few seconds. Yuxiao asked back, trying to stay calm, "Can you really establish a club allowed to go outside specially?" Ma Yuxiang smiled brightly and confidently. "Yes, I definitely can." In Yuxiao's mind, he calculated, that's right, Ma Yuxiang has broad connections linked with the hidden powerful factions in Stella Academy. Although scary, they would be useful. Freedom to operate outside school, health insurance, enjoy beef chop daily, no unreasonable restrictions. But he thought further, there's no free meal in this world. Ma Yuxiang and I aren't close. Even if I show genius-level game knowledge, is that enough for him to create a dream club for me? Serious attitude, great idea, but what benefit does he get by making this club for me? Ma Yuxiang's eyes flickered as he looked at Yuxiao like a precious gem. "Of course, you're very special." Yuxiao thought, what exactly does he know? Then suddenly remembered one big problem of Ma Yuxiang, extreme loneliness. With no other way, Yuxiao nodded. "All right, you start the club," Ma Yuxiang said excitedly. "Really?" Yuxiao replied calmly, "Yeah, but you have to let her join too." He pulled Azel in, surprising her. Me too." Seeing the plan was on the right track, Yuxiao was smug. In the original story, these two were a perfect match. If they had Azel, she could take care of Ma Yuxiang's spirit. He's like a pufferfish that would either die or go mad if he left the water. "I don't rely on Flame because she's always with He Wenriang." Ma Yuxiang was happy. Having Yuxiao nearby was good enough, and adding the beautiful Miss Azel was welcomed. Azel was annoyed and said, "Don't call me miss, it's irritating." Hearing this cat-and-dog conversation, Yuxiao wondered whether this decision was right or wrong. Ma Yuxiang asked further, "So what's the club's name?" Yuxiao had it ready. "Leave it to me." A moment later, the application appeared before everyone. The club establishment form, club name, Culinary Club, President Yuxiao, members Ma Yuxiang and Azel. Purpose, to explore cuisines around the world. Azel was hesitant. Is this okay? To reach the special activity seal rank, they need at least 1 faculty advisor and 5 members. Ma Yuxiang's mouth twitched in a smile like a savior. "Leave the members and the seal to me, but finding a faculty advisor is what I find difficult." Yuxiao turned to him. "How did you get special permission to go out but still find a professor difficult?" Ma Yuxiang smirked. "It's nothing." That smile gave Yuxiao chills down his spine. Seeing everything settled, Ma Yuxiang took the paper. "Okay, I'll go ask for the seal for the club registration form." Yuxiao replied, "Yes, I rely on you for everything." Watching Ma Yuxiang's back gradually disappear, Yuxiao thought the special activity seal wasn't something just anyone could get. If they stamped it for him, they must be one of them. Cut to the main tower number 1, the office of Vice Principal Stella. He was enjoying his porcelain tea when the door opened. His expression changed as Ma Yuxiang stepped in. Seeing the face of the endlessly charming prince, the vice principal smiled respectfully. "Oh my, what breeze has brought you here?" "Welcome, young master Ma Yuxiang." Noticing the flattery, Ma Yuxiang smiled warmly. "Yes, it's been a long time since I saw you." Ma Yuxiang plopped down into the vice principal's chair, crossed his arms with a satisfied smile. "Oh, your seat is more comfortable than I thought. I like it already, haha." At the arrogant words, the vice principal only gave a faint smile and bowed respectfully. "Thank God, young master, it is an honor that you like it. I'm truly glad to see you grown like this." Ma Yuxiang responded indifferently. "Is that so? Life at Stella Academy is great. I meet many interesting friends. This place is much better than home." While speaking, his smile shone brightly. But the vice principal frowned, thinking to himself, what is this crazy kid doing here anyway? Regaining his composure, he asked, "So what breeze has brought you here?" Ma Yuxiang didn't answer immediately, gently placing the paper on the table. The corner of his mouth curved up full of meaning. "This is the application form to establish a club. We need you to stamp it." The vice principal was stunned. "What did you say?" His eyes fixed tightly on the paper, unable to hide his doubt. A weirdo like Ma Yuxiang wants to establish a club. If the family knew, they would be shocked. After a moment of thought, he sighed and nodded. "I understand. An application form to establish a club, huh? First, let me check if it meets the criteria. After all, to form a club, the minimum number of members must be valid. That's the rule." But just as he reached out to touch the paper, Ma Yuxiang immediately covered it with his palm. The room fell into silence. The vice principal froze and looked up. Ma Yuxiang's radiant smile vanished, his eyes darkened like an abyss, and his low voice carried an invisible pressure. He didn't need to check the content. His job was only to stamp. The vice principal's throat went dry. He sensed something terrifying hidden in the boy's gaze and swallowed hard without thinking. He thought he could not resist. In fact, he had no right to object. As long as this kid remained the heir of that great man, he could not refuse. Cold sweat ran down his spine. He reached under the table and took the seal. "Yes, of course I will stamp it, but please keep this a secret," he skillfully reminded him while stamping. When the seal was finally imprinted on the paper, Ma Yuxiang felt his purpose achieved and withdrew his cold attitude. "I understand. Thanks, I'm off now." He left the office and the door closed. The vice principal remained motionless for a moment, then plopped down into his chair, exhaling deeply. "Damn it. A half-talented kid daring to be arrogant in front of me, like father, like son." He clenched his fist tightly, his eyes darkening. How could he be so much like that man? But this will end soon. One day I will personally crush the neck of this arrogant kid. The next day, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The professor raised his voice. "All right, class is over. Remember to do your homework." He quickly left. The whole class buzzed with chatter. "Hey, did you see what just happened?" That professor always nitpicks nonsense when presenting. Exactly, especially towards ordinary students, he nitpicks even more. After tidying up their books, the students left one by one. Only Jackie remained standing there, staring intently at the presentation sheet in his hands, overwhelmed with regret. "Damn it, I could have made a better impression, but I ruined everything just because I was worried." Flame saw that Jackie hadn't left yet and, sensing her regret, comforted him with a smile. "Jackie, you presented better today. Don't pay attention to the professor's harsh words. You did great." Jackie snapped back. "Shut up, I don't need your fake comfort." Flame was stunned, then upset. "This kid, I was worried about her, so I came to comfort her, yet she doesn't understand my hardship." Suddenly, a voice from behind spoke up. "It's true though." Flame startled and shouted loudly, "Can you stop appearing suddenly like that? You scared me." She crossed her arms and frowned. "Do you have something you want me to help with?" Yusial awkwardly scratched his head. "It's nothing big. Do you have any close relationship with a professor?" "I'm planning to form a club and need to find a free professor to be an advisor." "Can you help?" Flame raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you do it yourself?" Yusial sighed. "It seems professors really dislike me, so it's better not to ask directly." Flame was speechless and then laughed. "Haha, obviously, with your attitude all this time. Arguing with professors during class, sleeping in class, even cheating, you're lucky you haven't been expelled yet." Yusial cleared his throat and looked away. No need to say everything." Flame closed her eyes in thought. Being a club advisor is quite troublesome. It's not easy to find a professor willing to do it. Suddenly she remembered. "You're close with Professor Mason Tyron's assistant, right? I saw you often visit her lab." Yusial raised his eyebrows. "Yes, that's right. Why not ask her?" Flame crossed her arms and looked at him like he was an idiot. "Are you stupid? This is Stella Academy. Assistants can also serve as advisors." Yusial gaped. He couldn't believe he had been running around everywhere without realizing the easiest path was right in front of him. Playing the game in storyline mode, he never noticed this detail. As he walked, he considered the proposal. But when he approached the laboratory, Yusial froze. Professor Mason Tyron stepped out, holding a blank sheet of paper. Smiling slyly, her sharp eyes hiding something unpredictable. Yusial squinted at her back as she disappeared, suspicious. Why was she here? Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside cheerfully. I'm here. But the smile faded. In the middle of the room, Altarisha looked miserable. Wiping away tears, flustered. Yusial, you're here already. Yusial stepped forward worriedly, speaking softly. What happened? Altarisha sobbed, trying to explain. It's like this. Seeing her evasive eyes, Yusial knew she was lying. He spoke sternly, teaching assistant. You didn't prepare your research in advance, did you? Altarisha clenched her fists tightly, smiling wryly. Well, about that, I already gave it to Professor Mason Tyrn, you know. The alchemy seminar is coming up. The professor said he would present on my behalf. Her eyes gleamed with hope. It's great. My research will be presented before the world's top alchemists. But Yusial interrupted angrily. I get it. Altarisha, your RESERCH Chinese letter has just been completely stolen. Is your name even on it? Altarisha froze, hesitated, then forced a bitter laugh. Haha, it's okay, it's also an experience. Alchemy is like that. It's not just me. WHOSE Chinese letter were taken. Everyone goes through the bitter reality and acceptance. Yusial was upset. Is this how they endure to become alchemists? You think even though Mason Tyrn is about to solve the formula? I want Altarisha to complete it herself first. Seeing her research stolen, I can't just sit idly by. Yusial asked, teaching assistant, besides that, what other research are you working on? Altarisha was surprised. We're tackling the research together. I mean the technique of random digital interference combined with Qigong. She sighed. That technique has existed for 300 years and no one has solved it yet. I tried following your unique idea, but it still wasn't effective. Yusial smiled confidently. If we can solve it, this research will make a breakthrough. Actually, I've already solved that part. Altarisha's eyes widened, her pupils constricted in shock. What did you say? You really solved it? Yusial nodded firmly. Yes, let me present it. Although she didn't fully understand how it worked, he wrote the enhancement formula on the board. Altarisha looked closely, her eyes flashing images of techniques and alchemical formulas. She gasped when Yusial finished writing, looking straight at her with confidence. But if it were you, definitely it would be different. Altarisha muttered and stepped closer. She meant that if the dispersion ratio and reflection were added to the formula, combined with the Panis-Sen flow and the Trini coefficient. She was completely absorbed, forgetting Yusial's presence. He was secretly amazed at Altarisha's insane focus. Unlike himself, who only copied and memorized, her genius brain must be flashing countless ideas. I shouldn't finish this research for her. Altarisha must complete it herself to become the true author and regain faith in herself. I only provide support. I have no intention of becoming an alchemist, nor do I have the capability or ideals for it. But Altarisha is different. She is a genius who can change the future of humanity. Yusial quietly left the room, closing the door without a sound. His role ends here. For the rest, he trusts Altarisha's talent and waits. Sometime later, thanks to the help of Altarisha's assistant and the mage Yusial, Yusial successfully established a culinary club. As the team leader, he requested permission to go outside and arrived here through the Blink Gate. Although the process caused some joint pain and the professor repeatedly questioned him, thanks to prior preparation, he was lucky to pass the test and was granted easy travel permission, as long as he did not cause trouble. Along the way, Yusial couldn't help but be enchanted by the poetic scenery. A giant tree, the Third World Tree, rose high into the clouds, with thousands of branches and leaves spreading wide like an umbrella covering the vast garden below. The characteristic green aura of the World Tree, also known as Namhoa Lin Ayan, gently enveloped all things, bringing a sense of peace and happiness. The garden around it is called the Dream Garden. Anyone can enter to pick fruit and enjoy it. Viewed from above, the scene looks like something from a fairy tale, making this place a famous resort spot and even an unmissable photo location in the game. Yusial exclaimed, wow, the in-game graphics are nothing compared to the beautiful scenery before his eyes. Just then, a beautiful young woman with pointed ears and snow-white skin stepped forward. Seeing the Stella Academy insignia on her uniform, she smiled warmly and welcomed the mage from Stella. We warmly welcome human mages here. Yusial smiled in response. I am very glad to meet such a lovely lady. Another passerby greeted enthusiastically. May your sincerity reach Mother Earth. Yusial nodded sincerely. Yes, I express my gratitude to Mother Earth and the World Tree for granting this beautiful garden. They greeted him with the elven salutation he remembered from the Codex of Knowledge. He thought to himself that he had heard how long ago the Altman and Eltruin saved them from the burning and collapse of the Second World Tree. Perhaps it was true, since many elves recognized the Stella uniform and were very friendly. But in reality, few mages master offensive magic, and the test to become a magic knight is extremely difficult, so those holding that title are rare. By the way, many elves have captivating appearances, which Yusial admired as he walked down the street. However, not all elves are stunning at first glance. It's just that the proportion of outstanding appearances in the elf race is higher than in humans. There are still ordinary elves. Among them, Sioran, the elf king, stood out the most with a goddess-like beauty that stole the hearts of countless people. She is the character with the largest fanbase in the game and also one of Yusial's favorites. He thought that elf kind was born without gender. Only when experiencing true love does one's gender change according to the person they love. Hoasioran was born with the appearance of a beautiful woman but had never loved anyone, so according to the game's setup, she had no gender. Later rescued by Flame, she fell for him and chose to become male to stand by the one she loved. Seriously, what a boss, no idea who the hell wrote this storyline. No matter which content branch the player chooses, Hoasioran never turns female, leaving male gamers both despairing and amused. Lost in memories, wandering around the world's tree outskirts, Yusiel found the mysterious labyrinth in the garden of the celestial spirit Leafhanel. He calculated that his skills had improved quite a lot. It was best to prepare for the upcoming event. He opened his inventory, took out Leafhanel's Leaf Light key. Grinning, fortunately he could use it earlier than expected. He inserted the key into the rotary lock, but a message popped up. If you open this gate, other owners of the key may be alerted. Yusiel flinched slightly. He'd seen this warning in the game before. The key in the game had a similar message, but many were disappointed as no special event occurred. He thought, forget her at this point, what else could possibly happen? Yusiel decisively turned the key, and in an instant, the gate leading to the Garden of Celestial Spirits opened. Meanwhile, at the cradle of the Celestial Spirit Wood, where the Elf Kingdom rests atop the highest peak of the Taisao mountain range, a magnificent yet desolate castle stood tall. Though in ruins, it's strangely harmonized with the majestic nature around it. At first glance, one might mistake it for a tree amidst the vast forest. At the top of the castle, the bedroom was engulfed in darkness, with only a faint light filtering through the window slit, arousing curiosity. Could it be that sunlight never reached here, stimulated by the light? A slender woman rose from bed, slowly walked to the window, her snow-white hair cascading like snow blossoms over the ice Cypress mountain range. Gazing at the breathtaking natural scenery, her golden eyes widened, sparkling like gold, radiating brilliantly. Anyone who looked at her would lose their sanity, captivated by a beauty beyond the endurance of any sentient being. She was the fairy queen Hoasioran, often excessively sleepy early in the morning. Even when awake, she would quietly sit by the window, watching the birds freely soaring, a feeling of unease rising within her. She didn't know when she would ever be like them, free to spread her wings. But she could not leave here. She felt truly envious. Suddenly, a strange sensation from her chest startled Hoasioran. She raised her hand to her head, frowned, as if someone had stepped into the secret garden, the resting place of the 1,000-year-old divine Leafhanel. Hoasioran couldn't believe it. That was a forbidden area, no one was allowed in, so who dared to trespass? Putting aside the matter of where that person got the lost key, she was curious about the identity of the one using it, and decided to go there herself, even though she knew she couldn't leave the room. At that very moment, her heart tightened, pain like hundreds of needles piercing her made her stagger. She had endured for decades without revealing her face, unable to act recklessly. Fearing that a slip of the tongue might trigger a curse causing someone to go mad, she clenched her hands tightly, controlling her emotions, telling herself to wait a little longer. The World Tree's birthday was coming, and as the fairy queen, she had to appear before all the people. Then she would investigate who that person was. After making up her mind, Hoasioran continued gazing out the window, sunlight caressing her face. Many reasons kept her living in this dark, secluded place. Whether sleeping or going about her daily life, she always feared someone might accidentally see her flawless, captivating profile. Turning back, Yusiel had just stepped into the dungeon when a strong fragrance suddenly hit his nose, causing him to uncontrollably sneeze repeatedly. Damn it, this damn pollen. The sound attracted plant-based monsters in the root dungeon, who rushed to attack. Yusiel ran for his life but couldn't keep running forever. He stopped, determined to fight. The battle was fierce, but plant-type monsters are resilient and not easy to kill. Yusiel pulled out an alchemy bomb. Fire is the weakness of wood-type monsters. This is why I chose alchemy as my secondary skill. Although I can't combine gunpowder and magic like a high-level alchemist, a level 1 fire bomb is enough to handle them. He threw the fire bomb at the tree roots. Boom, 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 the bomb exploded, and the monster screamed in pain. Taking advantage of the moment, Yusiel drew his sword. Used Blink to approach, quickly searching for the weak point. Without hesitation, he thrust straight into the root's head. It collapsed and vanished into nothingness. The system bell rang, congratulating him that he gained experience points. Yusiel breathed a sigh of relief. At least these weak monsters gave a decent amount of points. Looking ahead, he continued the journey. The real target of this episode was right before him. There was no time to waste. The system announced that he was entering the labyrinth's boss room. The giant wooden door closed, a gentle breeze passed by, and the scene before Yusiel looked like a fairy tale painting. A magical night sky, a bright full moon more splendid than Earth's moon, enveloping an endless field of flowers. Countless stars adorned the night, making it even more poetic, the moonlight shimmering on each petal like a silver layer. Yusiel took a deep breath, strengthening his resolve to step toward the center of the maze. His eyes lit up, the woman praying with folded hands on the stone pillar over there. Could it be the divine deity Ifenal, the boss of this maze? The most mysterious beings in the world are divinities, phenomena when a pure soul cultivates for 10,000 years, comprehends the truth, and evolves into a new entity. Even in the world, such existences are extremely rare. But the creature before me is not a perfect celestial spirit. That woman, just before becoming a celestial spirit, had her heart stolen, forever frozen in this state. UCL cautiously approached, each step filled with vigilance. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, causing him to tremble, his face showing alarm. Just 1 second later, unable to maintain his footing, he collapsed. UCL realized this was the pressure of magical power. As expected, even in death, a celestial spirit remains a celestial spirit. But he couldn't give up. Thinking this, he fixed his gaze on the charging celestial spirit. Although the pressure made his legs heavy, he still refused to quit. The distance between them grew smaller and smaller. When he reached beside the celestial spirit, UCL's legs, exhausted, gave way. He panted wearily when suddenly a system sound rang out. Experience, trait of suppressing magic leakage increased. Ability stats increased. Only then did UCL breathe a sigh of relief, his breath easier, no longer pressed down by the pressure. Indeed, this place is the training ground left behind by a celestial spirit before departing. A miracle that mages across the world frantically seek but none have discovered. The magic veins here, just moving normally, have a 100-fold effect. Thanks to absorbing the celestial spirit's aura through the body, the natural harmony ability skyrockets tremendously. Simply put, enduring all this hardship is just to find a good gym. In real life, I never touch the gym, but here, whether I want to or not, I have to do it. While thinking, UCL's gaze was drawn to a branch emitting purple energy in the hands of the celestial spirit. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to take it. The system notified, you have acquired a special artifact, the branch of hatred. High grade, description, hatred does not fade with time, it only burns fiercer. Special functions. 1. Upon first contact, causes an abnormal hatred state on the target. 2. Upon second contact, hatred explodes, dealing damage. 3. Hatred accumulates daily, storing up to 3 months maximum. 4. If the target has risk level 6 or above, damage is halved one-time use. After reading, UCL smiled with satisfaction. With this, I can face Mason Tyrn, the boss in episode 8. Having acquired the artifact, now it's time to start training. A few weeks later, thanks to diligent practice here, UCL's stats increased significantly. Mana leak delay LV3, muscle strength plus 8%, reflex speed plus 12%, sensory sensitivity plus 20%. Sixth Sense consumes mental power to activate, detects mana phenomena within 24 meters, heightens awareness when in danger, activates automatically, mana circulation rate in blood plus 2%. Looking at the stats board, he marveled that his current stats were around mid-level 2 stars. There's still a long way to go. The main characters already have stats surpassing 4 stars. Since no one in this world teaches swordsmanship, my only option is to thrust and slash precisely through the enemy's weak points. I have to train until I can scrape bones clean, strip flesh until vomiting blood, only then stop. While training, UCL felt his body change, something stabbing into his chest. He coughed violently, hacking, the sword falling to the ground. The system notified that you have mastered the special spirit energy breathing method. The breath skill of the celestial spirit has been acquired. UCL's gaze was hazy, everything blurred. His eyes fluttered closed as if losing consciousness, everything dim and mysterious. Suddenly a strange voice echoed, waking UCL up. Hey, what are you doing? Can't you hear me? Are you pretending not to hear? I hope you really are. Do you hear me? Answer me, I'm waiting here. UCL jolted awake. What the hell is this? The sound came again. The voice continued, hey, you heard me, right? Regaining composure, UCL turned and murmured, are you the celestial spirit Leafhanel? A big question mark appeared in his mind. Did celestial spirit Leafhanel just start talking to him? Astonished, he exclaimed, what's this, a talking corpse? The irritated celestial spirit said, I'm not dead yet, you vile human. UCL was still stunned. What the, how can you speak? The celestial spirit replied, I've been talking all along, it's just that your ears were deaf so you didn't hear. Why didn't you hear before but hear now? It must be because you're starting to be like me. Just now you were breathing the same breathing technique as mine. The more he listened, the more confused UCL became. Thinking back, just now there was a notification that he had acquired a skill. The system currently displays information. Celestial Spirit Breath LV1 skill, merging with nature through celestial spirit respiration, greatly increasing the circulation ratio of demonic energy in the blood. When used, however, the phenomenon of spirit beast invasion appears. Effect 1, power increases by 107%. 2, reaction speed increases by 125%. 3, sensory perception increases by 147%. 4, endurance increases by 101%. Maximum duration is 15 seconds, invasion level at 1%. UCL silently rejoiced, what is this? This skill is so overpowered. Though short-lived, the stats spiked to the level of a 4-star rank. Wait, what does spirit beast invasion mean? It means I will lose my human body. The spirit beast maintains form through magical power, but with a physique like mine that leaks magical energy. Losing the body means death. This skill shortens lifespan the more I use it, He reminded himself to stay positive. After all, this is a useful skill in an emergency situation. After the silence so far, the celestial spirit spoke. Strange, this is the second time a human has exhaled celestial spirit breath. You resemble that person. Presence so faint it's hard to detect, body devoid of demonic energy as if not existing in this world. Yusial was surprised. Who was that person? The celestial spirit continued. He also wielded a sword like you, severing magic, even cutting through celestial spirits. Yusial was shocked. What? He thought no swordsman like that was ever mentioned in the game before. If strong enough to cut through celestial spirits, he must be a true master. He asked, can I meet that person? The heavenly spirit said harshly, no, the disciple of the ancient archmage already killed him. Yusial was struck like lightning. The ancient archmage, you died long ago. How could you be alive? The heavenly spirit continued, do you want me to teach you? I once fought him and recorded all his breathing techniques and moves. Yusial was half believing, really. The heavenly spirit added, but there's a condition. I cannot leave here nor speak to anyone else because I am as good as dead. Find my heart for me, help save me, and bring me back to life. Just as expected, Yusial was straightforward and said, sorry. With my current power, I cannot take the heart of another heavenly spirit. After some thought, the heavenly spirit reluctantly said, it doesn't have to be a heavenly spirit's heart, just a pure heart of a divine beast. Yusial was confused. If you use a divine beast's heart, you will lose most of your strength. The heavenly spirit replied, that's okay, it's better than being trapped here forever, living alone all my life. Hearing that, Yusial thought that both sides would benefit. He said, if it's just an ordinary divine beast's heart, it wouldn't be impossible. I can do it, the heavenly spirit asked, really? Yusial told himself, the reason I'm cultivating here is to prepare for an upcoming summoning contract ritual where I will meet countless divine beasts. Compared to finding a heavenly spirit's heart, this is much easier. I am confident I will try to bring one back if I can. The heavenly spirit was delighted. Thank you, I will wait. Oh, and there's something I want to give you. Yusial was surprised. What is it? The heavenly spirit said, look behind me. He asked, what is this? Celestial spirit response, Alpha's flower chain, a symbol of the bond between Leafhanel and the destined friend, no power. Yusial had never heard of this item in the game. At most it had no flame, but could be used for burning. He put the ring into his pocket, but suddenly startled. Wait a minute, he is a celestial spirit after all. Observing carefully, he exclaimed, a symbol of a celestial spirit. Maybe this is more useful than I thought, hee. At the same time, in Altarisha's laboratory, she was personally perfecting the formula based on Yusial's instructions. After a period of concentration, she stopped. To look at the result, I've done it. No, now is not the time to be complacent. She continued to copy the formula from the board onto paper. A while later, Altarisha happily said that a new era would begin tomorrow. If Yusial knew, he would surely be very happy. In another place, the Dwarf Kingdom, the mineral capital of the Black Steel Empire. The dwarves here are extremely energetic, lively, and full of vitality. Amidst this scenery, the two main characters, Yusial and Altarisha, set foot in the strange city. Just upon arrival, Yusial beamed with a bright smile. We have arrived. Altarisha stood beside him, glanced around, nodded in confirmation. Yes, indeed. Today marks the day of the Grand Academic Conference, a major event with a venue that changes annually. This year, the honor belongs to the Optical Metallurgy Academy, renowned as one of the world's top alchemy schools, located in the Kingdom of Dwarves. Since the dwarves invented material magic, this year's conference is expected to be on an extraordinary scale. Rumor has it that the greatest alchemist, Hwal Siak Koden, the Golden Alchemist, will be attending. A thought flashed through Yusial's mind, accompanied by a sense of satisfaction. This is the perfect moment to present Altarisha's latest discovery. But his gaze shifted to Altarisha beside him, who spoke up, worry evident. Yusial, is this really okay? This is something that Professor has devoted half his life to researching. Yusial thought to himself, what a fool or kind soul, unable to do anything when his research is stolen, yet still speaks so nicely. Sensing her unease, he changed the atmosphere. Don't worry, Altarisha. It's not like I copied Professor Mazentyron's research. I simply surpassed her. Altarisha hesitated, thank you. The two continued walking. Yusial spoke playfully as they went, then let's go in, that red carpet looks too stressful, let's take the back door. Altarisha nodded eagerly. Oh, right, that's a good idea. As they stepped inside, a broadcast sound echoed, drawing the attention of the hall. Welcome to all doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemy Society. Now, I hereby declare the opening of the 87th Golden Ratio Academic Conference. The enthusiastic voice, tinged with humor, caused several top professors to slightly raise their eyebrows. The host continued, at the opening session, we are honored to introduce a new medical invention. The sound of high heels echoed. Spotlight beams swept across as a figure walked out with great charisma, none other than Professor Mazentyron, whom Altarisha had mentioned with respect and a touch of guilt. The presenter solemnly began, please welcome Professor Mazentyron from Stella Academy to introduce the latest medical drug product. She gently stepped up to the podium, her sharp eyes scanning the audience, then projected the first slide onto the screen. Hello, I am Mazentyron from Stella Academy. Today I will introduce the new Alpha experimental drug line from Hongduok. She paused and clicked the remote control, the screen displaying an image. First, please take a look at this. The presentation began to become lengthy and detailed, precisely in accordance with high professional standards, requiring more patience than knowledge. Everyone listened attentively, although even those of us seated below barely understood what she was saying. The terminology seemed aimed at splitting atoms, making anyone lacking patience prone to a half-awake drowsiness. After a prolonged stretch, she concluded her presentation with, "That is all for my talk." The hall seemed to awaken from hypnosis as applause rang out accompanied by dramatic nodding. A wave of chatter broke out. "Oh my, Professor Mason Tyron is truly a genius. That challenging innovation for Hong Duok is absolutely fantastic." In the corner of the room, Yusial folded his arms and observed, his sharp eyes analyzing like a grandmaster in a chess game. He thought, talking about Altarisha's thesis as if she herself created it, quite convincing, but the joke was only just beginning. There were many ways to retaliate, and now the main course was about to be served. Just as he thought the main course was laid out, another character stepped forward. Altarisha from Stella Academy. The atmosphere fell silent as Altarisha stepped lightly onto the stage, standing exactly where Mason Tyron had just left. She looked at the audience, took a deep breath, and began, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Altarisha, an alchemist from Stella Academy," but no one paid much attention. The audience whispered like patrons at a street tea stall. "Hey, is she from the pharmaceutical company? I really loved Professor Mason's cell regeneration extraction. Absolutely fantastic." Amid the noisy waves, only Yusial focused intently on every word Altarisha said. She hesitated slightly but continued. "The topic I am presenting today is..." At that moment, a faint smile appeared on Yusial's lips as if he knew what was about to happen. Altarisha's next sentence silenced the hall completely. "This is a complete summary and thorough understanding of the technique using mixed variable alteration." Silence enveloped like time standing still, no chatter, no whispers. Everyone turned to look at her, eyes wide as if asking, what did she just say? No one dared to interrupt, but the atmosphere was shattered when an elderly man slammed the table and stood up, his voice sharp. "Do you know where you are standing?" The auditorium trembled, all eyes turning to Altarisha. Under the pressure, she was slightly flustered, stammering but maintaining her composure. "Yes, of course I know this is a wonderful and honored position, especially for someone like me." Her response was humble yet resolute, but the professor was relentless. "Then explain clearly what the spell you just cast means." Altarisha gently pressed her hand to her chest, calming herself. She took a deep breath, looked directly into the expectant eyes, and said, "Please understand it from the perspective of an alchemist." The auditorium erupted like a broken hornet's nest, murmurs spreading. The incantation to transmute variables impossible, for the principles of magic and alchemy cannot be combined. Indeed, for 3 million years, no one has resolved the contradiction between those two. A renowned professor sitting in the front row, with white hair and deep-set eyes, raised his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat to steady himself. The tense atmosphere was broken when the moderator's voice rang out like a bell to relieve the stress. "Please keep order and allow the speaker to finish." But then another deep, authoritative voice rose. "If you think it's impossible just because many have failed, then how can you call yourselves alchemists?" Everything fell silent. The voice belonged to the man wearing a white robe trimmed with gold, his hair softly curled with a golden sheen, a legendary golden alchemist, Hwal Siak Koden. He smiled as he stepped forward. "I have been eagerly awaiting what you are about to present. I want to see the truth hidden within the magic that everyone has long believed impossible." He raised his hand to encourage her. "Come now, brave little girl, share your discovery with us." Altarisha stood as if petrified, a rosy blush spreading over her cheeks, her eyes shining with gratitude and emotion. She gently bowed her head and whispered, "Thank you, sir." A shout like thunder struck through the hall, leaving it utterly silent. None other than Professor Mason Tyron, his gaze as sour as if he had just tasted vinegar, gnashed his teeth as if he wanted to bite the microphone to pieces. Before Altarisha's assistant presentation began, "I have a question regarding the thesis being discussed." The audience murmured. Hwal Siak Koden tilted his head, his eyes sharp as laser beams. "What do you mean?" Mason Tyron spun sharply to face Altarisha, his voice slicing through the air clearly. "I suspect plagiarism." The entire hall seemed to explode with rapid whispers and chatter. Good heavens, plagiarism, the most serious accusation in academic circles. Hwal Siak Koden burst out laughing, a laugh half amused, half as if ready to sue someone. "How ridiculous. Do you know what happens if you accuse plagiarism without evidence?" Mason Tyron replied, "Of course I know." He stepped close to Altarisha, spreading arms like performing magic. As everyone knows, the interleaving algorithm for mixed variables has 5 unsolved problems. Only when all 5 are solved can alchemy and magic harmonize. Until now, our academy has only solved 2, and even those answers are incomplete. Yusial folded his arms and listened attentively, eyes narrowing. Mason Tyron continued proudly, but I, Professor Mason Tyrn, have solved 4 out of 5 problems. And the assistant standing here is my assistant. The auditorium buzzed with excitement. Someone whispered amidst the noise, if this thesis is indeed. Mason Tyrn raised her hand to interrupt. That's right, this thesis is definitely mine. She tilted her head with a challenging smile. Even if my assistant accidentally solved the 5th problem, so what? Mason Tyrn's gaze was like an icy dagger piercing Altarisha, sharp and cold. Her face curled into a triumphant smile. Bitter thoughts echoed in her mind. Altarisha, you insolent brat. You are a genius, I do not deny that. But so what, this will be where you end. Fool, talent means nothing if no one recognizes it. Your talent will forever belong to me. Mason Tyrn leaned close to Altarisha, face to face, voice like a judgment bell. So, Assistant Altarisha, do you dare affirm that you have solved the remaining 4 problems? The hall fell silent. Altarisha froze, eyes wavering, took a step back, heart pounding. I knew it, this would happen. My hair is about to turn gray. Oh God, what should I do? But a voice like a breeze whispered in her mind. If you ever feel troubled being alone, call me over. Altarisha's eyes opened wide, glowing brightly. Fear vanished like rain erased by sunlight. She inhaled deeply, lips pressed tightly together, curling into a calm smile. Her right hand slowly rose. I have a request. I want to invite a co-author up here. The auditorium erupted as if bombed. A loud murmur spread. What a co-author? Hwell Siok Koden raised his eyebrows in surprise. Who is that person? Altarisha lowered her hand, her gaze directed toward the audience, pointing directly at a young man in the sea of people. My co-author is Yusiel. Yusiel almost toppled backward, mouth agape, eyes wide as if his brain had just powered down. Co-author, I only contributed a few ideas, right? No, wait, how am I supposed to react now? After Altarisha introduced him as the co-author, Professor Mason Tyrn also looked toward Yusiel. And then he took his steps forward, gradually approaching the podium. The crowd's chatter mixed in too. How ridiculous, such a young student here, really? I don't think anything will actually change other than disputes spoken aloud. Golden Alchemist Professor Hwell Siok Koden showed some interest, folding his arms eagerly. Oh ho, I eagerly anticipate this. On Yusiel's side, after moving, he now stood closer to the lectern, his gaze somewhat downward, carrying a slightly somber mood. He gradually moved closer to Professor Mason Tyrn. Then his gaze fixed straight on the professor, showing no signs of worry or hesitation. He quietly stepped past Professor Mason Tyrn's side. But suddenly, a surge of magical energy burst forth, originating from the branch he was holding in his hand. And the power of this spiritual force touched the professor's arm. A system information panel quickly updated afterward. The special hatred skill of the defensive branch item was activated, targeting Mason Tyrn after he passed by. It seemed the professor did not notice this. Instead, he looked over with slight anger and said, HMPH, how rude. Seeing that the other did not recognize it, he gave himself a faint smile as his thoughts materialized. All right, it's effective. He stopped upon reaching the necessary position, and officially faced the scholars below, silence falling first. Then, with an expressionless face, Yusiel spoke first. First, I would like to listen carefully to Professor Mason Tyrn's argument. There is a saying that seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. So let's work together here to solve the cross-training technique. A smile appeared on his face, and once again, murmurs broke out among the people. A debate between a professor and his assistant over this report sounds really interesting. Agreeing with everyone. Altarisha's worry turned immediately towards him, speaking somewhat hesitantly. Hey Yusiel, I noticed you seem a bit anxious. You cast your eyes elsewhere, but then you quickly reversed the question. Hey assistant, don't you believe me? Hearing that, Altarisha looked a bit confused. Ah no, I believe you. To reinforce her certainty, Yusiel added words of comfort. I've been by your side all this time, so don't worry, Assistant Altarisha. You can do this, I trust you more than anyone else. Seeing his smiling face, Altarisha felt her cheeks flush slightly, her thoughts racing through her mind. Could she really do it? Her hand then clenched tightly onto the collar of her own shirt. Focusing, she adjusted her glasses, but more thoughts rushed in again. That's right, Yusiel is correct. She had to trust what she had accomplished during all this time. She neatly adjusted her hair as well. Meanwhile, Mason Tyrn was left bewildered and unable to control the situation here. After regaining her confidence, Altarisha stepped forward to stand opposite Mason Tyrn and said, Then let's get started. Altarisha had completely gained her confidence. The method of intersecting variables in alchemy. 300 years ago, an alchemist declared, I have discovered a miraculous formula that can solve this equation. This is the miraculous formation that can resolve the anomaly, but I urgently needed to use the restroom, so I couldn't write it down. Afterwards, he died in the restroom, which made the formula famous. Since that time, countless alchemists have attempted to experiment with it, but the results have been complete failures. Therefore, now no one wants to try it anymore. For this reason, the unsolved formula has been considered impossible. But now someone claims they can solve the random blink caused by the Thoa magic force. A smoker with a cold expression commented, Interesting. Information about this person also emerged later, a member of the Moon Mage Tower, Squad 13 of the Destruction Team, Captain Keen. Another girl nearby wearing similar attire yawned long. What's so interesting? Bored to death for sure. Updated info. Vice Captain Hazen Macaron. Then these two appeared here by putting themselves into stealth mode. After finishing the previous yawn, Vice Captain Hazen Macaron looked up and cast a half glance of judgment. Is that Captain Professor really a dark mage? Then someone nearby also whispered, seems like there's a smell of tobacco around here. Looking toward where both had started recording information on the blackboard, Vice Captain Hazen Macaron continued to comment, the more I think about it, the more I feel this mission is a big scam. But then Vice Captain Hazen Macaron looked over at Keen standing beside him without saying a word, and could only helplessly rub his head, close his eyes, and continue speaking. What could he do when the captain blindly trusted whatever the old man said? But then she was suddenly forced to open her eyes and look ahead. Not only her, Keen also paid attention in that direction, where both Mazen Tyron and Altarisha once again faced each other, quickly forming assessments in their minds. Then, the atmosphere in this auditorium changed, right? And then the host's voice rang out again, yes, just after finishing the first difficult problem solution. Moving on to the position of Professor Hwal Siok Koden, the golden metallurgy expert, who was currently surprised by the information written below. That was observing a continuous flow of information recorded specifically and in detail on the two blackboards. He then offered another assessment, similar yet a completely different approach. And on this side, Captain Keen also formed his own line of thought while intently watching in the same direction. Yet Altarisha's explanation was simpler than Mazen Tyron's. Moreover, the final results had some differences. Below, the host's voice rang out once more, announcing the second difficult problem solution. Again, both returned to their blackboards to continue writing. Above the observation area, a few people had started to gather, and the worry mixed with surprise was clearly visible on their faces. It was truly astonishing. Many had solved the second problem before, but this kind of explanation was something I had never seen until now. This was a problem said to require at least 200 lines of writing to resolve and clarify, yet she managed to solve it with exactly 12 lines. The person they were both discussing was Altarisha. Observing on one side, Yusial crossed his arms and smiled, internally reflecting on his own judgment. The audience's reaction was also very positive. He kept his smile there and his thoughts shifted somewhat, yet the real part was only just beginning. The host's voice rang out again. Currently, the solution for the third difficult problem was continuing. Would the third problem, which no one had ever solved until now, really be cracked right here? Both were intensely focused on recording their research results on the board, and a bead of nervous sweat appeared on Altarisha's face. Meanwhile, Mazen Tyron's anxiety was even greater. Both had stopped writing, and Hwal Siok Koden below began to show surprise as the assessments were continuously made. Had she really solved it? Mazen Tyron, who solved the third problem previously considered impossible, achieved truly impressive results. Although he heard this praise, Mazen Tyron showed no sign of happiness. Instead, he felt a mix of surprise and confusion. Hwal Siok Koden's words revealed this, but more than that, Altarisha had something even more impressive. Looking at the results hidden within Altarisha, Mazen Tyron began to feel frustrated and angry. His thoughts quickly overwhelmed him. What was this way of reasoning, after all? On the other side, with a satisfied smile, Yusial then heard the endless chatter of those around interrupting. How could she have come up with such an approach? Even witnessing it firsthand, I still couldn't believe it. All along, the alchemical seniors regarded the 5 difficult problems as separate issues, solving them one by one, but Altarisha was completely different. She viewed all 5 problems as a whole and proceeded to solve them integratively, and that was the difference between Mazen Tyron and Altarisha. Then, the process of solving the difficult problems continued. Mazen's hand writing on the board began to shake. His calculating thoughts were no longer functioning well. Wait, what is the formula for the next part? He glanced back at his blackboard and began to curse. In truth, he didn't have enough board space left to write, so he immediately turned to a nearby host and shouted, "Please bring in more boards here." The voice grew even more strained and urgent, "Hurry up." But then a familiar sound was raised, instantly dispelling the tense atmosphere. "I've solved it." Mazen's gaze froze momentarily, and immediately shifted to the side, where Altarisha calmly turned her back to the blackboard and looked down at the people below. Then, Altarisha proceeded to explain to everyone, adding a complete analysis and explanation of the interdimensional random interference technique. A flash of light flickered around her, and her deep voice resonated throughout the square. It was just an analysis providing a complete explanation of the interdimensional random interference technique. Concluding this complicated matter, everyone had already begun to lose control of their temper. Insane. And then the sound quickly overwhelmed everything else. Insane, this is truly madness. Am I really witnessing a historic moment in a place like this? Ah, this is so moving. Indeed, a moment of the century. Altarisha, hearing these words from below, felt pleased, and with that came a growing confidence in her mind. I did it. She then turned toward Yusial, standing not far away, and added new thoughts. Thank you, Yusial, this is all thanks to you. Her smile remained, but another voice appeared, Altarisha. Opposite her now was the darkness emanating from Mazen Tyron. Altarisha looked over with deep concern. Professor. Yusial's footsteps immediately moved to stand beside Altarisha. Then an arm was raised and the magical energy emanating from Mazen became increasingly visible. Something was off in the voice Altarisha instantly produced, and then some kind of confession was revealed. How much longer do you intend to make me sad? You stole the thesis, then edited it and forged it as your own. Does that make you happy? Yusial stepped forward one pace, shielding Altarisha from behind. His eyes showed no emotion as thoughts quickly formed in his mind. Was she trying to become a dark magician permanently? Although earlier than expected, that might actually be better. Not only that, looking at Mazen before him, he gave himself new contemplation. If she became a dark magician in front of everyone now, the surges of anger would be uncontrollable. She repeated every word Altarisha said. Altarisha's eyes finally showed resentment. She tried to regain calm by biting her lip, carrying the accumulation of emotions up till now. Altarisha suddenly shouted loudly, I told you to admit it already. Confidence returned to her. On that momentum, Altarisha spoke clearly, my thesis is even better than the professor. Wasn't the presentation just now enough? How much more do you have to steal from my thesis before you're satisfied? Upon hearing this from her, the audience as well as the scientists began to be surprised and started exchanging remarks among themselves. So the thesis about the red medicine earlier was from that assistant. No wonder. Not confident for long, Altarisha had to let herself tremble a bit. Professor. Once again, she erupted her emotions, her voice rising louder than before. The professor is even more foolish than I am. Hearing this, Yusial's expression began to show bewilderment, looking over at the woman standing beside her. This feeling quickly spread to where Keen and Hazen Macaron were standing on the other side. And finally, it was Mazen who was now regarded as the new focal point. To dispel this slightly awkward atmosphere, Hwal Siok Koden spoke up, breaking the tension. Heh. Then he crossed his arms and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, this is truly interesting. Today's symposium is really fascinating. At this moment, Mazen was startled and returned to reality. A dazed feeling mixed with his voice as he realized a small trace of demonic aura had been revealed. What? Then he looked back at his slightly trembling hands. What did I just do? That thought rapidly replaced the others. This is dangerous. Knowing where all this started, Mazen directed his anger and gazed to one side. His steps hurried and purposeful as he approached Altarisha, embodying a clear threat. Altarisha, how dare you do that? She was surprised and timid again. But then this surprise was quickly replaced. When she saw a familiar figure blocking the way ahead, it was none other than Yusial. His voice sounded slowly, Professor Mazen. Now please take another look at the situation. Following that voice, Mazen's face froze in place, and then gradually fell into a state of bewilderment, questioning life. All the while she had to endure an invisible pressure as countless glances from those below were casting unfavorable feelings toward her. The alchemist sat silently waiting for this outcome. Mazen then turned sideways and began to speak. No, that's not it. The climax of this was when she raised her hand to her chest and spoke in a noticeably higher pitch. That girl stole my thesis. Those below heard everything and could assess what the real situation was. Hwal Siok Koden remained silent. Take her outside. Someone quickly responded, yes. After those words, the order was executed. Two monitoring spirits stepped forward and took Mazen to one side. Faced with this, Mazen still tried to argue. No, I said I didn't do anything wrong. Both members of Destruction Team 13 looked toward her departure while her voice still couldn't stop, saying, let go, let me go. After the great danger and huge trouble had passed, Altarisha sat down on the spot, as if the initial burdens had been lifted. And from in front of her, a hand slowly reached out, her sparkling eyes gazing toward those familiar hands. Yusial, with a confident smile directed at her sitting there, spoke, Assistant, you've worked hard today. Hearing this encouragement from him, Altarisha couldn't help but be momentarily bewildered. Then she broke into a bright smile, dispelling all her worries. The yellow light outside added a shimmering beauty to the place. Transferred to the 13th Destruction Squad of the Moon Tower, the two were now heading in the same direction. Hazen closed his eyes and spoke, but ultimately gained nothing. Hearing her say there was no beginning or end, but there was a middle, Keen grasped the point and added, so if the emotions explode to that extent, there must be signs already. The sensors reacting to the dark magic's invasion show no feedback at all. Another issue was pointed out by Hazen. That makes sense, after all, the Moon Tower's spiritual sensor isn't absolute. And then a new question was raised, glancing at Yusial and Altarisha surrounded by scholars. Hey, is that kid really the high school student they said was the co-author? Turning to Keen beside her, she paid some attention and assessed herself. Pretty cute, isn't she? Keen, hearing this, cast a half glance back and asked, "Have you investigated yet?" Hazen looked a bit puzzled and responded, just received news from Matra. Before coming to Stella, that kid's hometown was destroyed by dark mages, so he must be a civilian with the lowest achievements, yet somehow he entered Class S. Moreover, he studies at the world's most prestigious magic school without using magic, which is generally very strange. Today, he also requested to have his name removed from the article. Unexpectedly, there could be so much information. Captain Keen calmly looked ahead. "I see, remember carefully." Then his eyes showed surprise at something. From the front, Yusial stared directly at Keen, with 1 part concentration and 9 parts expressing uncertainty. And then he decided not to pay it any mind. He looked straight ahead and smiled brightly. Standing there somewhat dazed, Captain Keen tried to ask himself, "Wait, our eyes just met a moment ago, but the 2 Hazen macaron beside us looked away and didn't believe it. What? Impossible." Then he looked back at Yusial ahead, continuing to assess whether the captain's perception reduction spell along with his dark barrier could be so easily penetrated. The conclusion was that it must have been an illusion. Focusing his gaze unwaveringly ahead, Keen was stunned for a few seconds. Yusial's smile appeared as if nothing had happened after the previous intense gaze, and so Keen had nothing more to say about him. There was nothing else to do here either. After confirming that Professor Mason Tyrn showed no abnormalities, Keen took himself aside and said, "Let's go, it's over." Hazen Macaron put both hands behind his back, adding, "I'm also fed up with this boring place," and moved to a carriage marked with a distinct noble aura. Inside was the figure of someone angrily biting their nails. This person was none other than Professor Mason Tyrn. Just now, the continuous curses erupted. Damn it, if it weren't for Yusial, I wouldn't have had to endure such humiliation." But then from in front of her, someone was sitting reading a book with eyes closed, calmly saying, "Now that things have come to this point, we have to deal with it. Calm down." Mason Tyrn saw this person suddenly appear here. Her voice became more dramatic. "You are Raiden." The other party immediately opened blood-red eyes, revealing clear dissatisfaction. After casting an indifferent glance, he quickly shut the book in his hands. Upon hearing Mason Tyrn's remark, that was not a problem. Professor Mason Tyrn's face clearly showed considerable surprise. Raiden almost responded with a somewhat displeased expression. Glancing over, he added, "Fortunately, there was a suppression from the contract. If the emotions had surged a bit more and caused chaos, it could have ruined all our plans." Knowing she almost caused a great risk, Mason Tyrn immediately went blank on the spot and apologized. "I'm truly sorry." Seeing her only know how to say things like that, Raiden closed the book into the space, shut her eyes, and sighed. "Do you think that just apologizing can solve the problem? The leader is deeply disappointed. You must immediately adjust your mood back to how it was at the start," she said. "You have almost lost the value of a professor at Stella Academy." Unwilling to accept this, Mason Tyrn shouted loudly, explanations continuing to pour out. "No, I have many connections on the plagiarism review board. This incident, I can still make everything turn out smoothly. I haven't been kicked out yet." Hearing her talk too much, Raiden interrupted with her eyes closed. "Silence and standing still. Bowing your head to the ground and walking around is the most useful thing you can do." The interrogation replaced the atmosphere. Understood, right? Raiden then moved away, leaving Mason Tyrn with a series of demands. "Don't move and keep silent until the commander gives instructions." When left alone, Mason Tyrn clenched her hands tightly, pouring out her own fury. The blame was directed straight at one person. This was all Yusial's fault. Her expression hardened into something dangerous, clearly revealing that some kind of plot was about to form. Recalling the image of both before being pulled away, Mason Tyrn added a bit more thought. "Just need to wait a little longer, just a little more time." His image deeply engraved in the mind. Moving to train heading somewhere. Inside a train car, Yusial crossed his arms, staring intently at Altarisha, who wore a strange expression opposite him. Then his gaze shifted to the side, concluding that he brought it into his thoughts. What a pity. I think if Mason Tyrn had used dark magic during the presentation, it could have prevented the collapse. The catastrophe of episode 8 would have been averted. I guess everything would have gone smoothly until the episode that is supposed to explode. His eyes also closed, beginning to lean back, but the thoughts remained there, unable to do anything else. Don't be too hasty either. The academic conference ended smoothly, and the branch of resentment was activated. Suddenly, his eyes opened. Only one thing made me somewhat concerned. He recalled the moment his eyes unconsciously looked to one side, where Keen and Hazen Macaron stood side by side in a shadow invisibility state. Looking at Keen, who was staring back at him then, the new conclusion was immediately specified by him. That person was definitely Keen. And introduced in more detail, a small group of elite mages, selected with extreme rigor, the top dark mage unit of the Moon Tower. Even in this Moon Tower, which is infamous for hunting mages and dark sorcerers, the commander of the elite unit 13 was Keen, who pondered deeply on himself. If I didn't have a sixth sense, I would have never realized until the last moment why those dangerous people were there. Perhaps they came to monitor Mason Tyrn. Whatever the reason, it would be great if we could participate actively. Just thinking this, he unconsciously noticed Altarisha, who looked drowsy as if she had just woken up. The old story continued through a new one. I apologize, but could you spare a moment? No sooner had the words finished than someone appeared near Altarisha, and the question she voiced was full of surprise. Pass it over, who is it? Before she could hear the other introduce themselves, she was taken aback herself. Could you possibly be? The person opposite appeared dressed in a white suit with the distinctive ears of the elf tribe, holding his hat. As he opened it with a slightly cheerful expression, he began to speak. Then, very pleased to meet everyone, the character's information appeared along with the chairman of the Nebula Corporation, Melian. As the episodes of the game progress, the worldview will gradually expand, and as the main character Flame matures, naturally many other characters will become targets, among whom is the one known as the heart of the southern Lower Moon Plains. Chairman of the Nebula Corporation, Melian. Thanks to placing the fateful golden ratio point of his life, he was destined to be the richest man in the world. Although he was over 50 and had a daughter, he remained a target for many people, not because he was rich or handsome, but because of his daughter. The antagonist Jiriel, who is also closely related to the high-ranking elf Jiriel. True to her title as the female antagonist who tormented the main character through several episodes, players became furious and found ways to torment Jiriel as much as possible by targeting the person she loved most. Her father, Melian, marrying him and destroying the family. After that somewhat lengthy introduction, Yusiel sighed wearily but did not forget to summarize a few thoughts. It sounded like a joke, but everyone was excited about this dramatic development. Continuing the story, he looked ahead with a half-indifferent gaze. I had expected that, but didn't think he would actually come here. I need to make a good impression during today's conversation, to prepare for the upcoming episodes. Melian was smiling as she looked at the two sitting together, cracking this smile as she began with a few initial questions. You must be the alchemist Altarisha, and this is the alchemist whose identity hasn't been revealed yet, right? Oh, if you don't mind, may I ask your name? He had thought ahead on this side. I knew this in advance, but the question was really clever. And he responded immediately, I am Beek Yusiel, a first-year student of Class S at Stella Academy. Melian was immediately surprised by this information. Oh, so you are a trainee from Stella Academy. Very pleased to meet you. As he slipped his hand inside his coat, Melian closed her eyes and added, the reason I came to see you two is. A carefully prepared document was presented before the two. The explanation clarified what it was. To propose an exclusive alchemy contract for Altarisha's spell techniques to the Nebula Trade Guild. Of course, the terms would be very generous. Would you like to take a look at the contract? His expression showed no surprise at this, but Altarisha was the one more surprised. Just holding it in her hand trembled slightly, and according to the document, it trembled too. As soon as she opened it, her eyes brightened continuously, her voice excitedly expressed, this includes unlimited support for materials and technicians. I've never seen such a sum before. A few thoughts quickly formed. With these conditions, I can create and release inventions I've always dreamed of. Yusiel would surely like this too. Her gaze shifted toward him, but he seemed dazed, not understanding what his intention was. Altarisha hesitated a little after seeing his reaction, and then an idea turned toward Melian, adding, excuse me, could you give me a little more time to think it over? Knowing that something still wasn't quite right, Melian immediately added to her words while she was holding and examining the paper. The conditions still weren't sufficient, were they? If she had any requests, she should just say them. But Altarisha quickly interrupted, no, that's not it at all. The conditions are not only sufficient, but even excessive. It's just that I need to discuss it with the co-author of this technique. Yusiel, sitting beside them, was also surprised by her words. He couldn't believe he was the reason for this important issue. A look of bewilderment appeared on his face. Having heard that from her before, Melian chuckled somewhat wryly and thought, is that so? I had assumed the co-author was just a figure of speech, but it turns out not to be the case. Looking at the two people opposite him smiling brightly, he thought to himself that he didn't need to pay attention to her. How could that be? At the age of just a teenager, to already be able to help resolve a long-standing issue of over 300 years must surely mean he was an extraordinary genius. Melian raised his hand forward to ask, do you want to take a look at the contract? After all, no matter what, he was still just a student. Following the suggestion, Yusiel also took the paper and studied it carefully, confirming Melian's continued reasoning. With these conditions, it certainly couldn't be refused. His face still smiling, he immediately gave his answer, I must decline. Unexpectedly, this could happen. Melian's expression became utterly bewildered as she looked across at the man sitting opposite. And the major doubts raised. Could you please tell me the reason? If the conditions are not satisfactory, I will immediately make corrections. He stopped speaking there, staring straight ahead. His thoughts unraveled every issue. Signing an exclusive contract with the Nebula Trade Association, the largest trade guild in the world, was certainly a good move. But although Melian is an excellent businessman, he is extremely stubborn by nature and unwilling to lose anything if this technique were bound under his control. Only cheap items can be mass-produced, limiting the diversity, individuality, and overall performance of the equipment. Moreover, because of the excessive monopoly, many mages will not be able to access these devices, and technological development will become biased towards commerce, allowing those black mages to catch up technologically. In fact, I've seen players choose this storyline branch just to earn money, but the outcome is always a sad one. From those inferences emerged a new issue he raised, unrelated to the conditions. I simply do not want to sign an exclusive contract. Melian then hesitated a bit and said, "So you mean?" Holding the paper in his hand, his face showing no clear expression. He added that this technology, a fusion of magical studies and alchemy, will have a tremendous impact not only on daily life but also on the crafting of equipment for mages. We hope that more mages will use these new pieces of equipment. Upon hearing all this from him, Melian offered a few confirming remarks. You have great dreams and ambitions. Having big aspirations is a good thing, but to realize those wonderful dreams, money is essential. He immediately responded, "As it happens, I have just concluded negotiations with a series of investors, and one of them is Chairman Melian himself." And as if understanding his point, Melian posed an important question. "So do you intend to sign contracts with those people and with me at the same time? If so, most of the conditions I propose will have to be dropped." Without denying it, he smiled with his eyes closed and confirmed, "That's right. Frankly speaking, I also desire those conditions very much." Then his eyes gradually opened, and in a calm and measured tone, "We will elevate the product to premium level." A new smile appeared on his lips. "This is the proposal I offer. We will still strive to make the items as widely available as possible. But among those, the premium items that are difficult to craft will be exclusively contracted with a Starlight Trade Guild. That's called a brand, isn't it?" Seeing that he had such high confidence in himself, Melian, standing opposite, squinted slightly. As a professional merchant, Melian understood his meaning. She pointed her arm toward him and smiled as she asked a question. "Excellent, but will those luxury items really sell? I would never do anything that would harm myself." Knowing what he was worried about, he lowered his gaze and replied with a few words, "That's right, so I will not ask you to sign the contract immediately." Then his cold yet confident gaze continued to appear. "In half a year, let's hold a private press conference for investors with Chairman Melian." Melian's expression suddenly changed as she heard him continue. "If you like the products I introduce, then please sign an exclusive brand contract with us." Seeing that he had done some careful calculations, Melian closed her eyes, accompanied by her familiar smile. "That's right indeed, truly wonderful." Altarisha smiled, understanding that the other party had initially agreed to these terms. To demonstrate this cooperation, Melian took out something resembling a business card and said, "This is a messenger slip, which also contains my contact information." He reached out to take it. "Yes, thank you, sir." Additional explanatory information appeared along with the messenger slip, a document written on paper and sent out. It will certainly reach the recipient. The work was done. Melian put her hat back on, a smile appearing as a sign of farewell. "All right, now I'll take my leave." His expression remained no different from surprise. Meanwhile, Altarisha kept a faint smile on her face. As calm as he could be now, he was trembling just as much. He raised his hand to his chest to check if his heart had fallen out. His words were a little shaky. "Oh my God, I thought I was about to die from worry." Seeing him like that, Altarisha standing beside him also felt anxious. Was that typical behavior for someone who worries a lot? In response to her bewilderment, he replied, "I'm really worried." Hearing him say that, she naturally smiled and added a compliment, just as expected, "Yusial is amazing." Hearing her say something strange to him, the other side looked confused. Seeing him puzzled, Altarisha changed her tone. "Ah, it's nothing," and paid her no more attention. He turned his focus to the door he had recently left through, his thoughts accompanied by a smile. After all, one problem had been solved. "When I return, I think I'll go to a nice restaurant with the club members." Some additional information appeared. The scientific conference had safely concluded. Classes at Stella Academy were continuing as usual. A professor was on the podium addressing the students below. Professor Mason Tyrn was unwell, so I will be substituting for him in teaching this class today. When he upstairs heard that line, he immediately glanced at himself with half an eye, and the contemplation returned once again. It really has vanished without a trace, hasn't it? That contemplation escalated further as images of Professor Mason Tyrn's demonization appeared. If everything goes according to plan, she will fully awaken in episode 8 and will inflict great damage on this school. I don't know how everything will change in the future because of this matter. His gaze grew even more serious, wondering whether this episode could come sooner. I hope at least it will unfold to an extent that I can handle. Adding to the assessment, not only Mason Tyrn but also Altarisha did not come to school. The class had ended and he was currently walking down some hallway. It seemed she was happy in receiving a pension now. Just then, some student ahead of him said something. Hey, did you hear that?" He paid attention to the conversation nearby. The assistant, Altarisha. Was she the one who deciphered that incredibly difficult super consciousness non-interference technique? The conversation continued. Oh, I heard it, but isn't there still another co-author? They said that person's identity was kept secret, but why would they do that? He didn't pay attention to that story as he looked straight ahead. Good, could that person be extremely ugly? Haha, is that so? After a while, he was now outside the school grounds. His thoughts were still there. Keeping it a secret that he was one of those authors helped him attract less attention in this school. His steps suddenly stopped. At first, he gave a hint by borrowing knowledge from these special glasses. Because all focus and attention must be directed to Altarisha, that is the right and best approach. Stopping at one spot, he noticed something appearing near him. Ah, found it. Isn't that Ma Yuxiang? Wow, look at that posture. After a long time, the two main characters, Yuxial and Azel, appeared again. People who saw Ma Yuxiang observing Azel felt a bit shy and some gossip arose. Achieving high grades and good looks, isn't that cheating? Is the person beside her in some class? She looks like a doll. HMPH anyway, she's still not a very good person. Yes, she is beautiful. But he quickly glanced over, silently thinking that anyway, there would never be a quiet day, attracting the attention of both. He then spoke loudly across, I'm here. Seeing him appear, Ma Yuxiang smiled and greeted, hello Yuxial. He waved back and said, sorry, I've probably kept everyone waiting, haven't I? Don't mention it, someone added, not really. Then a question was directed at him, so what are we going to eat? Didn't you say you were the one to decide? Knowing that Azel could hardly eat the delicious dishes due to her family situation, he immediately smiled confidently. He said that she would find out if she went there. They moved to some restaurant. There were 3 people at the table, but only 2 plates of food. A bit stingy, right? If I had to guess, this dish is definitely pizza. The shimmering light along with the spreading aroma around. Azel's eyes showed a craving. Her face already flushed as she was about to eat a delicious dish. He had noticed her current cuteness. Her gaze was fixed only on the food and the food. He still didn't take his eyes off her. Some thoughts came to mind. Reflecting back, he thought there was something in Azel's explanation and introduction that when you order pizza, you have to order some kind of drink that's almost always served, maybe some kind of pickled juice. Following that, he handed her some kind of drink and said, here, you eat this. Azel looked at him with a questioning gaze. Her own worry showed how exactly was she supposed to eat this. The worry appeared again on Azel's face. That confusion made him wonder a bit. Hey, is this her first time at a pizza place? He said, ah yes, that's right. Just then, Azel raised the cup to her lips to try it, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. It's delicious. Her face immediately flushed red. Opposite her, Ma Yuxiang also noticed the cup similar to Azel's. He drank it and then immediately raised it to his mouth. Feeling comfortably integrated with his body, Ma Yuxiang immediately turned his words toward him. Yeah, it really is delicious. He looked on, dazed and coldly thoughtful. Take a picture, capture this truth, he said. He was just drinking but looked like he was shooting for a food magazine. After everyone finished drinking, he lifted a piece of the cake toward the front with a bright smile and said, try this one too. Just eat. Filled with anticipation, Azel picked up a knife and fork. Seeing her pick them up, he wasn't surprised. Closing his eyes, he said, oh dear, are you planning to stab that knife into the cake like that? Nobody does that. Then she looked at him, surprised, as if asking for guidance on how to eat it. He immediately demonstrated by bringing a piece to his own mouth. Of course, an explanation followed. They said eating it that way is very tasty. Azel glanced back and forth, feeling awkward. That seemed a little strange, wasn't it impolite? Meanwhile, Ma Yuxiang smiled brightly. Oh, isn't that just too much fun? So Ma Yuxiang picked up the cake with his bare hand, choosing a spot to bite. All right, let me try it here. You don't know until you've eaten it. Only after tasting do you realize you haven't truly eaten before. Ah, never mind, making myself look dazed again and again. Azel followed both examples, holding the piece of cake in her hand, then quickly took a bite, her eyes tightly shut. Afterward, her body trembled slightly, catching the attention of the 2 male classmates sitting nearby. She brought her hand up to her cheek. Azel's face immediately lit up with joy, a few thoughts also appearing in her mind. Ah, there was a gentle sweetness flowing in every slice of cheese, along with bell peppers dancing on top. Adding a bit of bell pepper with olive oil could create a special dish, also including bacon and onions. They seemed to be dancing together to create a symphony. Seeing her so cheerful, the guy beside her asked, so, do you think it tastes good? While eating, hearing him say that surprised Azel a little. But then she glanced back at the slice of cake in her hand, blushing slightly, and said, yeah, it really is delicious. Both men then looked at her and smiled softly. Then a few suggestions and exchanges were added. From now on, let's come to this place to eat regularly. Will you take me along? Depends, don't be like that. The scene shifts to a sunset over some field, where a remarkable crack appeared, signaling that some danger was about to be born. Back at the classroom as she walked, her steps suddenly stopped when someone called out, hey Flame, have you heard about that? Her gaze shifted, responding with a soft smile, yes, I have heard. The female trainee looked a bit flustered. Oh, really? She spoke and quickly left. See you later. Flame watched the figure disappear and then stood silently in place, sighing deeply. I guess she came to talk about the rumor concerning assistant Altarisha solving the interference enchantment formula. but as far as I know, it was all created by Yusial. His image appeared in her mind, sparking a new line of thought. But how did he solve that formula? Clearly, to regain the past, most future knowledge, except for key events and stories, must be forgot. Could he remember those things, or was it because he was just too smart? In front of Flame, some people were whispering excitedly. Then someone approached and greeted, "Hello, Flame." That person was none other than Jeremy Scalvin. He smiled brightly and continued the conversation. "This time, would you like to practice Persona Gate with my group?" Seeing him standing nearby, Flame avoided his gaze. "Why are you acting like that? If you go, do I have to go with you?" Her eyes widened, voice firm, "Go find another girl. Don't flirt with others without a reason." After saying that, Flame left immediately. Meanwhile, Jeremy Scalvin's face revealed a strangely sinister smile, truly peculiar. The scene shifted to a nearby announcement board displaying several lines of content. The official Persona Gate document. "First-year students, please choose a Persona Gate to practice with your group." Everyone looked up at the board. Flame still stood there, lost in new thoughts. "By the way, this is the Persona Gate practice. Has it really started yet? The Dark Mages call it the Persona Gate. If it is not quickly conquered as soon as it appears, the place will turn into a dead land where no creature can survive. Moreover, unlike dungeons that are cleared by defeating the boss or destroying cores, the Persona Gate requires analyzing and breaking down their patterns along with their magic." Pondering further, she reflected on how from analyzing concentration to space distortion, structure, and soul imprisonment, one needs knowledge of thousands of patterns as well as the ability to memorize them, and ultimately combat strength. In fact, the purpose of training magical warriors is precisely to prevent the Persona Gates. It can be said that this is the most important subject. Flame's hand clenched into a fist. If the original story is correct, something is truly merged into the Persona Gate operation. I cannot let Yusial handle everything alone. Determination surged within. This time I have to stop it to avoid great damage. The scene shifts to the 9th Star Tower, the 9 Towers Cloud Floor Cafe. Princess Bion's group is gathering. The table is filled with pastries and fragrant tea. A sudden question rang out, "Has everyone tried the new dessert?" A few responded, "Oh, you mean the pumpkin cake without cream cheese. The flavor is really unique." Princess Bion took a sip of tea as the chatter continued. "That's right, I tried it once and was truly surprised." But Bion's thoughts did not agree. It was dull. Just then, her eyes widened when she heard someone mention the recent matter. By the way, Stella's assistant had solved the interspace technique known as accidental interference spellcasting. Rachel continued, "I heard about this from my father. Moreover, it is said that the co-author is actually a student of Stella Academy." Both friends were simultaneously surprised and amazed at this information. "Oh my God, really?" Certainly, Rachel's father is the director of the intelligence agency. But doubt arose. Who in the world could solve an unsolved problem while still a trainee? You're right. Over here, Bion placed her teacup down on the table, thoughts overpowering her mind. Even the director of the Intelligence Bureau did not clearly know who that person was. But then the image of Assistant Altarisha and Yusial appeared in her mind. So Yusial was indeed the co-author of the interspace interference technique. Her face noticeably darkened, unable to control her emotions. Her hand suddenly gripped the edge of the teacup. A series of questions drifted through her mind. Why did Yusial hide that truth? Was he deliberately raising the reputation of Assistant Altarisha? Then a thought flashed, could Yusial have feelings for Altarisha? She abruptly stood up, causing her friend beside her to look up and ask unconsciously, "Princess?" Bion immediately turned her back and left. "I have to go now." The classmate unconsciously added, "Yes, but it's tea time now." The other three stared blankly as she left, not understanding what was happening. A question echoed upon seeing her hurry by. Why would the princess act that way? The scene shifted to the schoolyard. Bion was walking when suddenly a figure appeared right in front of her. Her eyes looked downward, not yet recognizing the person. It wasn't until a voice called out that she paid attention. Realizing someone familiar, she responded, "Princess Hong Sihua." Hearing her call her by name, Hong Sihua quickly covered her mouth to laugh. "Oh my, didn't you tell me to call you sis?" An additional piece of information: they were forced to become enemies because of the fate of the legitimate child and the illegitimate one. My half-sister, Hong Sihua, I hate that woman to death. Cutting off her thoughts, Princess Bion asked again, "What are you doing here?" Hong Sihua smiled brightly, "Ah ha ha, don't look at me like that. Isn't the reason you came here for something? Recently, in the first-year class, a commoner trainee appeared who is very interesting, right?" The question made Bion slightly startled. She was talking about an ordinary person who still upholds the spirit of a knight, a quality almost lost in this world. The image of Yusial flashed through her mind. Seeing her strange reaction, Sihua folded her arms and added, "Judging by your reaction, it seems you're interested in him too." Her voice became more thoughtful. "He is a knight who sacrifices everything for the mage." With a cold gaze and a mocking smile, "Isn't that every princess's dream?" Bion's hand clenched tightly. "So did you introduce me to him?" She was not satisfied with these words. Princess Bion gently stepped forward and replied, "All right, thank you, you try it yourself." Hong Sihwa burst out laughing loudly, looking at her. She seemed annoyed, truly cold. Then, as if remembering something, she raised a finger. You weren't like this before. Is it because the eldest sister has passed away? Bion's face fell, and a sadness was clearly visible in her eyes. She walked on and said, I take my leave now. Her gaze followed her figure, briefly filled with sadness. Thoughtfulness quickly took over. Perhaps this time I was too harsh, went too far. Maybe it's still too soon for her to hear about the eldest sister. Just then, the guard Seirin appeared and added a word. Seeing her arrival surprised, Princess Hong Sihwa paid attention and said, what's the matter? A file was handed over by Seirin. Here is the information about the person you asked to search for, trainee Yusial, a copy of the assignment he submitted in class along with a brief biography of his past. Hong Sihwa held the document and said, really? I didn't expect to find this without digging. Very good. There really was an assignment with such a requirement. She opened the document to see what it was like. The title read, To my mother, Mom, I miss you. Reading up to here, Hong Sihwa laughed loudly, quickly covering her mouth. Aha, kids will always be kids, right? As time passes. A minute later, her hand holding the document began to tremble. Seirin was a bit surprised to see this scene. In front of Hong Sihwa, tears fell as she hurriedly covered her mouth. I understand now. Yusial's mother said she doesn't like black bean noodles. Seeing something was wrong, Seirin quickly changed her words. Excuse me. Meanwhile, Sihwa turned her face away. Wait, are you crying? Sihwa replied, it's nothing. Just wiped her tears, she added some thoughtfulness. She had never deeply considered poverty. He lived in that situation, yet still maintained the spirit of a knight. Her eyes drooped. Yusial's hometown was invaded by dark mages, wasn't it? Then she smiled. I'm sorry, Bion, but I'm getting more and more curious about Yusial. Scene changed. The last day of training had arrived. The trainees gathered on the grass. A professor stepped out to explain, from now on we will begin the Persona Gate training course for first-year trainees. Please enter the gates according to this arrangement. Yusial stood in a corner amidst the rustling sounds. It was just like in the textbooks. I was a little worried. Thinking further, so finally it begins. Before all the upcoming events, starting with a new thought stream linked to my system board as a reward for completing the academic presentation. We can also activate the gate analysis function from these glasses. I have trained in Leafhanel's garden and enhanced my abilities, so that's enough. Your information displays clearly. His face was pensive, eyes revealing deep thought. At this moment, the teacher standing nearby pointed towards the gate and signaled, students entering gate C7 please proceed this way. Flame standing next to Yusial responded succinctly, yes. The attraction in her voice made him inadvertently turn to look. Not only that, others also appeared, including Princess Bion and Azel. Deep in thought, he wondered, so these are the people who are accompanying me. This Persona Portal practice session will be conducted in groups of 4 to 18 people. The important thing is to cooperate to overcome the challenge. His eyes still did not leave the group. First-year students at Stella Academy with average skill at level 2 will not easily conquer the Persona Portal prepared with 3 risks in the very first real mission. A concern arose. The C7 Persona Portal where the event takes place can hold a maximum of 16 people. It's unfortunate that Hei Wenryong isn't here, he thought, but with Flame, Bion and Azel, they should not fail to conquer this portal. His steps moved forward. After all, he didn't need to participate in the strategy to defeat the final boss. The portal appeared right before his eyes. All he needed was the hidden reward. Saying that, he stepped into the portal, which then took him to another place. Yusial's face showed a brief surprise. A new information board appeared, welcoming him to the Ihuran Ball. A golden sparkling square unfolded before his eyes, with people beginning to gather on the large carpet at the center. Bion's group quickly entered this area, similar to Yusial. Everyone's eyes looked around, assessing the situation. Then a voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Hello. A maid butler raised her hand behind her, smiling brightly. I have prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Princess Bion felt that something was off upon hearing this, suspiciously asking, a dress and shoes? What do you mean? A thought interrupted her. Had there ever been a ballroom inside the Persona Gate? But she quickly adjusted her mindset. This wasn't the time to think about that. We need to analyze the Persona Gate and check the guidance notifications. Countless complex characters appeared on the screen, but anxiety began to surround her. Wait, hold on, had they really given such a complicated formula for a first-year student's test? The butler then delivered the instructions to everyone. Miss, the dinner banquet is about to start, you must hurry. Bion, still confused, asked in surprise. Butler, how can you speak like that? Is that a prescribed phrase? A thought interrupted her again. I don't know if this is truly an NPC inside the Persona Gate. I've heard that those created by the mage within the gate cannot express personal actions. Seeing the butler smile freely along with her previous words, Bion's mind began to waver. No, it can't be. This is Stella Academy. No way would a real Persona Gate appear here. It must just be Stella's technology a little more advanced. The butler's smiling expression remained on her face. Why would you say that, sir? Bion changed her tone. Don't worry, go get the dress. The butler replied, yes, I understand. She left under the princess's gaze, with anxiety creeping in. I don't know if it's because of my mood, but this training session somehow feels like it won't end easily. Time passed quickly, a step appeared, and Princess Bion had changed her outfit. Her silver pink-red hair blending with the color of her dress, her beauty flawless to the highest degree. Then her eyes suddenly glanced at a figure. None other than Yusial in a classy suit. His gaze was also directed toward one side. Bion looked over, her face briefly flushed. He was dressed quite elegantly, looking very fitting. But focus soon took over, and a few memories surfaced. This piece was submitted by trainee Yusial for a subject. It is said to be his past story. She received the document and gently stroked her hair. I see. Glancing through the information, she seemed to have caught a clue. Back to reality, she still didn't take her eyes off. Could it be because of Yusial's personal information that she received a few days ago? I feel he seems different. He stood in front of me, yawning repeatedly. His eyes looked back while her thoughts continued. Overcoming the past like that, the path of a knight in Stella. Yusial's bewildered expression cut through her thoughts. What are you looking at? Is this your first time seeing a civilian yawn? Bion was briefly surprised, but then bashfully averted her gaze and replied, no, it's nothing. Just then, a voice interrupted, is everyone here already? Someone gradually approached their position. All eyes turned to this arrival. A red-haired lady holding a fan continued speaking. From now on you will attend the ball hosted by Duchess Iharin. Then her gaze shifted, focusing on a wall. It is said that those 4 corridors lead to the mansion's basement, but the basement is full of labyrinths and traps. When people get lost, the knights inside the mansion will start moving. She smiled, you can only trust your intuition and knowledge. Can you do it? Yusial stood in a corner and replied curtly, yes. Upon hearing this, the lady glanced over in surprise. You look so confident, I'm glad to meet you. This confidence makes me feel a bit guilty, I like it. Yusial answered, thank you. Faced with this natural exchange, the other trainees couldn't help but be surprised. What? That person talks like a real person? Do original NPCs have such dialogue? The lady's voice continued, wishing you all good luck. She turned her back and left, leaving a silhouette for everyone to watch. The male trainees looked at each other again. Alright, let's go. Anxiety engulfed them as they approached the gate and began their mission. Just then a voice rang out, hey, everyone wait a moment. The speaker was Flame. She asked about the training test. Do you all find it a little strange? She calmly provided details. It is difficult to explain, and these NPCs act very realistically. I can't analyze anything from this persona gate. Normally, the practical test for first-year trainees shouldn't be this hard. The trainees in front agreed. In fact, I found it strange too. I almost couldn't understand it. That's right, that NPC looked very real. As everyone agreed, Flame's expression brightened. All right, I'll persuade them to go this way. But then, a voice cut in, wait, Flame. Jackie appeared, arms crossed, displeased. You're not seriously saying this is a real portal, are you? Already worried. In my opinion, this is exactly the scenario the professors want. In real combat, you can't always completely decipher a persona portal. In other words, our falling into such a confusing situation is part of their plan. She analyzed further, moreover, Stella is the place that trains the most elite magic warriors along with the top phantasmal knight squad. Could they really fail to detect if a real portal appeared in the school? Everyone began to believe Jackie's words. Oh, that's how it is, so that's the case. Meanwhile, unease surrounded Flame. This isn't good. If by the rules this portal is real, no one would ever believe that said aloud. She had tried to create an unusual feeling. Looking over at Jackie's smug expression, now what to do? A quiet silence enveloped the space. Yusial glanced over thoughtfully. In the end, did they still have to go down this branch? He recalled information from episode 6 of Jackie's Darkening Branch. In the original novel, the character Jackie didn't exist, so Flame must have been very confused. But the scene where Flame blocks this path is one of countless branches present in the original game. Anyway, this is the situation where one of the 3 trainees must become the darkened sacrifice, and new concerns began to arise. Although Yusial hoped no one would be corroded, if fate has determined it, can it really be changed? Seeing the opposite situation, he thought even helping Flame wouldn't change the outcome. If so, the right choice is to step back. They looked at each other for a moment, then Jackie decided to turn away. No matter what you say, I'm leaving. Flame tried to hold on. Wait, Jackie. Jackie turned back, eyes cold. Even this situation was arranged by the professors. Just stay calm and handle it while you all just stand there dumbfounded. Jackie chose a portal and teleported. Flame couldn't stop her. The male trainees exchanged worried glances. One decided, I'm going in too. I've always been ready for this situation. Yusial stood with crossed arms, assessing. No one was acting systematically. His fingers moved slightly. Well, given how things are, there's no choice but to advance. He smiled and stepped forward. While Yusial confidently walked ahead, he suddenly stopped and noticed something to one side. Oh, it turned out to be a somewhat large group of male students gathered behind him. Yusial asked, why are you all standing behind me? Everyone became a bit flustered. Tiny beads of sweat appeared. It's nothing. Seeing so many people share the same expression, he could only stand there indifferently, sighing over the small worry. You're not planning to follow me all the time, are you? Kids always have schemes. His steps moved forward again, but he thought he didn't really care much about these things. Anyway, there's nothing important here. A long, dark corridor is the next choice on the path. The light contains some kind of energy, emitting a purple glow. You stop in the quiet space, and footsteps from behind approach. Then your attention shifts again to the place from which the voice came. What is this terrifying corridor? The person walking with you is Princess Bion and two other girls. Thoughts form within you. It seems everyone has arrived. The princess's gaze has fixated on something. The three then step ahead of you and stand before the closed door. You wonder where the others have gone. Your gaze drops, a clear conclusion forms immediately. As predicted, it seems we cannot all appear at the same time. Analyzing more carefully, the 16 students are arranged into groups of 4. Those 4 corridors will be divided among the 4 groups. The person entering is you, then the silhouettes of 2 familiar friends appear. It seems Azel and Flame have moved elsewhere and formed a group together. Your eyes look at those here with Princess Bion. You think you're surprised to be in the same group with her. They are exchanging something. We should move immediately. Yes, Your Highness. But then the princess notices your gaze. The question was immediately asked with a somewhat blank look. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied about something? He started to sweat. No, he replied, still keeping that expression. The princess added, oh my, it's really dull. Ignoring it further, his gaze shifted in another direction. Instead, the Princess Bion and Azel splitting up seemed like a good thing. At this moment, a startled expression took over his face. No, wait a second. He raised his hand sideways to stop everyone from moving forward. There was something ahead. A golden light appeared, revealing several statues in dancing poses. Their shapes resembled decorative mannequins. A big question arose among everyone as they looked at them. Figurines, yes. Princess Bion said nothing, but was somewhat startled. Then attention was focused straight ahead. There, inside the room, stood a gate. The 2 girls standing beside the princess offered their opinions. Will our unlocking spell even work? I have some doubts about that. We can't even understand this gate. Our level is too low to do anything here. It's so dark this place makes me a bit scared. The situation is a bit difficult. Princess Bion looked over at him and asked, Hey Yusial, have you deciphered this gate yet? But his answer was somewhat disappointing. The princess's face displayed that disappointment most clearly. For an ordinary person, is it too difficult to expect so much? There must certainly be something here. But then the surprise was replaced when his voice sounded once more. But I already have a preliminary idea about how we might move away from this place. With this new feeling, the princess immediately asked back, Really? Are you serious? His gaze remained forward, looking at the dolls ahead. Yusial pointed forward while diverting her attention, adding, if you look closely, you can see that each statue poses differently, but they are all performing the same dance. The question was asked, do you know what that dance is? Hearing him say that, her eyes fixed forward and then an answer gradually formed. She immediately said, it's Serena's soul-catching dance that has faded away. Analyzing further, this is the dance Serena performed right before she died, unable to bear her own tragedy. He then asked again, so surely you remember the moves clearly, right? Princess Bion was somewhat startled. Understanding his thoughts and calculations, she exclaimed, no way. To calm her down more, he looked forward again with some thought. Now she must have also noticed that each movement of the statue is sequentially connected, but occasionally some movements oppose each other. Time had passed for a while. He glanced around and continued. All right, is everything ready? The other 2 friends moved to the empty spots and began their dance moves. Done, I said, me too. Princess Bion then performed the move in the vacant spot. His gaze kept watching without looking away. Then the gate opened perfectly. Everyone's cheers echoed. We did it. The door fully opened and in front appeared a dark corridor with the light of a new area shining in the distance. Without hesitation, everyone quickly moved through. All attention turned back to Princess Bion as everyone advanced forward. A large room appeared, bathed in golden light. Knight armors held swords up and down, arranged in different positions. Beneath these armors were strange patterns. A friend pointed in that direction, asking if there might be some hidden meaning in those armors this time as well. Another friend added, all right, let's move closer and examine those armors carefully. Everyone then split up to observe each standing armor, but there was no further progress. No matter how I looked, I still couldn't understand why this time it wasn't the same. That's right, I didn't notice anything unusual. But then Princess Bion's gaze shifted to another direction. The place where Yusial was touching the carpet with those special drawings. A question was immediately asked, hey Yusial, what are you doing? After observing for a while, he stood up and gave his opinion. This time, it seems that these knight armors are just optical illusions. The real clue is the carpet. Another surprise made everyone focus again. He added the explanation that this time the dance on the carpet is actually the key. If you look closely, you can see a figure performing a specific unique movement. If we can sequence them in the exact order, we can solve this puzzle. The two girls were also looking intently and added to his words. Oh, you're right, I think I know about this, the tango in Serena's silence. Everyone once again split up and observed the movements engraved under the carpet. Yusial and Princess Bion also looked down more attentively. After a while, surprise formed in him as if he had discovered something strange. The sequences were newly arranged and the light flashed more intensely. A familiar sound rang out and a loud voice announced. The door has opened, a new path revealed. He and everyone quickly moved in that direction. All right, let's hurry up. Princess Bion's gaze once again did not leave him, adding an evaluation to her thoughts. He really is different. I had known this from the moment I was taught how to change perspectives, but I couldn't have realized that it would make such a huge difference. The breakthrough speed was strangely fast, enough to pass through a gate that couldn't be analyzed. The added anxiety, along with strategy, ideas, observation, calculation, reasoning, could this really be the level a first-year student had reached? It was as if he had come to the Persona Gate after practicing it dozens, even hundreds of times. Arriving at the new place, her thoughts still lingered. Upon reflection, before Yusial entered this school, he had mentioned that his hometown was destroyed by dark mages. The little whispered remark he made suggested that this place also had other stone statues. Meanwhile, further analysis by Princess Bion revealed that it was a remote, secluded village that no one had ever known about. But it was a frontier in fierce battles against dark mages. Now I understand why his villagers lacked basic academic knowledge but were very skilled in strategies and combat. Looking back at him, further analysis suggests that he must have fought on brutal battlefields against dark mages in his past life. Whether that is the reason or not, he was truly different from the other students. The quiet chatter ahead, let's go there and help adjust the weight balance for me. All right, I understand. A touch of surprise was added to the princess's face. Everyone tried their best to get high scores, yet he openly guessed randomly, scribbling on the test as if to show everyone that was the case. He also didn't do his homework and his attitude in class was terrible, but wait, hold on. After looking again at his handsome features, a new assessment emerged. So why is he trying so hard now? Princess Bion immediately grew serious. There must be a reason. Don't tell me you can feel it. The atmosphere has changed. Yusial turned back to look at her. A finger pointing in a direction immediately caught attention. Hey, why are you spacing out like that? You should come over there too. But she unexpectedly questioned him. Tell me, commoner. He was dazed, not understanding what she was saying. Bion voiced her suspicion. This Persona Gate, the one we are challenging, does it really exist? She waited silently for an answer, but all she received was contemplation and silence. He then evaluated her. Your eyes have become sharper, Bion. Normally, one wouldn't be able to discern the truth to the very end and would always be obstructed by Azel. A smile replaced the look. This was evidence that Princess Bion was gradually moving away from the path of becoming a villainess. Seeing him, the princess gave a slight nod. What are you smiling about? He replied, nothing. The other two friends stared around in confusion. Why didn't the princess come here? What had happened? Turning his back on her, he immediately gave the answer to the previous question. As you said, this place is real. You could get injured or even die. If you can't get through, it will cause a synchronization phenomenon with the outside world. Therefore, I plan to get through this place as quickly as possible. Princess Bion paused for a few seconds. She knew that. Yusial always acts when there's a reason. Her lips pressed tightly together. She thought she would not accept help like this. With narrowed eyes and a drop of sweat falling, she was sure she would survive on her own strength. Meanwhile, in another scene, a dark room filled with fallen soldier armors lay scattered around. Flame and Azel are teammates in this trial gate. Seeing both of them appear here, someone immediately called out to one of the two, "Hey, Flame." Flame looked over as a female friend waved. Over here, over here. Flame headed toward the three people running over. Is everyone still okay? One friend went missing. The girl hesitated a little, and then added, Jackie suddenly disappeared. Flame's eyes showed surprise. What Jackie? The female classmate looked at everyone with the same expression and explained further. It was all thanks to Jackie that we were able to make it here. Just as we went through the last door, she suddenly disappeared. We haven't been able to find where she is. Confusion suddenly locked Flame tightly. Have you been searching for a long time? An alternative thought, that means she conquered this gate faster than both me and Azel, without leaving a single scratch. A statement from the opponent was unexpectedly added next, but this wasn't our first time either. Flame seemed to not believe her ears. What? Moving to Yusial on this side, he is currently sitting with arms crossed, leaning back, eyes closed against a pillar. Suddenly, someone approached and asked a question that made him open his eyes. Hey you, when did you get here? Looking at Flame approaching to ask me, he answered, not long ago. Flame added, then did you see Jackie? I haven't seen her. Receiving this result, Flame felt a little sad. Is that so? And so she left under his gaze, although he did not understand what was happening. He had already guessed something. I think I could have stopped Jackie from disappearing if I had reached this place before her, but now there is nothing more I can do. The situation has come to this point, now I can only help the heroines clear the stage. Moving to somewhere in Stella Academy, someone's voice suddenly rose loudly. What, a persona gate has actually been mixed into the trainees' exercises. Homeroom teacher Lee Hanwal immediately rushed to the training area. Surprise and worry appeared alongside the scar on his face. The previously blue gate has now been transformed into a blood-red gate. How could this happen? Isn't Stella's security system supposed to be the best in the world? A professor standing nearby explained upon seeing Mr. Lee Hanwal appear, as if someone had completely reversed Stella's spatial wave detection system. The only wave appeared simultaneously with the emergence of the persona gate, so it was not detected in time. The security team was also reinforcing the system, but Mr. Lee Hanwal suddenly interrupted. Damn, at this moment, that no longer mattered. Suddenly, another person interjected. He was right. Following him, a shadow appeared, catching Mr. Lee Hanwal's attention. A new figure had appeared. Taking his place, the most important question now was who was inside that persona gate. Someone recognized this person, Commander Arene. Arene Blackswan, the supreme leader of Stella, the strongest knight order in the world. The man said to create a sea of blood from the corpses of dark mages, rarely appearing on the Stella Academy campus. He approached with a cold attitude. What's the situation? Has the reinforcement advanced? The earlier professor replied, no, it's not possible. It seems the students inside are facing a rather difficult challenge. Arene asked further, what is the level rating of this persona gate? The immediate answer is yes. Currently, the level is estimated to be between risk level 4 and 5. Arene frowned, estimated, give me an exact number. The professor holding the stack of documents answered tremblingly, yes, initially it was level 4, but as soon as the students entered, it suddenly jumped by 1 level. Arene paid attention. It was unusual, though not unheard of. The persona gate is emitting false waves. Bring me the list of students who have registered. The professor holding the documents immediately handed it over. Arene then opened it and carefully scrutinized each name on the list. A few names from Class 1's rank appeared. Beek Yusial Bion Flame Ezel Reiki. After receiving the list and reading some names, Arene's eyes narrowed further. A persona gate at risk level 5 means even veteran mages must prepare thoroughly to pass through. Currently, these are first-year students at only level 2 to 3 mages. This is absolutely insufficient to handle the situation. Arene's voice turned colder. Prepare 16 foam boxes to collect the bodies of those students. Hearing this, teacher Lee Hanwal yelled loudly, commanding Arene. But Arene turned his back and left. This was only a guideline for efficient future operations. Returning with eyes full of danger, don't tell me you actually believe those first-year rookies can conquer a real persona gate at risk level 5. It's like saying ants could kill a tiger. After saying that, Arene disappeared, leaving Mr. Lee Hanwal more worried about his students. I know this bet is really unreasonable, but I still hope the kids can get out safely. The red gate is still intact. Moving inside, Azel and Flame simultaneously focused on the same direction where someone had called out, "Hey everyone." Jackie returned with some dust on him and continued, "So this is where everyone is." You stood here, arms crossed, deep in thought, while everyone else showed a bit of joy. I'm really glad you're still safe. Why did you suddenly disappear like that? It scared me a little. After looking, you turned to one side. A deep silence appeared, now that everyone is here. The only thing left is to fight the final boss here. While pondering, not long before, suddenly something was about to appear and caught Yusial's attention. And then red status boards continuously appeared. You have arrived at the dance clock tower. If you go down the stairs here, you will reach the ballroom. The party seems to have just started, so hurry up. Everyone in the group headed towards a staircase leading downward. I guess we have to go down these steps. While everyone was focusing on the passage below, Flame anxiously looked up, as if realizing something bad was about to happen. A monstrous spider began to take shape in her mind. Atop this clock tower dwells a great sword spider, the leader, a level 4 risk monster. Its 8 legs can transform into 8 sharp blades. Flame swallowed nervously and took a deep breath. It's very dangerous, and I can't just rely on Yusial forever. Moreover, he has lost his memory, so he has no information about the great sword spider leader. But I've done some research on that great sword spider, so I'll try to stop it myself in some way. And then Flame looked over at Azel nearby. If Azel and Yusial face the final boss together, we might be able to get through without suffering much damage. Alright, Flame resolutely spoke up. Wait, everyone. Just then, someone's voice cut in, startling her a little. Wait a moment, it was Yusial looking up toward a high corner. There's something above us. Flame froze for a few more seconds. Then he broke the newly formed silence. You all go down there first, I'll check around here first and come down later. Following his words, no one objected. They all continued going down together, led by Princess Bion. At the very end, and moving slowly, worry still lingered in Flame. Yusial probably didn't even know about the existence of that great sword spider. The shadow just now appeared, but he could sense its presence right there. That was impossible. Don't tell me, hesitating to choose an alternative, she thought he didn't know that his senses could be that extraordinary. Well, after all, he did deflect the magic. While she was hesitating, everyone else had moved deeper below. At that moment, a male trainee stopped, as if sensing something. What is this sound sensation? The other trainees shared the same expression. Then, Princess Bion detected the location of the strange sound and immediately warned everyone loudly. The sound was coming from above. Everyone's attention shifted upward, only to be shocked once again when a giant sword spider charged towards them. It was the sword-tongued spider. Another trainee objected. No, that was the level 4 risk giant sword spider leader. Seeing it appear here, Flame's mood began to worry. What was going on, and what about Yusial? Thinking about Flame, Princess Bion suddenly realized that somewhere in that worry, commoners. The expressions of both then turned to Azel nearby. Don't tell me that. But then unexpectedly, a foot of someone appeared on the spider's body. Yusial jumped down from above, delivering a deep stomp to the spider, with a flash of golden blink light manifesting outward. The sword was already held tightly in hand when someone below called out loudly, Yusial. Seeing that the people below hesitated a little, he suddenly shouted even louder. I will stay to handle this guy, so everyone else hurry downstairs. Azel seemed unable to believe what had just happened. She started to seriously doubt him. Could he stop it all by himself? She then clenched her teeth and made a decision. Perhaps she should step forward and support him. Just then, someone's voice called out, I don't know what you're thinking, but what we need to do right now is to move to the ballroom immediately, as fast as possible. Princess Bion suddenly approached Azel and spoke those words. Before continuing forward, Princess Bion didn't forget to look back once more and added, that is the most helpful thing to do for that commoner. Still surprised by him earlier, now Flame was additionally baffled by Princess Bion's actions and expression. Curiosity arose as she watched the princess's back disappear. In the original work, was Bion like this? Flame's curiosity was justified. Normally, Princess Bion would have been jealous of Azel's battle prowess and likely have some conspiracy. But instead of jealousy, this time the princess helped Azel. After that, no one stayed to bother him. The door of the room below was then thrown wide open. Everyone proceeded toward a new dance venue. The sound of instruments and music spread throughout the room. As everyone stepped further into this place, someone exclaimed in amazement. Oh, that was completely understandable. It was far more magnificent than what they had expected from this special dance party. The crystal chandeliers cast radiant light in the air. The masked nobles held hands and danced amid that brilliant atmosphere. The red carpet stretched along all the stairs here. It was truly enchanting. While the atmosphere was lively, suddenly the lights here abruptly went out, along with the music stopping accordingly. Everything became silent. All the nobles were quiet, as if waiting for a main character to appear. And in that darkness, a slow step emerged. Once again, everyone was stunned. Princess Bion immediately spoke, diverting attention. Someone was coming down the stairs. Flame began to make a small guess, maybe the final boss, Duchess Aheron. Everyone should be cautious. But then something broke the view and surprised Flame on the spot. At the position where the spotlight shone, someone was standing under this light. Hello. Pleased to meet everyone, I am Jackie Aheron, and no one else but Jackie, who had split off and gone missing from the previous group. Her current smile seemed somewhat off. Contrary to the expressions of the trainees, the nobles here were very excited by her appearance. Duchess, you are so beautiful today. Please give me a bright smile and I will give you my heart. Although Flame had read the original novel, she still had no way of knowing this plot development. How could this happen? This development does not exist in the original romantic novel storyline. In fact, the character Jackie didn't even exist from the start. Judging by Princess Bion's worried expression, it's impossible for an ordinary person to become an NPC in the Persona Gate. And not just any NPC can become the final boss. Looking at Azel's expression, there is only one way for someone to become an NPC in the Persona Gate, and that means Jackie was already a dark mage. Flame bit her lip after making these inferences and understood why Yusial said those strange things. So this was Yusial's way of warning me about the involvement with Jackie, but I can't just give up like this. Determined yet anxious, I will bring him back no matter what it takes. So Flame tried to communicate with Jackie above. Jackie, if you're obsessed with that power, you could turn into something terrible. So please calm down. But then Jackie suddenly interrupted. Ah, that's nonsense. Right now I am Aheron. A dangerous smile appeared behind the paper fan. My head is Aheron. My chest is Jackie. My heart is Jackie's face blushed unusually. It was so excited that it felt as if everything was melting away. Seeing this situation, Princess Bion understood that it was already too late. Her mind had been corrupted by dark magical power. Azel beside her added, at this moment, the only way is to conquer this gate and bring him back to normal. Flame tightly grasped the staff with his arm. Flame understood the meaning. I got it. Golden magical light emanated from the staff. Concentration locked in on Flame. Wait for me, Jackie. I will surely save you to make up for this. A red lightning bolt suddenly appeared near Jackie. Now enough with the small talk. The magic power exploded further around. That smile appeared again on Jackie's face. Let's start this party together. Important information board updated. The battle with the tempting masquerade festival boss has begun. Meanwhile, in another place, a streak of greenish blood appeared on the screen, where the great sword of the leader had been slashed with a long cut across its upper abdomen. That blood just now also came from there, and this is the crystallized result that Yusiel created along with his blink. Anxiety began to envelop the body with beads of sweat falling, truly a difficulty. Analyzing the situation, he realized that the Great Sword Spider Leader was a kind of subspace and did not hold great significance in clearing the gate. However, there are two reasons why he must go through this hardship. His eyes narrowed. The first is to obtain the enchanted flower petal attached to the forehead of that great sword spider. While he was pondering, suddenly the spider swung a leg directly down towards him, but he was on alert. He immediately used blink to dodge easily, checking the item left behind by the mist monster there. At the same time, during this charge, he also threw out 3 types of potions with 3 different colors forward. Orange for spark potion, green for slippery potion, purple for oil potion. And then a result immediately appeared. The spider was electrocuted. Its body numbed in waves, lightning struck straight down the body, white light shone outward. The second reason is Yusiel swung his sword fiercely. He charged straight toward its energy shield. In just a short time, that shield miraculously began to crack, and his aim focused directly on the rose petal on the forehead. His expression suddenly changed with these developments, revealing the hidden strategy to surpass episode 6 of Jackie's dark magic path. Additional information suggested that the enchanted flower petal, when absorbed, significantly boosts mental power. This is an item for effective use, accelerating perception, increasing critical points, and providing supplementary abilities to slow mana flow. It's a mandatory item to use, and there are some intriguing details in this story. The spider struck forward once more. He launched an additional attack based on his earlier assessment. The enchanted flower petals were connected to the final boss, the Duchess Aheron. As the opponent lunged, he blinked upwards to avoid it. His main focus was on the fight, but distractions still divided his thoughts. In fact, the Great Spider Leader was actually the husband of Duchess Aheron. However, I didn't really pay much attention to these things since I had pressed skip to bypass the storyline, concentrating on important reflections even as the monster kept attacking continuously. His face immediately showed frustration. He continuously used blink to move around and decided to shift to a position above it. In any case, because of that reason, whenever I attacked the barrier appearing in front of the flower's wing, the Duchess also showed a similar sign. Therefore, the main characters would be able to carry out their strategies more easily. It is precisely because of this concern that he also felt another kind of worry, but I wasn't sure whether my attack would be effective at the right moment. However, a slight smile appeared on his lips, so I decided to attack it as much as possible to defeat it outright. In all previous battles, the spider sword had charged the attack first, so this time he decided to go all out by acting himself first. Blink was continuously deployed. As soon as he appeared in a new position, he used blink once more. Thus, we could only see the afterimages along the path he left behind. The ability to blink 3 times consecutively allowed him to do all that, turning this place into a stage for his performance. Before this transformation, the spider emitted a series of strange sounds. As for him, after that performance, he has now settled down. If I continued to maintain this state. Before I could think further, he was suddenly surprised, and the expression on his face shifted to astonishment. The spider below has moved unusually along with some kind of greenish substance, and you know where the problem lies. I threw so many slippery potions, yet it's still not over. There was no other choice. He was forced to rush at it once again. When Yusiel saw the spider below moving oddly without anywhere to cling to, he immediately felt uneasy. Damn it, below was the dance hall, and his speed was increasing due to inertia. Rushing down, there was a snap decision to change his course of action. Alright, think about this. I need to check the direction that spider is moving toward. Moving at a rapid pace, he finally caught up with its position. They collided, their eyes met, sweat dripped down his face along with angry gritted teeth, and he adjusted himself. His pupil flashed with a special color, blink. A few minutes earlier, just as the large bulletin board appeared, the battle with the Masquerade Festival boss Temptation had begun. Following that announcement, Princess Bion's entire group gathered together into a fighting cluster. Meanwhile, Jackie's hand grasped a part of her black dress. Blood-red music sounded, and Jackie's dance immediately began. All attention was focused on her movements. Each step she changed triggered new flashes of red lightning, and beneath her feet, a strange magic circle had formed. Once again, Jackie changed her steps according to her dance. The red lightning bolts began to alter the situation around, and everyone stepped aside. But the announcement seemed too slow, and then all the previous lightning bolts converged on one spot to attack. The nobles standing nearby were also knocked away. Back with the others, Princess Bion, after seeing that powerful strike land, turned back to look at everyone and asked if they were all right. A male trainee behind replied, yes. Calming down to analyze the problem, the worry became clearer moment by moment. I don't have time to hesitate or delay. Now is the time to fight. She personally took out the azure staff and planted it. The upper part of the staff began to emit light because this time the opponent was a black mage. Meanwhile, above, Jackie continued her dance moves while the fire elemental magic attacks began to target her lock-on. Noticing this, Jackie looked back with a contemptuous glance, and of course, there was reason for that. It wouldn't be that easy. After that speech, a strange black formation appeared right in front of Jackie. All fire magic attacks were easily stopped by it. But the attacks did not stop there. Azel formed 3 small ice formations from which large ice pillars shot out. The other students were not without thought either. They all simultaneously launched spells rushing toward the target. But unfortunately, all those attacks were blocked by the similar magic circles from before. The students were taken by a huge surprise. All the magic we created, is it completely ineffective? While everyone launched their attack, Jackie made a new move. Red lightning bolts formed in the sky and a slight startle was born. Ah, she's attacking once again, be careful. At that moment, by some miraculous way, Flame created a complex magic formation right in front of her. Jackie looked over and seemed to realize something. Mirroring her previous gesture, Flame also grasped a part of her own skirt. The sound of music began to play. Flame held her staff with an indifferent expression and started the requested dance. Those watching her action didn't know when it happened, but were greatly surprised. Why are you suddenly dancing here? But Flame didn't answer and continued her dance. After a while, Flame stopped, her eyes half lowered, staring straight at the opponent. Following the previously formed magic formation, Flame immediately unleashed an attack outward. A golden light swept past Jackie's side, who, holding a fan and with wide eyes, could only stand there watching. Seeing it succeed, Flame silently rejoiced. All right, it's exactly like what I read in the novel before. Then she raised her voice loudly, everyone, let's dance. The eyes of Princess Bion and Azel looked on in astonishment. And with the explanation continued by Flame, we already had hints from the previous episodes. In this episode, not only does it open with a magical confrontation, but it also includes a dance. We can only use magic through our dance movements. Quickly understanding, Princess Bion grasped the issue. So that's it, the dance of Duchess Aheron cannot be broken by ordinary magic. Azel also formed some ideas. The dance can counter Serena's quiet tango, and everything boils down to one important clue: Serena's farewell song is dead. Without hesitation, Princess Bion opened the scene with a dance. Azel synchronized and began to dance as well, and the other classmates knew this dance too. The musical notes created blended harmoniously with the dance. And within a short time, magical attacks were successively unleashed, heading straight for the spot where Jackie was standing. Unexpectedly interwoven, she held the fan in front of her mouth. And just like that, a large explosion formed before everyone, with Jackie at the center. The music was still playing, and Azel, in that melody, began to feel a new worry. Would that attack be effective? But then the sound suddenly changed, causing her to change as well. Wait a minute. As the blood-red music played, and from the smoke born of the previous explosion, a black shadow slowly appeared, contemplative in posture. The melody seemed to quicken its pace. 2 other students on this side also noticed the same thing. What the hell is that? One foot was slowly lifted forward. Specifically, 2 more feet emerged beneath Jackie's skirt. Her eyes also shifted to a demonic red hue, prompting someone to urgently warn everyone. Her legs have now grown to 4, haven't they? The dark black feet from the explosion once again rose onto tiptoes in rhythm with the dance steps, continuously changing their movements. Through the new rhythm generated by the 4 feet, Jackie quickly formed a new, denser magical array behind her back than before. All right, then let's begin the correct way. With the sound Jackie spoke, her face became increasingly dark and demonic. Seeing her like that, Flame couldn't help but shout loudly toward Jackie, "Stop it, Jackie. If you keep immersing yourself in the role of Duchess Aheron, you won't be able to come back anymore." Jackie retorted, "Exactly, why do you want me to stop? Just look around." At the same time as the dark magic spread, the voices of other nobles echoed endlessly. Jackie Aheron, Jackie Aheron. Everyone just stood silently there watching this scene unfold. From that moment on, the scene was no longer beautiful, but rather looked more like a terrifying spectacle. The nobles cheered rhythmically along with the music. Just as expected, you are truly beautiful. You are indeed the best dancer. Punish those foolish challengers. Looking at Flame's bewilderment, Jackie added a few words. "Flame, are you really that heartless?" Flame was taken aback. What? Some old memories surfaced along with strange, selfish, and mean analyses in the mind. This is a sweet and wonderful feeling. You are the only one who exclusively owns it. You have kept it to yourself. Flame always had a smile on his lips, while Jackie stood aside looking saddened. And now the pent-up anger was unleashed. "I will never let go of this heart and feeling." Red lightning began to appear more. Princess Bion sensed a great mana about to be released and warned everyone on behalf of all. "It's coming, everyone protect yourselves." After these words, Jackie on the other side began to act. Clusters of energy beams were formed from the formations and launched straight forward. Fortunately, with the prior warning, Princess Bion and Azel raised their protective shields to block the attack. But unexpectedly, another classmate beside Azel was hit by the attack. Azel noticed this, but there was no way to help. But then, while she was distracted, another overwhelming power was heading towards her position. But she herself didn't manage to turn back and observe. She couldn't do anything more. Azel closed her eyes, but then opened them when nothing approached her. A light shone on Azel's face. Bion relied on her own power. She stood firm and formed a massive wall of fire that helped Azel avoid the previous danger. After providing support, Princess Bion immediately hurried back. "Hey, you fool, why are you just standing there distracted like that?" Azel stammered something. Still looking dazed, Princess Bion's voice got even higher. "For me, defending against fire elemental magic will be more effective, so let me handle that. Focus on blocking the lightning elemental magic coming your way." Azel understood. Princess Bion continued the arrangement. She followed behind us and attacked when there was an opportunity. Flame also noticed Princess Bion's change and even spoke to me about it. In that fleeting moment, Flame looked even more bewildered. What on earth is happening? In the original story, Bion ruined the team's morale out of jealousy over Azel's abilities and tried to sabotage that relationship. In the end, it caused great harm to everyone instead of ruining the work and throwing everything into chaos. At this time, Bion was the one who grasped and understood the situation best. A blood-red energy strike this time flew straight at Princess Bion, and was blocked by an ice barrier erected by Azel. The princess was a little startled as she looked at her. Meanwhile, Flame's thoughts were still there. No, that was Bion and Azel. They were together. Azel looked at Princess Bion and spoke naturally and gently. "You shouldn't let your guard down." Feeling teased, Princess Bion immediately appeared sulky. "What do you mean?" Soon after, surprisingly, Flame appeared behind the two to assist with attack and defense. "Me too. We can't afford to lose to those two." Flame officially counterattacked by forming a great magic just behind and continuously releasing yellow energy beams forward. But with 3 dark magics in front of me, Jackie blocked all of Flame's attacks aimed at him. It was useless. But Flame smiled faintly right after. Large energy lightning bolts diffused and pierced through those barriers. Once again, a great explosion was born at the center of Jackie. Looking at the smoke ahead, that familiar question appeared again. So, is this the end? Looking closer, the smoke was somewhat thicker than before. And of course, that shadow appeared once again, but this time it had horns. The first to notice was Azel, followed by Princess Bion, and then Flame. Jackie's voice changed, calling out Flame's name. Jackie's legs had completely transformed into spider-like limbs, resembling the creature everyone had encountered in the corridor downstairs. "Do you hate seeing me this happy?" The noble NPCs had entirely changed, beginning to tremble. Meanwhile, some had already started to vomit. Jackie was gradually losing control. "Why won't you just leave me alone? Why?" Knowing that she ended up like this was partly because of me, Flame tried to speak up loudly. "Jackie is not like that. Please be rational." But Jackie had reached the peak of his anger. "Be quiet." Immediately, a blood-red magic circle was formed. Not stopping there, a second divine magic array appeared right below. The blood-red musical sound rose again, sealing a smile on Jackie's face. The original Princess Bion was stunned. Impossible. Behind Flame, the identical expression was displayed. This was. Looking at the danger ahead, thoughtful analysis was brought forth. At least this was a level 5 risk. There was nothing more to think about. What should we do now? From their gaze looking ahead, Flame suddenly looked up as if sensing some movement. The noises increased steadily, and she then asked a big question. What was that sound? Azel seemed to sense what it was and interrupted from beside her. "It's Yahello." Flame was startled at her words. But suddenly another unexpected development occurred. Jackie screamed as if struck by some blow. The question was asked again by Princess Bion. "What is happening?" Flame glanced from afar to explain. "I don't know the reason either, but it seems the battle between Yahello and the spider sword leader above has affected Jackie down here." Jackie held his head in pain. Flame didn't believe it, but there was another confirmation in his mind. "Don't tell me Yahello has discovered this characteristic and is fighting that monster alone just to help us defeat this final boss." Not sure how the attack is going above, but Jackie once again clutched his head, crying out helplessly. Not missing this opportunity, Princess Bion's tone changed, saying, "Now is our chance." After issuing the command, the 3 unleashed their magical skills once more. Princess Bion's fire, Azel's ice, and Flame's light surged quickly forward. Ice advanced first, freezing the legs of the spider sword leader's limb. Then came the engulfing flames of Princess Bion. Light was the final attack rushing in. A great explosion occurred when the 3 elements collided, sweeping away the smoke that had formed. Jackie shouted angrily, "Is this what you kids call showing off?" But then his anger exploded to the peak. "How dare you!" At that moment, the original spider sword leader suddenly appeared in the room. Feeling that something new had appeared here, Princess Bion anxiously asked, "What is happening?" Flame was equally suspicious and said, "I don't know, it seems like something just fell down." As if recognizing a familiar figure, Flame hesitated for a moment and thought, "That can't be. Isn't that the great sword-tongued spider leader?" Falling from above had caused this giant spider to lose consciousness, and the dance floor cracked as a result. The big question that arose afterward was, has it died? A male trainee in the group seemed unable to believe his own eyes, his body trembling as he spoke unconsciously. "That's ridiculous. Yusial, a first-year trainee like us, actually hunted down a 4-star monster by himself. Not only the spider but also other similar beings fell. This male trainee suddenly turned around in shock to see you lying there completely unconscious. In front of everyone present, a large spider fell right on the exact spot where Jackie had been standing before. From below, someone stepped up these stairs, one of her friends. Flame was the first to ascend, but she carried a sadness within. Jackie was now pinned under the giant spider, struggling to rise but trembling as she questioned Flame, who was moving forward. Why do you always bother me so much? Anger grew on her face. I will never forgive you. But then, another thought arose in this situation here. Oh heavens, so that's how it is. You couldn't win by dancing, so you had to resort to this trick. Because no one dances more beautifully than me, right? How pitiful, truly pitiful. In the end, you're just like me, also jealous of someone more beautiful appearing. Wearing an additional foolish smile. Aha, not just me alone, after all, you're no different from me at all. But the sadness deepened in Flame's mind as she looked at her friend, who was no longer lucid. Seeing her strange expression looking at her, Jackie asked him blankly, why are you looking at me like that? Shifting part of her emotions, Flame stood there and asked Azel behind her. Azel, can you summon an ice mirror? Azel replied quickly, yes. Jackie, understanding her action, then smiled smugly. No matter what absurd thing you do, the truth is that I'm still more beautiful than you. At Flame's request, Azel created an ice mirror in front of Jackie. She blankly cast her gaze into it. One side of her face had completely transformed into a spider. She still couldn't believe this was true. What is this? While the male classmate here was concerned about you just sitting up, are you okay? Oh, my head. Jackie's voice shattered that quiet atmosphere again. Is this my appearance? You're lying, isn't this an ordinary mirror? Yusial has now regained consciousness, but is pressing his fingers to his forehead and mouth while Jackie's voice continues without end. You all are trying to deceive me with this image, aren't you? It's disgusting, truly disgusting, absolutely revolting. That sound keeps echoing. Jackie screamed even louder. Ah, please put that mirror away. The group of nobles who had sided with Jackie earlier at the dance have now stopped. The Duchess is no longer beautiful. Everyone knew what would happen next, so they all lowered their heads and let Jackie rage in her agony. Ah, I don't want this, I hate it, this is not me. Jackie's transformed hand trembled as it reached out for help. Flame, please, can you do anything? Please help me save me. But the words shifted somewhat. Do you think I would ask for that? A sword-like leg resembling a giant spider's combat limb appeared. Jackie's transformed arm that was raised toward Flame screamed. With added anger, it's all your fault I ended up like this. Die. Flame was a mix of white and red, but the one injured in the attack was Jackie. Something emerged beneath Flame's feet and pierced through Jackie's body. Her dazed eyes opened. For a moment, Jackie recalled the happiness she felt standing beside Hei Wenryang. Jackie could not be saved. Everyone could only help her escape this situation through sacrifice. The flame from Princess Bion began to blaze. Once again, Flame lowered her head, saddened because she herself had done that terrible thing. The identical Princess Bion also felt something similar. But the saddest person was probably Flame, because she knew that she herself was partly the cause of that death. After Jackie vanished, she stood there speaking her final words to her friend. I'm sorry, Jackie, I truly am sorry. At the same moment Jackie fell, an official announcement appeared, ending the story of Duchess Aharon, who had achieved the greatest beauty and fame in the world. You have conquered the ballroom of temptation. Congratulations. Moving outside where everyone entered the gates, an announcement sound also echoed here. Team A6, the simulation practice has ended and the students have left. The training simulation for Group B3 has also been completed. As the trainees came outside, Teacher Yusial immediately issued instructions. Evacuate them at once. A teacher responded, yes, sir, everyone has left. Teacher Lee Hanwal then focused on the last place, worry forming on the spot. Is this C7 the only thing left? Suddenly, the red gate right next to Teacher Lee Hanwal began to undergo some change. Red lightning bolts started to flicker around it. Sensing that something was wrong about to happen, Master Lee Hanwal immediately turned to another assistant nearby and said, the waves are shaking, prepare quickly. Yes. But before he could say more, the gate suddenly mutated, the space expanded, and the previous red hue gradually faded away. The master's gaze was sharp and intently fixed on this change. But then a faint smile appeared on his lips. The ant has defeated the tiger. Following these words, all the trainees had appeared outside, except for one, and the red gate then completely disappeared. Seeing the trainees able to come out from that dangerous place, discussions leading to a lively debate arose. Had they truly conquered the dangerous level 5 persona gate just as trainees? Even veteran soldiers with rich experience had considered that a challenge. Doubts continuously arose. Was that boy the leader? Erin's face showed a hint of surprise because he himself had stumbled over his previous words. Then he turned back and mocked himself for joking. Let's retreat, yes sir. It didn't stop there. After coming outside, Yusial stepped forward, raised his sword across his chest and said, I hereby report that the mission to conquer the persona gate has been completed. In total, 16 people participated. 1 person was sacrificed and 15 returned safely and successfully. Teacher Lee Hanwal's expression immediately turned bitter after hearing those words. In the end, there was still 1 sacrifice. Afterwards, the teacher refocused and instructed, "You all did very well. I will immediately assign a healing mage to come right away, so everyone should rest now." Yes, just at that moment, someone appeared and interrupted, asking if something had happened while I was away. Everyone then intently looked toward the familiar voice. Following that, another person appeared here. "Oh, it seems something happened while I was gone, is that right?" For a moment, you stood still, bewildered by the unexpected arrival of this person. Stella Academy's principal, Eltman, a great rank 9 mage, smiled as he approached you. "About that matter, will you tell me everything?" Moving to Stella Building Number 1, the principal's office, Yusiel walked alongside Principal Eltman down the hallway here. As he walked, his face briefly showed an indescribable dazed expression mixed with a new worry, a private conversation with Eltman. "No way, why do I feel so anxious?" His eyes glanced elsewhere as if complaining about some decision. "That's why I don't want to be a leader." Back before exiting the gate, Princess Bion gathered everyone as if to raise a major issue. "Wouldn't it be better if we appointed one leader to report the situation before leaving?" With a calm face, his thumb pointed towards Azel. "So what about Azel?" His state went from fainting to waking up, and Azel was puzzled by the significant opinion he directed at her. However, from the start, neither Bion nor Flame intended to let him escape this chosen fate. Both wore the same expression, arms crossed calmly, saying, "Commoner, we've already opened our eyes wide and you still dare to openly ignore your contribution? No matter how much you cherish him, that's just not right." A sweat drop fell, and for some reason, as if there was a special bond attached to Azel, he added, "I think I'm somewhat capable, but this time I'm not." He stiffened, vaguely following his own thought. "She thinks so too." His eyes immediately closed, so in the end, he was forced to become the leader. What the heck had happened while he was unconscious? But perhaps this abruptly cut off his thoughts. The director's voice rang out, bringing a new matter. "Is this the 3rd time we've met?" Opening his eyes wide, he looked at the director and continued, "You seem taller than last time, huh?" A bit dazed and still very young, not understanding the director's meaning, he stiffened again. What exactly was he saying? As you were trying to understand that, suddenly a few old memories flooded back. A small village devastated by a blizzard, blink. In that place covered entirely by snow, Yusiel stood alone. At that time, although he had a body incapable of using magic, he diligently practiced a single magical skill, blink. At that moment, he glanced to one side as a sound arose there. You are amazing." A fully cloaked figure appeared, adding amid Yusiel's bewilderment, "You have an interesting talent. I will write you a letter of recommendation, so come to my school and take the entrance exam. There will be bonus points." And the one who appeared was none other than the current headmaster of Stella Academy, Eltman. "To bring you back to reality," the headmaster spoke once more, "the reason I called you here is," you suddenly startled. Master Eltman smiled and added, "I am here on behalf of the Academy to thank you for preventing that potential crisis." You sat there pondering a bit more. "It all began with me." But the headmaster's words remained, "and I have no intention of revealing this to the outside." Of course, if the damage to students became serious, things would be different. "Thank you, it's all thanks to you. And there is one thing I need to confirm." You instinctively paid close attention to these words. In an instant, the headmaster's expression turned cold. Inside that gate, could there be a problem? In just a blink, cold sweat started to pour down Yusiel's entire body. What was that look? It's no surprise they call you a Black Witch Slayer. Even so, I'm not even a Black Witch. Between hiding the truth and speaking it, Yusiel chose to speak the truth, though the worried expression remained. "Yes, the student has died." Jackie showed signs of black magic corruption. With a face devoid of sympathy, the dean replied, "I see. That's unfortunate. Being affected by corruption means that there were dark feelings in the heart from the start, and no one can resist that." Yusiel clearly sensed there was no remorse at all. Before Yusiel could process what was in front of him, the dean brought up another matter. "Oh, look at my mind wander. Come to think of it, I haven't even offered you something to drink yet." The teacher turned back with his characteristic bright smile. "Would you prefer coffee or tea? Do young people these days like carbonated drinks?" Others might not notice, but from now on, this would be a proper conversation. Grasping some key information, Yusiel voiced his choice. "I'd like tea." Calmly, he asked, "Is there a type of tea called lilt tea?" The dean looked at him with curiosity about lilt tea, then immediately smiled meaningfully. Yes, there is. Please wait a moment." Yusiel exhaled softly, feeling truly relieved. Time passed, and the director brought out a cup of tea and placed it on the table. "That's right, lilt tea is truly surprising. Few know about it, and even fewer like it." You responded, "Thank you very much." Immediately after, you picked up the cup and began to taste it, savoring the tea. But you showed no expression. The thought immediately revealed the atmosphere. Just as expected, it is bland. Compared to earthly foods, it is like durian or fermented anchovies. The issue is taste, but it's strangely addictive, so some people dislike it. It has a distinctive smell that turns them off, causing them not even to want to put it in their mouth. But those who grow to love it become passionate fans. The reason you chose lilt tea is because the private meeting with Eltman is a branching point and an opportunity. The flame one chose coffee promised to teach magic. Azel chose a carbonated drink that had attained magical enlightenment. And Lilt tea is Eltman Eltwin's favorite tea. The only issue was that you glanced sideways, waiting for the teacher to continue. About Lilt tea, you see. Being exclusively enjoyed by the Lilt tribe living on the western continent decades ago, they should have kept it to themselves. But they shared it with humans and faced misfortune together with the Lilt tribe. The Lilt tea brewing recipe is said to have disappeared. The master smiled, looking at the cup of tea in his hand. This must be one of the few Lilt teas left in the world. If humans weren't foolishly greedy, we could still enjoy it to this day. Truly, it's a pity. But the next words from you brought the director a sense of surprise. Is that so? But it's also strange, because even now, I'm still drinking it. Seeing you put down the teacup, the master hurriedly asked, "So, do you still have any left?" You replied briefly, "No." Hearing this, Eltman Eltwin's expression changed, showing disappointment. "I thought so, however, it's still too early to be disappointed," you cut in. "But I know about it, the recipe for Lilt tea." The director's eyes widened. The quiet atmosphere was shattered as the master could no longer contain his calm. "What, really? How did you get that recipe?" Yusiel knew he spoke hastily and looked somewhat dazed. The thought quickly took over. This was somewhat difficult to explain. "I can't say exactly that I got it from a game." In the director's expectation, you slowly said, "My late mother taught me, so that's why I know about it." Wearing a somewhat sad expression, you expressed that. The final gesture, the nurturing from a mother, swept away your emotions. The master felt sad too. "Sorry, I probably shouldn't have asked that." You tried to shake off that sadness. "It's all right, no need to apologize for that." The thought occupied again. It's truly a relief that everything went smoothly. Regain calm as usual. The director cleared his throat and asked for your opinion. "So would you consider selling that formula to me? I will pay you generously." Eltman Eltwin couldn't contain his eagerness. "But you waited for this moment." Finally, the moment I had been waiting for arrived, and you said immediately, "Actually, there is something I want from you even more than money, director." The master asked again, "Oh, and what is it?" To be the director once again surprised, you stated, "The space enchantment technique of the headmaster. I want your help even if only once." Surprised by your choice, the director asked again, "What? Why don't you reconsider? The Lilt tea formula has now ceased production and could be sold for a much higher price than that. But my magical technique is completely impractical. You understand what that means, don't you?" You sat there silently. "I understand very well about Eltman Eltwin's space magic and Altarisha's alchemy technique. And finally, by using a mana vessel captured by a soul mage, I can create a magnificent multi-dimensional space. It will be a storage. A space that can only be created when a mage masterfully controls the level 8 space attribute. That is why very few people in this world can achieve this. But with the help of level 9 mage Eltman Eltwin, I can create the most advanced storage facility in my mind." He smiled brightly and continued, "More than just a few coins. As an alchemist mage who seeks the truth of matter, understanding the nature of magic and the original Lilt used, you can consider it the most precious gift in your life. So please, I am asking for your opinion." After hearing everything you said time and again, I was surprised. A smile and a sigh soon followed. Expecting an answer from him, the teacher replied immediately, "All right. If that is truly what you desire, then let's make a deal." Yusiel looked clearly delighted. "Wonderful." Meanwhile, in the first tower, Vice Principal Ikihiden was sitting across from someone. Clenching his hands tightly, he addressed the other party. "I've heard a story. The Persona Gate is very difficult, and you just opened it, but already failed, right? Raiden." As the Vice Principal had said, the person speaking to him was Professor Raiden from the New Moon Magic Department. Professor Raiden closed his eyes and replied, "Yes, I fear the sect leader will be furious if he learns the truth about this matter." The vice principal adjusted his coat and said, "You're too rigid and inflexible by nature. That's the real issue causing trouble. I'm not too sorry about your failure, but there are still many other ways." Professor Raiden appeared indifferent, as if he had guessed something. Under Vice Principal Akihiden's threatening gaze, Professor Raiden voiced his speculation. "Are you planning to make Professor Mason Tyrn lose control?" The atmosphere was unusually silent, and the exchange ended with Professor Raiden's departure. "If there was nothing more to report, I will take my leave." The corridor stretched on as the professor walked silently. During this time, he began to form some new judgments. The only realistic reason for opening the Persona Gate this time was to deal with several students who might attend the upcoming Aslan seminar. Although they opened the gate, which carried risks beyond their capabilities, who would have thought that Flame, as Princess Bion, and even Beak Yusial could step outside safely? Looking towards the nearby window frame, the professor gave a slight assessment. None of these matters were part of the plan. Preoccupied with these thoughts, the professor suddenly looked in one direction when someone started a conversation. "Professor, it's been a while." Raiden slowly turned around. He saw the polite smile of a student named Ma Yuxiang. Folding his arms, Ma Yuxiang continued speaking. When I was little, you seemed like a dangerous beast, but now I hardly recognize you when you behave like a human. Before Raiden could react, Ma Yuxiang brought up a serious issue. Honestly, my friends have nearly been injured recently. Did you, the old man burdened with so much, slow in your work and plan this? Hearing these words, Professor Raiden turned to Ma Yuxiang with a cold expression. Even if you are a young master, please restrain your words and disrespectful actions. Friends, Ma Yuxiang's face darkened. The other party ended with a question. Are you perhaps too immersed in the role-playing school game? However, Professor Raiden was surprised when Ma Yuxiang's voice no longer sounded the same. It turned out that not only had his appearance changed, he even dared to speak arrogantly and rudely in front of me. An invisible but real pressure began to weigh heavily on the professor's body. He gritted his teeth and tried to resist, but his expression became increasingly strained as beads of sweat appeared on his face. The eye expression, aura, and spirit of Ma Yuxiang standing opposite had completely changed. Raiden sensed the king's spirit radiating along with a warning, being cautious is wiser. A smile appeared afterward. You gentlemen are truly troublesome and an eyesore. Until we meet again. Ma Yuxiang slowly stepped away. Step by step, the sound echoed, still creating a strange feeling. The professor raised a fist to his chest. When Ma Yuxiang completely disappeared from sight, Professor Raiden gasped, taking a deep breath to calm himself. If it is for the benefit of the Moonlight Sect, this is nothing. The scene changes, switching to the group of Princess Bion standing somewhere. The two female classmates kept worrying and addressed the princess. Princess, we are glad you are safe. We heard the school made a mistake in establishing the Persona Gate. Is that correct? Really, who knows how they work? Faced with those words, Princess Bion looked down with unsurprised contemplation. Just as expected, the other students knew nothing about this matter. Considering the Academy's stance, this was understandable. At that moment, someone appeared calling Princess Bion's name. The voice was impossible to ignore. The princess turned her head to confirm. Senior. A male student approached with a smile. This student was Edmund Atlick, a third-year student at the Academy. Still smiling brightly, Edmund Atlick started chatting, saying there was no need to address him so formally and stiffly. He felt a bit embarrassed using overly formal language. In response to this change, Princess Bion calmly replied that the Academy maintained a strict hierarchical system. Hearing her cold words, Edmund Atlick immediately shifted the topic. Ha ha, glad you're safe. I was really worried you might have gotten into trouble. With her usual expression, the princess replied curtly, I'm well, senior, you need not worry. A sudden thought formed, this sly old fox. What he worries about is not himself, but more likely his own livelihood. The two leading great powers of the Adalbit Kingdom, the Orkan Duke family supporting Princess Hongxi HWA, and the Atlick Duke clan, the only family able to rival and oppose the Orkans. Among them, Edmund Atlick was the sole heir of the Atlick Duke. Perhaps his goal was to help her become queen and marry her. Realizing the previous approach was ineffective, Edmund Atlick changed the subject. Oh right, do you want to play soul chess? There will be a competition for the students soon. Although Princess Bion wasn't interested in soul chess, she still nodded in agreement. Yes, let's do that. Seeing an opportunity to get closer, Edmund Atlick placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke softly and coldly. All right, today I'll teach you a move. Watch carefully and learn it. Bion was surprised by this action, biting her lip in resentment. Walking behind and greeting everyone ahead, she closed her eyes and calmly thought, there was a painful truth that she couldn't become queen without the help of someone like him, if only she could gain some kind of power. Even if that was someone with power equivalent to Duke Atlick standing on her side. Just then, the princess suddenly shifted her gaze out the window. Yusial, what a coincidence, he unexpectedly walked past outside, catching the princess's eye. But the princess quickly looked away again just as he turned to speak. Bion, what are you doing? Why don't you come quickly? However, she still hesitated and glanced back at the window. It seemed he had already left. Princess Bion left that spot. Yes, senior. Cut to Yusial holding a flower petal. Stopping at a corner with arms akimbo, inspecting it, considering, let's see, is this enough now? The surrounding scene shifted to pink. The petal in his hand floated up. An information panel appears. Absorbing the flower branch of the enchanting tree will increase mental strength by 65% and permanently boost a small amount of charm-type magic resistance. Yusial status panel. 2-star strength 73%, 2-star senses 57%, 2-star agility 42%, 2-star stamina 19%, 0-star durability 99%, 2-star mental strength 24%. Noticing the changes, he smiles slightly, not bad at all. The information continues. Project Constellatio grants you a special reward. He raises his hand to his chin, making a new judgment. Thanks to completing a new episode, I received this special reward. Anyway, what should I take this time? Should I use an additional growth item? Suddenly, he realizes something. Is it possible to take Merkin's necklace? The system responds, yes. He is immediately pleased, then decides to take it. New information appears. You have obtained Merkin's necklace item. Advanced level description. The necklace was crafted by Merkin, a future alchemist engineer. It overcomes a barrier to the limit in order to protect the wearer's life. Special function. Merkin's shield automatically defends against attacks of level 6 or below, usable only once. Without hesitation, he puts the necklace on. Unfortunately, it can only be used once, but ensuring survival is not a bad idea. Since episode 8 is coming, he has to fight against Professor Mason Tyrn, who has awakened. The information continues. The branch of hatred has accumulated 78% of its value. UCL smiled warmly. Well, preparations for the battle against Mason Tyrn were also proceeding smoothly, so I guess I'll rely on Altarisha for the rest. The scene changed, transitioning to the International Alchemy Organization. UCL arrived here and stood before an area. A smiling person spoke up, saying this is the 13th branch of the Cordon Living Stone sect, the side building near the large elm tree within the Alchemy City. You respond, I am here to meet the alchemist Altarisha. The receptionist clearly expressed, I'm very sorry, you cannot see her right now. You knew the situation, a bit dazed, putting your hand into your jacket, muttering, I knew it. Immediately you presented a letter. This is a direct invitation from Assistant Professor Altarisha. The receptionist was flustered, oh my. The subsequent exchange was simpler. Sincerely sorry, I will guide you right away. Please follow this way. Thank you. Approaching the door of Altarisha's research room, the receptionist called inside, Ms. Altarisha, you have a visitor. There was no response sound. The receptionist spoke again, may we come in, please? At that moment, UCL was startled by a sudden feeling. A sudden large explosion occurred, releasing an extremely strong pressure. The blast made the door shake violently, but fortunately it remained intact. Inside, thick smoke rose, obscuring vision. But luckily, it did not seem to be a major accident. UCL was still there, speaking up, quite surprising. Given the door had just shaken, he had quickly pulled the receptionist aside, but still felt a bit worried himself. We almost got into trouble. Waving away the smoke before him, UCL stepped into the room. Because the smoke was still thick, he called out loudly to the assistant, are you okay? He quickly received this reply, are you the student UCL? Despite the recent explosion causing trouble, Assistant Altarisha remained safe and smiled as she continued. Welcome, I want to show you something. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared beside her, none other than the golden alchemist Hwal Siak Koden. UCL hadn't yet paid attention to him, but noticed Altarisha's expression and thought to himself, the explosion didn't even bother her. Both their attentions turned to the golden alchemist when he noticed something on the ring he wore. Student, do you see this? This is a shield bracelet. On the silver ring was a button and he placed his finger on it. A green shield appeared covering his entire arm. He joyfully explained with enthusiasm, if we press this button twice in this state alone, it boasts 3rd level power. UCL was surprised as the effect didn't stop there. He continued, oh, but if you press this button one more time, how about that? Isn't it amazing? Whether your mana is low or you're an ordinary person who cannot use magic, you can still deploy this shield magic at least once. Its defensive power reaches only 500, but it can be very helpful in emergency situations. Before the three of them, a large shield 3 times the size of the man's face appeared, replacing the smaller shield just now. The difference was that no magical rune inscriptions were carved on. The golden alchemist was astonished. If this were revealed, the world would be overturned. It was all thanks to this genius child, Altarisha. He noticed the boy's presence. Ah, come to think of it, the kid is also a co-author. He persuaded him, why don't we join the alchemical world together as alchemy practitioners? UCL wanted this, but had to leave both of them baffled with his answer. I cannot survive as an alchemy practitioner because I lack mana. Witnessing a prodigious alchemical genius without mana, Hwal Siak Koden exclaimed, what did you just say that? This secret up until now seems to be unknown to anyone at the academy, but it is not exactly a secret. He explained that a congenital constitution incapable of absorbing mana slows down the process of mana leakage. The golden alchemist pushed up his glasses, still in disbelief. What the kid just said can't be his intention. Altarisha spoke on his behalf. Is that what people call a limited lifespan? He calmly accepted, but his eyes wandered off in another direction, quietly thinking, yes, that is indeed a big story, but is it really true? To bring them both back to normal, UCL added, my time is indeed limited, but I have no intention of dying. I'll take care of that, so don't worry. Hearing that, Altarisha breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. To dispel the tense atmosphere, UCL raised his hand. Besides, can I take a look at that shield bracelet a bit? Hwal Siak Koden was startled. Oh sure. After receiving the silver bracelet, he took out the encyclopedia to examine it. Information appeared on the bracelet. he felt certain it was still in the initial phase with many raw and unnecessary components. He looked at Issa and asked with a smile, "Wait a moment, can I borrow your magic welding pen?" Altarisha was surprised but didn't object. "Ah, here it is." While Siak Koden's eyebrows twitched, not understanding what he intended to do. Oh, what is the kid trying to do? The silence was interrupted by Altarisha. She knew what Yusial wanted to do and did not want anyone to disturb him. Back to him, after receiving the magic welding pen. He slowly placed the pen on the silver bracelet containing the special information. An idea occurred to him. For the connection point from the magic welding pen, thanks to the encyclopedia, I will carve the complete shield bracelet in the future. Erasing the original design, creating a more efficient structure, enhancing the quality, everything was done. When he activated it, a shield much bigger and stronger than before was generated. While Siak Koden opened his mouth wide, checked measurements with his glasses. This cannot be happening. With anticipation and excitement, he announced that the defense value had increased all the way to 800, nearly 1.5 times more effective. He exclaimed with admiration, his face flushed red. It wasn't for nothing that she said the kid was a co-author. "Have you ever thought about working alongside me? Don't worry about not being able to use magic. I will assign some alchemists to craft magic shuttle missiles for you." Yusial felt grateful but declined, laughing. "Sorry, I have my own reasons for continuing to pursue the dream of becoming a magic warrior." He was regretful. "Oh, that's unfortunate. You added an intention, but I still have something I want to ask you." You held up the purple orb. "Altarisha, can you create an item with this?" Altarisha took it and asked, a kind of charm, "Huh?" "Don't rush." Yusial surprised both of them. "It's spatial magic." Principal Sella also said she would lend a hand. Both froze. Altarisha remained calm. "First, oh, it's the principal." While Siak Koden was speechless. "Oh, that old man decided to help the kid. You really are a troublemaker." Altarisha was embarrassed. "I want to help you, but I have never tried using elemental attributes." Yusial smiled. "I know I'm not asking you to do it right away. You can take your time to master the skill." His thought was that it might take a few months. Both agreed. "All right, leave it to me. It's time to create a masterpiece." Returning to class at Sella Academy, Azel sat at her desk troubled. Something was wrong. She looked at Yusial sitting dazed not far away. Seeing him yawn, Azel hesitated about whether she should ask him. Before she could act, someone arrived first. A familiar voice, commoner Yusial. Princess Bion appeared in front of him and said, "I have something important to tell you. Are you free?" Azel looked at both of them vaguely, wondering if there was another important matter. Yusial replied, "It's nothing serious." Azel watched Princess Bion lead him out of the classroom. After they both left, Azel returned to her sadness. What they said had nothing to do with her, right? Why did she feel so strange? The two walked down the hallway, not speaking, which was a bit awkward. Yusial broke the silence. "So, what were you going to say?" Princess Bion stopped and answered, "In the world of alchemy, it is said that a technologically advanced alchemical product has been developed." She turned to look at him, thinking he was somewhat handsome, then proceeded to the main point. "I heard you are a co-author of that alchemy book." He paused to consider. Given the information power of the Adalbit royal family, this was an obvious consequence. Staying calm, Yusial replied, "So what? Do you want to link directly to the merchandise business through me?" Reading his intention, Princess Bion crossed her arms, closed her eyes coldly. "Nobleman, I don't deny it, but don't misunderstand. The item is very important, but having a relationship with someone like you is even more important." He was embarrassed. "Oh, really?" The thought interrupted him. He didn't expect her to think so well of him. "Surely this is different from the original. Perhaps this time I can prevent Princess Bion's death." However cold she was before, now she is just as shy. "Hey, then come eat with me, okay?" Suddenly someone interrupted. "Ah, it's Bion, right?" Both of them looked at him in surprise. "This is Edmund Atlick, the trainee," speaking irritably. "I refused to have lunch with you," wondering if there was something important. Never expecting she'd go with such a commoner, really disappointing. Behind Edmund Atlick's cold face, the three stood silent for a long time. But then that silence was quickly broken by Yusial's thoughts and gaze fixed intently on the other party. "That man, you have seen him before while playing this game. One of the death flags leading Princess Bion to destruction. Edmund Atlick, judging by that guy's attitude just now. It seems he still doesn't know he is a co-author of the report created by that random technique." At that moment, Princess Bion suddenly spoke, startling him and cutting off that thought. She is not an ordinary civilian. Thinking of connecting with the alchemist Altarisha through this civilian, so please don't disturb right now. However, Edmund Atlick wouldn't allow that to happen, a dangerous smile appearing clearly. "Hey Bion, do you really think that? Just an ordinary civilian like that could have any power to help you? I'm better than that." Yusial listened to the criticism aimed at him, but indifference still dominated his thoughts as usual. "It's really funny to look at the princess beside me." That thought continued. "Well, I've gotten used to being looked down on like a commoner. Although I know she is a great supporter of mine." Princess Bion coldly rebutted Edmund Atlick's previous remark. Exactly what does senior mean by that? Seeing the princess looking somewhat displeased, Yusial didn't want things to go too far and immediately interrupted their conversation with his own words. Alright, let's just pretend we never discussed the item exchange. Princess Bion suddenly spun around to look at him. What? Meanwhile, Edmund Achlik was very pleased with this. That's right, the commoner knows his place. But before leaving, Yusial unexpectedly brought up another important matter. Ah, by the way, regarding the item business. I will certainly tell them that Duke Achlik bluntly refused to supply the kingdom of Adalbit. At that moment, Edmund Achlik's face went cold and stern, but a dangerous smile remained. Hey, it seems like you're a bit too arrogant. Do you know what happens when a first-year trainee dares to challenge a third-year trainee? Yusial replied coldly right away, so what? That's none of my concern. Worried about his direct confrontation, Princess Bion found herself in a somewhat awkward position. As a commoner, he also knew that the hierarchy system in Stella was very strict. Moreover, he was famously the most influential among the third-year students. What was he thinking when he spoke such words? Ignoring both of them here, Yusial turned and left. Then I'll take my leave first. The gazes of the two locked onto his back, after which contempt was clearly visible on Edmund Achlik's face. How could a first-year student not know just how terrifying his seniors were? It seemed I needed to make this guy's school life a bit more enjoyable. Seeing that all his efforts had come back to zero, Bion clearly showed a look of sadness and loss. Meanwhile, Yusial had stepped out onto the academy's main courtyard. As he walked, he carried a private sorrow. Sorry, Bion, but if that person hadn't been pulled down, you would never have had a happy ending. Whether she inherited the throne or Duke Achlik fell, in the end death would still come. That was inevitable. His footsteps suddenly halted. His gaze flicked sharply to one side. At least he wouldn't let Bion bow before that guy. His eyes then shifted straight toward the students moving away, specifically Bion, who was hiding in a corner of the wall. Truly helpless, Princess Bion could only tap her forehead. Should I just throw away everything related to this princess's honor? The reason Edmund Achlik keeps interfering with her is very clear. Perhaps he wants her to never stand firm on her own 2 feet so that she has no choice but to depend on him, feeling even more helpless when she was all alone there. Looking back at her clenched hand, the previous sadness deepened. She had missed a good opportunity. Was she really incapable of doing anything on her own? At that moment, Princess Bion's eyes suddenly widened as if realizing something. Wait a minute. The figure and voice from before surged back into her mind once again. I will definitely tell them that Duke Achlik flatly refused to supply the kingdom of Adalbit. Thinking back as a commoner, why would he say that? Normally, he shouldn't attract such attention, but instead he directly provoked her, giving her a very strange feeling about this. Cut to night in some rooms of the academy. Yusial appeared holding something in hand, opened a gift box, smiling and said, "Great, it arrived safely." A 3-compartment box was revealed before eyes, a bracelet, necklace, and ring with simple patterns. Though they didn't look like accessories, their integration capability was very remarkable. Sat there watching them for a long time, Yusial pondered deeply. Altarisha's original artifact had arrived sooner than he expected. He added another question. Now, what is this used for? An information panel appeared immediately. The necklace has a protective shield ranging from low to medium level. Description: activating the protective shield covers the entire body when worn. Effects: agility plus 11%, defense plus 14%, mana plus 1%. Special function: body shield grade 1, 125 BP, damage absorption rate plus 3%. Looking at the necklace in his hand, Yusial showed clear delight. Oh, this is even better than I expected. The remaining ring in his hand also displayed new information. Unknown dagger ring, intermediate level. Description: upon use, the ring transforms into a dagger hilt and creates a new mana dagger. Effects: agility plus 14%, perception plus 9%. Special function: magic dagger level 3, duration 5 minutes. The final item among the 3 detailed artifacts is a shield bracelet, low to medium level. Description: when activated, it becomes a forearm protecting bracelet. Effects: strength plus 7%, defense plus 9%, mana plus 2%. Special function: shield level 1, 1000 BP. He offered a compliment to the bracelet item. That's truly Altarisha. She can already create intermediate level items. Clenching his fist, a new smile appeared. I need to test this immediately in real combat to send feedback to Altarisha. And I had already informed Dr. Halsk-Corden. Now that all preparations are complete, it's time for me to crush Duke Achlik. A few days later, the second exam was approaching. This exam was divided into 2 parts, practical and theoretical. In the practical part, the combat magic test would be scored differently depending on the type of magic cast. For example, lightning magic was scored based on maximum voltage and the number of chains linked. Wind magic was scored according to the force of the explosion generated. Ice magic was evaluated by maximum coldness and coverage range. For healing magic, light brightness and other special attributes offered many factors to consider, but the most anticipated remained the fire attribute. Who else but Princess Bion? Watching everyone continuously display their abilities, Yusial couldn't help but be amazed. Indeed, the main characters operated on a completely different level. Then, before him, an instructor looked back and spoke. Yusial, your turn. Yusial's foot stepped onto the testing area. The person in charge signaled to prepare to start, using exactly one of their abilities. From where he stood, Yusial blinked forward toward the pillars and a slightly large red button on top. He easily moved to the pillars and pressed the red button. Especially his focus and the absence of any unnecessary movements made each button press effortless. From the perspective of evaluating the situation, the supervisors couldn't help but be surprised by his practice. Every time they saw it, it was an unbelievably vivid imagination. There was no delay during the blink execution, and he immediately oriented and performed it precisely. Truly astonishing. Yusial stopped and the announcer's voice rang out. Yusial's test was over. Still there alone, staring blankly in one direction, he immersed himself in new thoughts. With this, I can consider that I have completed part of the practical combat. I can't use magic, so the rest is basically lost. But if I score high on the theoretical test with my glasses, that can be considered compensation. Just then, Yusial was startled, staring blankly back as someone approached and called his name. So, he is Yusial, huh? A group of trainees approached, clearly showing mockery directed at him. I heard a first-year trainee like you dares to argue with a third-year trainee, you're hopeless. Oh my, if I were a freshman, I couldn't even imagine that happening. Seeing the group naturally coming to cause trouble, Yusial narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, so it's starting now, it must be Edmund's group, right? True to expectations, one guy stepped forward and spoke directly. Oh, look at this kid, daring to glare at us like that. That guy's face then looked drained of blood, with no intention of closing his eyes. In response to those words, Yusial remained calm, thinking to himself, I figured as much. But despite that, signs of discomfort were clearly visible on his face. He felt a bit annoyed having to take a beating from these kids. Still keeping that intense expression, Yusial silently watched the person who came looking for trouble, allowing himself to intimidate further. He then smiled perfectly. Huh, look at this kid, I told you to lower your head. Yusial calmly listened to the other insulting him a bit too much. This damn kid is even more insolent than I thought. You're just a civilian and I heard you don't even have parents, right? If you don't want to die, then kneel down fast, you bastard. Just at that moment, the senior from class 52 passing by noticed the commotion here. Since I looked over anyway, I thought a bit more. What's going on? Is there a fight? The distance wasn't far, so Dion quickly realized that those guys were from Senior Edmund's group. But above all, she noticed that he was there too, huh? Is that the freshman we met at Mardavis Cemetery? I heard his name is Yusial, right? After thinking that, I just crossed my arms and shouted, what are you guys doing over there? As he stepped closer, he looked at Dion and said, can't you see? I'm disciplining the juniors, don't interfere. Bandion, this kid dares to talk back to a senior from class 53. As seniors, it's our duty to discipline juniors. Hearing the argument, everyone also noticed her arrival. That's Dion. Ah, is she a student from class S? Hearing the issue and grasping it quickly, Dion turned to look at Yusial, clearly surprised. But then after looking at him a bit more carefully, a new idea formed. Yusial, was he planning to kneel? If he was strong enough to take down a level 5 summoner, he should have been able to handle them easily. So why would he bring worry upon himself like that? No way, without hesitation. Dion decided to stop him. No, don't do that. He was also surprised by her decision. What? Dion closed her eyes and continued calmly. If it's true as you say, a rookie arguing back to a senior in episode 5-3 is no small matter. If this is a military mage team, it would be seen as defying a superior. So my suggestion is that we hold a special training session for the juniors. Hearing this, both of them were left stunned, staring blankly. Questions arose. Such training must be approved by the student council president. The opinion was raised, so Dion decided to handle it. I will go get approval, so let's do this properly. Suddenly, with a more reasonable step, he flashed a perfect smile for himself, and then emitted a bit more of a murderous aura. Looking straight at Yusial, he added, all right, that sounds fun. The whole group then left, leaving behind only the two pairs of eyes watching them go. Only two remained. Dion then spoke to him, apologizing for the interference, but if they didn't leave him alone, they would never let him go. Yusial said nothing, but clearly showed his surprise. Huh, does she mean they won't let me go? Not receiving any answer from him, Dion went on to share her guess. You plan to seize the moment of humiliation to strike back hard, right? Someone smart enough to defeat a million summoners wouldn't argue with others without reason. Then there is only one reason to end Stella's long-standing foolish tradition, the senior ritual. You have chosen to sacrifice yourself. Yusial remained silent there, listening, then blankly occupied his spot. Me, it's like, who am I and where is this? Returning to the main issue, looking back at those people who still hadn't disappeared, Dion continued to analyze her previous words in more detail. But among them, there were also those who had no choice but to follow Edmund. They are called the coerced, bound by family circumstances. No matter how right you are, you can't let people like them be punished. Then one of my hands directly placed itself on his shoulder, adding encouragement. So I will set the stage for you, fight however you want. I will personally persuade the student council president. Hearing this, as if sensing the looming danger, Yusial kept wiping his sweat, not knowing what else to do. A helpless smile stretched across his lips. What exactly has she been saying all this time? Time passed hurriedly, and some green drawings were depicted in detail. It was another type created by some professor. This was precisely the magical protocol interpretation exam. The students below accordingly began their written test. Among them were those who couldn't help but express complaints. Yeah, I don't understand a thing. Can I really solve all of it today? However, standing out among them was someone who stood up and left their seat. That was Yusial. When putting on his encyclopedia glasses, his knowledge surpassed that of forgetful professors combined. I'd like to submit my test, he said. The exam supervisor, a bit confused, took the paper from him. It's only been 20 minutes you're giving up the test? How is that possible? Yusial turned as he was leaving to explain, no, I've already finished it. It sounded a bit illogical, so the supervisor looked again at the results he had completed. What, you mean? And from the earlier confusion, it turned into immediate panic. This. Putting his glasses away inside his jacket, Yusial calmly walked off, saying, I didn't study at all, but finishing it feels incredibly refreshing. However, things gradually became somewhat complicated when I had to stop and look to one side as someone was gossiping about me. That's Yusial, right? I heard he's just a freshman but dares to talk back to Edmund Atlick. It seems like he's about to be properly taught a lesson. Standing there dazed, you know something bad is about to happen. Looks like the whole school already knows. His gaze dropped, and on top of that, Dion had to come out in the open. Special training for juniors simply means a place where seniors who want to teach a lesson can directly challenge juniors. They duel one-on-one at Stella. Seniors are forbidden to insult or hit juniors. But within the training organization, seniors can legitimately punish juniors, called a challenge, though in reality it's seniors using magic to beat juniors, so this must be approved by the student council president to prevent abuse. However, S-class students can submit proposals directly to the council. I just intended to kneel down and get it over with, yet things ended up like this. Thinking back to that moment, well, just kneel quickly and then go sleep. Throughout the process of going back to my room, Yusial gradually came to a decision. Things had come to this point. A certain box was opened. Inside was an item placed in it, something special like a stuffed bear. Holding it in his hand, a confident smile appeared. If it can't be avoided, then so be it. Just relax and slowly enjoy it. Move to the Stella Student Council meeting room. Inside, someone was checking documents and had noticed the movement ahead. This student was Stella Student Council President, second year, Class S, Mi Ryun. And as expected, the person who had spoken to Yusial earlier was now here, showing a serious demeanor. The president quickly asked, Ban Dion, what brings you here? Without hesitation for even a second, Dion placed a piece of paper on the president's desk. But then his tone softened a bit. I want to request approval to open special training for the juniors, targeting Yusial, the new student from Class S. The president was surprised by the statement, then said, I thought you hated such ridiculous matters, so why are you doing this now? Showing no emotion, Dion replied, it's precisely because I hate it that I'm doing it. Since this was an important matter, the president gave a slight warning. I don't know what you're planning, but no matter how talented, a new student can't possibly defeat a second-year student. The gap created by experience is not something stats can compensate for, yet you still want to request to open a training group. Waving the paper in his hand, Dion now smiled and said, if you want to know why, just come and watch. It'll be really fun. Seeing her sudden change, the president narrowed her eyes slightly and exhaled, saying, really, what are you scheming? Meanwhile, outside, the sound of someone preparing to enter was heard. Oh, student Mi Ryun. The figure of the person in charge of checking earlier, Yusial, was holding a paper as he entered this room. Could you please take a look at this report? It's a thesis report submitted by a student. Recognizing him, the chairman immediately greeted, Professor Gerald, welcome. This exam also has a thesis worthy of submission to the academy. However, there seems to be some hidden dissatisfaction. The last time you brought something, it wasn't quite up to par. But the professor was still adamant about passing it through. Just have a look. It was a bit confusing before, and now it's even more perplexing. The chairman had understood the reason. Isn't this the stacked circuit design of Professor Gerald? Impressive indeed, it has the iterative formula used in reverse model resolution. And by such a simple formula, too. Looking more closely, the idea had already occurred. The stacked circuit had been perfected by countless scholars before, yet now it has been taken even further. Only a genius could do this. It can't wait any longer. The chairman raised the important question, who wrote this? Raising one hand, the professor smiled and answered, graduate student Yusial. At this level, he could even be invited to participate in the Aslan Symposium. Now is not the time. I must report this to the vice principal immediately. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room grew unusually quiet. Holding that check paper, the chairman was stunned for a long moment, combining two incidents happening at once on one graduate student. The chairman gave his assessment. Yusial, you are far more interesting than I thought. Professor Gerald held Yusial's exam paper and immediately went to find the vice principal. The document was already on the desk. The vice principal leaned on his hand, frowned, and asked, are you intending to recommend student Yusial to attend the Aslan seminar? Professor Gerald replied happily, yes, as you can see, this is truly surprising. However, the vice principal's tone suddenly grew serious as he interrupted. That's somewhat difficult and troublesome. Unconsciously, Professor Gerald responded, yes. The vice principal adjusted his mood and began to explain what he just said. Currently, Stella has many applicants registered besides that student, especially the freshmen this year, who are promising candidates and will stand out wherever they go. In an academy, the maximum number of students allowed to participate in a SLAN, excluding those prestigious individuals with permanent enrollment rights, is 2. But are you nominating Yusial for that position? A magic warrior who cannot use spells, that's an insult to the sorcerers. Professor Gerald froze in place and then closed his eyes at the vice principal's next words. If you understand, you should leave immediately. I absolutely cannot allow Yusial to go to a SLAN. Understood, Gerald said with exhaustion as he left the vice principal's office. Meanwhile, the vice principal frowned increasingly as the exam paper left on the desk was crumpled directly without even being reviewed. HMPH, who would ever think to put a pest like that into a SLAN? No way. With a cold expression, your exam was instantly burned up. Time passed quietly and silently. The second test round had ended and the ranking board was announced. Yusial blended in with the crowd standing before the large result board. Pointing with a finger, he looked confused and added, let's take a look. Ah, I found it. After scanning the results from bottom to top, Yusial was selected, ranking 419th in Class S. Yusial looked on with some pride. Although the ranking had quite a few digits, standing at 419th meant he was truly doing well in this ranking. Even though I scored perfectly on the written test, suddenly your eyes locked and focused intently on a certain position within your view. By the way, this time the top position belongs to, could it be Ma Yuxiang? The first rank showed Ma Yuxiang of Class S, second was Flame of Class S, third Azel of Class S, fourth Hei Wenriang of Class S, fifth Bion of Class S. The top members were all from Class S. The rankings weren't surprising, but something made him feel a little concerned. Hei Wenriang, who achieved second place last semester, had now dropped to fourth. Could it be because Azel and Flame had focused more on studying than before? At the same time, the figure of Princess Bion appeared here. Right after that, he stood beside you without you even realizing it and continued to think. Because Jackie followed the path of the Dark Mage, the entire Dark Mage line of Azel and Flame had disappeared. When focusing too much on you, Princess Bion suddenly spoke up and directly asked you, are you trying to adjust your ranking appropriately? I think it's quite clear now. Princess Bion was waiting for your answer. But that seemed somewhat impossible as sweat appeared on Yusial's face at that sudden appearance. How surprising. What is she saying? Why is she suddenly here? Is she planning to do something bad? As if reading your thoughts, Princess Bion immediately spoke. However, seeing that you had managed to reach the top 600, it seemed like you intended to participate in the Academy tournament. Upon hearing this, Yusial vaguely realized it and brought his hand to his chin to think further. Ah, now that I think about it, there might be such a thing. The Academy tournament is an event where selected students compete against trainees from other prestigious magic academies. After these considerations, you immediately looked at the person who had just spoken, assessing you. At that moment, you only saw shyness, a flushed face, and the gesture of the princess stroking her hair. You thought again, what is going on? What is this feeling? Naturally approaching the princess, Yusial confidently spoke out the thoughts in his head just now. What is it? Do you have anything else you want to say? Bion opened her eyes wide, her face flushing even more, and immediately turned away as if sulking. Her fists clenched tightly, proving it even more. In the follow-up confusion of Yusial, a question arose immediately. Why did you do that? Yusial didn't understand at all. His eyes narrowed even more. Why would you do something like that to Edmund? He's an influential person and also an enemy. Probably he will keep causing trouble for you until graduation. His tone turned a bit serious. Do you have the confidence to handle this? Seeing Princess Bion concerned about him made Yusial a little surprised. His eyes never left the changing expressions of the princess. Without much thought, Yusial spoke frankly, no, I don't think I can handle it. Hearing the answer made the princess's heart feel like it was tightening. Rejection was present in her, and the confusion returned to Yusial. Instead of being bothered by kids with blue eyes a few years younger, I'd rather crush them all and get expelled. Back to the princess's mood, her clenched fists trembled more and more, and two continuous questions were directed at him. Then why did you do that? What benefit did you get from me? Instead of answering quickly, once again Yusial created a silent pause as his gaze remained fixed on the princess. And only when his eyes looked away did the answer come. That's because I value our relationship more. Princess Bion's worldview immediately turned rosy after those words. Knowing he hadn't finished speaking, Yusial scratched his face, looked elsewhere, added, and besides, I won't do that for you for free. So after this is over, you have to sign a contract with me to buy an item. The Princess Bion facing him was a bit confused because she knew something clearly. Actually, item contracts can be made anywhere, not just with Adalbit. But why? Yusial's inner self began to waver after that question. Honestly, I shouldn't have said I wanted to save her and give her a happy ending. His gaze looked away again. That I'll tell you later. Curiosity gave Princess Bion yet another question mark. Not able to ask more about that story, Bion decided to change the subject. Okay, by the way, do you have any plans for the new recruit training session? This time, he replied quickly. Yes, somehow I have to do something for this. The unexpected advice came from the princess. You don't need to hold back. Yusial was puzzled. Princess Bion had her confidence and burst out a string of words. Yes, you can fight the senior to some extent with your innate ability. It's alright, I will do my best to deal with the consequences. Yusial was slightly sweating. Okay, thank you. Another thought arose. It seemed she was trying to appear considerate to help me. But why would she think she could win? While the two were exchanging words, in a hidden corner of the hallway, someone was standing there listening to everything. This person was none other than Arshwang, a fire magic talent she had left, then transferred to a special training place. A large fire suddenly flared up high at this location. Right at the magic practice class site, Arshwang was here and was under the training of Professor Hong Yil. Praise along with a smile was given. Your control ability is truly wonderful. Arshwang lacked firepower, but this can easily be compensated by precise control. And you will pass this test. It will work well against sensitive enemies or when performing missions quietly. Right after that, the gaze shifted elsewhere to compare. But your magic is still not enough. Princess Bion lowered her face and looked down sadly. While complaints from the opponent kept ringing out. Fire magic, how many times must I say that destruction is not everything? Yet I was ranked first in the fire attribute compatibility. It's really unreasonable. Now I'll try once more. Arshwang glanced at those criticisms, and a hint of dissatisfaction began to show on her face. The magical flames were continuously created and blazing. The training dummies in front were increasingly engulfed by the flames. Arshwang kept practicing her specialty in fire magic. However, the dissatisfaction had not left her expression. This time I lost again. If it comes to effort, I did not lose, so why is it like this? She let go of her magic staff. Looking at the destruction she caused ahead, Arshwang still couldn't understand why she couldn't win. Back with Azel, she now heard the chatter of a few students nearby. Thinking back, isn't it today? I'm talking about the sparring matches between first and second years. Shall we go watch together? Azel had a private thought about the matter. Could it be something involving Yusial? Meanwhile, she had missed the chance to talk to Yusial when Princess Bion took him away earlier. A sadness marked her very own face. But that didn't matter much to her. She still had to go to class. So Azel quietly walked alone to another place. However, deep inside, she was struggling with a serious hesitation. Then stopping at some place, Azel smiled faintly and regained her spirit. Ah, I finally made it here. Azel glanced at the person standing beside her who was talking to her. Ah, you came here too, said a girl with brown hair and bright green eyes, smiling. There are rumors that Yusial likes you. This girl is Harlan, a first-year student in Class B. Her friend did not hesitate to sit next to her, smiling even more brightly and teasing a bit. Actually, you two aren't secretly dating, right? That's why you came here, isn't it? Azel was shy before. Hearing these words, her face flushed red. It's not like that at all. She even showed hesitation in her words from the start. Yusial and I don't have anything. She couldn't say it out loud. Harlan next to her had a new thought about Azel while her smile remained. How surprising. She wondered what kind of person she was, carrying the title of the daughter of a trader. But hasn't she already become cuter than what I originally thought? She couldn't force the story any further. Instead, Harlan remembered there was one thing she hadn't done. Ah, this greeting is a bit late, isn't it? I'm Harlan from Class B, nice to meet you. Azel replied blankly, yes, nice to meet you too. Just then, someone's loud exclamation caught both of their attention as they looked to one side. It seemed like everything was about to begin. At the bottom of the large courtyard, Yusial appeared and stood still there with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Hearing the increasingly lively chatter focusing on him, he once again looked confused just like before. Why were so many people gathering here like this? Not only that, Senior Doc Cholkwang up in the stands shouted encouragement loudly. Hey brave boy, I don't know the details exactly, but please go easy on them. Hearing these somewhat exaggerated compliments, Yusial was dazed. A new thought popped into his head. Wait a minute, was I the one chosen by the seniors to fight? Why should I go easy then? As for Dion beside him, he remained unusually calm. Only Dion was like that. While the other trainees were delighted to witness such a match. That bastard Yusial will finally have to learn a lesson he won't forget. He's just a civilian who thinks he's the center of the universe. Serve him right. Once a senior puts a mark on you, that's the end of the story. Saying this, one of the two stiffened his expression. Hearing his friend being badmouthed, Bion immediately cast a cold glare, staring fixedly at the other party. His coldness intensified, as if to imply that if the other side said one more word against him, he would kill them right there. And this tactic really worked. When Princess Bion left, the two trainees who had been teasing earlier shrank into a corner, too timid to do anything else. Like everyone else, Bion was also interested in his match and chose a good spot to watch. But when she thought of him, her eyes narrowed slightly. She still couldn't take her eyes off Yusial, calm down below. And shortly after, Yusial's gaze fixed intently ahead where someone stood opposite him and spoke. Hey kid, are you ready? Hey kid, are you ready? Your opponent has appeared. Second-year student from Class C, Caliban Kadalam with sharp eyes, also from Class C, with strength ranked roughly around 300. Although I am from Class S, if we only compare pure fighting ability, he seems stronger than me. It's best to avoid direct confrontation as much as possible. Yusiel casually swung back. Well, I'm ready, I guess. Hearing that confirmation from him, Caliban gave a dangerous smile, stubborn until the last moment. HMPH. And just as the tension built dramatically, a professor stepped forward to preside over both. Since everyone is here, I will explain the match rules. This duel will last at least 15 minutes. It will continue until one of you falls. If there is any sign of life-threatening danger during the fight, Stella's spatial control magic will automatically end the match. Moreover, after 15 minutes, either side can choose to concede, and the match will end immediately. Then the match began. As the sound rang out, both were transported to a vast forest full of green trees. A clock with 4 zeros will be the starting highlight for everything. Caliban remained confident as he took out his wand. Yusiel, facing him, grew serious and held a sword of light to ease some of the tension. Harlan looked at Azel and asked a question. Who do you think will win? Azel already had her answer and choice. Of course, it's the senior. After all, Senior Caliban is the inheritor of the Earth attribute. Earth elementals have very strong defensive capabilities, and Yusiel's firepower is not exactly that powerful either. Harlan agreed and analyzed further. Not to mention, Earth elementals specialize in terrain control and can dominate the battlefield's terrain, making their attacks even more diverse. Could Yusiel's sword pierce the defense of a third-level Earth mage? Although I previously expressed that opinion, Azel still felt more sadness. Harlan is right, there's no way Yusiel can win this battle, at least logically. But there is still a bit of faith placed in him. Returning to the fight, Senior Caliban revealed more of his danger on his face. Today I will show you what fear really means. The domain can. At this point, confusion rushed in. The ground had cracked, but the two words blink constant already appeared in front of Yusiel. What Yusiel chose to do first in fighting his opponent was to keep his distance. And once he had established a safe distance, Yusiel realized something about his opponent. Caliban had also sensed something similar. Immediately, a new smile appeared on Yusiel's face. After smiling, he thought, I'll run. Run as far as possible. Caliban stayed behind, unable to believe that he could act so quickly. What is this? Sharing the same impression, Harlan stiffened and spoke up, observing. Oh, running from the start without keeping face for himself at all. Azel beside him shared the same view. That's true. However, Azel's worry for Yusiel remained, but in this situation, that might be the right move. Back to the battle, Caliban kept chasing behind with anger continuously showing on his face. Shouting, hey you bastard, come back here quickly. Usually if you were to turn back, that would be strange. Who would listen to that and actually turn back? Once enough frustration builds up inside, it's time for it to be released. Caliban clenched his teeth, then from his current position, 3 simple green formations were created. Throwing stones. Yusiel was surprised as his opponent quickly shifted the situation. In realizing that, the attack struck ahead and dust flew everywhere around. Princess Bion, Azel, Senior Doc Cholkwang, and Dion had to suppress their emotions and waited anxiously. Stopping at a bush, Caliban smiled again and thought, good, that move definitely hit. When the pride is pushed high, the features and face become even more pronounced. Caliban stiffened. What is this? Right before my eyes appeared a monkey hanging upside down by its tail, swaying. Could it be a monkey doll? Because when startled, people lose their sharp judgment. What the hell is that? Why is it here? Just as I didn't know what to do, the 2 claws on its hands showed signs of closing in on each other. A dangerous pressure quickly transmitted into the opponent's senses. Boom. A burst of light exploded, forcing him to raise his hands in defense. True to his Earth Mage nature, a green light enveloped Caliban Cadalem's entire body. His body didn't feel the slightest dizziness, but the uneasy feeling only intensified. I almost got done for. Good thing I increased my body weight to match the Great Earth's gravity. But that no longer mattered, as his own senses detected a strange change. An Earth Shield dagger formed right behind him. And just as Caliban predicted, the sound of tearing wind rang out. Beak Yusiel appeared at that exact spot and swung a slash with his light sword. A cracking sound echoed, but unfortunately, the sword couldn't pierce through it. Caliban turned back with a smug grin, raising his wand high. Die Shatter Rock. The Earth Shield dagger he'd created vanished in an instant, replaced by the energy of a new explosion about to form. Caliban was certain he wouldn't miss this time, but the face slap was about to slowly change his perspective right at the explosion's origin. There was nothing there, not even any strange traces. Nothing. Caliban scanned around, pursed his lips, and added more taunting. Hey freshman brat, is running away like that all you can do? All that talk about knightly spirit, was it just empty words? Another face slap update came when he stepped right onto something strange. Oh heavens, his body suddenly reacted oddly. Previously heavy like a clump of earth, now it was lifted straight up, wobbling and confused as he stammered. Why is my body so stiff like this? I lost balance. He staggered and tilted to one side, his eyes darting forward. From far away, hidden in the bushes, Beak Yusiel watched everything intently. A smile boosted his own confidence, but when it caught Caliban's eye, it felt like pure provocation. Yeah, that kid, he's smiling. Pouring all his strength into casting magic, Caliban bent down and gritted his teeth. Great Earth gravity. His wand pointed straight toward where the boy had been earlier, but the boy had vanished. Frustrated, angry, furious at himself, Caliban scanned frantically to find him again. You damn infuriating brat, want to play hide-and-seek? Get out here now. Whether he had the right angle or not, something strange like a tennis ball flew in from afar. He spotted the movement. Caliban dodged aside and sliced it in half with his wand. Stop pulling cheap cat tricks. Direct hit, but instead of exploding, a bright light shone from the cut. Rather than a bomb, it was a smoke bomb. Ah, smoke, what do you do with smoke? It stings the eyes. Just like that, Caliban was temporarily blinded. Tears falling, game over. But no. Caliban was still there, though he looked a bit pathetic. Hey, is this a CS tier gas grenade? Though he didn't take much damage, his attention accidentally bumped into a small bell lying on the ground nearby that he hadn't noticed before. And what was coming came. That light was revealed for everyone to witness. Instead of affecting only Caliban in the fight, now it impacted everyone watching from outside. Harlan wondered, what the heck is that? Azel narrowed her eyes and assessed. It looks like a flashing device that temporarily blocks vision and sound. From CS tier gas to a flash attack, this second-year senior seemed completely disoriented. Princess Hongbion stood in a corner, pursed her lips, and made her own judgment. That's it. Now, if he can approach slowly and land the finishing blow, that commoner will be the winner. Suddenly something changed, making the princess's eyes widen as she looked down. What now? Down below, Beak Yusiel casually pulled out more round orbs, preparing to throw. Bingo, the first one hit right on the side of his face, deforming and spreading pain. The rest couldn't be wasted. Beak Yusiel continuously used his flash step to change attack directions. From another observation angle, Senior Deok Choi Wang and Senior Ban Dion voiced their doubts. Another CS tier gas this time. Seems like it's mixed with simple smoke. Yeah, what should I say now? Beak Yusiel's attacks aren't exactly lethal, but he did inflict some minor injuries. Instead of just tears flowing like before, now there was drool too. Cursing was the only way to vent temporarily. Beak Yusiel, you bastard. Gathering most of his mana, Caliban pulled up a massive chunk of earth from beneath his feet straight into the sky. Beak Yusiel below was somewhat shocked by the impact. The cursing earlier didn't quite cut it. Caliban raised his volume in the following words. What the hell is this training nonsense? I don't need it anymore. I'll fight you seriously right here, right now. Beak Yusiel knew what was coming, so confusion was unavoidable. This time, it was Beak Yusiel's turn to get hit hard. A gigantic green magic circle with countless overlapping symbols covered the entire area. From earlier days, Beak Yusiel froze completely with fresh sweat drops. Even so, isn't a meteor shower a bit much for a freshman? Already angry and frustrated, now hearing forbidden words. Caliban's eyes reddened, teeth grinding. Are you out of your mind? I don't know about others, but you shouldn't say that. Both Deok Choi Wang and Ban Dion sympathized. Yeah, fair point. When words couldn't change anything, small sharp stone pillars began protruding from the circle. The countdown began. 14 minutes 47 seconds, 14 minutes 49 seconds. Caliban's wand-holding arm raised high, preparing the assault. As soon as his arm swung down and pointed forward, he poured more power and shouted, Die! The timer kept running, 14 minutes 55 seconds. The dense meteor shower filled the sky, drawing closer to Beak Yusiel every second. Time reached 14 minutes 57 seconds, and he still stood there without any preparatory movement. Not just that, Beak Yusiel looked sleepy, his eyes gradually drooping. Time slowly ticked, 14 minutes 58 seconds, 14 minutes 59 seconds. And the most critical moment arrived, 15 minutes. A long smile stretched across his lips. Right when the earth pillars were only a few handspans away, Beak Yusiel raised his hand high and declared, I forfeit. Instead of stopping right before him, all magic halted under Stella's enforcement. The entire plaza suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Because one thing, they couldn't believe he'd say those words at such a crucial moment. And it seemed the most humiliated right now was Caliban. From the start, only he had been constantly getting hit, tricked, eyes stinging, choking on smoke, one frustration after another. After a while, he finally regained some composure. The announcement came. The training match has ended. Both returned to the real world and stood facing each other. First-year Class S student Beak Yusiel has forfeited, therefore the winner is second-year Class C Caliban Kadalam. Caliban still couldn't believe it, so it's over. In contrast to that expression, Beak Yusiel felt his body lighten tremendously. Finally survived, poor guy still standing there hearing the announcement. The special training match ended here, his body trembling naturally. And then a furious roar echoed across the entire plaza from the third year. The match concluded just as most students had predicted, the second year won. Stepping outside, the chatter grew lively. Did you see that second year's face? He looked furious enough to go insane. If I were him, I'd start throwing punches regardless of the outcome. You're right. It seemed like the freshmen had defeated the second year outwardly. This impacted how Stella students analyzed that fighting style. But what exactly did Beak Yusiel use? Is this some newly developed item? Beak Yusiel did great, but I'm way more drawn to those tools. Senior Ban Dion got caught up in the talk. As expected, does he like using magic tools, while normal alchemists fight by manipulating terrain features. But Beak Yusial planned the positions of his magic tools from start to finish thanks to his superior mobility. He created advantageous terrain by placing items in the area. As expected, that kid is truly amazing. Senior Deok Choi Wang beside her suddenly interjected. Oh, Myro Yoon said you requested this training, so did you get the result you wanted? Ban Dion observed the people around again. The result I wanted, yeah. Now second years won't easily mess with first years anymore, right? And sometimes even second years can lose to first years. A bit more chatter from other students. I'm in a bad mood, couldn't see that arrogant freshmen get humiliated. Too bad, same here. Senior Ban Dion concluded. At this level, I guess this is the relatively satisfying result I wanted. Things have gotten really interesting now. Haha, everything's going great. Shifting to the Red Falcon Club room, someone slammed their fist hard on the desk. It was Edmono Agilic clenching his fist with a twisted face. Caliban Catalum, that stupid kid. Not far from there, Princess Hong Bion was sitting and reading some newspaper, which had information about Assistant Alchemist Altarisha. Alchemist Altarisha develops new future magic engineering technologies. Amid external discussions about Beak Yusial, Princess Hong Bion immersed herself in thoughts filled with battle images. Is this the final outcome of forfeiting to let the opponent win? Throughout the 15-minute one-on-one, Beak Yusial didn't even use his sword properly and only humiliated the senior by using various magic tools. In other words, if he wanted to win, he could have at any moment. However, he chose not to and deliberately forfeited. The reason is obvious. It would be strange for a first year to defeat a second year. So isn't he pointing out that not everything is resolved by raw strength? Personally, Princess Hong Bion thought Beak Yusial would get angry and crush the senior, but she never imagined he'd humiliate the opponent before withdrawing. Seriously. He really is an unpredictable commoner. In a nearby corner, Edmono Agilic and his faction members were still discussing what to do with Beak Yusial. So what are the second years doing now? Didn't I tell them to teach Beak Yusial a private lesson? Actually the second years haven't approached Beak Yusial individually yet. What? The student scratched his face in confusion, explaining carefully contrary to rumors. Beak Yusial greeted the seniors politely and treated them very kindly. I was going to scold him, but he was so good at chatting that I ended up buying him snacks instead. A ridiculous situation happened. What the hell? Edmono Agilic was speechless and seemed unable to believe it. Just as they started thinking about next steps, a hurried voice suddenly rang out. Young master, surprised, both looked in the same direction. It was one of Edmono Agilic's followers who had come to the academy. Seeing her appear gave Edmono a bad feeling. What is it? She hesitated but spoke clearly. The thing is, I just received a call from the Duke. I think you should try contacting him. A phone appeared where needed. Edmono Agilic made the call as if he'd anticipated it before the two sides connected. Oh man, this is getting big, father contacting me first. When connected, he responded, yes father, it's Edmono. The father's voice replied, I just received a call from Alchemy City from the alchemists. He held up a newspaper. I received extremely important news. The alchemists from Altarisha's Research Institute have stopped supplying items to the country because Duke Agilic refused. Do you know anything about this? He replied. Yes, of course not. Why would I say something like that to Altarisha's school? Though Edmono denied it, the father repeated the reality once more. But it was true. The co-author of the Delta Enhancement Technique said it himself. In an instant, he went silent. Something strange flashed in his mind. A co-author. It didn't take long for him to become utterly shocked. Wait, father, I really don't know. I've never met anyone like that before. Then another thought suddenly sparked in his head. His heart pounding as a familiar figure appeared. Is it Beak Yusial? Right where he stood, a chill ran down his spine with sweat beads forming on his face. He couldn't continue until a special ray of hope flickered. One issue. I'll be straightforward with you, father, but it's absurd to dare refuse the Adalvit kingdom. Father, do you know how much influence we have over the Alchemy Association? Not letting his son continue, the father interrupted coldly. This is a scientific and technological revolution. It's brand new technology that never existed before, the ability to create objects equivalent to ancient artifacts. Even the Golden Alchemist is jointly researching with Altarisha. Edmono Agilic gritted his teeth in the dangerous situation. The Golden Alchemist too. It's way bigger than I thought, right? The father cut in. As you said, the country will soon restore trade relations, but the Agilic name won't be in it. He got serious about earlier issues raised. I'll ask again, are you involved in this incident? Edmono had no answer, and that was enough to give a full reply. Back to Princess Hong Bion. The princess was surprised when someone called her name, Bion. The one who could address her like that was none other than Edmono Agilic. Confusion showed clearly on her face as Princess Hong Bion responded. Yes, senior. With no other choice, Edmono could only pin his hopes on Princess Hong Bion now. Can you arrange a meeting with Beak Yusial? Princess Hong Bion couldn't believe that Edmono himself had uttered that name she personally found utterly disgusting and detestable. After thinking it over for a moment, Princess Hong Bion narrowed her eyes. Yes, I will do that. Heading to the southern part of the continent, the Howal ice fields, the lower moon plains. A breathtaking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. A girl with long crimson-red hair was gazing out at the vast expanse ahead, and that was none other than Jelil. With no expression at all, Jelil spoke to herself. Land values are going up. At that moment, another figure appeared, trembling as they approached her and knelt down. Lady Jelil, please, I beg you. Just this once, have mercy on me. Above his head hovered a strange number 3. A new knowledge update that assigns a value score to everything. This feature lets you view any living being, person, animal, or object as a single number. The lowest value is 0, and the highest is 100. She sat down close to where he was, but this guy only had 3, a value equivalent to a random rock on the street. Then she spoke to him, see that, how did you end up so bankrupt? I already warned you not to expand into useless business sectors. But he gritted his teeth with a completely different mindset and lied. This venture was supposed to succeed, and you're the one who ruined everything. But it seemed like everything was beyond saving now. Bury him. Yes. That voice rang out as the clearest expression of her utter indifference. The guard stepped in and dragged him away amid his desperate screams. Ah, please spare me, Lady Jelil, Lady Jelil. Jelil cast one final glance at him. Once those sounds faded away completely, she broke into a particularly satisfied smile, though it quickly vanished and returned her to her usual calm demeanor. Ah, how boring. Kids these days really have zero backbone. Right as that thought formed, a familiar voice suddenly called out, Jelil, are you there? Changing her expression faster than Doraemon could blink, Jelil broke into a beaming smile with rosy cheeks, her voice now completely different from the one she used earlier. The arrival of this person was marked by a big question mark, and the special someone could only be the chairman of StarCloud Corporation, Melian. My beloved daughter, how have you been lately? Jelil rushed over and hugged Melian tightly. Daddy, did you have a good trip? Her cheeks flushed even redder. How did the deal go? Is everything okay? Seeing her bright smile, he happily replied, it's still in progress. This time, the Alterisha Alchemy School developed a new item by combining special magic techniques. There's a video of an actual battle using an item co-developed by Alchemy. Would you like to watch it? The smile stayed on her face. That would be really fun. A thought slipped into her mind. Honestly, I wish I had more time to talk with Dad, but I can't say that to him. Then let's head to my room. Okay. As they entered the new room, a purple orb was emitting a lot of light. A brief introduction before playing the specific video. He's a first-year student at Stella Academy. He fought a second year using that item. Jelil showed a tiny bit of surprise at her father's introduction. An alchemy technique co-authored by the magic metallurgy, and it's just a first-year student. Jelil started feeling a spark of interest in this person in her mind. What kind of guy is this kid going to be? When the screen started playing, Jelil snapped out of her own surprise. The image of Beak Usial appeared in crisp 4K quality, yet just like with her father, through the screen he also had a question mark panel. Another perspective replaced it. What's this weird thing? Why can't I see his value? This has never happened before. Even the Emperor of the Scalvan Empire and the King of Adolvit, I've personally seen all of them have values. There are 2 cases where the value of all things can't be measured. She looked more seriously at her father. More precisely at that small question mark panel. One is when the subject is someone dear and loved. Then she sneaked another glance at the screen with him on it. The other is when the value is hidden to the point that it's immeasurable. The poster he was holding had countless super cool energy orbs, knowing her dad hadn't mentioned the name yet. Jelil grew interested and asked about him. Dad, what's this person's name? He smiled warmly at his daughter. His name is Beak Usial. Remember that name well, who knows, maybe you'll meet him someday. Not wanting to disappoint her father. If Dad says so, of course I'll remember, she added a little more. By the way, Dad, before you leave, want to play a round of soul chess with me? The cheerful merchant smiled back. Why not? On her side, the red-haired girl was lost in her own thoughts. He has a value I can't measure. Beak Usial, I'll remember that name. Back at Stella Academy, or more precisely, the guy who had just been secretly remembered by someone not long ago, Beak Usial, he was holding a glass cup and seriously drinking something pitch black. And on the other side, Edmono Atlik was clearly showing embarrassment, hesitation, and stuttering, unable to let the silence waste any more time. He spoke first after setting the cup down. I finished my coffee. If you have nothing to say, then I'm leaving. Edmono couldn't believe he was so decisive and direct. Ah, wait. Not daring to look at him. I feel regret about what happened earlier. That was my fault. I'm deeply remorseful and reflecting on myself for looking down on you just because you're a commoner. So please, could you forget the words I said before and take back what you said too? He remained indifferent while the other was talking to him. Keeping that same expression, his deeper thoughts translated into, what's this? Apologizing or whatever doesn't really matter much, but to avoid the tragic ending for Princess Hung Bion as much as possible, I need to strip away Edmono's political power. To achieve that, Edmono was caught off guard when his voice suddenly turned unusually cold. I don't want to do it for you. Right now it's better to play hard to get. He switched to a cute tone. So what should I do then? Let me think. Beak Yusial reached into his clothes. How about this? A sheet of paper with writing on it appeared out of nowhere. This wasn't ordinary paper, but a magic sheet. A mysterious paper where anything could be magically created just by drawing. Beak Yusial continued. This is a magic oath written on magic paper. Let's make a bet with me. Edmono looked confused. A bet. He explained in more detail, but nothing changed. The game will be soul chess. If I lose here, I'll take back my words. I'll only supply items to the Adolvit kingdom through the Atlik family. Edmono wanted to confirm again. Soul chess. He also added the reverse condition, but only if I win. Please transfer to me a regular attendance ticket for the Aslan conference. Edmono clearly sensed danger in those words. What? He calmly listened to the other speak afterward. Now do you think that's reasonable? He rolled his eyes. Of course not. The Aslan Conference is a public discussion forum where members of prestigious magic families gather to hold academic group discussions. Only families with real prestige in the magic elite can participate, and there are 3 conditions to attend. Having attended last year and presented an outstanding thesis to be recognized for the following year, having a paper that can be presented at Aslan. You can receive transfer rights to attend, or become one of the 12 rising stars of this generation. Because worldwide, it's where genius mages gather to determine superiority. Participating in Aslan and even maintaining that status proves one's ability. The Atlik ducal family has attended the Aslan conference for many decades. This is a key factor in maintaining their political power. I'm thinking of targeting that. He tucked the paper back into his clothes. Beak Yusial closed his eyes and added, if you don't like it, then forget it. Right as he took a few steps away, a hesitant but firm voice stopped him. Wait. Edmono looked so down he might as well be depressed. You just said soul chess. Since he said that, a long smile stretched across his lips. Danger lurked even deeper along with his gaze. All right, I'll sign it. We'll meet here at this time tomorrow. He held his expression for a long time until the other had tucked it into his pocket. A full day passed leading up to something important. Moving to the next day, students were gathering in much larger numbers than usual. They were surely heading toward one event. Those who didn't know were being told by those who did. Why are there so many people at the cafe today? Senior Edmono, the final year student, is betting a game of soul chess with his first-year junior. No way, really. The focus pointed straight behind Beak Yusial with chatter. In Stellar Academy, who could possibly beat Senior Edmono at soul chess? What kind of fearless freshman is this guy? He had the answer but didn't say it out loud. That would be me. He let out a light sigh and looked elsewhere. Do you guys really think I enjoy this? From the start, I had zero interest in soul chess. But then what? He jolted when he saw a student signaling. He's here. Senior Edmono and Princess Hongbion, plus another student carrying something along, confidently taking center stage today, came from Edmono Atlik. He was concerned about something similar. As expected, he brought Princess Hongbion along too. Today, Princess Hongbion was extremely irritated. Irritation doubled when the gossip included her. Wow, the princess looks so beautiful today. Are those two secretly dating or something? The weather was nice and bright. Suddenly one of his shoulders was shadowed as she dumped all her irritation and anger on him. Princess Hongbion turned toward Beak Yusial, wondering what was going on. Why is she staring at me so intensely? Did I do something wrong? Unable to do anything after sulking so much, Princess Hongbion crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and picked a seat. Another student brought out a chessboard divided into many alternating black and white squares. Up until now, Princess Hongbion hadn't understood much about him. This time was the same. She felt uneasy. What is Beak Yusial thinking? Edmono has been playing soul chess since he was 5 and is called a soul chess prodigy. Not just Stella, but throughout all of Adolvit there aren't many better soul chess players than Edmono. But why did he choose the sport Edmono is best at? Beak Yusial is an idiot. As if reading Princess Hongbion's mind, Edmono Atlik smiled at her like she was a familiar possession. Maintaining that smile, he turned back to this decisive chessboard. Honestly, it was surprising when Beak Yusial brought up the Aslan attendance condition. It was beyond expectations. He placed his hand on the white pieces and thought further, but this actually works out better. Now it's time. I'll make you feel humiliated first. Hongbion picked up a chess piece, her smile turning slightly inhuman. Let's start the game. Finally, let's double-check and confirm one last time. Edmono Atlik, brimming with confidence that victory was in the bag, repeated the terms of the bet. Once you've signed the magic paper, breaking the oath means losing all your mana. You understand that, right? Beak Yusial showed no unusual reaction and simply replied, of course. But in this whole thing, he really felt like he was playing dirty just a little bit. I don't have any mana anyway, so breaking the agreement doesn't affect me at all. Edmono Atlik placed one final piece right in the center of the sharp point formation on the board. He let go and gestured invitingly toward him. The pieces are all in position now. Feel free to go first. Beak Yusial gave himself a quick thought. He's giving up the first move advantage in such an important bet. He reached into his clothes. Looks like he's completely underestimated me. He made full use of the encyclopedia down to its last breath. Alright, things are looking better for me. At this point, let's briefly explain some of the rules of Soul Chess. Soul Chess is played on an octagonal board. You select 20 pieces out of 200 types and place them on the board. You can only move one piece per turn. Unlike regular chess, each piece in each square has its own unique attributes and abilities. Strategically combining them to capture the opponent's king and win is the ultimate goal. Even for me, a veteran with 10 years of Soul Chess experience, it's definitely not easy, but PvP is way more fun than this game anyway. Beak Yusial chose the black pieces and then his gaze locked onto his opponent. On top of that, Edmono Ajlik was one of the top Soul Chess players not just at Stella but throughout all of Adolvit. That confidence completely clouded Edmono's judgment. I'm really surprised he bet his Aslan conference attendance rights but challenged me to Soul Chess of all things. What an arrogant commoner, brat. I'll crush you so badly you'll never dare challenge me again. Cutting off that thought, since Beak Yusial had been given first move priority, he prepared and spoke. Then let's get started. As if isolated in an undefined space, both of them were completely cut off from outside awareness. Edmono paid close attention to the setup Beak Yusial had prepared. It showed an unusually high level of surprise, but at the same time completely unpredictable details emerged. What kind of formation is this? It feels like his pieces are positioned to subtly dismantle my strategy. This can't just be random coincidence, right? Anyway, a commoner like this kid couldn't possibly have played enough Soul Chess to build up that much experience. Beak Yusial began adjusting his opening pieces in a strong direction. Since you let me go first, I'll take the liberty. Just with the very first move, he already overwhelmed a player like Edmono. This guy's not only moving his queen right from the start, he's charging straight into my formation. He lifted a piece that resembled a knight. This could prove the guy was an idiot. A smug confidence stretched the smile at the corner of his mouth. The white piece was placed firmly on a white square. As soon as the piece moved into place, some special change vaguely revealed itself from the previous move. More precisely, that piece quickly knocked back one of Beak Yusial's pieces to the rear. The leading knight, Edmono, confidently believed he had the advantage. How stupid, this guy actually dared to push his queen into a sacrificial danger right from the beginning. The piece's revealed trait, Swift Knight, can move across the board with its special movement ability. On one side, Beak Yusial played seriously. On the other, Edmono moved with careful confidence in every step. Continuing with the knight charging forward wherever it went, Beak Yusial's pieces were knocked away and vanished. Still the knight, and it kept pushing ahead relentlessly. Right at that moment, Edmono could no longer hide the inner glee he'd been concealing from the start. He covered his face and laughed with trembling excitement. Once the trembling passed, his true nature gradually came into the light. Unbelievable, I never thought you'd play so recklessly. I can end this even before I move into the next phase of my symphony. In this match, Edmono Ajlik brought out one of his favorite tactics, Destruction Flame. The core of this tactic lies in the tight coordination of 3 Swift Knights. The first step is using the Swift Knight's mobility to disrupt the enemy. The second step is using 5 fire pawns to safely seize control of the map, creating Burning Terrain. Burning Terrain is a special map that reduces defense for units weak to fire and boosts damage for fire element units. If you reach this phase, Beak Yusial would have no chance left, although that was the plan, but right when Beak Yusial moved his arm for a new step. Edmono seemed to have spotted the mistake somewhere. It was supposed to be that way. In a white square on the black side's territory, a piece suddenly appeared without any warning. Edmono realized where the error was. An invisible pawn. It also had its own unique info. Iron Chain Trap creates a prison in a designated area. Any piece trapped cannot move for 5 turns. The 3 rampaging white knights from before were now chained in red shackles as they stood in the same row. Panic started creeping in for the damned Edmono. My Swift Knights. The invisibility effect was supposed to end after 3 turns, so why? And then the surprise wasn't over for him yet because the next piece of information was revealed. Invisible Pawn. The pawn remains invisible during the match. Invisibility ends after 3 turns, however. If the queen dies before the effect ends, the effect is extended by 7 more turns. Sweat dripped down, but that dangerous smile appeared again. That bastard intentionally sacrificed his queen early to trigger this effect. His hands froze stiff. No problem, that effect only lasts 5 more turns anyway. Plus, this turn I'll activate the Burning Land domain. The white piece was placed on a black square. Flames erupted across the entire battlefield. Burning Land domain reduces defense by 30% for all non-fire units. Fire units gain 200% damage boost, an environment that weakens the opponent's defense against fire and amps up the owner's attack power. Completing this goal is extremely difficult because it requires holding points at 5 different locations. Once achieved, the advantage tilts heavily to one side. Edmono stared at Beak Yusial. How about it, Beak Yusial? Now the domain is activated. Next turn you're done for. Beak Yusial remained strangely calm. But then another hand movement changed everything. A wave of unease surged straight into his thoughts. Edmono watched intently without blinking to see what trick he'd pull next. Another invisible pawn, you cunning bastard. But no matter what he placed, once this turn passed, the chess master Edmono still couldn't grasp Beak Yusial's move. Then that move landed, Edmono froze and blurted out a dumb word in his mind. Huh. Edmono hadn't even noticed how an ordinary pawn had somehow seized control of a specific point. A black piece manifested in a white square, capturing the terrain reversal. When you capture while the opponent's terrain is active, you gain the reversal effect. In other words, the blazing burning land instantly turned into frozen land, activated, icy terrain, flames vanished and ice pillars rose up. Edmono gradually lost the control he wanted. With the reversal effect, ice elemental damage increased 200%. The hidden condition for reversal had been met, gaining an extra attack turn, 2 moves, 2 simple pieces, 3 knights, and an environment neutralized. Edmono tried to calm himself with his earlier arrogant thought. What the hell? He saw through my entire tactic. Edmono rolled his eyes to look more closely at him. No, impossible, it must just be coincidence. Just with the motion of adjusting his glasses, Edmono took in the sight of a Beak Yusial who had him completely in the palm of his hand. A true chess monster gradually revealing its pale horror. At the same time, his own mouth opened uncontrollably wide. Coincidence, right? There was still one white knight not yet imprisoned. Snap out of it, you can't let the opponent have you in the palm of their hand. Edmono could only clutch his clueless pants pitifully as another bead of sweat fell. Edmono pressed his lips tightly. I faced countless opponents like this before, just hold out until the next turn, then I can turn the tables, just endure and I'll win. Swallowing hard, his outward appearance grew even stiffer. That's all, the once bright future on his face gradually sank into darkness. I can win. Instead of giving himself confidence, disappointment dragged Edmono into an isolated dimension. Can I really beat him? Can my turn come back? Beak Yusial's pieces moved without the slightest hesitation. Edmono gradually shrank in that scene. If Edmono wanted to be the king, then right now Beak Yusial was like Saitama. He crossed his arms in his chair and switched to serious mode, then added a few compliments for his opponent into his thoughts. Edmono's skill really isn't bad. In fact, it's quite strong. In this world, beating Edmono at Soul Chess has always been one of the toughest challenges. But after 10 years, crazy veteran players appeared. This guy's seriously insane. A veteran who played thousands of games against Edmono and finally wrote a perfect strategy guide, no longer hiding it. Beak Yusial broke into a bright smile, and that strategy was stored right in this state of glasses. In other words, he was playing soul chess with an entire detailed encyclopedia guide in hand. The next black piece was selected and placed on a black square. It differed from the traits of pieces he knew. Thunder Bishop unleashes lightning strikes, dealing 200% damage to frozen enemies. If frozen targets are linked, the strike becomes chain lightning. Under the piece's hat appeared a slit revealing lightning. The golden color shared by lightning and energy rays gradually converged. The blue of ice and snow covering the board completely shifted to the yellow of lightning bolts. Edmono stared in despair at the rapid transformation. All the white pieces had vanished, now only the black ones remained. The previously cold expression changed into Edmono, bitterly accepting a truth he himself had spoken. The voice gradually concluded with one sentence. Yes, thank you for the match. Absolute silence. On the board now only black and darkness remained. Even turning off the lights couldn't help Edmono Atlik anymore. Very quickly afterward, non-stop gasps of amazement came from the students one after another. One of them mustered the courage to speak directly. Wait, forming the first group of 3, turning to each other in excitement. Are you kidding? Did you just see that? Senior Edmono actually lost? How did that happen? Was that a strategy or a joke? His tactics were that insane. Edmono Atlik sat motionless without a single twitch, ignoring all the disruptive noise. For the first time facing an opponent who moved pieces coldly and extremely logically, those things turned an arrogant Edmono into an emotionless one. And then the unwanted scene played out for him. Princess Hongbion was talking and standing right next to Beak Yusial. Thoughts swirled endlessly in Edmono's head. I really lost, and to soul chess of all things. Edmono still couldn't accept this reality as the two walked away. The product contract was lost. He even lost his Aslan conference attendance rights. His hands trembled, thoughts grew more chaotic. What do I do now? If my father finds out about this, will my life end right here? The student in charge of the chessboard was tidying up when he noticed the change from Senior Edmono. With a decisive motion, the still intact chessboard took a dangerous hard punch from Edmono. Suppressed anger exploded instantly. Damn it all. Because of this action, a few students outside didn't dare intervene too deeply. They could only leave the place before things got even worse. Very quickly, the quiet space now held only Edmono, covering his face and trembling. What should I do? Just when he thought he would fall into despair, a familiar voice rang out to untie this uncomfortable knot. Senior. He looked up. Edmono wasn't mistaken. It was indeed Princess Hongbion. When the other paid attention to him, Princess Hong adjusted herself and spoke in the calmest voice. I'll try to persuade that commoner on your behalf. We'll secure the business rights for the items. I'll ask him to retract the statement he made about the Adlik ducal family. Edmono was stunned as if he couldn't believe his ears. A surge of excitement made him more open in his next words. Really? Is that really true? Thank you, Bion, thank you so much. How can I ever repay this help? The princess's gentle voice interrupted a bit. You said repay. I was born to be destined as queen. After one final emotional loop, Edmono returned to the feeling right after losing to Beak Yusial. It had been a very long time since Princess Hong showed danger in her expression, so it's only natural to care about the one who will become my vassal. Princess Hong turned and left coldly. Next, I'll go meet Beak Yusial. Edmono's voice suddenly became unusually small. I haven't become your vassal yet, Princess Hong. Just after she walked a short distance, Edmono's heart-wrenching scream shattered what was left of the final silence. Yes, originally their relationship was like king and vassal. Edmono had used his power to manipulate their dynamic, trying to change it. But now, with the power balance broken, they returned to their original positions and roles. Princess Hong's confident smile swept away all the tension she'd carried for so long. The story's direction shifted back to the main character Beak Yusial. Stella Academy actually has a phone booth. Right now, Beak Yusial was contacting the owner of a phone on the other end. Hello, yes, please hold off all transactions with merchants in Adolvit for the next month. He smiled and proposed an alternative plan. Right now, we plan to distribute only through royal channels. Is that possible? The quick reply came through to him. Of course I'll do that, anything you want. Thanks, assistant instructor. With the plan he'd set in motion completed, he ended the connection. Stepping outside, he stretched a few times to breathe in the fresh air and relax. Phew, finally done. Good thing everything wrapped up safely. But as for the Aslan ticket, it's not really that useful anyway, so what should I do now? Anyway, the protagonist will automatically get placed among the 12 rising stars. While he was deep in those thoughts, someone interrupted with a voice, commoner. Who else could call him so bluntly like that except Princess Hong still here? That said, Princess Hong was hopping, he was still nearby. As soon as she approached Beak Yusial, he reached inside his clothes like he was about to pull something out. Ah, you showed up at the perfect time. He held up a sheet of paper right in front of her. Here's a new contract. Princess Hong's round eyes blinked in total confusion. He didn't hide anything and straight up explained his plan. The Altarisha school will only distribute through the Adolvit royal family for 1 month. As for how to use it, that's entirely up to whatever you want to do with it. Princess Hong carefully studied the details on the new contract and then quickly clutched the paper tightly when he suddenly said something a bit dismissive. Well then, I'll be heading off now. She definitely didn't want him to leave that fast. Mustering all her courage, Princess Hong spoke up again. This time I owe you one. Her cheeks flushed red and her voice grew softer along with it. Thank you. Noticing the clear shift in her behavior, Beak Yusial looked back a little flustered and replied shortly, Monsieur. A thought slipped in. Lucky me, getting a thank you from her like that. Knowing she wasn't handling her emotions well, Princess Hong felt shy but became more cautious with her words. Hey, back then you also said there be a price for helping me. If you tell me what that price is, I'll pay it right away. On this matter, it seemed like Beak Yusial hadn't really thought it through yet. He scratched one cheek and looked away. Ah, the price, huh? Honestly, the price Beak Yusial wants is pretty simple. He stared straight at Princess Hong. It was way too obvious. Hong Bion won't get stained by evil. Instead, she'll choose the good things and together with me build the best possible happy ending. This time, it was Princess Hong's turn to avoid looking directly at him, seeing her like that he didn't dare say it out loud and kept it in his heart. But even so, he couldn't suddenly blurt out, I hope you become a good person. So, drawing on 29 years of life experience, he came up with the most appropriate and exemplary response for the situation. Then Princess Hong, look forward to the results. The two of us can have a cute little chat and you buy me a meal. What? He patted his stomach and smiled innocently. Just treat me to one meal. I want to eat until I'm stuffed with a meal that the princess buys. Princess Hong was surprised and never expected the price he mentioned to be something so strange. She stood frozen for a long moment before a small smile replaced it. Her cheeks flushed red once more. All right then, follow me. Beak Yusial's footsteps changed, and he soon found himself in a new place. One thing was certain, he had come here with the princess via the car parked right beside them. He stared hard at that car, sweat dripping without time to wipe it. In the 10 years I played this game, cash items popped up everywhere. The cars in this world are seriously luxurious. Not letting Beak Yusial glue his eyes to the car and get in, Princess Hong turned back to remind him. On her side, a confident smile sparkled with stars. He had to tear his eyes away from the car and follow the princess inside. She brought me all the way here. What has she planned already? With the princess's current money, I should at least pick the 5 most delicious dishes in Etha, right? But reality seemed about to slap him pretty hard. Stepping to the side, Princess Hong showed him a special eatery. Black bean noodles stir-fry were here. Surprised yet, shocked yet, what could top the endless question marks and his dumbfounded face? and here he was dreaming of a beautiful dream too. Where's my big belly salmon piece? Where's my caviar canapé with salted fish roe, and the creamy risotto with black truffle too? When the two sat at the same table, the atmosphere clearly split into two opposing sides. The shining stars shifted over to Princess Hong Bion along with a wave of collapse. The waiter still stood there waiting for both to order. Even with so many stars, the princess's expression was unusually serious. These dishes look a bit unfamiliar to me. Ah, I found it. When he asked me to treat him to a meal, I thought about something that would make Baek Yuseol the happiest. Hong Bion recalled her conversation with Tyrend. It said there's a story from his past tied to this place. Really, expensive food doesn't mean anything to Baek Yuseol. From the past I happened to glimpse, I learned the dish he treasures the most. That gave her confidence as she pointed in one direction on the menu. One of this, please. Coming closer, it was exactly black bean noodles. But on the other side, Baek Yuseol calmly raised his hand to order, but not what the princess had in mind. Ah, give me 3 bowls of champong and 1 portion of tangskuk, huh? Princess Hong was flustered. He looked at her with round eyes asking, what, can't I order 3 bowls? Princess Hong similarly, no, that's not the issue. This time, Princess Hong forced herself to rethink. Why didn't he order the black bean noodles? Is that his memory with his mother? And it seemed Hong Bion realized her mistake. No way, that's right. Why would a commoner write about his mother and black bean noodles in a school assignment? He hasn't gotten over the past, he still regrets those things. Because he couldn't repay his mother's kindness when he was young and didn't understand. The waiter brought the ordered dishes, the food arrived. Thank you. Princess Hong lowered her head and gradually felt ashamed for bringing him to a place like this. For him, black bean noodles aren't nostalgia, they're a symbol of regret, and I didn't even realize that. Though she realized it a bit late, the princess chose to speak to him right away. Sorry for treating you to a meal in a place like this. Baek Yuseol didn't catch what the princess was thinking and just opened his mouth a little. It's fine. He raised his hand high with round eyes continuing. Life sometimes throws surprises where your wallet doesn't work so well, but since she's a princess, adding more food to the quality shouldn't be a problem, right? He spoke up. Sir, we need more fried dumplings. Meanwhile, the soul chess match between Edmono Atilik and Baek Yuseol had been widely spread by the students who were there. A huge rumor quickly swept through the academy, growing out of control. What? Senior Edmono lost to Baek Yuseol? Naturally, the question of why came up too. The reason was revealed by many students who overheard the cafe conversation back then. The truth was even more shocking than the apology rumor. I heard this from Aiken, a close aide from the Atilik family. Actually, it seems Senior Edmono did that because Baek Yuseol is a co-developer of the alchemy magic technique, just from the rumor that Edmono Atilik apologized to a first-year student. And the fact that Baek Yuseol was a co-author of the Delta Enhancement technique shocked Stella Academy. His name didn't just spread to Arcanium, but even to the Dark Mages. Arriving at the first tower, Tower 1 in Vice Principal Aki Haiden's office, arms crossed with a cold face showing zero emotion. That guy is really quite annoying, just a commoner, plus didn't he interfere with Mason Tyron's plan? The mysterious figure hiding their identity opposite asked, should we handle this quietly? Aki Haiden's face hardened as he rejected the idea. HMPH nonsense, if just one Stella student goes missing without reason, everything will be thrown into chaos. Handing Aslan conference attendance rights to someone like him makes me unhappy, but taking it from someone like him would be easier than taking it from the Atilik family. We need to keep an eye on the name Baek Yuseol starting now, monitor him for the time being. A new exchange replaced it. More important was Mason's current condition. The mysterious figure answered shortly. She's suppressing her dark mana with the cult leader's control magic, but it could erupt at any moment. Haiden had to reassess everything. It's still not the right time. The familiar contract signing ceremony is coming up soon. If she really goes berserk and messes with the Spirit King, the backlash will be even messier. Raiden, monitor Mason's condition. That way we can use it to divert Eltwin's attention when needed. Professor Raiden nodded seriously in acceptance. Understood. With Iki Haiden's final instruction, Professor Raiden left the principal's office and headed toward the science building. An almost deserted area inside, the lights were off, creating a dimly lit laboratory. Shattered glass tubes scattered. Lab equipment, including microscopes, broken pitifully. Only a few sheets of paper were still somewhat intact. Inside the room, Professor Raiden clenched his fists, looking at something on the floor, emitting black aura, groaning with rage. Since this was a mission, priority should be given to resolving what needs attention. Right in front of him was the transformed state of Professor Mason Tyron, who could no longer stand steady amid everything happening. Professor Raiden thought silently, this is getting pretty serious. Mason, now with bloodshot eyes, asked in a hoarse voice, you came here to tell me to wait longer. If I endure and wait, can I return to my original position? Raiden, outwardly calm but inwardly showing great contempt. Ridiculous. After a lifetime of stealing what belongs to others, you still dream of getting back a position that was truly yours. However, Raiden still decided to show mercy. Your usefulness has ended. Once the plagiarism investigation starts, you'll be stripped of all positions and expelled from the academy. Mazen Tyron panicked, regaining some sanity and her voice filled with high-pitched questioning. Then why did Iki hide and leave me here? Raiden answered coldly and decisively, you've been completely corrupted. As another purpose, you can definitely fulfill that role. That's why you were left here. Mazen Tyron trembled and gradually lost control of herself. Ha, you're trying to make me go mad and lose control, aren't you, you damn bastard? When Mazen bared her teeth ready to rage, Raiden interrupted her again, then leave this place. Mazen was stunned as if she couldn't believe her ears. What? Something dark blue rolled across the long carpet toward the west, to the fallen garden. Raiden turned his back. Our kin are hiding there. If you survive until you find them, break this crystal. It will release magic to stop your corruption. As Raiden reached the stairs, Mazen's voice stopped his footsteps. Why are you letting me live? Raiden didn't need to turn back. I just don't want to see my people die so pathetically. Once Raiden completely left, Professor Mazen was able to stand up and walk step by step toward the crystal. Without hesitation, Mazen picked up the orb in her hand, continuing to walk in an undetermined direction, and stopped beside a table holding the annual plan, observing longer at what was on it. More precisely, the things she herself had noted and left behind. But when she focused deeper on one item, uncontrollable dark magic surged out, suppressing all the accumulated resentment. Mazen gradually unleashed dark claws, digging deep, slowly giving birth to tyrannical thoughts. How dare you? You really think I'll just leave after you turn me into this without doing anything? I'll tear everything apart into pieces. What Mazen just tore was the Familia contract signing ceremony. Time passed very quickly. Today was the day Stella Academy students had their first field trip to the cradle of the World Tree to participate in the Familia contract signing ceremony. Massive airships began departing on a new journey. In one room, the figure of Azel, along with a few other classmates, were starting to enjoy a meal. Opposite Azel, two classmates looked at each other exchanging. Speaking of which, about Beak Usial, he got scolded and criticized by seniors for a long time, but now no one dares touch him anymore. I heard about that too. I even heard he's really a co-developer of the alchemy magic technique, right? After that rumor spread, even some seniors personally came to apologize to him. The classmates looked at Azel and asked quietly, Azel, do you know about that? Azel held a bun and answered naturally, no. The classmates continued. Anyway, is it really related to Beak Usial? She took a small bite of the bun. Azel was lost in thought, thinking a bit about him. Is it just my mood? I don't know why, but I feel like the distance between me and Beak Usial is growing bigger. It gives me a sense of loneliness. But the other classmates didn't think the same. A smile appeared. Honestly, I thought Beak Usial and Azel were dating or something. Just bitten but not yet chewed. Azel spat everything out. Seeing Azel's strange reaction, the friends immediately showed concern. You okay? Here's water. Thanks. He seems really close with Princess Hongbion lately, right? Wait, no way, the princess got charmed by a commoner. Someone drinking water listened to the story continue. But lately the princess's eyes when looking at Beak Usial aren't normal at all. This time Azel coughed continuously. Azel, drink slowly. Nearby at that moment, Flame noticed it was Azel. Azel was currently being looked after by the other classmates. Flame stopped but was thinking something more, then decided to continue going wherever she was headed, but the concern couldn't escape her mind. Azel seems to get along pretty well with friends. If it were normal, she'd be here alone arguing with Hongbion by now. Is something changing in a place I don't know? Are all these things because of Beak Usial's influence? Hey you show up right when I've been looking for you forever. Hey, can you do me a favor? Flame was startled by his sudden presence. You scared me. Who knew you'd appear like this? Amid her mixed feelings, Flame asked, what is it? He brought out something and confusion took over. Pick me a flower here, Hanbaram flower, the one flower, wind flower. Flame paused a beat to ask back, Hanbaram flower, the kind that always faces one direction. You think I'm an automatic flower vending machine or something? Even though she said and thought that, her hand still reached toward the soil box he held out. A moment later, Flame's magic activated. Emerald light highlighted one spot. Very quickly, in that box appeared a beautiful 5-petaled white flower sparkling. Beak Usial smiled with squinted eyes now that he had what he wanted. Thanks. Flame crossed her arms knowing he was up to something shady. What the heck are you planning to use this for? Right after saying that, Flame vaguely realized something. So a direct question replaced it, aimed at him. Hey, don't tell me you're planning to go down to the 4th floor. Beak Usial was surprised Flame could figure it out. Of course I have to go, otherwise why would I take it? Flame couldn't help but add a few more words, keeping her body careful, otherwise this time she'd naturally get cut off mid-sentence. He showed question marks, not understanding anything. Flame knew she slipped up, so she quickly looked away. Nothing. However, she was a bit startled when Beak Usial proactively asked back, what about you? You okay? Confusion took over, asking if I'm okay. What do you mean? He tucked the flower into his bag with a bright smile. Just that you seemed down after the Persona Gate practice. Flame turned her face away. It's not like that, you're such a busybody. Her face flushed red uncontrollably. If you're worried about me, I won't thank you or anything. Beak Usial looked back with a faint smile. From far away in a hidden corner, someone was secretly watching their exchange. Looks like you're thanking me there. I told you it's not like that, you're so dishonest. Oh, give me back the flower. Right at this moment, in the Menon Tower area, the figures of two people dressed like the 13th Division were gazing toward the glowing specks ahead. The residents of Mazen Tyern, who had vanished under the name Stella, was no longer known. Starting today, first-year students in the research major will begin their extracurricular activities. Special activities related to dark magic will start there. There's a chance Mazen Tyern will participate, so please stay alert. The isolated space along with that stream of information quickly dissolved and brought both of them back to the endless plane. And then the person standing beside Commander Keen, Vice Commander Hazen Macaron, was currently complaining heavily about that piece of news. Oh my god, why is the Ivory Tower Master so obsessed with Stella like that? Commander Keen wasn't pleased with that tone. He seriously adjusted his voice and said, "The Ivory Tower Master possesses prophetic abilities. Stop spouting nonsense over there and follow me." Vice Commander Hazen Macaron couldn't stand that tone. She immediately made a huge annoyed face and shot back. Yeah, right, it's prophecy. More than half of them are always wrong anyway. Although that was true, Keen still held firm to his stance. In most cases, this is because we resolve the issue before those disasters even occur. Or perhaps it was prevented by other factors before we even arrived. Hazen Macaron gave in that way, light magic already forming in her hand. Anyway, our captain is way too obsessed with the Magic Tower Master, and it seems like he's also in trouble because of those words. Keen also didn't want time wasted here on back and forth. Alright, let's move quickly. Immediately, linked magic circles formed, and then the two of them vanished in a blink. Back to the main issue, Stella Academy frequently has more field trips than planned throughout that development process. They've set up teleport gates at over 20 locations exclusively for airships. One of the notable examples is the Cradle of the World Tree, which is also the nurturing place for the High Elf Kingdom's cloud flowers. This time, Instructor Lee gathered the students in quite a spacious area. His voice carried a sense of responsibility. Everyone pay attention. After participating in the World Tree's birthday celebration ceremony, the Familia contract signing will take place and begin tomorrow. Feel free to use your time well until the assembly hour. The 12 students responded in unison at once. Yes. Once there were no longer restrictions on time or space, each student split off to do what they wanted, and this time attention turned to Flame. She was looking around as if searching for something. When gazing at the lush green canopies, Flame shook off her tension and broke into a smile. Maybe because I'm surrounded by nature I'm feeling really relaxed. But then Flame's target appeared when she shifted her gaze elsewhere. And the one she was aiming for was none other than Beak Yusial. Flame noticed Beak Yusial, but completely Beak Yusial didn't detect that at all. Flame felt disappointed because of that, but she had no intention of approaching close. And watched his back gradually getting farther away from her. Is he wandering around alone? Lost in thought so much that Flame completely didn't notice one person. Jeremy Scanbin smiled and shone brightly. Hello, Flame. Instantly, Flame's face started to scrunch up. Of course, she was extremely annoyed. She stepped past lightly without even glancing at that handsome smiling face. Jeremy still kept that expression even though he was blatantly ignored in a flash. Just as Flame was fully leaving, Jeremy quickly stopped her with his words. You're not going to show me that face from earlier again. Already annoyed and now being teased, Flame looked back confused. What are you talking about? Jeremy stepped closer step by step. If you have time, could you walk with me for a bit? Flame stood frozen in place. I don't have time. A silence formed, but quickly Jeremy fully revealed his not-so-good boy nature, more precisely like a killer receiving something unwanted. One more time, why don't you think about it some more? Flame realized she was dumbfounded, unable to believe Jeremy was showing that shade right now. Very quickly it blended into her own thoughts. This guy really is dangerous. Jeremy wasn't simply stopping at that. In the situation where she didn't know what to do, suddenly another person stepped in to block for Flame. Flame found it hard to believe when this person also appeared. It was Hei Wenryang. He helped Flame untie this knot. Prince, that's enough. Do you know your actions are quite rude and forceful? Jeremy smiled with mockery. Oh, how could I not know that? When Jeremy spoke with a smile, normal people would naturally turn away and avoid him. However, that wouldn't work on someone standing at the pinnacle of the magic world as the heir to the magic tower. Sparks flew as the two boys stared each other down, Flame standing in the middle sweating while analyzing. Oh my god, what the heck is this situation? Now that they'd clashed, some scheme gradually brewed on Jeremy's every expression. Leaving behind one serious and one flustered, Jeremy walked away returning to normal and waved. Seems like your friend misunderstood something, so today I'll head back first. See you next time, okay? With that, Jeremy completely left and left the two there. Although everything seemed to be heading in a pretty stable direction, Flame fully sensed something uneasy. Right after, she expressed it out loud with a somewhat reproachful tone toward the one who stayed. Hey Wenryang, what the hell were you thinking? You dared to block Jeremy's way? You think provoking hostility with the Scanbin family is smart? Hei Wenryong seemed to pay no mind to those criticisms. Flame, you're the one who needs to be careful. The prince is very dangerous. If he wants something, he won't hesitate to do anything to get it, and right now you've become the thing he wants most. Flame knew that better than Hei, so right now she really was pondering what she needed to do. However, a new perspective from Hei Wenryong made her confused. You already have. Or maybe you actually trust him. Indeed, Flame couldn't think of Hei Wenryong saying those words. This time, unexpectedly, Flame shot back at him. Who are you talking about? Hei Wenryong was stunned from the position he was standing. He turned his back and tried to walk away hurriedly. Sorry, I spoke out of turn. Huh, Flame looked bewildered with full suspicion. Hey, who is he? Yeah, Hei Wenryong suddenly realized his body was gradually losing control because of something very strange. Right after he supported his forehead with his hand and knelt on one knee, Flame knew the situation wasn't good and quickly called his name. Hei Wenryong. Flame hurried closer with concern. You okay? However, Hei Wenryong quickly raised his hand to stop her, the headache recurring. Hei still stood up and continued to leave. I'm fine. How could Flame believe that fine? What do you mean fine? When he left just like Beak Yuseol had earlier, Flame tried to hold him back. Wait, Hei Wenryong. And that couldn't happen, as the other left. Flame still didn't know what exactly was going on. Hei Wenryong. An unease once again enveloped her already not great mood. Something's really off. She tried to leave herself. Hei Wenryong moved into an alley that drew little attention from passers-by and leaned against the wall. He propped up his body and analyzed within his consciousness. He didn't know since when, but this unexplained symptom had been getting more serious. His vision gradually blurred. Damn it, if this keeps up, how can I complete the familiar contract ritual? Right when he was puzzled, suddenly Hei jolted as a familiar voice rang out. Oh, who do we have here? Although Hei had only heard that voice a few times during their encounters, as soon as Hei slowly turned his head, he confirmed who it was. Professor Mason, half her face obscured by a black cloak, her appearance shrouded in shadow. Professor Mason approached step by step, full of her own surprise. I was wondering where my seed had gone. Turns out there's a seed right here all along. Perfect timing. I didn't expect the corruption level to have progressed this far already. Hei panicked at those words. Professor, what are you talking about? Professor Mason's hand along with dark magic extended forward, danger rising to a high level. Come now, don't resist, because from now on you'll become my limb. Hei understood what kind of situation he had fallen into. No, he tried to push himself to wake up. Don't come closer. Hei's consciousness gradually darkened. Fragments of memories standing and talking with Flame surfaced. They kept filling that memory, however they gradually grew fewer and melted into the darkness, leaving only the final image of Flame. Shifting to the massive twin towers belonging to the Elf Kingdom. A long-eared elf was standing in front of some gate. It was the aide to the Elf King, Orenha. He raised his hand to knock on the door and said, Your Majesty, if you don't appear at this birthday ceremony, the Elder Council will make things difficult. Their intention is to seize control of the gate leading to the Sacred Tree Garden. Spirit King Chatsioren was gently holding something wrapped in green cloth in her arms. After a long moment of weighing, she replied to Orenha, I know, I'll come out right away. You may withdraw. Orenha let out a light sigh and answered, Yes, Your Majesty. The sound of footsteps fading away left a somewhat heavy atmosphere where the Spirit King was. A long while later, she turned her back, a cloak draped over the top of her head. A thought arose, when was the last time I could freely enjoy my freedom? Even covering her body like this, she could only hold out for about an hour, adding another cloth to cover her face. But none of it could hide the sadness she carried. Please, let everything go smoothly this time. Chatsioren walked with a few followers behind her. The Spirit King appeared along with white snowflakes. At the same time, the disguise of identity created a very strange abstract beauty. The long-eared kin following bowed respectfully at the appearance of the one said to be the Spirit King. The long cloak trailed no different from a wedding dress over the beautiful flowers. Crossing a bridge made of wood was the next thing to do, and stopping only when the white spring continuously flowing came into view. Chatsioren stared intently at it. Now almost done, prayer finished, now just need to turn back the way she came. However, it seemed things were no longer smooth as a terrifying pressure began affecting her very body. And then precisely a male student silhouette from the academy locked her gaze deep into her mind. This aura was so subtly concealed it was strange. But surely it was dark mana that shifted her gaze to another direction. A no small dark mage was sneaking into this heavenly land, but put another way, only she, the elf queen, could sense it. The others were still firmly holding their roles. Chatsioren's eyes changed, unease gradually merged in and solidified her calculations. From the knight's reactions, it seems only I can feel the dark mana. During the World Tree's birthday ceremony, the Spirit King isn't allowed to convey any will. but she couldn't just let a dark mage dare invade the cradle of the heavenly flower forest. Her own fist clenched tighter. No choice left, only I can step forward personally. Chot Sioran once again shifted her observation angle, otherwise it was still the elf kingdom. Flame's figure hurriedly searching for something on the wide path, sweat dripping and thoughts revealing what she intended to do. Seeing He Wenryong's strange condition, she chased after. Where did he go? Flame scanned around but lost track of him. But suddenly from an alley, someone with a deep voice called her name loudly. Flame. Flame startled, and the one who appeared was exactly the person she was looking for. He Wenryong. A heavy pressure gradually spread from that very body Flame unconsciously called He Wenryong. Her heart pounded wildly, her pupils dilated abnormally. She was trying to speed up her thoughts. This ominous aura, could it be dark mana? From some angle He Wenryong's eyes had changed. A profound, mysterious black had enveloped his snowy white pupils. Damn it, I don't know what happened. Luckily He Wenryong's corruption process hasn't completed yet. Right now, I can bring He Wenryong back to normal. Just thinking that, Flame hurriedly shouted loudly at the person standing in front of her. Calm down, He Wenryong, calm down. He Wenryong stayed silent for a long while and said nothing more. Instead, he slumped down. Suddenly, a non-stop thudding sound rang out, and after that we could see the dark mana pressure spreading even more. Flame couldn't shake off the tension on her own, and if anything it was only getting worse than before. Not beyond expectations, He Wenryong stared straight at Flame. He posed the question, "Why are you avoiding me?" Flame quickly blurted out unconsciously, what do you mean by that?" At this point the situation was steadily worsening, making Flame's face grow even paler. She took a step back in line with trying to find an escape route for herself. But right then the corruption from the darkness revealed what He Wenryong had been hiding. "Do you hate me? Am I not trustworthy?" With a flustered look, her mouth slightly open, Flame said firmly, "No, please don't think that way." A white light mixed with a hint of purple surged up from behind her and rushed in front of Flame. An indescribable feeling, and that thudding sound rushed back once more. Right at this moment, dark mana surged to the brim. A bolt like black lightning struck down, triggering a massive explosion just as expected. That earlier light signified someone charging in fast, and this person had shielded Flame from the blast's impact. Blinking rapidly, Flame adjusted her emotions to make out who had protected her. And more surprising than anything, the one who appeared was a familiar student, and she called out his name loudly. Ma Yuxiang. With crimson pupils, he turned back to look at Flame and asked, "You okay?" Instead of answering his question, Flame raised another doubt. That black lightning just now. Ma Yuxiang gave a wry smile and quickly cut her off. "Sorry, just forget about it, please." He Wenryong's body in front swayed as his gaze dropped to the ground. Ma Yuxiang added seriously, "By the way, why didn't you fight back? You almost died there." Flame calmly replied shortly, "I tried to resolve it by talking." Ma Yuxiang now looked at Flame differently, with suspicion. Talking. She didn't voice the reason, her eyes no longer daring to meet Ma Yuxiang's directly. Instead, a series of inner thoughts formed on their own. In the original story, Azel used dialogue alone to purify countless dark mages, and even earned the nickname Saint of Confession. So I thought maybe I could bring He Wenryong back too. In the end, with my abilities, am I really unable to save anyone? Ma Yuxiang realized she had no intention of continuing, so he shifted his gaze to the one on the verge of becoming a dark mage right in front of him. "I don't know what your plan is, but first you have to be able to fight, right?" Flame pressed her lips together, beads of sweat forming on her face. The mystic staff that Flame regarded as her weapon was brought out. "Yeah, I can do it." A thought surged up. "This time I absolutely won't let him die like Zeki. I will definitely save you, He Wenryong." Flame wasn't sure how she'd ended up in this situation, but at least things looked promising since Flame was fighting alongside Ma Yuxiang, who possessed the protagonist's abilities. On the other hand, right now in front of her, He Wenryong had been taken over by dark mana. One hand had already transformed into a demonic form. His face darkened completely so he wouldn't be caught off guard. Hyper jump from Ma Yuxiang's wand unleashed a burst of light, more precisely brighter lightning bolts. From his position, he instantly moved in a special way across Flame's vision, still acting on his own. Mana accumulated denser by the moment. Instead of going straight, Ma Yuxiang chose to weave along the wall and appeared right above He Wenryong. Energy almost divine, massive lightning continuously spreading around, unleashing magic. Ma Yuxiang's wand pointed straight at He Wenryong as the whip of the Great Earth. Through the decorative green vines they transformed and targeted straight at him. A huge surprise happened fast. He Wenryong's now blackened eyes looked up precisely at that attack path. And right at that standing position, a shockwave erupted, sending dirt, rocks, and dust flying faster than Ma Yuxiang by 1 step. He Wenryong could circle behind him, a flash of surprise passed. He Wenryong countered, and no different from the result, Ma Yuxiang dodged and returned to the position in front of Flame below. White smoke seeped in, both prepared to clash again and continue fighting as if there had never been any separation. Being left out felt a bit unpleasant. Flame wasn't satisfied and began casting a binding light magic. Countless beams of light aimed at He Wenryong with no gaps. The battle situation had shifted, more advantageous for Flame and Ma Yuxiang. The mystic staff trembled slightly, but Flame still gripped it firmly. He Wenryong struggled to break free from the restraint, his own voice automatically calling out a name. Flame seized the opportunity. Ma Yuxiang sped in and appeared right behind. A fiery fist was summoned. Ma Yuxiang's pupils contracted once more. One strike downward, the fist collided, generating rebound sparks that sent He Wenryong flying far away. The two regrouped to prepare for the next steps, and of course seriousness was essential. Where He Wenryong sat right there, part of the aftershock had cracked the architecture behind. Pain spreading, making He Wenryong groan. Realizing that, Flame quickly turned to Ma Yuxiang, speaking for her. "This is the moment we need to act." But Ma Yuxiang cut that off. "It's not over yet." Because Ma Yuxiang still hadn't taken his eyes away, Flame hurriedly followed that direction. That urgency in Flame's heart kept growing stronger. She no longer believed things were gradually heading in a bad direction ahead. Now the joints twisted unnaturally. He Wenryong stood up, but the pitch black had transformed him, no longer human. A long horn, proof of the unique darkness of dark magic. "He Wenryong?" Her voice rose slightly, trying to bring He Wenryong back, but completely futile. Instead, the unease only multiplied. "This is serious now." The corruption had spread so widely. An unintentional reminder slipped out quickly. "Ma Yuxiang, that's dangerous, get away fast." Before she could finish the sentence, the blackened He Wenryong appeared silently right at both their positions. His hand accordingly clamped onto Ma Yuxiang's face in fresh surprise. When the force was released, He Wenryong let go and Ma Yuxiang flew far, crashing into architecture, and dust kicked up again instead of calling He's name like before. Now Flame had switched the name she called, Ma Yuxiang. Flame never expected things to change so fast, pausing for a second, not calm but her heart beating faster every moment because that black shadow had imprinted on her face. Because earlier she confirmed there were two people, one had been blown away, the remaining one was Flame, so He Wenryong's red eyes couldn't look away. A helplessness before the incident, Flame's eyes clearly showed panic. He Wenryong. The blackened He Wenryong could understand from that. He tried to call out a name, Flame. While both were preparing to exchange calls, Ma Yuxiang interrupted with a fiery fist, charging in fast. Mana and mood remained completely unchanged. He Wenryong didn't move, still standing there taking the attack, and the explosion hit his very body. Flame was stunned, unable to believe he just struck straight like that. Ma Yuxiang locked his gaze, but uneasy sweat took over. Because the fist was still on He Wenryong's face, but nothing affected him. Then those red eyes opened again. The gap was truly no longer strange. Following natural motion, this time the blackened hand gripped Ma Yuxiang's neck, completely unnoticed by the movement speed. The grip firm. He Wenryong slowly lifted Ma Yuxiang up. Aside from the binding magic earlier, now Flame could only speak and do nothing. Ma Yuxiang bit his lip lightly, worry doubled. If this situation continued, He Wenryong really would kill Ma Yuxiang. But with her current strength, she had no way to stop He Wenryong. What should I do now? He Wenryong still held the blackened motion, but his hazy consciousness still recognized the person he was holding. Ma Yuxiang. The grip suddenly tightened. Ma Yuxiang began to feel suffocated. Emotions distorted, but his voice almost returned to He Wenryong. "I can win. I can defeat Ma Yuxiang. In the end, I'm Ma Yuxiang." A smile at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Ma Yuxiang cut that off with a very strange sentence. "Something's not right." With those words, He Wenryong paused his action in surprise, his pitch black face like some character from another story. He Wenryong muttered to himself and said, "Huh." Since she was only observing from outside, Flame also noticed He Wenryong's returning expression. He Wenryong has a moment of silence now, right? A determination was transforming her, preparing to act. If it's now, then. Besides noticing the change from Ma Yuxiang, he also noticed Flame's change, so one of his hands shot straight out. Flame's prepared motion thus stopped under condition. Ma Yuxiang's face cooled, his pupils contracted once more. "I thought only you lived in a world like mine. In the end, you're just like that too." Truly disappointing. He Wenryong's killing intent suddenly surged thickly. He Wenryong, blackened skin, fearless, spoke must. But his expression twisted even stranger than before. Ma Yuxiang must win. Time rewound to the past, first year of middle school, spring. At that time, He Wenryong was only 14 years old. An innocent look showed on his face. He was standing before the bewildered, more childish Ma Yuxiang, also 14 years old. Annoyed by that expression, He Wenryong frowned with a slightly colder voice. "Fight me one match." Ma Yuxiang froze with sweat, extremely flustered. To shake off that confusion, Ma Yuxiang looked around to see if anyone was nearby. When only himself, he gently asked a few questions. "Are you saying that to me? Why suddenly want to fight me?" He Wenryong didn't change, answered. I can't accept that you're ranked above me, so let's make the ranking clear. A rare surprise showed on Ma Yuxiang, make the ranking clear. But that was also what he wanted, a smile bloomed on his lips. Alright, let's give it a try. Once the challenge was accepted, both decided to use the school training ground as the place to hold the match. Ma Yuxiang looked at the black wand, a magic duel and test the wand to see how it is. Seeing it was fine, he broke into a bright smile. Then you attack first. Facing He Wenryong of the noble clan seriously. What kind of stance is that? Eyes narrowed a bit more, he was a genius From birth as heir to the full moon tower and started learning letters, I studied magic. You train non-stop every day to become the best magic warrior. Yet the freshman ranking first Ma Yuxiang, second He Wenryong. I'm actually in second place. The existence of genius Ma Yuxiang to me is like lightning striking straight into my heart. Attention shifted past a classmate calling someone, Yuxiang, let's go together. Then let's go, Ma Yuxiang smiled back. Is he really Ma Yuxiang? But the more I observed him, the more his behavior disappointed me. Reading strange books unrelated to his studies, wasting time every day without any effort. I couldn't accept it. He's better than me. I need to prove one thing, my efforts are not in vain. However, the result was utterly dismal. The wand simply fell. He Wenryong stood there stunned, overwhelmed with disbelief all at once. I can't believe I actually lost to him like that. Not a single scratch, not even a speck of dust. In stark contrast to the joy, Ma Yuxiang remained completely focused. And once the outcome was clear, he cheerfully stepped closer to He Wenryong. Oh, so I won. By the way, this magic duel was seriously a lot of fun. A hand landed on his shoulder, and he stood beside him, squinting with a grin as he continued. Thanks to you, this trip has been really enjoyable. Let's do it again next time, yeah. With that, he just walked off without waiting for He Wenryong to say a single word. The clenched fist stayed tight. Why did I lose? Why did I lose to someone who didn't even try hard or study at all? Is this what a genius looks like? He bent down to pick up the wand. This time the problem was simply a matter of practice. If I put in the effort, I can win. From that day onward, I trained myself until I had no strength left. I trained and trained and trained, but the results stayed exactly the same. He Wenryong lost all his spirit. It was ridiculous. This was a one-on-one duel I demanded after I'd analyzed and understood every bit of Ma Yuxiang's magic. I couldn't accept it. The reality was that the gap between us was that massive. At that moment, Ma Yuxiang raised his hand toward He Wenryong. With a certain smile, he said, "This time was even more fun than the last. Right, do better next time, okay?" He Wenryong silently listened to those words. Pausing for a moment longer, He Wenryong reflected more deeply. Changing his decision, the two of them shook hands. A small exchange. Next time I'm definitely going to win. Haha, I'm really looking forward to that. I was forced to admit that Ma Yuxiang was a genius. Even so, I refused to give up so I could prove that all the time and effort I'd put in wasn't meaningless. One day, I would defeat Ma Yuxiang. And now Ma Yuxiang was finally in my grasp. That memory pulled the blackened He Wenryong back to reality. This time I can win, that's what I thought. Isn't that right? Ma Yuxiang broke into a very bright smile and the expression was unmistakable. So soon already drowned in the power of dark magic and losing himself? How disappointing. He Wenryong, I trained hard too so I could fight you properly. The blackened He Wenryong looked dazed. You trained. Digging through old memories. You remember, don't you? Back when we were training in the dungeon, we fought on completely even terms. I was shocked myself back then. Turns out I've got quite the competitive streak. After that, for the first time, I started seriously training and I've always been waiting for a rematch with you. He Wenryong began to panic greatly. I've never beaten you even once. Now's your chance. But then things went further when Ma Yuxiang's calm, cold voice rang out. Then go ahead and kill me. Use that power to pierce my heart and enjoy the victory you've always wanted. And then regret it for the rest of your life because this will be our final match. The constant provocations and the inevitable outcomes kept coming. He Wenryong regained the light in his eyes. Outside the fight, Flame was waiting for the most critical moment. Meanwhile, Ma Yuxiang narrowed his eyes, waiting as well. A mark appeared on Ma Yuxiang's neck. It showed that the blackened He Wenryong had released his grip on Ma Yuxiang. He Wenryong regained his senses, looking dejected as he continued. I won't kill you to win in this state. It would be no different from denying all my own effort. Outside, Flame was relieved by those words. Thank goodness, He Wenryong's emotions have returned to a human state. Now we can actually save him. But everything shifted again. A wave of magical pressure crashed down on the spot where all three were standing. The blackened He Wenryong groaned uncomfortably. Us. Ma Yuxiang was no better. Flame narrowed her eyes, realizing something. This power is. Her gaze shifted as someone spoke up. Well. Footsteps approached from a girl dressed in black. She wore a golden hoop earring and had reddish-brown hair. The vice commander holding her staff spoke calmly. This is Mazen Tyran, is it? Hazen Macaron gently held her staff and stood there, unintentionally creating such immense pressure that Flame couldn't move and was forced to kneel. Feeling uneasy, Flame's eyes fluttered half open as she vaguely recognized exactly who the opponent was. I've seen this character in the original novel. Vice leader of Black Star Team number 13, Hazen Macaron. which meant. At the same moment, footsteps from someone else drew closer. Hazen turned back with her usual bewildered complaint. In the end, the prophecy was completely off, huh? The leader clenched his fist and walked forward coldly, expression unchanged except for his words. Keen spoke, "Stop talking nonsense." Hazen etched that face into her memory. Further analysis of the character, sure enough, that man had come too. Leader of Black Star Team number 13, Keen. The two stood side by side, looking toward the blackened Hei Wenryong and the one who had just fought, Ma Yuxiang. Without saying anything more, Keen silently cast a detection spell to scan for the unique dark fluctuations. Hazen's gravity illusion was flawless. It alone had completely locked down movement. Keen commented on the target. "The fluctuation is so faint it's almost unbelievable that it could produce power on this level." Hazen confirmed, "Yeah, so what do we do?" Keen nodded, opening a spatial rift to draw out his wand, voice cold. "Target confirmed. Proceed with immediate elimination." Keen's target was the blackened one who had only just regained a sliver of awareness, Hei Wenryong, along with Ma Yuxiang and Flame, all falling into an awkward predicament. More precisely, they were stunned by that decisiveness. However, Hazen still felt something was off and turned to ask, "Kill him right away, it's still early stage, maybe observe a bit more," but Keen cut her off completely. Holding firm to his earlier stance. If it's already emitting power at this level with just that degree of corruption, once it goes berserk later, the consequences will truly be catastrophic. Killing it now is the right choice. Keen's approach wasn't wrong. Once someone tainted by dark magic has been corrupted once, they become prone to second or third corruptions. Even if temporarily purified, the corruption lingers and eventually they'll be overtaken by dark magic and cause slaughter. A decision made must be carried out immediately. But coincidentally, one of them refused to accept it. "Stop." Hazen noticed the voice. "Oh my." While they were talking, Ma Yuxiang had gathered every last bit of strength to stand up, truly surprising the vice leader Hazen. A first-year student enduring this much. This is Ma Yuxiang of Stella, as expected from the top-ranked freshman, impressive. But Hazen's face gradually darkened, her gaze turning distinctly unpleasant. Snap, Ma Yuxiang felt an even greater pressure crashing down on his body. Just as Ma Yuxiang struggled to lift himself, Hazen flicked her finger once and forced him back down again. Showing not the slightest pity, "Stay down a little longer, okay? You can't interrupt Big Sis while she's working." Ha. In truth, the power gap was absolute. Ma Yuxiang was now on the verge of collapsing flat. Though her condition was better without overlapping gravity, Flame still couldn't feel any relief. She gritted her teeth and assessed another harsh truth. No good, Ma Yuxiang's condition. Even though recent events had diverged a lot from the novel she knew, the magic Ma Yuxiang had just used was definitely dark mana. If things continued like this and Ma Yuxiang exhausted his blue mana, his dark mana would be exposed right in front of them. In that case, along with Hei Wenryong's resistance, Flame forced herself to act, gripping her mysterious staff tightly. She couldn't afford to lose both of them here, please. Please move, please. Guilt surged in her heart because they were people with such bright futures ahead. And then Keen pointed his wand straight at the top of Hei Wenryong's head. Now it's over. Hei Wenryong seemed to have accepted his fate. But Flame still hoped for some miracle. Eyes squeezed shut, "Please save him." Mana surged from Keen's wand without the slightest hesitation. "Die, dark mana vessel." "Wait one more time." Keen halted his action because of a somewhat familiar voice. He turned to confirm the direction the sound had come from. Only one person can change this situation. A supporting character from the novel Baek Yuseol. Keen vaguely remembered the unmistakable face. "You're." Going back 10 minutes earlier, right now Baek Yuseol was patting the head of a young spiritrace boy. But his main goal was buying food, so the head pat was just because the kid was cute. Before leaving, he flashed a friendly smile. "Good luck with business, ma'am." The middle-aged woman happily accepted the blessing from him. "Thank you, dear." The student had only walked a short distance when the familiar tinkling sound from the system ran through his mind. 2 consecutive reports appeared, indicating a variable had arisen in Episode 8. The Hei Wenryong dark corruption storyline had begun. Baek Yuseol jolted and exclaimed loudly, "What?" Doubt gradually eroded his understanding. What's going on? Didn't the dark corruption episode end after Zeki's corruption arc was completed? In the original game, a total of 3 students were affected by Professor Mazen's dark mana invasion. Among them, Hei Wenryong's dark corruption route had a 99% chance of leading to a bad ending. With such extreme difficulty and terribleness, Baek Yuseol hesitated over whether to stop it or let it happen. Unable to think further, Baek Yuseol decided to hand the freshly bought food to another spiritrace person. "Hey, this is really tasty, eat up." The person was a bit surprised but still took it and watched Baek Yuseol leave. Baek Yuseol's choice became his new resolve. Even so, he couldn't just stand by and let the bad ending happen. And so, at the present moment, pressure crashed down on the 2 main figures, Hei Wenryong and Ma Yuxiang. Flame let out a relieved breath because the one who could help had arrived. 5 pairs of eyes, 5 gazes from 4 directions focused on one person. Beak Usial. For his part, Beak Usial, who had just arrived, was still thinking kindly of his classmates and still breathing. Phew, but now that I'm here, what next? Keen remained cold. Hazen. Hazen understood immediately and smiled, taking small steps forward. Got it, leave the kid to me. Her staff, like a mini scythe, moved with light, clacking footsteps. Stopping at a spot she deemed appropriate, her cheerfulness turning into something even more positive. She made an offer. Big Sis will show you a really beautiful illusion too. Overlord Haki activated. The special illusion Hazen created was an extremely powerful type of magic. It carried a direct risk of harm to the target. Very quickly that effect slammed down on Beak Usial. But nothing happened at all, proof that something special applied to a special person becomes ordinary. A black cat scampered by. Hazen's big round eyes muttered to herself, huh, no way. She flicked her staff several more times. Cha-cha-cha, this time it had some effect. The effect left Beak Usial squinting at the world half-eyed, completely unable to make sense of it himself. Hazen glanced toward the person slightly above her in rank. Commander, that kid doesn't seem to be affected by the illusion at all. But Keen wasn't convinced. His face turned a bit more annoyed as he threw in a sarcastic jab. Stop messing around and do it for real. Hazen, though, stayed exactly the same. I'm being totally serious here. Looking back more closely, his stance was still rigid like a piece of wood, completely unchanged. Reanalyzing the problem, needing a more thorough breakdown. Basic illusion magic works by disrupting the target's mana flow, and these kids were simply having their mana controlled by her, which then generated the gravity hallucination pressing down on their bodies. But for some reason, she couldn't detect even a single speck of mana inside that boy's body. How to describe it? It felt like trying to apply a joint lock on a slime. She furrowed her brows even more deeply. My magic is at minimum S-class. Just what kind of ability does that kid actually possess? Since the illusion had been completely nullified, she had no choice but to retreat. Unusually, Keen took a step forward. Please step aside. The vice commander held her wand at the ready with a cold tone. Keen questioned Beak Usial directly, prompting him to reveal his identity. Beak Usial answered quickly, first-year Stella student, S-Class Combat Magic Department. However, Keen didn't want to hear what he already knew. No, I mean tell me your true identity. Beak Usial looked confused, a flicker of bewilderment circling in his mind. True identity? I'm a Stella student, isn't that right? Seeing him genuinely puzzled with no other response, Keen's eyebrow twitched. Fine, I suppose you can't say it. A bigger question mark appeared over Beak Usial. Wait, what did I just say? When information couldn't be obtained, the only way was to cut straight to reality. Keen changed his approach. I won't interfere with whatever connection you have or your reason for infiltrating Stella Academy. However, you are not to interfere with our work. Beak Usial lowered his head slightly, eyes fixed intently on the other party, and shifted his tone accordingly. That's going to be a bit difficult. Aren't you planning to kill that student? Keen didn't deny it and even let some killing intent leak out. That's right, we're going to kill him. Even though Hei Wenryong was darkened, he could still feel exactly how that voice sounded. This put Beak Usial in an even tougher spot. He knew full well that if he fought these people right now, he definitely wouldn't last 5 seconds and would die. Taking one more step forward, Beak Usial drew his sword, but he's someone worth risking my life for. I can't afford to lose him right now. You said you're about to kill my classmate, so it seems I have no reason to just let this go. Keen faced him with the same cold demeanor, repeating the very thought Beak Usial had just had. If you really fight us, you will die. But Beak Usial already had a counter. Keeping a straight face, he replied calmly, looking like neither of them wanted to draw attention. Should I maybe attract a little attention? I've got some confidence. Even if I die, at the very least I can make a big scene out of it. Keen now realized the person standing before him wasn't just some ordinary kid. He stayed silent for a long moment before looking over and asking, "What do you want?" Beak Usial, not wanting things to escalate further, resolved to say it outright. Just one chance for her to purify that friend. Keen listened carefully to his words, then shifted his gaze to the darkened Hei Wenryong. Without hesitation, he pointed his wand toward Beak Usial and said, "That's a futile effort. Even if you could purify the dark magic, the emotions won't return." Slightly intimidated but still holding his sword in a defensive stance, Beak Usial requested, "One time is enough. That friend's magic can even restore emotions to their original state." Flame silently watched Beak Usial, sweat dripping down, but above all, she doubted his words. Can I really help Hei Wenryong return to his original state? Flame doubted not only his statement but herself as well, but what mattered more now was whether Keen would accept it. What if the purification fails? Beak Usial gave an answer. I'll withdraw completely. To Keen, it wasn't a bad proposal. At the very least, they wouldn't have to clash with someone who could bypass Hazen's illusion magic, avoiding unnecessary attention while letting the other side leave on their own. So stepping back at this point seemed the wisest move. He said, "Fine, if you break your word, I'll give you the most painful death possible, whether it causes a commotion or not." Hazen beside him couldn't believe her commander had said that. Commander? But Keen ignored it and gave the order, "Hazen, release the illusion." Before complying with the commander's command, Hazen still asked one question. Can we really trust his word? The same cold reply. If it's a lie, it's not too late to kill the kid. She slammed her staff hard against the ground. Same here, if the commander says so, there's nothing more I can do. With a shake of her staff, Hazen withdrew the illusion. Both Ma Yuxiang and He Wenriang regained their freedom and breathed heavily. Flame, under less pressure but still struggling to hold it together, barely managed. Blinking a few times, Flame realized someone was standing right in front of her. More precisely, Beak Yuxial had approached and sat down facing her. Do you know what state He Wenriang is in right now? If it's you, you can bring him back to normal. But Flame had zero confidence. She lowered her head. Sorry, I don't have that kind of power. Yet Beak Yuxial dug deeper into her pain. Are you planning to repeat what happened with Seki all over again? Flame wavered for a moment. She voiced what she truly wanted. No. Beak Yuxial noticed the change. Then a smile eased the tension. Help He Wenriang, you can do it. If anyone else had said it, Flame might not have believed, but coming from Beak Yuxial, it was different. Regaining her resolve and that familiar feeling, Flame picked up her staff. If Beak Yuxial said she could do it, slowly stepping forward and standing in front of He Wenriang like he had affirmed, it meant she really did possess that kind of power. With one person still nearby, Flame glanced over and instructed, step back a bit. Once Ma Yuxiang had finished preparing, Flame looked again at the darkened He Wenriang, and the haunting memory of Zeki's corruption moment flooded back. Golden mana began to envelop her as a new thought arose. I won't stand by helplessly like I did back then. Her eyes opened and Flame formed a magic circle pattern herself. Angelic wings appeared, infused with a bit of her own hope. This time she would definitely save He Wenriang with her own strength. Angelic magic manifested through song. Flame closed her eyes and merged herself with the mana flow. An unusual light appeared. Hazen, watching from outside, turned to the person beside her. Commander, is that light magic? Without blinking, Keen replied, yes, suspicion increases, but that girl isn't from the Holy Order. Power like that is practically on par with a saintess. Keen seemed to recall, I heard that among this year's new Stella students, there's one who can use angelic power. Light attribute must be that girl. Light gradually vibrated around Flame, and in an instant a glow enveloped the dark shroud covering He Wenriang. The pillar of light spread everywhere, and He Wenriang endured intense pain from the clashing attributes affecting his body. But that alone couldn't be fully trusted. The thought shifted slightly. Using angelic power and eradicating dark mana seeds are two entirely different things. At best, it could only suppress it, yet Keen was making it harder on himself. Now that realization was crashing into his fresh illusion of hope. Cough cough, He Wenriang let out a cough. And now the black layer had vanished, awareness returning. He Wenriang stared at his own hand. I almost went to check out naked chickens. Then he heard a slightly choked voice from the person standing in front of him. Thank goodness you're back to normal. A second later, Flame collapsed sideways from mana exhaustion. He Wenriang, flustered, tried to reach toward her. However, Keen's sharp iron wand instantly pointed at his throat, halting every movement. The goal now was singular. Then let me check immediately. Very quickly, the three-person team split. Ma Yuxiang and Beak Yuxial tended to Flame, while Keen and Hazen focused on He Wenriang. A moment later, Keen asked, what's the result? Halting her inspection, Hazen looked over and answered, completely normal. He's so normal it's hard to believe he was ever corrupted. No, more accurately, it's like that emotion never existed, like it was forcibly added. Looks like the host is pretty strong, Commander. What now? Keen turned his back to leave, standing up in a somewhat helpless manner. Hazen adjusted her own mindset. Our commander seems pretty shaken. Understandable, up until now he'd been convinced that once corrupted by darkness, there was no saving them. So he'd killed them all without exception. Yet now those kids had completely overturned that. Flame, sorry about that, I'm fine, you're not worried about me. A smile appeared as the kids rejoiced together again. Before leaving, she winked at Beak Yuxial. Anyway, kiddos, see you next time. Depending on who you asked, but saying it to Beak Yuxial, he dared to respond bluntly, who the hell wants to see you guys again? After everything wrapped up, night blanketed the entire elf world. Moonlight illuminated a beautiful stretch of path, and then someone shadowy walked along that path. Fortunately, it was Professor Mazen Tyran, but the king of the flower fairy tribe, Chot Sioran. Confused, though alone, she was still puzzled. Looking around, a baffling thought surfaced clearly. This is really strange. I clearly followed the dark magic flow I sensed right then, but now there's not a single trace. She gazed at her own hands before deciding what to do next. Finally, Chotsioran reached the spot where the dark magic had been detected, closed her eyes, and spread her palms open. Wind, bring me the memories. Then the scent of memories wafted around her nose and quickly flooded into her mind. Yet she saw nothing at all. The memories came in gusts of black and white wind. She thought again, someone deliberately erased the memories with magic, didn't they? Memories that have been erased can't be restored even with high-level magic. However, Chotsioran was the greatest master among them. She wouldn't yield to such ordinary magic. Tiny specks of light flickered in the pitch-black night. Wind, I beseech you as the fairy king, whisper to me just a little more about those memories. Sioran repeated the gesture once again. The ground, the wind, the flowers, the trees, and the boulders, all of them whispered to Sioran about what had happened here. Though the memories had been erased with meticulous care, leaving almost no trace behind, a few faint fragments still lingered sneakily. And the shadow of Beak Yusial stood out as the largest among them, but his face couldn't be seen clearly. That uniform, it's from Stella, isn't it? Suddenly, at that moment, a strange sensation rushed into her mind. What's this smell? It was a scent she could never forget. No matter how hard she tried, that fragrance undoubtedly belonged to Leafhainel. But hadn't Celestia already fallen into eternal slumber in her own garden? Could someone have entered the secret garden sometime before? Was there a connection? Yet as time passed, the memories faded even worse and a sharp pain surged into her mind. This isn't good, I can't read any more memories. But with the fragments she had gathered, Sioran forced herself to suppress her emotions and analyze the one possibility she had to consider. The person who entered the secret garden that day and the one who stole Celestia's heart, were they the same? If so, then it made sense that the memories here had been erased. Her fist clenched tightly as Sioran suppressed her raging anger. I will never forgive him. I will definitely repay that debt in kind. No more of Sioran's story for now. The scene shifted to the morning of the next day. After the settings had been restored and the dark curse lifted, Hei Wenryong enjoyed a peaceful sleep at the Paradise Flower Hospital. Hei Wenryong slowly opened his eyes and realized there was now someone else in the room. He recognized Flame. Flame smiled while peeling an apple and spoke as he woke. Oh, you're awake. Glancing around the room in confusion, Hei Wenryong asked, Where am I? Flame, sitting on the chair and watching him closely. This is the hospital. Do you remember what happened? Only vaguely. Hearing that, Flame let out a small sigh of relief and handed him the plate of neatly sliced fruit. I already talked a bit with Instructor Lee, and I told Ma Yusiang and Beak Yusial to keep it quiet too, so don't worry. And about the Familia contract ceremony, if you still want to participate, you can. But it's better if you rest more. The aftereffects haven't completely disappeared yet. Hei Wenryong now followed every request Flame made, no matter what. Yes, if you say rest, I'll rest. This puzzled Flame. What's going on? Why are you suddenly listening to everything I say? Not wanting to disturb Hei Wenryong's rest any further, Flame decided to turn and leave, waving with a bright smile. I've thought it over a lot. It's better this way than getting hurt again. Rest up more from now on, okay? It's almost time to meet everyone, so I'll head out first. Hei Wenryong watched Flame leave and suddenly called her back. Flame. Flame stopped and turned to ask, yeah. Hei Wenryong had made up his mind and was about to say something, but he swallowed all those words back into his heart. After a long pause, he said something vague instead. No, it's nothing. Flame showed no expression. What was that? So lame. But she still smiled. Anyway, when you get discharged, treat me to a big feast, got it? You're loaded with money, so make sure you're ready for that. Understood. Hei Wenryong stared in disbelief. Flame said it all without any sadness. A gentle, faint smile appeared, and he gave her the answer right back. All right, you can look forward to it. With food on the line, he didn't think any further. Flame got even happier. See you later, Hei Wenryong. And then the room was left with just him. Flame had gone. The quiet atmosphere now feeling strangely different as he looked at the plate of fruit Flame had prepared. The fruit was sliced evenly and beautifully. If it was already cut and he didn't eat it, that'd be a waste. So he picked up a piece right away. Delicious. Aside from Hei Wenryong's situation, now the main thing everyone needed to do immediately. Instructor Lee gathered all the students together, face stern and voice serious. From now on, all of you will enter the roots of the heavenly tree to form the sacred contract. It's an astral space, and the environment there will be different from reality. You have 1 week. The area you're allowed to access is up to the 3rd layer. The 4th layer is sealed off by a barrier, so don't even think about approaching it. Good luck to all of you. After hearing Instructor Lee's warning, the students lined up and stepped through a gate. Episode 7, The Familia Contract Ceremony. The space inside the tree awaited, and Beak Yusial slipped in with a dazed expression. He quickly changed his face, cheeks instantly flushing red. A lush green scene unfolded before his eyes. It wasn't ordinary green. If Beak Yusial described it in a cheap tone, it was like a space overflowing with fluorescent green. Every plant glowed with its own light, and firefly-like creatures drifted gently through the air. After walking a bit, a new question mark appeared as he glanced at a small corner. A sparkling green liquid had appeared near his feet. He sat down and poked it with his finger. It was probably a 7th-star spirit beast, so it definitely didn't feel scary. Spirit beasts are ranked by stars, lowest at 7 and highest at 1. As their rank increases right before becoming divine beasts, their power grows accordingly. But that also makes forming a contract much harder. This is such a hassle. Even Stella students could only reduce the time by about 5% per year. But anyway, that wasn't his problem. The road ahead was still long, so they could take it slow. Whenever Beak Yusial smiled, something was definitely about to happen. Switching to the outside, right at the entrance where students formed their contracts, 2 guards stood there. When no one else was around, they exchanged a few words. Looks like all the students have gone inside. Should we close the barrier now? The other one raised a hand to stop him. Wait, tap tap tap, someone else is slowly approaching us. I think there's still one more person coming and it's someone concealing their identity, but that walking style feels way too familiar. More precisely, a new danger has arrived.